The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 6. By Timbre. Translated by Graverubber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 20. Ceremony Preparations. Chapter 176. The Genius Strategist's View. After I returned to Igor, I immediately took Igor and Sonia to the location Gordon gave me. This is because if we don't act fast, Gordon might have time to contact his underlings if he changes his mind. At the first location, we found Sonia's adopted grandparents. They were confined in a small remote house, but their treatment was decent. There was no visible injury and they don't seem to be sick either. Of course, there were guards around, but Igor immediately incapacitated them. Then, we proceed to transfer to where Sonia's stepfather, the genius strategist, is being held. Same as the previous location, he was confined in a small house in a remote location, and Igor immediately neutralized the guards before they could react. This is the end her. Hearing that, Sonia quickly runs into the house. Seeing that, I follow after her. Otu-san. When she finds a man with glasses sitting on a chair inside, Sonia rushes up and hugs him. Looking at such Sonia, the glasses man strokes Sonia's head with a bitter smile. Hey, Sonia. How are you? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? It was my fault in the first place. The one he wanted was me, you know. I'm sorry. As the man gently comforts Sonia, he turns to look at me. He's a delicate man. Moreover, he looks sickly as well. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look strong at all. Still, he does possess a unique atmosphere around him. So this is the man who once was called the genius strategist her. It seems that you have taken good care of my daughter. Even a man who lives in the sticks like me would recognize your appearance. It's an honor to meet you, SS rank adventurer, Silver. The one who took care of her was not me. Saying so, I moved aside and Igor slowly entered the house. As expected, he doesn't recognize who Igor is, but he probably understands that Igor is not a normal person. Sonia's stepfather quietly bowed and introduced himself. I am Sonia's stepfather, Kevin Lespade. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. No, I didn't do anything. It was Silver who did everything up to this point. My role is to take care of things from now on. I will guarantee everyone's safety and make sure that you don't have to be involved with any political conflict ever again. Rest assured. Even like this, I am still an SS rank adventurer. The name is Igor, but it might be easier to recognize me if I say that I am the Lost Sword Saint her. At that revelation, Kevin was slightly surprised and his eyes opened a little. He probably thought that Igor is a powerful dwarf, but he probably didn't think that two SS rank adventurers would be cooperating to help Sonia like this. He looks at Sonia, who is still hugging him while crying, and speaks to her in a small voice. You have recruited such an excellent helper. I have been thinking up all kinds of plans, but it seems that we will be safe with this. It was just a coincidence. I have only been escalating the problem. Your responsibility is my responsibility. You don't have to worry so much about it. And you know, I never thought 2 of the SS rank adventurers would come to help us. There are only 5 of them in this continent, you know. Well, your daughter was worth helping. That's why I asked Silver to cooperate with me. I wonder why Silver moved though. Saying so, Igor glances at me. It seems that Igor is doubting why I gave him my cooperation so readily. This is a cheap price if I can sell you a favor, Elder Igor. You would never move with that kind of reason. Seeing him insist on finding out my reason, I sigh. Igor is convinced that I have an ulterior motive. And in truth, I do have one. I didn't do that for my own benefit though. So it was a request from your collaborator, right? You could say that. He regretted that he couldn't save her, so I just lent her my power in his place. There was something I could do to immediately save her. I simply didn't do it because there were too few benefits for me. It was not an impossibility to rescue the hostages when I learned that Sonia's parents were taken. But in the end, I did temporarily abandon Sonia after I weighed the options. The benefits of helping her simply don't match the time and effort it would take. Leo would have tried to help her immediately, but that is the proof of both his strength and weakness. I am here to make up for that. That is why I cannot act like Leo. As her father, I want to hear the name of your collaborator. Could you tell me his name? Silver. Sonia Lespade. Do you have any idea who it is? Your collaborator that would regret not being able to help me? Was it Prince Leonard? Close. It was his elder brother. No way. Ulkuan. With an unbelievable expression on her face, Sonia covers her mouth with both of her hands. I could see the tears in her eyes. The seventh prince, Arnold Lake Sadler. That is the name of my collaborator and the man who regretted not being able to help you. Did you become friends with him? Sonia shakes her head at Kevin's question. I am not his friend. I only deceived him. I don't think that the other side thinks of you like that. He was worried about you. That was why I lent you my help. This is probably the case of what goes around comes around her. But I haven't done anything. That's probably how twins are. Their naivety of not being able to abandon anyone is similar to each other. Saying so, I turn back. It would be fine to let Igor take care of the rest. If Sonia is by Igor's side, she will be safe. Plus, Igor's sense of direction might be able to improve a little too. Even if that is not the case, Sonia has the right to spend her time with her family. No matter how much she is well versed in tactic, Sonia is still an ordinary person. A victim of the succession war. After all, she only served Gordon because she had no other choice. No one can blame her even if she wants to spend her days in peace. Igor surely knows the place she can do that. Then I will excuse myself here. I still have to help those naive twin princes. Someone like the third prince might become an emperor if I don't after all. I say so and step out of the house. However, Kevin suddenly stopped me. Silver, please wait a moment. What is it? I can introduce you if you want to become those princes' strategist though. Unfortunately, I am not brave enough to join the succession war. But please tell this to the princes. There is something wrong with this succession war. What do you mean? I've heard those words somewhere before. Thinking back a little, I recalled that it came up in my conversation with Elna. It was not Elna's words, but they were the words of Elna's father, the brave. The same opinion comes up again here. Moreover, this time it came from a man who was called the genius strategist too. A lot of horrible things have happened in the past succession wars. Family slaughtering each other, that is how a succession war is. That's right. It is as bloody as I have heard. From your perspective, how does this succession war look to you? It seems that a few members of the imperial family have changed in this succession war. Surely, it is normal for someone to change after experiencing a horrible conflict, but the change this time is simply too much. Too much. 3 years ago, when the crown prince died, the succession war began. And the 3 prime candidates have significantly changed. Princess Sandra became crueler, Prince Gordon became more violent, and Prince Eric became cold-hearted. Don't you think that they simply show their true nature because of the allure of the throne? People do not change that dramatically. At the very least, a person wouldn't forget the lesson he has already learned in the past. What do you mean? At my question, Kevin looks straight at me. There is no lie in my words. That was what his eyes were telling me. It might be hard to believe, but as far as I know, since his first campaign, Prince Gordon was a general who listened to others' opinions. At the very least, my old colleagues have advised Prince Gordon for many years and he has taken their advice to heart. In his first campaign, he didn't listen to my advice and charge at the enemy head-on while aiming to gain military achievements. In exchange for his achievement, many sacrifices were made. That was when he changed. Is that true? That third prince really changed? Yes. After that, Prince Gordon changed. Although he was still arrogant, he realized that he needed advisors and began to listen to his staff. Through the lesson he learned from his first campaign, he changed. He became a general after he repeatedly obtained military achievement one after another. His Majesty isn't so sweet on his son that he would promote him to a rank of general if his son always solved any problem with violence. Such a person rejected all of Sonia's proposals. I have received a lot of letters from him. It said, "Your daughter is useless, so just come and take her place." Even now, I still can't find his change to be believable. Maybe I didn't notice it because I was too close to the problem. Gordon has changed that much, her. I thought that he has always been arrogant and tends to solve any problem with force. That's why I was elated to see Gordon's humiliated expression earlier. However, if he really learned his lesson in the past, then his present condition is certainly strange. He learned his lesson after a failure, and he has been successful ever since he changed himself. Would he really throw away such a lesson after he became so successful because of it? So you think that his change came from him getting involved with the succession war? That's right. I don't know the exact reason. Maybe something happened that I didn't know about. But he did learn his lesson after he witnessed the disaster of his first campaign. And when I served under him, even though he didn't listen to my advice, he was serious about protecting the empire. Time changes people. All the more so when all you think about are political maneuvering and how to outdo your rivals. But you of all people should have known that already. Yes. But I do feel that something besides those factors has changed Prince Gordon. Kevin affirmed his point. It was something that the brave and the genius strategist himself noticed. Moreover, Kevin's opinion is based on how he views the succession war from a distance. When Prince Wilhelm became the crown prince, everyone was hopeful about the empire's future, but they also sympathized with the other candidates. Prince Eric, Prince Gordon, and Princess Sandra, they all can become a great emperor in their own right. From simply what I heard, I know that they were all evaluated highly by many people. I can't believe that to be true when I see them as they are now. If you are saying that their current condition is strange, then it must be true. I understand. I will tell that to the princes. Thank you. And please be careful. Even if you are an SS rank adventurer, this succession war is simply too dangerous. If you plunge yourself in any deeper, you will be drawn in and you will not be able to return. Don't worry. I am fully aware of that. Saying so, I tried to transfer away, but this time Sonia called out to me. Silver. Please tell Alcuin. Thank you. And that I am sorry. Understood. I will just give him your thanks then. After all, that person wouldn't want for anything more than that. Saying so, I returned to the imperial capital through the transfer gate. Chapter 177. The thing he forgot. When I got back to the imperial capital, Sebas welcomes me back. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, I'm back. As usual, I remove my silver mask, take off the black robe, and change into my clothes. After that, I sit down and tiredly lean back on my chair. You look tired, sir. Yeah, I'm tired. In the first place, the magic power I used in the battle with the spirit turtle still hasn't recovered, and the negotiation really took a strain on my mental health too. A negotiation, sir? Yeah, I've negotiated with Gordon to free Sonia. Her family that got taken hostage is under Igor's protection now. That is good news. Now there is no one we have to watch out for in His Highness Gordon's faction anymore. I nod to Sebas's words. Looking at the spirit turtle incident, I can't imagine Sonia comes up with any plan for Gordon, but if her family is still in his hand, anything can happen. In the worst case scenario, Kevin himself might be the one serving under Gordon with Sonia as a hostage. In that regard, this one case is quite big. I was able to sell a favor to Elder Igor. It's not a bad deal. A weight has been lifted off your mind as well, doesn't it? Don't you think that this is a thing to celebrate, sir? I smile bitterly at Sebas's words. After all, it seems that I can't hide anything from this butler of mine. Well, that's right. It's great that Sonia was saved. I feel like I have been able to unload a burden off my mind for once. She was someone who you didn't have the chance to save, even though you want to after all. If possible, I'd like her to be on our side though. It's well known that Sonia is Gordon's strategist. Even if she wishes to join us, we wouldn't be able to take her in immediately. That's true. We already have Vindono as well. Right, we already caused enough fusses by recruiting Vin as our strategist. If we recruit an enemy strategist this time, our faction might be split in half after all. We don't have time to deal with that. The 25th anniversary celebration for my father's coronation will begin soon. Guests from all over the world will gather in the empire and a big festival will be held inside the imperial capital. At that time, we, the emperor's children, will be in charge of entertaining the VIP guests of each country. The empire is one of the top 3 superpowers in the continent. We still have 2 rivals to worry about. One is the Kingdom of Palan to the west, another is the Sokol Empire in the east. It is widely recognized that the empire is by far the best in terms of size and influence, but as long as we stay at the top, the others will come to take our place. That's why the empire has been keeping a certain balance. The one who will receive one of the VIPs from those 2 countries will definitely be Eric. The problem is another one. By the time the ceremony begins, Father will call back Gordon. Will he appoint Gordon or Leo to do that job? Looking at the result of the succession war so far, the answer is clear. If things go well, Leo will be appointed, but if a scandal occurs, that might change. Since it is almost certain that Leo will get that job, I saved Sonia using the information that could be used to damage Gordon. Still, without that information, Gordon might be appointed to the job. With that being the case, Leo might be seen as his substitute. We cannot allow that to happen. We have to show the foreign dignitaries that Leo has risen above Gordon. It's time for people to know that Leo has climbed up to the 2nd place in this succession war and start making foreign connections. It is finally the time. We are not there yet. The aim is to stand at the top, the emperor's throne. Leo isn't let his guard down either. After all, our strongest enemy is still reigning at the top. Certainly, Prince Eric is still unharmed so far. It is not just being unharmed. Gordon and Xandra's supporters are flowing into his camp. His faction is much better an option than us who are in direct conflict with them. No matter what kind of struggle we have gone through, Eric's position at the top is unwavering. It was because he is fully aware of that he doesn't move so far. So he simply stayed still to strengthen his power. Yes, and he doesn't have to worry about Father's mood as well. Xandra and Gordon wanted the seat of the emperor. That was clear in Father's eyes. That was why the hit they took was so strong. But Eric is different. He has shown no such ambition for the throne. He simply took it for granted that the throne would be his. Father likes how confident he is and how he is thinking about what would happen once he becomes the emperor. In the end, Eric is still the first choice. The other 2 were running out of control because Eric was reigning supreme over them, so they have to resort to extreme means. Even so, Sebas, do you think that those 3 have changed? Compared to when His Highness the Crown Prince was still alive, sir? Yeah, that's right. Yes, they have changed. Very much so. I see. I was told the same by Sonia's stepfather. He said that there is something wrong with this succession war. Do you think so too? A succession war is a conflict that will occur every half a century, sir. All of the emperors have fought in such a battle before. True. If it gets out of hands, it is the duty of the emperor at the time to get it under control. Yes. I have read the records of the past succession wars and I still remember the previous one as well. If I take those things into account, this succession war is definitely strange, sir. I turned silent at Sebas's words. Now it's 3 people. Sebas was active as an assassin in the last succession war. Of course, he would have detailed information about it. As Sebas says, at least this succession war is different from the last one. What do you think is strange about it? In the past, there was rarely any candidate that would consider a move that would damage the empire. Even if they are completely cornered, both Princess Xandra and Prince Gordon resorted to causing a civil war to create a situation where they can retain their power. Prince Eric, who has been looking down at this situation from above, is the same. When you become an emperor, the empire will be yours. Intentionally damaging something that will eventually become yours is too illogical. This is certainly strange, sir. So they think that as long as their faction survives, they can reverse the situation later. This is certainly unnatural. It would be too illogical to say that they were simply too stupid. If I use that reason, then there is a question of when have they become such an idiot. At least when the Crown Prince was still alive, Both Xander and Gordon were highly evaluated by everyone. This thing might be deeper than I thought her. Even so, the thing that you must do still hasn't changed, sir. Exactly. If the three of them have changed, it is all the more reason that we can't let them become an emperor. Both for mine and my family's sake. Shouldn't you say that it is for the empire's sake, sir? Thinking about that is Leo's job. Sebas makes a troubled smile at my reply. As we were chatting, I heard a knock from the door. When I told them to come in, Finn came into the room with Krista and Rita behind her. Sorry for intruding. What's wrong? You have quite a party with you today. You have been turning them away because of your busy work after all, sir. Sebas smoothly follows up for me. I see, that's the excuse he used while I was away, her. Thinking so, I stroke Krista's head. My bad, Krista. I'm sorry. Nisama is busy, so I asked Finn to play with me. Is that so? Sorry about that. Finn too. No, it's nothing. I wasn't the one who played with Her Highness after all. Saying so, Finn directed her sympathy-filled eyes in the direction of Rita. Sieg is being hugged tight in Rita's arms. It seems that he was a toy rather than a playmate though. He should have just arrived back on a fast horse together with Linfia and Leo too. How pitiful. That's right. Nisama. Look, said Krista as she approached Rita. He should have sensed the danger to himself, but Sieg doesn't react in any way. It seems his mind has gone blank already. To such Sieg, Krista holds his head while Rita grabs onto his foot. Then they started slowly pulling him into opposite directions. I'm stretching. Stretchin', gee. Sieg repeatedly mutters in a small voice. So he has broken already, her. However, when he was stretched to a certain level, he suddenly shouted as though he regained his consciousness. I'm stretching too much. It hurts. It's amazing, right? Only, Sieg can be stretched a lot, you know. Sieg. Fluffy. That's a weird way to play her. How did you come up with it? When Sieg tried to look under a woman's skirt, Linfia stopped him and taught us that we can play with him like this. I see. You can stretch him more, you know. Like hell they can. I'm stretching too much already. Releaseme. Sieg desperately shakes his body while shouting like hell I would become a children's toy. Although he is swaying up and down, he couldn't escape the hand of the two children. The scene was too comical, so I ended up laughing at it, but without missing that Sieg flares up. Don't you dare laugh, kid. You are their guardian, so do something about this situation. I see. Sorry about that. I apologize and make the collar around his neck heavier. Unable to support the sudden weight, Krista and Rita released their hands from Sieg. Sieg then slammed onto the ground with a loud noise. All right, done. Isn't there any better way to do that? You might already forget, but I am still an S-rank adventurer, you know. After proclaiming so, Sieg became frozen for some reason. Then he clapped his hands together as though he just remembered something. That's right. I am an S-rank adventurer, so you forgot about it yourself, her. Just how comfortable has he become with that body? Hey, kid, what about the deal that you would try to turn me back to normal? That's quite a thing you say when you forget about it yourself. I will tell Silver about you where there is an opportunity. Be patient until then. Don't joke around. Certainly, with this body, I can do all kinds of things with cute girls, and since I can see things from below, I can enjoy a lot of views too. Wait, everything's good, isn't it? Then there's no problem, right? Just stay like that for a while. But I can't do the good stuff with the girls, right? I want to do the good stuff with a cute girl. Good stuff. I'm just talking to myself. Don't mind me. Since he was making an inappropriate joke in front of the children, I made his collar turn super heavy. Gee, I'm going to sink into the floor. Krista and Rita worriedly poke at him, but Sieg only gets more riled up. However, he doesn't resist the two children and completely turns into their toy. The tea is ready. Give me one too. Since he was trying to crawl his way toward Finn, I made the collar even heavier. He really is a relentless guy. If I keep quiet about it for a while, he will probably forget that he is an S-rank adventurer again, her. Let's leave him like that until he forgets. Thinking so, I sip on my tea. Chapter 178. Lolifu and Erafu. Loli plus elf and Eroi plus elf. Lolifu is coming to the imperial capital. It's elf. I was so amazed at him, I had a headache. In front of me is the fourth Prince.Troget, the weirdest person in the imperial family. Hearing what I came to say to him, Traunison excitedly draws up a picture of a small elf. Lolifu. Oh, Lolifu. Why are you such a Lolifu? I can't say that his painting is any good, but to find out why I am having this conversation with him, we have to turn the time back a few hours. Section. A dignitary from the elf village? That's right. I didn't get my hope up when I sent over the messenger, but they replied that they absolutely want to participate this year. Father told me that inside the throne room, the elf village is located in a large forest in the western part of the continent. It has a strong barrier covering their territory and they don't have much interaction with the outside world. That's why Father was surprised that they would send someone over. That's surprising. It seems that the eldest daughter of their elder is deeply interested in humans. Perhaps it was due to her request, Your Highness. The eldest daughter of the elven elder, so in other words, the elf princess will be coming to visit us. That's right. The elder of the elf hidden village is the leader of the elves. Being connected to that elder by blood would mean that she is royalty. So, why did you call me here? I want someone from the imperial family who will not stir up trouble to be the elf's entertainer. You are good at that, right? Well, I don't like making things troublesome after all. But it's a rare occasion that we will have a dignitary from the elf village. Will it really be fine for me to take that duty? The others have too much personality. It would be no good to offend them after all. It's just that. There is one problem. What is it? Please spare me from any trouble, okay? Your Highness Arnold. There is already someone who nominated you to be their entertainer. A dignitary that would nominate me to be their entertainer. Well, it must be her. I can pretty much guess who it is, but who is it? The celestial princess said that she wants you to be her entertainer for the event. Then what do you intend to do? My apologies, but could you take care of both of them? So you want me to die from stress? That's how it is, Your Majesty. Franz looks at Father with a side glance and makes an expression that says, "See, I told you." Seeing that, Father frowns. I already have a hard enough time taking care of Oriheim alone, and they want to add an elf princess to my laps too? Then do you have anyone else who would be suitable to take care of her? If we leave aside the other 3 candidates for the throne, then how about letting Traunison do it? He's the weirdest person in our family, you know. If it's an elf, then he should be fine, right? His strike zone is very narrow after all. If you are cute, you are justice. Traunison lives with that principle, but his preference is only girls in the middle of their teens. He doesn't have any interest in anyone older than that. In the first place, what he is most interested in is girls in their early teenage years. He likes them enough to describe them as humanity's treasure. Therefore it should be fine for him to be around a girl whose age already passed that period. Traunison is capable if he gets serious, and he is the son of the Empress as well. In terms of status, I think that he should be enough to welcome an elf dignitary. But do you really think that he will judge people based on their age? Well, he will definitely judge them from their appearance first. Age is also important, but since he likes small and cute girls, if their appearance looks like a girl while their age is different, he shouldn't mind their age. He might just simply focus on her bust too. I don't know the exact age of the elf elder's eldest daughter. If her outer appearance looks young, then he might be the worst candidate for this, right? That is true. I can't deny that. However, leaving 2 dignitaries in His Highness Arnold's care is not realistic as well. That's true. Arnold. For now, try bringing this up to Trau. You can judge if we can leave it to him from his reaction. Understood. Section. And that's why I am having this conversation with Traunison. Ah, God. How blessed I am to be able to entertain the Lolifu. This is a mistake. Traunison's love for lowly elf is much greater than anticipated. There would be no problem if an adult elf comes, but in case of a young elf, this would be a huge mistake. I will have to change places with him as their entertainer on the spot, and Trounison will definitely resist. As I thought, I can't let him do this. Trounison, we were just talking hypothetically, you know. It's not decided that you will be given the job, all right. Excluding the 3 candidates, I am the best person for the job in terms of status. Do-foo-foo. This is as good as a sealed deal. He is being strangely smart now. He takes a look at the situation as a whole and concludes that he has the highest chance of winning. After all, he may act like a fool, but he isn't an idiot. In the end, Father will be the one who decides it. You might even be assigned to entertain the celestial princess instead, you know. That is good too. I have been eyeing her fox ears all this time after all. Do-foo-foo. TSK. So this is a no-go to her. I really can't use Trounison. While looking at the still excited Trounison, I made the decision and left the room with a sigh. But this is bad. If I can entrust neither the elf nor Orihime to Trounison, my hands will be full during the event. I have to avoid that. Thinking so, I returned to my room. Welcome back. Oh, is there something wrong, sir? Inside the room were Finn, Sebas, and Sieg. Since Sieg seems to be tired, he must have just finished his duty as Krista and Rita's toy her. Yeah, something big. What might it be? I thank Finn, who brewed me the tea and briefly explained the situation to them. Dignitary from the elf village will be attending the ceremony. If I can't find a suitable person to take care of her, I will be stuck with both Orihime and the elf dignitary at the event. Erafu, you say? It's elf. Why are there so many people with bad ears today? Sieg was suddenly invigorated and excitedly joined the conversation. A bombshell, Erafu is coming. It's elf, for God's sake. In the first place, how can you know her figure? You don't even know her age, right? But elves are all beautiful, right? I wonder what kind of Erafu will come. Seeing Sieg doing a dirty old man laugh while imagining the elf in his mind, I hold my head. I wonder why there are so many idiots around me. What should we do? If a really beautiful elf-san come to visit us, then we might have to leave Sieg-san outside the castle too. Finn-sama, you are firing me. No way. I won't take a single step from here. Wrapping his arms around the chair, Sieg declares that he will never move from this place. Then, I heard a knocking sound from the door. Hey, Nii-san. Actually, elf. What? Ah, that's right. I was thinking about talking to you about that. Leo got surprised a little when I brought up the elf before he could. Good. It seems that my brother is still a decent person. Sorry. I misjudged you. I don't know what you are talking about, but... Okay. A dignitary from the elf village is coming, right? That's why Nii-san is looking for a suitable person to be their entertainer. That's right. I am having a hard time finding a suitable person. Yeah, about that. Can you leave that to Krista? Krista? Well, I don't have a problem with that, but Father doesn't consider using Krista and our youngest brother for this ceremony, you know. Any member of the imperial family is treated as a child before they reach 15. That's why Father is not considering Krista and my youngest brother. It could be taken as an insult if you assign a child for entertaining duty, so it would be a problem if the other party was offended by it. That is true, but how about we have Finn-san and Krista do it together? Finn-san is the emperor's favorite, and she also has the title of the Blau Mo. It is well known that it is not an exaggeration to treat her as a part of the imperial family as well. So, I think that it would be fine if we have Finn-san help Krista do this. Leo, you are a genius. That was a blind spot. I couldn't find a suitable person because my scope only covers the imperial family. Anyone would be fine as long as the guest isn't offended. Krista with Finn's support. The elves wouldn't be offended since their dignitary will be taken care of by the emperor's favorite daughters. Perfect. And more importantly, they are both girls. Let's go with this. Noway, I want to meet Erafu. If you don't cut that out, I will throw you out of the castle, you know. Don't treat me like a pet, damn it. I pulled Sieg, who clings to my leg in protest, off and threw him on the sofa. After that, Leo's proposal was accepted and it was decided that Krista and Finn will be taking care of the elf dignitary. After it was announced, Trunison was crying while punching the floor, but well, that couldn't be helped, I guess. After all, too much love is dangerous. For the time being, a problem was solved. Chapter 179. The Saint and the Dominion. A few days after Krista and Finn were chosen to receive the elven dignitary, Eric, Leo, and I was summoned by Father. I understand why he called Eric and Leo. After all, he will probably tell them which dignitary of the two major countries they will be assigned to welcome. But why was I summoned too? Orihime already nominated me as her entertainer, so my assignment is set in stone already. If Father goes out of his way to cancel that, not only it will lower the Empire's reputation, but Orihime will not be so favorable toward the Empire as well. While thinking about such a thing, I finally arrived at the throne room. Father, Franz, Eric, and Leo were already waiting for me inside. You are late, Arnold. I was intending to be here early though. Just run here next time. If you are fine with me being tired and couldn't talk, then I will do so. Father raised his brows at my reply, but from his side, Franz cleared his throat to remind him to start the meeting. I guess this is no time to discuss such a topic, huh? Chimpage. Eric, Leonard. I am going to decide which country you will be assigned to at the ceremony now. Do you have any requests regarding that? As long as it is Father's decision, I have no qualm against it. Leo gives a safe answer first. To that, Eric immediately replied, I wish to welcome the dignitary from the so-called Empire. Who? And what is your reason? It is a country that I have visited many times as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They should be more familiar with me than Leonard. So you think that they would not be so favorable toward Leonard? 11 years ago, the dwarfs have fled the so-called Empire to our Adraxia Empire. They know that at the time Leonard's mother, Mitsubidono, was involved in allowing them into our country. Still, they shouldn't know the exact details of what happened. Saying so, Eric glances at me. He is probably trying to imply that it was the mess you made, but well, it's already in the past. There's nothing I can do about it now, so I just shrug and let it pass. Seeing that, Eric lightly exhales and continues speaking. With the dwarfs incident, there are probably many who don't have good feelings toward Mitsubidono, so I think that it would be better for me to entertain the guests from the so-called Empire myself. What do you think? Franz. It is as His Highness Eric said. We do not have time to cause extra problems as well. I see. Then Eric will be assigned to the dignitary from the Empire. Are you all right with that? Leonard. I do not mind. Saying so, Leo bows without saying anything more. He knew that it would be like this, that's why he gave Father a safe answer. Between the Empire and the Kingdom, the people of the Empire are more favorable toward the so-called Empire. The duty to entertain the dignitary from the Empire is important, but Eric has many acquaintances in the so-called Empire. If we can't win no matter how much effort we put in, then it would be better to not take that fight in the first place. After all, there are only two choices here. It's not a bad thing for Leo to be left with the leftover one. Then Leonard, you will be assigned to the dignitary from the Kingdom. I think that is good. The representative from the Kingdom also wanted either His Highness Leonard or His Highness Arnold to be their host as well. Me and Leo? I unintentionally reacted since it piqued my interest. The Kingdom has been at war with the Empire since 11 years ago. Since then, we have been gradually deepening the relationship with each other. We have been dispatching people to go to their side, while the other side also sent someone over. It should be someone who they sent over in the past, but was there anyone who got along with me and Leo that well? For a moment, I dive into the sea of my memory. But before I remembered that person, Leo arrived at the answer. Don't tell me. Saint Sama will be coming to visit us? Exactly. So you immediately know who it is, right? I still remember her after all. She only stayed with us for 2 days though. That's right. It seems that she still remembers her time here. Arnold seems to have forgotten it though. If you mention her, I would remember. That's right. 5 years ago. At the time when we were only 13 years old, we spent 2 days with a girl from the Kingdom. The girl who was 1 year older than us was called the Saint. 2 years before we met, the girl who was 12 years old at the time held a legendary staff in her hands and saved the Kingdom of Palan, which was at war with multiple countries. As the kingdom and the empire were locked in a stalemate, that saint came to visit the empire as the kingdom's ambassador. It was a coincidence that we were able to become acquaintances. The two of us met her when she happened to be talking with our mother. I still remember how I enjoyed those 2 days. I see. So she still remembers us, her. The saint savior of the kingdom of Palan, Letitia. So, she will be representing the kingdom this time, her. That's right. The kingdom seems to want to conclude the treaty with us soon. The reason that the saint herself will be coming here is the declaration of that. It was always her who lessened the tension at the border after all. Her decision in nominating her entertainer here might be a political one as well. I will do my best, Leo said with a face full of motivation. Seeing him like that, I lightly sigh. The important talk should be over now. So, why did you call me here? There is a little troublesome matter. Another troublesome thing again, her. Please don't push something like that to me anymore. A dignitary from the Cornix Dominion will be coming, Your Highness. The moment Franz said that, my head went blank for a moment. The reason is that I just heard the name of a country that has no business coming here. I, Leo, and Eric silently give father a sharp gaze. Father slightly narrowed his eyes and took it. Are you sane? The voice was so emotional that I was surprised that it was Eric's voice. The emotion imbued in that voice was anger. Both mine and Leo's anger also doesn't lose to him. The Cornix Dominion. It was them that killed Wilhelm 3 years ago, you know. That's right. Even if they are now a part of the Egret United Kingdom, a country that tried to evade the responsibility and blame what happened on some random vassal has no right to be here. Father. They took Wilhelm's life. The throne room is heating up. That was how hated the country that took the life of the crown prince is. The Cornix Dominion is a country to the north of the empire. It used to be an independent nation, but since its defeat by the United Kingdom of Egret, Kanji read the Alliance of Island Nations, it was now incorporated into the United Kingdom. However, because they are now a semi-independent country, they still have a certain degree of autonomy. Our eldest brother, Wilhelm the Crown Prince, died in the battle that took place at the border of the Cornix Dominion. Their explanation was only that some of their vassals went out of control and only offered us the head of some random vassal as an apology. Of course, the empire was furious. Many voiced their opinions that we should destroy their whole country, but the death of the crown prince, who was the excellent successor, took a toll on father and he lost the energy to make a counterattack on them. Apart from that, father thought that what happened might have been an assassination that would have been unrelated to the Dominion. One could say that he spent so much time investigating that and eventually missed the chance for the counterattack. That's why the root of the problem is still unsolved. To the mass, they see the Cornix Dominion as their sworn enemy. Even Leo, who was usually calm, was angry at the Dominion's response when they denied all responsibility and blamed everything on their vassal. His anger from that time probably resurfaced. That matter is already in the past. We must set our sights forward from now on. The other side wanted to reconcile with us. Brushing them off would be ill-mannered. However, Leo was still unconvinced, but he didn't say anything more when he saw father's eyes. Even father still couldn't fully come to terms with this. That was what his eyes were saying. So you want me to be their entertainer for the event? Can I ask you to do that? A VIP from the United Kingdom will be coming as well. I am intending to have Gordon take care of that. Can I have some time to think it over? Very well. If you don't think that you can do it, you can refuse. I don't mind. Father said so and dismissed us. Section. I and Leo are silently walking down the hallway of the castle. You should refuse. You think so? I finally smiled when Leo opened his mouth. He's still having a sour look on his face. This is rare. You don't want to do it, right? It's not that I don't want to do it. I asked father for time to think it over because I want to know if that person is okay with this. That person? We aren't the ones who are the angriest at them. I'm sure the angriest one among us is Trauneson. If Trauneson is okay with it, then I will take the job. The day Trauneson, the real younger brother of our eldest brother, known of his death. It was the first time that I ever saw Trauneson get angry. Back then he even said that he would personally lead the army to attack the Dominion himself. I can't decide what to do with this case before asking Trounison first. I am fine. It's not that I am not angry, but father was also enduring his anger. If Trounison is willing to endure that anger too, then I will also do the same. That's why you can just forget about this. But are you planning to welcome the saint with that kind of face? Leo's face that was clouded by anger is different than he usually is. That is not a good face to show her. Leo takes a deep breath and finally notices what kind of face he is making. Okay. I will leave this to you, Ni-san. Do that. You can just think about how you should welcome the saint. After all, she is your first love. When I said so with a grin on my face, Leo turned his blushed face away and turned silent. Chapter 180. Trounison. That's what happened. Heading to Trounison's place, I explain what happened to him. I was expecting him to get upset and immediately head to father's place, but Trounison is very calm. Even though I brought up the Dominion, he didn't look at me and normally headed to his table. Yumu, I can't come up with a good idea for my work at all. Trounison. Did you listen to what I said? I did. But I do not understand the reason you bring this to me. Aren't you angry? Puzzled, I asked him that question. After all, I cannot feel any shred of anger from Trounison at all. And he actually nodded. The time for anger has already passed. Let's put it like that. You are saying that you will not obsess on the past. I do obsess on the past. Now I'm confused. Trounison really is a strange person. I can't understand what he is thinking at all. While I was thinking that way, Trounison turned toward me. Arnold, do you think that the Dominion was responsible for my brother's, Wilhelm's death? I think that they played a part in it. I have the same opinion. However, they probably were only used. The aides who served at my brother's side at the time he headed to the north were limited in number. The battle took place when his defense was the weakest and my brother died from a strayed arrow. But do you truly think that Wilhelm was someone who could be killed by some stray arrow? The possibility is that his condition was bad at the time and couldn't react to it. Or someone drugged him. He may act like a fool, but he is not an idiot. That is my evaluation of Trounison, but I have never felt that as strongly as today. His straightforward gaze feels even more amazing than usual. After all, this person is the actual younger brother of Prince Wilhelm. He must have witnessed a lot of things as he looked on the back of his brother since he was a child. An assassination? But no evidence was found even though father did all that investigation, you know. They wouldn't use anything that can be found. You need to guarantee success when you try to assassinate the Crown Prince. They probably know how our investigation will be conducted in advance as well. Are you suggesting that the person who murdered the Crown Prince was someone who knew him, and how the Empire works? There is no doubt that there is someone like that among them. However, that is not my job to find out. Saying so, Trounison looks out the window. From there, he can see the vibrant castle town. The imperial family is here to support and prosper the empire. Our eldest brother has lived with such an ideal. If the empire prospered, as a result, one could say that the death of our eldest brother was not in vain. Are you fine with that? As a younger brother, it was painful to lose him. I have never doubted that he would become a great emperor. But, as a father who lost his son, I think the one who has it harder than us would be father. If father is willing to accept the people from the Dominion, then it would be our duty as his children to accept his decision. I understand. The task of being their entertainer, I will do it. When I tried to say that, Trounison stopped me with his hand. Then, I will do it myself. That would be for the best. Are you serious? I am serious. If they truly want to befriend us, then it would be rude to brush them off. If we don't give them a proper welcome, then we will not be able to overcome the past. Having me who was born from the same mother as the Crown Prince would show our sincerity. Plus, I would rather not push something unpleasant to my little brother. I have never thought of it like that. And won't it be hard for the other side as well? I know that. But if they really want to improve the relationship between our countries, then should be able to overcome that much pressure. Troughneson said so and raised his body, which is the largest of all of us the imperial family, from his chair. When I was a kid, I thought that he was like a big bear. Well, that impression wouldn't be wrong. This person is a bear. After all, there is still a strong light behind his eyes. If their intention to improve the relationship between our nations is a lie, then I will personally make them pay for it. Troughneson. But my will might be broken if they sent over a cute girl though. So you won't break character her. I tiredly opened the door while being amazed by how Troughneson could care less about that comment. If Troughneson is going to take on the role of the entertainer for the dignitary from the Dominion, then he must report it to father. To father, if Troughneson is willing to take on that task, he will surely leave it to him. After all, even like this person has no weakness except for beautiful girls. Arnold. When we left the room and started to walk down the corridor together, Troughneson suddenly called out to me. When I looked at him, the expression on his face was a serious one. What is it? Tell Leonard to be careful. This ceremony will not end without any incident. What do you mean? The dignitaries that will be visiting the Empire during the ceremony will be the ones that favor the Empire. If other nations are planning to do something, then this will be the chance they would aim for. Are they going to attack us? The Empire? I can't say that the possibility doesn't exist. Maybe it was because she was cautious of that. Ms. Liselott refused father's request to come back and stay to guard the border. She has been guarding the front line all this time. She must have felt something there. I will let Leo know. Even so, she can only be vigilant of the external threats. Well, I guess I can't do anything about that. After muttering those profound words, Troughneson hastens his pace. While trying to match his pace, I asked him the question that has always been on my mind. Troughneson, have you never thought about aiming for the throne? Wilhelm was an ideal crown prince. That's why I was always doing what I pleased. In the end, I couldn't do anything to help him. No matter how much I regret what happened, there is a limit to my regret. No matter how regrettable it was. That's why I once thought about taking over from him. For a moment, that is. Only a moment. It immediately disappeared from my mind. I will never be able to become an emperor that can surpass Wilhelm. Ever since his death, the succession war has begun. The next emperor who is the winner of that succession war must be someone that can surpass Wilhelm. And I cannot do that. As we almost arrived at the throne room, he stopped. That's why. He said so as he took a deep breath while looking at me. No, the person behind me. I have high hopes for Arnold and Leonard. You too will surely become the emperor that can surpass Wilhelm. Unlike the other three. Can I take that as your declaration that you would be on Leonard's side? Traugott. Looking back, Eric was standing there. Troughneson and Eric's eyes locked. It will be up to how you take it, Eric. Are you saying that I can't surpass Wilhelm? The past you might be able to do that, but now it is different. Eric, who was working hard to support Wilhelm back then, would act in a way that will not escalate the succession war. Like the other two, you have changed as well, Eric. If I move, the succession war will only get more chaotic. That will weaken the empire. Why don't you understand that? I'm telling you, you have changed. You should have enough power to act without undermining the empire and striving to keep our family from shedding blood. If you are saying that you want to surpass Wilhelm, then that is the thing you must do. Still, you didn't do it even though it was within your power. That is unrealistic. My way is better to minimize the damage. I am not saying that you should act solely on an ideal. I am only saying that I will not accept someone who does not try to pursue it. After all, there is no tomorrow for someone who doesn't wish for a better future. Saying so, Troughneson turned back. At the same time, Eric also does the same. While showing me his broad back, he says this to me. Arnold, you cannot beat Eric alone. You need to do it together with Leonard. Do not force everything on to your brother. Don't repeat my mistake. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Well then, let's go. Ha! Why? Troughneson said so and suddenly started running at the door. I tried to stop him, but before I could do that, he vigorously opened the door to the throne room. Father. Traugott will take care of the dignitary from the dominion. Noisy. Don't barge in during a meeting. Hi. I'm sorry. While wondering why he is always like this, I lowered my head and ran after Trauneson, who fled the throne room half crying. Chapter 181. The 6th and the 9th Prince. Then the 6th Prince Conrad will take care of the dignitary from the Principality of Albitro, and the dignitary from the Principality of Rondine will be taken care of by the 9th Prince Henrik. The 7th Prince Arnold will continue to be the entertainer of the Celestial Princess of Mizuho. That's good. Father assigned us the task at the throne room. Including me, the 3 princes quietly bow our heads. Father's decision is absolute. There is no room for objection. The gathered princes this time are the princes who have a supporting role in the succession war. Thus we are only assigned to small countries. The implication is that we are enough to take care of their country. Well, as for Mizuho, I was only assigned because of Oriheim's nomination though. There were some countries that did not accept our invitation, but most of the major countries will be coming to visit us. Do not judge the dignitaries based on the scale of their country. Try and take an arrogant attitude toward them and I will rid you of your status as a prince. You hear me? Father narrows his eyes as he advises us. It was the 9th Prince Hendrik who responded to such advice. Please leave it to me, Your Majesty. As a part of the imperial family, I will never act in a way that will compromise the honor of our family. The one I am most worried about is you though. Father tiredly said so. The 9th Prince Hendrik is 16 years old. He has half-length green hair as his characteristic feature. His mother is the 5th consort Susan and is the direct little brother of the 2nd Princess Sandra. Since they have quite a distance between each other, he was let off with only a punishment. Should I say that he took after his mother or his sister here? His pride as a member of the imperial family is high and he always harsh on others. I understand why Father is worried about him being arrogant. He probably doesn't understand what an entertainer is. Maybe he is thinking that it's all right as long as he shows up and welcomes the guest. Even now, he is distorting his face when he was told that it was he who is the root of Father's worry. He probably felt humiliated by that. The fact that he acted like that even to Father's words is already enough for us to worry. Excuse me, Your Majesty. But rather than me, shouldn't you be more worried about Arnold? Henrik said so and directed the talk toward me. This guy has been seeing me as his enemy for a long time and he has an intense feeling of rivalry toward Leo. Apparently, he can't endure the fact that we were born from a commoner mother to rise above himself. That's why this guy doesn't treat us like his older brother. To be honest, he's a pain. Yes, I will be careful. Henrik glares at me, who casually let his comment pass. He probably dislikes my reaction as well. Well, if I take him seriously he will glare at me all the same, so it's the same result either way. Well, the young ones sure are cheerful. An old man like me really can't keep up. You are still only a young man in your 20s. What are you saying? I am already 21, Father. Compared to my teenage brothers, I am already an old man, you know. The one who said such an old man thing is the 6th Prince Conrad. This prince is characterized by short red hair and a soft smile on his face. His mother is the 5th consort and his older brother is Gordon. He was supposed to be raised as a warrior, but his lack of motivation is the same as me. That soft smile and light attitude is probably some kind of mutation from his bloodline. Well, maybe Father's blood is just stronger in him. The difference between him and me is that he does put in the bare minimum effort to not be scolded at. That being the case, can I leave now? It is very tiring to mingle with young people after all. Ha! Both you and Arnold, why have you two turned out like this? We just took after you, Father. Saying so, Conrad turned back without waiting for Father's permission. Then without looking back, please rest assured, I will properly do my job. I am not worried about that part. Seriously, you two are dismissed too. Saying so, Father dismissed me and Henrik. After I left the throne room, I immediately tried to head back to my room, but I was stopped by Henrik. Wait, Arnold. What? Henrik. Don't address me without honorifics. Think of your position, you dull prince. Henrik said so in anger. Thinking about my position, I am the older one here, so you are the one who should watch out how you address me though. Don't think that you are the same as me, alright? I have my sister's faction on my back. I will be entering the succession war myself. Okay. Well, do your best. After I casually brushed him off like earlier, I started walking. Certainly, Xandra's faction is now under Henrik. However, its power is only about 60% of how it was during its prime. Half of the missing 40% went to join Eric's side and the other half just dropped out from the succession war. It's fine if he wants to prop himself up with it, but his faction is too small to be considered the fourth candidate. It would be almost impossible for him to aim for the emperor's seat. Moreover, when he flaunted the power he borrowed from others, that ambition of his just looked pathetic. Wait. You are making fun of the fact that I will be joining the succession war. I won't say anything bad about it, but it would be better if you just give up. When I advised him so, Henrik started to laugh mockingly at me. His laughter continued for a while. What was so funny? I couldn't understand that, so I decided to wait for him to say something. Ahaha, this is the best. Do you think that just because I will take part in the succession war, I am aiming for the emperor seat myself? Am I wrong? I am not thinking about winning the war with this faction. I have a smarter way. I will be lending my help to other factions and secure a solid position for myself after the succession war is over. Do you think that it would go well? It will. I already have a collaborator after all. Saying so, Hendrik looks behind me. Looking back, I saw Jide standing there. Yo, Arnold. Horsfarth house her. That's right. I already obtained the help of Duke Horsfarth's house. With this, you have no chance of winning. Why? That is because I will never cooperate with you. What a shame, Arnold. If you only accepted my invitation at that time, it wouldn't turn out like this. Birds of the same feather really flock together. They both begin to laugh mockingly at me. They both possess a high amount of pride, and they are the type of people that satisfy their self-esteem by looking down on others. I won't say anything bad about them. After all, a person's capacity varies from person to person. Even so, as a person, these guys are just too small. I will look forward to your work then. I hope you can enjoy the succession war to your fullest. Saying so, I tried to walk past Jide to leave the place. However, Jide grabs my arm. Is there anything else you want from me? This is mercy. Arnold. Grind your head on the ground and pathetically apologize to me. If you do that, I will convince His Highness Henrik to help yours and Leonard's faction. Haha, that's good. Now, apologize to him, Arnold. Their noises echo in my head. Seriously, these guys really are a bunch of idiots. Even if I bend over and beg, nothing will change. Henrik has hated us ever since he was born. As long as that hatred is there, he will never help us even if Jide tries to convince him. Since I know that, I brush Jide's hand away. Sorry, but I can't show such pathetic appearance like that anymore. It will damage Leo's reputation. Now you suddenly care about Leonard's reputation. You are making me laugh. You are already a dirty spot on Leonard. Leonard is probably cursing himself for having a brother like you. The moment Jide said that to me, the hallway was filled with intense killing intent. There is no need to look at the source of that. I can count the number of people who can release this level of killing intent with one hand. Do you have any other last word? Jide. Elna. Seeing Elna walking toward us while glaring at him, Jide lost his balance and fell on his butt. Her gaze moves from Jide to Henrik. It seems that even Henrik couldn't say anything in front of Elna's killing intent. He only stepped back in fright. Elna. Don't threaten them too much. That's rude. This is not a threat, you know. Elna then put her right hand on her sword handle. Didn't expect that she would do that. Jide raised a scream while Henrik tried to threaten her. Chimpate. Try it if you can. You should know how heavy a crime it is to turn your sword toward the imperial family. That's true, Prince Henrik. Do you also know that blocking the way of the imperial family is also a crime? That is. I allowed it, so it's okay. Henrik uses sophism to let Jide escape Elna's punishment. Seriously, there's no point in dealing with them. Thinking so, I try to pull Elna's hand and leave the place. Then I will allow it. You can kill him, Elna. Understood. Now I have the permission as well. Ha! Elna gladly tries to pull out her sword. I put my hand over hers and looked at the person who gave her such a permission. Don't stir up trouble, Leo. Retaliating when someone picks a fight with you. That is Ni-san's policy, right? Said Leo as he walks toward me with a large group of nobles behind him. They are all nobles who are supporting Leo. He must have just finished the meeting with them. The number of the nobles behind him signify Leo's current power. Then, Leo, who is being followed by so many supporters, looks straight at Henrik. Henrik, if you are planning to stand against me, then I will not show you any mercy. Ku. Don't get ahead of yourself, you low-born. You people stand no chance against Erikaniu. Without my help, you will never stand a chance against him, you know. I have won many battles with no chance of victory just fine so far. We are not weak enough to be scared by that attitude of yours. I've been aware of how harsh this path is from the beginning. Only when I overcome its harshness, I will become the emperor everyone recognizes. It would be better for you not to stand against us with that half-baked resolve of yours. Leo gave Henrik advice. At the same time, it is the final warning. This is his last chance to withdraw. However, Henrik distorted his face and chose to continue. I am not joining this battle with a half-baked resolve. I am prepared to die for it. And I am telling you that your resolve is half-baked. We are fighting because we don't want us or anyone to die. Spare me from any more senseless bloodshed. Get out of my way, Henrik. I will not. I will never accept it. I will never accept the like of you. Saying so, Henrik ran away. Jide, who was left behind, tries to escape without being noticed, but Leo stops him. Jide von Horsfarth. Why, yes. Tell this to your father. Don't disturb the succession war any more than this. UN, understood. Also, you should change the way you treat Ni-san. Both mine and Elna's hand tend to reach for the sword when people make fun of him, you see. Hi. Jide leaves the scene with a frightened look. After seeing that, I turned to Leo. You purposely did that, right? Henrik is being hostile toward us after all. If he is going to become our enemy anyway, I thought that I should scare him a bit. Saying so, Leo sticks his tongue out. Seeing that playful gesture, I sigh. At the beginning of the succession war, he would never play this trick on anyone. Talking about his growth, I think this also counts as one, but I think that his method has become a little similar to mine lately. You look like you have some complicated feelings, don't you? I feel like my pure brother has been tainted. And who do you think is the one who tainted him? Hearing Elna's retort, I frowned. Should I be happy or sad about my brother's growth? Thinking so, I parted with Leo and his supporters. What are you doing here today? I was summoned by His Majesty. Maybe it will be the talk about reinstating me into the Imperial Knight Order. Is that right? It is finally the time, huh? Yeah. I want to be free from that position a while longer, but... Well, if he reinstates me, I will obey. After all, there is a lot I can help you with from inside the Imperial Knight Order too. Elna said so with a smile and headed to the throne room. I can see father's intention in wanting to perfect his preparation to welcome the dignitaries at the ceremony by reinstating Elna into the Imperial Knight Order. The ceremony was about to begin. I hope that nothing bad happens. But I'm sure that it is a dream that won't come true. Thinking so, I went back to my room. Chapter 182. Dignitaries' Reception. The 25th anniversary celebration for father's coronation. In order to participate in the event, the dignitaries of each country gathered at the imperial capital. The peak of their arrival is likely to be today. Oh, look, Arnold. There's no way I can see that, right? I am currently observing the dignitaries' arrival at the castle's balcony, but my view was obstructed by Orihime, who is currently riding on my back because she was free, so she came over to play at my room. In the end, I can only see what is below me. What? People are riding on small dragons, you know. Are they the dragon knights I heard from the rumor? The proud dragon knights of the United Kingdom, her. I shift Orihime sideways and look up at the approaching dragon knights. Orihime resisted, but I am curious, so it couldn't be helped. A dozen or so dragon knights were flying in the sky. The ones they are riding are flying dragons. Although they are only a subspecies of the dragon, the United Kingdom has the technology that managed to tame them. The dragon knights that are riding on the flying dragons played a big role in their battle against the Dominion. They also played an active role as the United Kingdom's main force in their war against the kingdom. Leading those dragon knights is a man riding on a red flying dragon. The man landed near the main gate of the Imperial Sword Castle and splendidly jumped off from his dragon and has a firm handshake with Gordon, who came out to meet him. Who is that? William Van Drummond, the second prince of the United Kingdom. His alias is the Dragon Prince. As you can see, he is a dragon knight. He rides a dragon even though he is of a royal family. That's so dangerous. He has no common sense at all. I don't want to hear that from you. What? Getting angry at my words, Orihime leans back as a punishment. Honestly, she is heavy. How's that? Give up yet? Yeah, I give up. Moo, I can't even feel a shred of sincerity. While saying so, Orihime jumps off me and stands at my side. When she was doing so, William and Gordon entered the castle. It seems that they are strangely close to each other though. Huh. Does that prince prefer men? Don't ever say that in front of him, all right? I'm begging you here, at least don't do it when you are with me. It will cause a diplomatic problem. Listen here, they are being friendly to each other because those two are actually friends with each other. Friend? Was the Empire an ally of the United Kingdom? That's right, but Gordon had been studying in the United Kingdom for about 6 months. It seems that was when they met. They are both warriors, so they should get along well with each other. Their ages are close too. So that was the case her. I thought that he has that kind of hobby for a moment. That's a relief. It is strange that your mind went there in the first place. While being amazed at Orihime's thought process, my eyes found Leo near the castle's main gate. He is fidgeting too much. Mew Mew, why is your younger brother so restless? Even I am calmer, you know. Nah. What? Oh, don't bite me. Ish your ult. Don't just try to talk. It hurts. Even when I try shaking my hand couldn't escape Orihime's jaw. I don't know what she is saying, but she should be saying that it's my fault or something along that line. Since she is being so relentless, I decided to say the thing that has never even once crossed my mind. All right. You are calm. You are very calm. Thimpy. That's right. Orihime finally released me with a smug face and crossed her arms while nodding to herself. It seems that she was satisfied with how she was able to get me to say what she wanted. How simple-minded. You where? There's even a bite mark. A bite mark was left on my right hand. Well, if a beast person like Orihime seriously bit me, then I wouldn't be left with only this kind of light bite mark. For Orihime, it must have been only a playful bite. Maybe that is why she doesn't look worried at all. Well, she is always like this though. Putting that aside, why is your little brother so nervous? He probably gets nervous because he will be welcoming the famous Saint Salma, I guess. The saint? The one from the Palan Kingdom? That's right. The user of the Holy Staff, one of the 4 sacred treasures made from the same meteorite that was used to forge the Holy Sword. She is like the kingdom's version of Elna. The 4 sacred treasures her. I know about them. There are 4 of them, including the Holy Sword, right? I didn't know that the saint was holding on to one. To commoners, the staff was only something of a legend after all. In the first place, there are many mysteries surrounding the 4 sacred treasures. It is said that they were made even before the age of ancient magic, and each of them has different power too. Still, even though they are all sacred treasures, the Holy Sword was said to be about 3 levels above the other 3. Aren't you quite knowledgeable about this? My childhood friend is the user of the Holy Sword after all. During such an exchange, I look up at the sky. Seeing that, Orihime puzzlingly cocked her head. Why are you looking at the sky? There is no more dragon, you know. The saint of the Palan Kingdom doesn't only have the Holy Staff. Although there are only a few in the kingdom, she also rides on a griffin. At that moment, 7 to 8 griffins descend down from the sky. Leading them is a woman with pale blonde hair riding on a white griffin. She has semi-long hair and is wearing a characteristic headband. Although the woman possesses a mysterious atmosphere, she is beautiful. Her beauty doesn't come purely from her outer appearance. She has the beauty of pure white snow. Like a woman who doesn't know filth. That is the saintess of the Palan kingdom, Letitia. Following Letitia was a black griffin with no rider on it and her escort knights riding on griffins. Welcoming them is Leo, who is respectfully lowering his head to welcome Letitia's party. I was a little curious, so I used magic to eavesdrop on their conversation. Welcome to the Empire. Letitia-sama. Thank you for taking the long trip to visit us. I, the 8th Prince Leonard, will serve as your entertainer during your stay at the imperial capital. Thank you for your warm welcome, Prince Leonard. It has been a while. Has it been 5 years already? Yes. It's been a long time. That Leo, he is so nervous. If it's the usual him, then he would praise how she has grown beautiful. He only says those safe lines for a while now. He probably doesn't want to say anything weird to her. Seeing such Leo, Letitia smiles. My prince, has the friendship we have from 5 years ago faded away already? No, it's not like that. Then please relax. When I see you being so tense, I would end up feeling nervous as well. My apologies. It's just that. I was nervous because you are very beautiful. Thank you very much. Prince Leonard has grown cooler yourself too, you know. No, putting it like that wouldn't do. You have become a splendid prince. Your fame even reaches the kingdom as the hero prince who saves the people you know. No way. I was only being helped by others. Even so, it was you who decided to help them, right? I am happy that your kindness still remains the same. Saying so, Letitia reached her hand out for Leo. Leo tensely took her hand and shook it. After exchanging a few more words, the two walked to the castle. During that time, Letitia looks up at me. Catching my figure with her clear blue eyes, Letitia smiled and waved at me. Since I cannot wave back with my hand like this, I give her a small bow in return. She doesn't change. No matter where or when it is, she is still herself. It might be better to describe her as a person that always does everything at her own pace. Mew. What's wrong? As expected of the saint. I was taken in by her for a moment. I shall recognize her as the 3rd most beautiful woman next to me then. So you are always on the top of that list, her. Wait. Who is the 2nd most beautiful woman after you then? That would be the most beautiful woman in the Empire. Finha. I haven't seen them talking with each other, but they must have at least greeted each other before. Even Finn is the 2nd most beautiful, her. That is so like Oriheim. I don't mind that they each have their own pace, but if she does it too much it would be hard for me to keep up with her though. By the way, where is Elna in that ranking? Out of bound, probably. Don't say that in front of her, okay? I said so and sigh. The fact that the dignitaries from each country have gathered here means that troublesome things will increase as well. I hope that there isn't too many problems I have to deal with. After making my wish, I left the balcony. Chapter 183. Excessive Force. Your Highness Arnold, Your Grace, the 3rd Imperial Night Corps is at your service. Yumu, good work. Each of the Imperial Night Corps is assigned as protective detail to each of the dignitaries. Well, that's good and all, but isn't the strength concentrated too much here? The strongest sword and the strongest shield on the continent are here after all. Even if it was to compensate for Arnold-sama's lacking, this would still be overkill. Don't say lacking. Was it Father's order? Yes, His Majesty said that it should be easier for me to have my first mission after a long while with someone I am familiar with. It will be tough on me though. Well, it's not my business. Hearing that cold response, I sigh deeply. If he wanted to assign her to someone she is familiar with, Leo should work just fine. It's useless to think about it now, her. If she was assigned to him, 2 users of the sacred treasures would be at his side after all. Since the result would be almost the same, it is probably no coincidence that Father decided to push the problem my way. Seriously, what a troublesome father he is. Captain Elna. Right now, you are my escort, correct? I am your grace and your highness's escort. Yes. In other words, you are my escort, right? That is not wrong. Orihime puts on a smug face and sits down on the sofa. Seeing that, Elna's expression turned visibly displeased. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this, so I put some distance away from Orihime. Now Captain Elna, my shoulders are stiff. Is that so? Not like that. You are now my escort. You should give me a massage. Seeing Orihime's triumph attitude, I can see Elna's veins popping and her cheeks starting to cramp. It would be fine if Elna says that massaging her shoulder is outside the scope of her duty, but Elna would never do that. It's not that she can't do it, she simply is not willing to. The reason being, it would make her feel like she lost to Orihime. Thanks to that, the situation goes in a complicated direction. Understood. Then allow me to give you a massage, Your Grace. Elna then slowly walks behind Orihime with a smile that can kill. On the other hand, Orihime seems to be pleased to hear Elna's reply. That might be why she didn't notice the fact that Elna's smile only deepened when she got behind her. Will this amount of power be enough for you? You are. My shoulders are being crushed. Elna grabs Orihime's shoulders as though she was going to crush them. I don't think that can be called a massage anymore. Orihime went wild as her shoulders are literally being crushed, but Elna only increases the strength of her grip. It hurts. It hurts. I said that it hurts, right? The pain means that the massage is working, right? Don't you know that? I won't have a shoulder after this. You are only jealous of my chest, right? Yours wouldn't give you shoulder pain after 8. It seems that your shoulders are quite stiff, Your Grace. I think it would be better if I increased my strength a bit more. Orihime's careless comment hit Elna's nerves. She looks like a demon as she literally tries to crush Orihime's shoulders. It would be dangerous if this keeps on going, so I move in to stop her. Elna. Thumbi. Hearing my voice, Elna releases Orihime's shoulders and snorts as she looks away. Finally released from Elna's grip, Orihime half cryingly clung to my waist. You. It hurts. It hurts so much. Arnold. Yes, it was because you were trying to play a prank on Elna, you know. I tiredly stroked Orihime's head to ease her. Orihime groaning about the pain for a while. After the pain subsides, she half cryingly yells at Elna. Why is my own escort trying to hurt me? I just gave you a shoulder massage though. You literally tried to crush it. Then do you want to do over? Hi. When Elna started to grip her right hand, Orihime screamed and hid behind me, probably reminded of the pain she just felt. Arnold. Elna bullied me. Ha. You went too far. Elna. What? Are you intending to be on her side? Haha. Arnold will always be on my side. He is my entertainer after all. That doesn't matter. I'll. Stop spoiling that fox already. She is up to no good, you know. She has always been up to no good though. Hearing that, Orihime peeked out from behind me and stuck her tongue out to provoke Elna. Reacting to that cheap provocation, Elna tries to grab Orihime, but she escapes while using me as her shield. Come back here. Why would I? You little. UWA. Arnold. This woman was about to hit me, you know. I was only trying to pat your head. Don't lie. That was clearly a fist, right? Thus the game of tag begins with me as the center. Elna is trying to catch Orihime while she escapes from her while using me as her shield. Although they are playing tag by circling around me, one of them is the hero and the other is the celestial princess. Orihime, who is running away, creates barriers to obstruct Elna, while Elna, who is chasing after her, continues to break Orihime's barrier one after another. This game of tag is both simple and advanced at the same time. As I think so, the sound of glass breaking continues to echo around me. Abandoning his master and escape alone. What kind of butler are you? It is my principle to not poke my head into a conflict between women, sir. That's the first time I hear that you have such a principle. This is the first time I mention it after all. I tried to jab at Sebas, who evacuated the scene and observed the situation from a distance, but he still managed to give me a perfect reply. Just like that, Sebas started to sip on his tea while observing the situation like it is none of his business. This butler. He is being serious about not interfering her. I can't expect outside help, and even if I tell them to stop, they would start fighting over whose side I will take again. Then I should just wait quietly until this pointlessly advanced game of tag is over. When I decided to give up, Finn came into the room. Excuse me. Ulsama. Welcome to the noisy room. Fufu, it is very lively here. Smiling at the scene, Finn began to brew the tea with practiced hands. It seems from Finn's point of view, this situation seems to be lively. Oriheim-sama, do you want some tea? Yumiu. I will have some. Finn's tea is always delicious. Then please sit down and wait, okay? What about you, Elna-sama? Seeing Oriheim, who she was chasing after, obediently sit on the sofa. Elna's outstretched hand wanders without knowing what to do. Seeing such Elna, Finn smiles. We have sweets too, so why don't we eat it together? Alright. I will join in. Yes. Then please sit down. With that said and done, Finn managed to have both the strongest sword and the strongest shield of the continent behave themselves. How skillful. To think that she would be able to make these two beasts behave like adults. As expected of Finn her. Here, Ulsama. Thanks. You saved me there, really. No, I also have something to talk with you about after all. It seems that the dignitary from the elf village still hasn't arrived yet. The dignitary from the so-called empire, the Dominion, and the two principalities in the south have already arrived. The so-called empire sent their prince. For the Dominion, the Lord came over himself. I was a bit nervous when he arrived, but since Traunison was friendly with him, the atmosphere didn't become so serious. From the two principalities are their king's children. Representing the Principality of Albatro are the twin, Eva, and Julio, while the Principality of Rondine sent over a prince. The only remaining major dignitary left is from the elf village, but unfortunately, the elves are secretive, so we only know that they have already left their village. We have sent out agents to look for information about them, but currently, we don't know where they are. Is that so? Well, I guess we can only wait patiently for their arrival here. Maybe it was because they have long lives, they tend to take their time. Yes. I don't mind waiting for them, but I am worried if they will be able to arrive here safely. It should be all right. The elves' elites should be escorting them. We don't have to worry as long as she is not someone who ditched her escort like a certain someone here. Saying so, I look at Oriheim. However, she seems to not hear that because she is happily eating Finn's sweets. She left her escort behind. She left them at the guild headquarters. The second Imperial Night Corps took over from there, so it was fine, but that was certainly not normal. She has no common sense at all. Oh, shut up, both of you. It will ruin the taste of the sweets, all right. Well, even if it's ruined, it's still delicious though. In the first place, I did not ditch them, okay? I just ordered them to wait for me there. That's exactly what ditching means. I was being considerate for the Empire, you know. They are all small, noisy old people after all. If I brought them over, they would just say I can't do this, I can't do that, right? It would delay my arrival for at least several days. Oriheim is spending her time freely here right now, but back in Mizuho, she held a symbolic position for them. Her position is some kind of a Miko, shrine maiden, to them. There are many troublesome customs she has to abide by. She probably felt suffocated by all that. In the first place, I can't play around if there are people keeping eyes on me, right? So that's your true aim here, Yumiu. Saying so, Oriheim continues to eat more sweets. If she keeps eating them at this pace, she will end up finishing them all by herself. While Oriheim was chowing down on the sweets, another guest arrived. Ulni. I brought Sieg over. Chappie. Oh. Enter. So you played with her? Chappie. It was Krista and Rita who entered the room. Krista is hugging the dead tired Sieg in her arms while Rita is carrying Enter. Apparently, before I noticed, Enter already joined Krista's party. Well, that's good, but why is Sieg burnt? Sieg tried to approach Saint Sama's room and got caught in a barrier. That was what Linfia said. You can throw him away, you know. Damn it. Using barriers is cowardly, you know. Sieg, who is being hugged by Krista, muttered. Seeing Sieg like that, Finn puts her hand on her cheek as though she is troubled. What should we do? Should we really leave him outside the castle? He would cause trouble outside, so I think it is better to throw him in jail, you know. Aren't you people being too cruel toward me?" Sieg let out a heartbreaking scream, but no one here sympathized with him. Well, he brought this on himself after all. We spent our days like that as we wait for the day of the ceremony to arrive. Chapter 184. Bad Premonition. Morning. The castle was in an uproar. "All right, I will leave Krista in your care." "Yes, please leave her to me." Saying so, Finn leaves the room together with Krista. The reason for the uproar was the sudden arrival of the elf dignitary. Although the Empire has dispatched agents to look for them, we didn't notice their presence until they entered the imperial capital. They probably didn't use conventional magic to conceal themselves, but some kind of elven secret magic. They must have used it to do some covert actions before they arrived here. Thanks to that, our side were thrown into an uproar, but the fact that they don't seem to care is probably how the elves are. I head to the balcony and look down at the newly arrived elves. The elf dignitary had already got off her carriage. Down there, the blue-haired elf stood there surrounded by beautiful elves. The other elves around her are beautiful, but she is even more beautiful than them. So that is the granddaughter of their elder her. She is a mature woman with a slender body. She should be outside of Traunisen and Sieg's preference. She is neither lowly nor erotic. Well, since it's Sieg, he should be pleased as long as the opponent is beautiful. He still prioritizes women with a rich proportion though. I was preparing myself because the elves are all beautiful, but I'm glad that she looks like this. I was worried about what to do if her appearance is biased to either side. However, when I looked at the blue-haired elf, I felt something was off about her. I tried to find out the source of that feeling by carefully observing her, but a person called out to me from behind. "Prince Arnold." Hearing that voice, I removed my gaze from the blue-haired elf and looked back. I might give observing the blue-haired elf the priority if it was Oriheim, but I cannot ignore this person. If it isn't Saint Letitia. It's been a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. Saying so, Letitia stands in front of me. Her height is about 160 centimeters her. She didn't change much from 5 years ago, so it is a little strange to be looking down on her like this. You both got taller. We are twins after all. If Leo gets taller, I won't just stay at the same height, you know. That's true. But it seems that your personalities are still the exact opposite of each other. It would be unpleasant if we have the exact same personality too, right? Leo is a serious guy, so I am fine with being like this. So, what do you need with me? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with Leo's reception? No, Prince Leonard is doing well. I just want to say hello to you. Letitia said so with a smile. It's an innocent smile. That smile hasn't changed since I saw her last time. Well, that's not the only part that doesn't change though. Is that so? I thought that you might be annoyed since he was so stiff, but it seems that my worry is unnecessary. Annoyed? I don't think of it like that at all. But you do think that he is being stiff, right? That is not it. But, I just think that it would be okay if he treated me a little intimately. It's not like I am complaining, you see. I just want to give him some points to improve on. I laugh at Letitia, who desperately tries to deny that she is dissatisfied in any way with Leo. She is still the same old clumsy person as before. Although she can firmly deal with malicious actions against her, since she is weak to others' goodwill, she often has problems asking for help when she is troubled like this. That is her weakness. That was what she talked with Mother about 5 years ago. When the maids followed her into the bathroom like it was a normal thing to do, she troublingly talked to my mother about that. After all, Letitia is not that highborn. She is in her current position because she was recognized by the holy staff, but her original standing was not like that. It was strange for her to see someone else follow her into the bathroom. That's why she went to consult my mother, who is also of a common birth, for consultation. She was told that she could tell them to back down if she feels uncomfortable, but she couldn't do it since the maids were doing it out of their goodwill. In the end, it seemed that Mother sent a word about her worry to the maids and the problem was solved. That same weakness of hers still hasn't changed. What is it? That laugh. It's bad to laugh at someone in trouble, you know. You were troubled? It was just a figure of speech. I was not troubled at all. I just think he was being too distant, that's all. Then please tell that to the person himself. That is. Letitia troubledly muttered. Of course, she was being sincere when she went out of her way to say hello to me, but she probably wanted to ask me to deal with Leo's excessive stiffness. In the first place, she wanted either Leo or me to welcome her because she wanted to avoid this exact thing. It may seem obvious if you think about it, but since Leo is a serious person, he is seriously trying to entertain her. He must be too stiff because of that. Still, since he was being so serious, she couldn't bring herself to tell him that. That must be the problem. I understand. I will tell Leo to be more relaxed. That Saint Sama chose him because she didn't want to be so stiff. Thank you very much. As I thought, Prince Arnold really is a good person. You knew what I was worried about and you still pretended not to know. Since you didn't want to honestly say that you were troubled, I just teased you a little bit. Tease. I can feel nothing but evil intention from your action. Prince Arnold. You may forget this, but I am actually older than you know. Is that right? I have never seen you acting like an older person before. What? I can't turn a deaf ear to that, you know. Since the old days, Letitia has been trying to appeal that she is older. Back then, when she was a little taller than us, she used to insist that she was the older one, but now she can't do that anymore. Since I am curious about how she would insist that she is older this time, I tease her again. No matter what angle you look at me, I am older than you. I am a prim and proper lady after all. This is an adult's composure, you know. Are you being prim and proper right now? I am. Where so? I replied with that question, but she only gave back a stubborn reply. It is probably useless to say anything more than this. She probably thinks of herself as prim and proper anyway. She's that kind of person after all. Still, I can say that a prim and proper lady wouldn't ride on a griffin though. Well, let's leave it at that. Somehow, the way you said that sounds like you have some hidden meaning. There's no hidden meaning at all. I hold back my laughter and reply. She threw a suspicious gaze my way but immediately dismissed it afterward. I guess it is about time I stop teasing her. It would be bad if she's in a bad mood after all. Then please take care of Leo. I will tell him to be more relaxed around you. Thank you. I too want to keep it fun until the end. Until the end? I was just talking to myself. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble for you. Saying so, Letitia smiles and turns back. Her back looked somewhat lonely. I wanted to say something to her, but I gave up. Rushing headfirst into something without proper information is only asking for trouble. Sebas. Right here, sir. Thinking that he is lurking around here while erasing his presence, I called out to him. He then appeared on the balcony. There seems to be something wrong with her. It appeared so, sir. Look into it. Anything is fine. I can't move without any information. I advise that it would be better to not look deeply into the affair of another country, sir. I need more information to determine that. She said, until the end. That is not like her. I'm sure that there must be something going on. From that alone, perhaps she meant that this would be her last time visiting the Empire. She wouldn't be able to move so freely if she married someone after all. Maybe that was what she meant. If it's like that, then it's fine. No matter who she chooses to marry, it is the kingdom's affair. But if it is something different, then we have a problem on our hands. In other words, Saint Sama's life might be in danger. That's how it is. If she was to die during her visit to the Empire, it would cause a big problem. Moreover, the person taking care of her now is Leo. I think that you are overthinking it, sir. Sebas murmured. That's right. The possibility that I am only overthinking it is higher. Anyone can say the word until the end after all. But the moment I heard her say it, I had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, when I have a bad feeling about something, it often hits the mark. If you insist, then I shall begin the investigation. However, if I move, the escorts around Finsama will be thinner. I will appoint the Imperial Knights to her security details. If there's nothing unusual happening, then that should be enough. In that sense, Letitia's personal safety is guaranteed as well. Still, I can't dismiss this bad premonition of mine. If someone is aiming for her life or her life is somehow in danger, there must be information about it rolling around. She is that important of a person. Understood. Please leave this to me. Saying so, Sebas disappeared from the spot. I shifted my eyes down the balcony, but the blue-haired elf is already gone. She must have already entered the castle with Krista and Finn. I guess I will have to look for that strange feeling again next time. Seriously, I can't catch a break at all. After complaining so, I left the balcony. Arc 21. At the Festival. Chapter 185. First Day. Father's 25th anniversary of his coronation. It is a nationwide event. Each city holds festivals in celebration on that day, but the imperial capital alone is different. The festival at the imperial capital started 3 days before the ceremony, and it will continue even after the ceremony ends. And today is 3 days before the ceremony. It means that the imperial capital's festival has started. Of course, the ceremony did not officially begin yet. Even so, since the city has already gone into the festival mode, the castle will have to give an appropriate response. Since this is only the first day, Father will not be coming out yet. Instead, our guests, the dignitaries from various countries, will show themselves to the people. That being said, not every one of them would do that. In consideration of the sentiment of our people, the Lord of Cornix's dominion turned the offer down. The elf dignitary didn't want to appear in public, and the so-called Empire dignitary said that he doesn't feel well and refused to appear. However, for the Empire, there is no loss for getting rejected by them. There are 2 people that the Empire absolutely wants to show to the people, and those 2 will almost certainly not refuse. Look, it's Saint Sama. Is that the celestial princess beside her? Long live the saint! Long live the Empire! Celestial Princess Sama. Appearing on the castle's balcony are Letitia and Orihime. Appearing after them are Eva, Julio, and William. People are less excited about their arrival than the previous 2, but that is inevitable. Saint Letitia and Orihime, the celestial princess, is well known throughout the continent. Their popularity is high even in the Empire. With the 2's presence, they would overshadow the other dignitaries. I suppose the dignitary from Sokol didn't like that. Even so, Eva and Julio, who still came out despite that, are excellent. One could say that William is good at human relations as well. Well, in the case of William, he might think that since the saint is coming out herself, he can't afford to not show up though. Saint Letitia played an active role in the kingdom's war against the United Kingdom. 11 years ago, the kingdom was at war with the Empire, and they managed to maintain their front line with the support of the Principality of Albatro. However, due to that, their national power declined and they were invaded by many foreign countries with the United Kingdom at the helm. In the situation where the kingdom suffered losses on many fronts, Saint Letitia appeared. Despite the overwhelming advantage the United Kingdom had, they repeatedly faced with defeat after defeat. In the end, they couldn't gain any more territory on the mainland aside from the Dominion. If Letitia didn't appear, the 3 superpowers of the continent might have changed. It is no wonder that William feels some sort of rivalry with Letitia. Well, in consideration of the relationship between their countries, their standing positions are far apart. Orihime and Letitia are standing at the center, while William stands a little further away on their left with Eva and Julio on their right. Of course, since the dignitaries are showing their faces to the public, the princes and princess who were assigned to take care of them also came out. Since Orihime and Letitia are standing at the center, I and Leo are standing slightly behind them. Letitia-sama, are you tired? You have just finished a long trip. If you are tired, then you could head back. I silently step on Leo's foot since he was being pointlessly polite to Letitia, who is waving her hand at the people. Leo gives me a look that says, "What are you doing?" But that is my line here. Have you listened to anything I told you? But I have to be careful of her health. And I am telling you that's no good. We are here to take care of them. It is our job to provide them with a comfortable space. She didn't ask for you because she wants such a stiff reception. I already told you that, right? I heard you the first time, but if you heard me, then put it into practice. What going back inside? No matter how you look at her, she is enjoying looking at the people, right? But she might be tired. If she's tired, then she will say it herself. She's not a child, so just treat her like you would an old friend already. Even if you say friend. I only spent a few days with her 5 years ago. Moreover, she is the saint, you know. It's not to the level of worshipping, but he probably idolized her quite a bit. The inviolable existence that should not be approached. That must be the way he thinks of her. That doesn't matter. Are you a person who judges someone based on their standing? But, seriously, why are you so useless at a time like this? While being amazed at my own brother, I shifted my eyes to Orihime. Orihime is waving at the people while listening to their cheers. She is waving both of her hands while leaning herself forward on the balcony. Orihime. That's dangerous, you know. Mew Mew. Is that so? I can just catch myself with a barrier if I fall, you know? That would give people a scare. Moo, can't be helped then. Saying so, Orihime steps slightly away from the railing. Like this. You do it too. That's impossible. Letitia-sama is different from Orihime-sama, right? Orihime is the celestial princess, you know. Their personality is different. You are so troublesome. Whatever, just start by saying her name without honorifics. I can't just address Saint-sama without honorifics. Attempting to draw the line, Leo repeatedly shakes his head. That's like Leo. In a time like this, it is really a bad manner to forcefully shorten the distance, but since Letitia herself wishes for it, there's no other choice. Just try treating her like Finn. She's different from Finn-san. I am used to dealing with a noble lady, but Letitia-sama is different. It's because of that. You are bad at this because normally the ladies would just approach you themselves. That's why you are troubled at a time like this. That's unrelated, and I am not being approached by any noble ladies, you know. So you didn't notice her. How sinful of you. Saying so, since we are not making any progress, I decided to resort to a forceful method. Don't think badly of me, little brother. Saint Letitia. Yes. Can you see the big mansion over there? Ah, yes. I can see it. Actually, there's a demon living there. Can you purify it during your time in the capital? Personally, if possible. That's right, that's right. There's a demon living there. I don't know how many times she made me cry already. Orihime joined in on my conversation. Then, unknowingly, she muttered the forbidden word. If you are the saint, then you should be able to purify her. You can purify everything about that cutting board demon. That is overkill. Thinking so, I heard a loud noise coming from behind. Elna, who was standing there as our escort, is flying toward us with a loud noise. Seeing Elna, whose expression is not one that a girl should be showing to others, coming at us, Orihime's ears and tail started to shake as she hides behind me. Don't move, Arnold. The demon will see me. You idiot. Don't make me your shield. You were the one who angered her, right? You were the one who started that topic, didn't you? While saying so, we slowly get away from Letitia. One reason is to escape from Elna's terrifying gaze, another is to prompt Leo to do his best. As I give Leo a small wink, Leo returns with an expression that says what is happening. Seeing him being so panicked is rare. Can't be helped then. I guess I will have to lend him a little help her. Saint Letitia. Ah, it's so troublesome to attach saint to your name every time, so how about we drop that? Fufu, please, feel free. Then, Letitia. If you have any questions about the imperial capital, please feel free to ask Leo. Even though he looks like this, he is still an honorary general of the imperial capital garrison. He should know a lot about the capital, you know. Is that true? Then Prince Leonard. What is that building over there? That is. Then, the conversation between the two started. The rest will depend on Leo's effort. I think that he was able to talk with her a little bit more familiarly. It's probably because the existence of Letitia inside Leo is just too big. Still, I managed to damage that wall a little for him. That is the most I can do. Well, Leo will do something about this himself. The problem now is on my side. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Arnold. That woman, she is smiling. How terrifying. So she is really a demon, huh? Don't add fuel to the fire. Wait. Elna. Listen to me. If you want to talk, then we can do it inside. Third Knight Corp, His Highness, and Her Grace are not feeling well, so I will take them back inside. What TT? I want the people to praise me more. That is already enough. The people will be delighted with the saint alone. Let's head back, Your Highness, Your Grace. Also, please do tell me in detail about this demon you talked about. Listening to Elna's frosty voice, mine and Oriheim's body tremble at the same time. After that, I and Oriheim had to sit down in the Caesar position and receive a sermon from her. In the meantime, I was worried about Leo and Letitia. After all, the distance between them is not shortened yet. The fact that I can hear laughter from them might be that he has grown, even if slightly. Are you listening? I am, but... Hey, Elna. My legs are already getting numb. I don't care. Just sit there and listen to the history of the brave house. You will know how foolish it is to treat me like a demon. But Arnold started it. Oi, don't just push the blame on me. But it's true. While shifting the blame to each other, we stuck in Caesar for a while after that. Chapter 186. Intruder. Now, what should I do? Imperial capital, night. Sebas was running around searching for information. To be exact, he was looking for someone who might have the information. A huge undertaking like assassinating the saint will require many preparations. Thus, when planning such a thing, people will often leave trails behind. He was following those trails. And his hunch wasn't wrong. He has spotted a group of suspicious people lurking in the darkness of the imperial capital's night. They are chatting among themselves about something, and their movement is obviously not that of an amateur. If it wasn't Sebas, then there is a high chance that they might notice that someone is shadowing them. However, they couldn't spot him since Sebas completely melted into the darkness. Their talk seemed to be over, and they began to scatter. It would be easy for him to catch them, but someone who would move around at this level is most likely to be just an underling. Even if their plan is not the assassination of the saint, those who command such skilled henchmen cannot be left alone. Thus Sebas decided to shadow them until he discovered the mastermind. I shall continue my pursuit then. When Sebas decided so, arrows attacked the suspicious people who were trying to scatter themselves. What? Guha. They seem to be overwhelmed and fall down without being able to react. The only man left standing was a man carrying a shield. Then, the person who appeared to have shot those arrows appeared in front of the man. Why, you know me, as I thought. You people are a part of the organization, aren't you? That person is wearing a vermilion-colored mask. Based on the tone of voice and body shape, he judges that the unknown assailant was a woman. However, what surprised Sebas wasn't that. The woman turns her bow at the man. However, that bow had no arrows. Magic bow, and vermilion mask. You are the thief, vermilion her. Kanji Red Knight of the Red Moon. Magic bow. It is a technique where you unleash magic from a bow. It does require a special talent to use, but the unleashed magic can be several orders of magnitude more powerful than unleashing magic the conventional way. There was a chivalrous thief who utilized such a technique in the Dominion. The chivalrous thief who focuses on attacking the nobles who favored the oppression of their people, and steals the money back for the people while bringing the nobles' injustices to the light, vermilion. Since she wears a mask, many think that she is somehow connected to silver. After all, one is a rare ancient magic user while the other is a rare user of magic bow. Remembering that Ul regards her as a mild annoyance he can do nothing about, Sebas completely agrees to his statement. What is the chivalrous thief from the Dominion doing here? With that question in his mind, Sebas quickly took out his knives. He is planning to catch her attention and let the man escape. After all, there is no useful information that can be obtained through the man here. It was something that Sebas, who has been the denizen of the world of darkness, knows. However, the woman did not understand that. Spit it all out. Why did the organization that operates inside the Dominion come to the Empire for? What are you people planning to do? ChMPH, I don't know what you are talking about. Don't try to play dumb. When I destroyed your organization's base in the Dominion, I found a plan that you people are trying to start something in the Empire. You can't worm your way out of this. Saying so, Vermilion turns her bow at the man. In response to that, Sebas throws his knives. However, at that moment, several magic arrows flew toward Sebas. Sebas was caught off guard, but he managed to throw his knives precisely at the incoming magic arrows and intercepted them. No action indicated that Vermilion shot out those magic arrows. Perhaps the arrow that she shot out before still remains and responded automatically to Sebas's action. While analyzing the situation, Sebas clicked his tongue at the bad development he is heading in. "Who are you?" Saying so, Vermilion shoots magic arrows at Sebas, who was hiding in the back alley. Sebas tries to intercept them, but this time the number is larger than before, so he has no choice but to avoid them. However, the magic arrows turned around and headed towards Sebas again. This time he made sure to intercept them, but during the time he did that, Vermilion had already entered the back alley. Seeing that, Sebas decided to prepare himself. For the time being, although it was different from what he planned, he managed to separate her from that man. If it's Sebas, he can still find him again by limiting the searching area by narrowing down the man's escape routes. After all, he cannot afford to let the scarce information slip him by. It's surprising that they would attach them with an escort. Finding the chivalrous thief of the Dominion here surprised me as well. However, allow me to withdraw here. Saying so, Sebas throws knives at her in succession. Vermilion knocked them down with her bow without a problem and shot out magic arrows in return. Taking out a black dagger, Sebas deflects the magic arrows and slips his dagger at Vermilion's chest. Although Vermilion is not their enemy, she is not their ally either. Fighting her here only brings demerit. However, if he leaves such an unexpected intruder alone, many things might go wrong for his master. Like the time Sonia deceived him, an unexpected intruder like her might become Ul's obstacle. Sebas entered the combat while having no intention to kill her but wanting to leave her in a state where she had no choice but to retreat. Vermilion blocks Sebas's dagger with a short sword, but since his blow was unexpectedly powerful, Vermilion's posture collapsed. Without missing that opening, Sebas immediately closed the distance until the distance between them was reduced to 0. "With this, you can't use your magic bow. Sorry to disappoint. I am quite good at close quarters as well, you know?" Saying so, Vermilion grabs Sebas's arm and throws him into the air. If he endured her grasp, his arm might be broken. Judging so, Sebas jumped up himself to reduce the damage he would receive. However, even if there is 0 distance between us, shooting an arrow is no problem for me, you know. Saying so, Vermilion releases her arm from Sebas's, who is still in midair, and knocks her bow in a flowing motion. Despite the small opening he showed, she already released her arrow. The arrow shot at Sebas. In midair, Sebas forcibly rotated his body and managed to avoid the arrow. "You are like an acrobat." No, if I take that head-on it would be my loss." Saying so, Sebas takes a distance. For Sebas, who is an assassin, fighting head-on is not something he is good at. Even so, Sebas has the confidence to keep up with most of his opponents. However, such Sebas have no choice but to admit that Vermilion is indeed strong. As a chivalrous thief, Vermilion didn't seem to think about killing Sebas, and above all, she considered the surroundings and appropriately reduced the power of her arrows. And now they are locked into a stalemate. There is no chance for him to win in a frontal battle. However, considering Vermilion's ability, he should be able to disable her long enough for him to slip away. Although the man has already fled, the distance is still close enough for him to catch up if he seriously pursues him. He must engage her again and disable her somehow. Fortunately, the odds are still in Sebas's favor. However, Vermilion suddenly lowered her bow. "Have you changed your mind?" "Well, I have a feeling that you are not from the organization." "I have no idea what you are talking about though. Those belong to the organization basically would never help each other." Saying so, Vermilion turns her eyes to the roof. There, Sieg is observing them while holding his spear. A sharp girl her. I completely agree. Sebas, of course, realized that Sieg had arrived, but it seems that Vermilion noticed his presence as well. That's why she chose to end the battle before she has to face the two at the same time. "I came here tracking the organization. Do you people belong to the Empire, Desuno?" You have quite a complicated way of speaking her. Well, we are actually something like that. Then I have no reason to fight you. Please wait. Won't you leave pursuing that man to me? Even like this, I used to be an assassin. Vermilion tried to chase after the man as soon as she finished talking, but Seba's stopped her. For a little while, Seba's and Vermilion's eyes intersected. It was Vermilion who broke eye contact first. Since you have better knowledge of the area, I will allow it. Thank you very much. I shall share whatever information I discover with you. How would you like me to contact you in the future? Tomorrow night, meet me here again. And I forbid you to chase them too far. The name of their organization is Grimoire, a continental crime organization. Sebas was familiar with the name. It is a crime organization that grew from a group of researchers who were aiming to study the secret of magic. It is a mysterious organization that appears at the turning point in history, and they are currently lurking in the Empire. I see. That is certainly troubling. That person's bad premonition is indeed correct. While muttering so while feeling amazed at his master, Sebas bows and acknowledges Vermilion's words. Seeing that, Vermilion leaped up and left the place. After seeing her off, Sieg and Sebas began to chase after the man who fled earlier. Chapter 187. Secret Manoeuvres Speculation. That concludes the report. After that, I shadowed the man who fled from Vermilion until he entered a certain building, sir. The next morning, I made a big frown after receiving the report from Sebas. What is the chivalrous thief of the Dominion doing in the Empire? Apparently, she has been tracking the movement of the organization. Chem. What kind of organization is Grimoire anyway? I think that you have mentioned it before. I don't know many details about it either. As far as I am aware, they were originally a gathering of mages who wished to study magic, sir. Why did such a research group like that turn into a crime organization? Are they studying the forbidden arts? That seems to be one of the reasons, sir. Forbidden arts fall under the category of modern magic. However, their property is close to that of ancient magic. Those arts were forbidden by the sages of the past because the techniques involved are simply too dangerous. Each nation adheres to the teaching of those sages and bans the study of forbidden arts in their country. Some people like Xandra can legally study it with permission from the country, but if you are studying it without said permission you will be arrested. That is why Xandra was supported by the mages. Although it seems that Grimoire and similar organizations didn't do the same. They are those who wish to master the extremity of magic and no longer choose their means to do it, sir. Researching forbidden arts and collecting magic items is one thing, but they are also willing to go as far as murdering people with innate magic for their research as well. They are the worst of the crime organizations led by mages, sir. Government and Adventurer Guild are not doing anything about them. They are at their root a research organization, sir. They don't appear at the front stage that often. They are the kind of people that will lock themselves up in their room as long as they have what they want to study after all. I see. So you are saying that we have to strike the moment they crawl out of their hole here. Or we can catch the people that are connected with them. In that sense, it is reasonable that they chose the Dominion as their base of operation, sir. Corruption is rampant among their nobles, and it is exactly because of that the adventurers have a hard time against them. As long as they don't bother the Empire, then I couldn't care less about them, but the problem now is that they are trying to start something in the Empire. Even if they don't have any plan to harm the saint, we can't leave them alone. Well, the user of one of the 4 sacred treasures like the saint would serve as an excellent subject of study for them here. It's not impossible to think that she would be more vulnerable inside the Empire rather than inside the kingdom. The kingdom's security details for the saint is strict. However, it is not like the protection the Empire is giving her is weak. They should be able to predict that the Imperial Knights would be guarding her, but they still decided to aim for her nonetheless. If it is me, I wouldn't do it. If I am aiming for her life, then I would choose the moment where she is on the move, sir. But aiming to do something to the saint while she is riding her griffin would be difficult. Yes, it would be impossible without any sort of special trick, sir. However, if Arnold Sama were to conduct such a plan, how would you do it? If it's me, I think about Sebas's question for a moment. I am not thinking about how to use ancient magic to break through her defense. After all, that was not Sebas was asking. He was asking how Arnold would do it, not Silver. No matter how troublesome a crime organization is, it would be difficult for them to get past someone strong like Elna. In that case, they would need to gather up a moderate amount of force. That would be impossible. So, if it's me, I would create a hole in her security. An inside job. In other words, they would need to make a collaborator, correct? That's right. It may be impossible from the outside, but an inside job is another thing entirely. If they look at it from that point of view, then this country is perfect. We are in the middle of the succession war. There are many separate factions in our country right now. Depending on the conditions, some may choose to cooperate with them. Judging from what happened so far, that is. If the saint died in the empire, it will cause a liability issue. If that is the case, the empire will be at a disadvantage. Normally, no one in their right mind would do that. However, it is better to drop that mindset. Normally, thinking that someone from the empire is considering assassinating the saint would be unrealistic. But it has become a little more plausible now. Do you think that the saint herself also noticed? If that is not the case, then she wouldn't use the word until the end after all. She said that she was only talking to herself. It means that she thinks of it as her personal matter. I know her personality well. She will not change her mind. She is super stubborn after all. If she didn't want to talk, then that means she doesn't want to bother me. If it's like that, then it would be useless for me to ask her myself. If someone can do it, then it would be Leo. But I don't think that things would go well unless I explain the situation to him. So we have no choice but to put our hope on Leonard Salma's skill. Well, if it's him, then don't you think that it would be fine? If it's the usual Leo, then he might be able to naturally pull it off, but it's her we are talking about after all. Well, I guess I will have to let him do his best then. This is not a problem that can be solved with a secret maneuver alone. He must get through it with his own power. I will tag along with you tonight. I am interested in that masked thief. Are you sure, sir? Your appearance will be exposed. It's not strange for a prince to move for the empire, right? That is certainly true, but will it not affect your reputation as the dull prince? She came from another country. Moreover, she is a shady person hiding her identity under a mask. There's no problem for me to show her my serious side, right? I feel that this will come back to bite you later. Well, I understand. Am I correct to assume that you will be going all out, sir? That's right. Father said that the succession war is on hold, but the opponent this time is a crime organization, so that shouldn't be a problem. In the end, even if the candidates are involved, this will be a battle to protect the empire. He should be able to let me off. That is true. But what would you do if Grimoire is truly aiming for Saint Salma, sir? Won't this prove to be a bad development for us in case the threat to Saint Salma's life cannot be averted? I think about Sebas's words for a while. Certainly, that will be most troublesome. If that is the case, then we cannot leave it alone. However, if the two are not connected, both problems cannot be solved. I will have to divide our force here. Using the force on Leo's side, they should be able to strengthen the protection around the saint. However, since the Imperial Knights are already escorting her, a certain degree of protection is already guaranteed. If they are trying to do something from the inside, then adding 1 or 2 more guards would not be able to prevent that. Let's leave that to Leo as well. Will that be all right? Being so vague like that. We have no hand left to play. And Leo will be able to pull it off somehow. A large-scale assassination plan involving a large crime organization, not to mention the possibility of a traitor inside the kingdom's ranks. He's my twin brother. I'm sure that he already felt that something was off about her. We twins are like each other's alter ego. There may be a difference in our ability, there may be a difference in our personality. However, there are some things that we have in common that are unrelated to those things. Just as how I have a bad feeling about Letitia's words, Leo must have felt that something was off about her behavior as well. This is our strength. We know each other well. There is no need for us to exchange words. I will pursue the crime organization and Leo will remain at the saint's side. Let's go with that. Understood, sir. Do you want Sieg Dono to help us out again? No, I will recruit that masked thief. I can't have Sieg leave Krista's side after all. Saying so, I smile. Grimoire might be conducting a secret maneuver, but I will teach them that it's not just them that are capable of lurking in the shadow. Chapter 188. Shooting Stall. Delicious. Pay before you eat. If we talk about the festival, then we cannot mention the stalls. Being told that by Orihime, I was taken to the festival by her. Of course, we are traveling incognito. Yumu, my servant. You may pay it for me. Seriously. I look at Orihime, who eats food off the stall without paying, and lower my head to the stall owner while paying him the money. It is not uncommon for a foreign dignitary to enjoy the festival incognito like this. There are quite a few dignitaries who have asked for this exact thing in the past. The scale of the festival inside the imperial capital is just that large. That's why the empire has prepared in case of something like this. The dignitaries will be provided with a hooded coat for their disguise with a perfect escort system in place when they tour the festival. The coat is a magic tool made at the castle, so its effect is guaranteed. As long as you cover your head with the hood, no one will recognize the wearer. However, if the hood is taken off, the effect will immediately cut off and its effect does not work on those who originally know the wearer. That's why there are knights stationed around me and Orihime at regular intervals. Elna is observing us from a distance and the other knights are blending in with the festival goers. The setting for me and Orihime is that she is an Ojusama who sneaked out to play and I am her servant. Since there is a chance that our cover might be blown, she is referring to me as her servant. Other princes would reject this kind of setting, but since I am basically treated like her servant so far anyway, there's no reason to reject it. Still, with such elaborate security details for her incognito outing, Orihime seems to have no self-awareness about it at all. She is moving around as she pleased. It took me my all just to keep up with her. The guards around us must have a hard time too. Let's go that way next. My servant. Oi. Wait. No. Being so high tension, Orihime dexterously runs through the crowd. She is letting out a strange laugh like whahaha as she runs, so I somehow manage to catch up with her, but I seriously worry that I might lose sight of her. Well, that's why Elna is observing us from a distance though. Elna will surely catch Orihime if she runs off on her own. At that point, this incognito outing will be ended. To be honest, it would be easier for me that way, but this also serves as a stress relief for Orihime, who always complains about having nothing to do in the castle. Not to mention that she would surely be in a bad mood if she got caught by Elna. Things just don't go my way here. The only difference here is to take on the trouble now or deal with it later. If that's the case, then it would be easier to deal with if I keep Orihime in a good mood, so I desperately chased after her. I have to visit that masked chivalrous thief tonight too. Such a waste of my physical strength. Then, when I thought that I finally caught up with her, Orihime is now glued to a stall. Ha ha. I finally caught up. My servant. I want to try that. Orihime said so with glittering eyes. Wondering what kind of stall it is, I take my hands off my knees and lift my head up. Doing so, I saw a shooting stall in front of me. It is a stall where you shoot at the prizes that are arranged on a shelf with a toy bow. You get the prize if you can drop it with your arrow. It could be said that it is a classic stall you can find at any festival. Look here. I want to try it. I want to try it. I want to try it. When I openly show her an unpleasant expression, Orihime grabs onto my clothes and leans up to me like a child. Her begging appearance with her upturned eyes looked like a small animal, so I feel like I want to let her try it, but it is clear that if I let her try it, she will be troublesome later. At a stall like this, if all the prizes can be easily taken, then it would be a bad business model. That's why it was designed to not let some prizes be dropped. Orihime hates losing after all. She will definitely get absorbed in it and won't stop until she gets what she wants. So I sighed and handed Orihime the money. If you run out of this, just give up, alright? That's the condition. Oh, this will be more than enough. Foo fun. I will get all the prizes in this store. Orihime then triumphantly heads toward the store. Her appearance looks very brave. It was as if she is a general heading out to the battlefield. It would be great if I don't have to carry her away after this. While thinking that this must be how a vassal seeing his lord heading into a reckless battle must feel, I continue watching over Orihime. Section. Yuwa. Whyyyy. Orihime is screaming while holding her head. The shopkeeper grins at the sight. I handed Orihime a fair amount of money and she used almost all of it without being able to win any prize. All the prizes were supposed to be mine. Orihime stares at her remaining money with a half-crying face and glances at me. She probably wants to request an additional war fund, but I have no intention to give it to her. Just do something with the amount you have left. Why? You are so cold even though you are supposed to be my servant. I can only do it one more time. Disappointed, Orihime dropped her shoulders, but she immediately regained her enthusiasm and paid the shopkeeper for another try. So she plans to make her final charge her. I will aim for the general's head. Saying so, Orihime aimed the toy bow at a case containing gems. There are 2 gems embedded in it, and it is probably the highlights of this store. That kind of prize will definitely not fall. She should be able to get one reward if she aims for something else, but Orihime has no eyes for other things besides that, so she has been showing her miserable appearance until now. It won't fall again. The arrow Orihime shot out did slightly touch the case. However, the case doesn't budge at all. There is probably something supporting it from behind. It probably won't fall even if you manage to hit it directly from the front. Even with such speculation in mind, I didn't say it out loud. This is also one of the joys of the festival, plus my childhood friend did keep screaming about how unfair it is in the past and got into a fight, so I decided that I will never say anything about these stall tricks anymore. If you are done, then let's go. I want that. Orihime swings both of her hands and screams aloud like a child being selfish. It's something in a store, so it is probably not something valuable anyway. However, Orihime seems to have taken a liking to it as she is throwing a tantrum while saying that she needs it no matter what. It's not like I have no money left to give her, but if I spoil her here she might try to have her way again in the future. That case won't budge no matter what she does in the first place. It would be a waste of money to spoil her here. While I was thinking so, a woman suddenly appeared next to Orihime. Her age should be about the same as me. Her hair is braided and her eyes are amber-colored. What stood out is her thick glasses. Maybe it was due to that, her appearance appeared to be inelegant. Which one do you want? That one. When she was asked so, Orihime pointed her finger at the case. Hearing that, the woman grins and pays the shopkeeper for the toy bow. It seems that the cause is not the bow her. After muttering so in a small voice and pulling the bowstring several times, the woman narrowed her eyes and aimed the bow at the prize. Then, she shot out the toy arrow. The trajectory is completely different from when Orihime did it. In Orihime's case, the arrow she shot out hit slightly below the shelf, but the arrow shot by this woman headed directly toward the prize as if it was directed by a string. However, the arrow hits the prize next to the case Orihime wants. Moreover, since it did not hit the center, the prize only vigorously spun on the shelf. For a moment, the shopkeeper breathes a sigh of relief. However, the spinning prize hit the case from the side, and rather than pushing it to fall behind the shelf, it fell forward instead. He probably was confident since there was something supporting the case from behind, but he probably didn't expect the case to fall forward her. All right. I'd like to take that now. TSK. That doesn't count. This game rewards only the prize that fell behind the shelf. The shopkeeper shouts and takes back the case that the woman knocked down with her godly skill. Perhaps she didn't expect such an excuse from the shopkeeper. The woman furrowed her brows as though she was troubled. As expected, I can't trouble her any more than this her. I quietly step forward and enter the stall to chat with the shopkeeper. Oi, don't you think my face looks familiar? Ha! Who the heck are? Ha! I shifted the hood off a bit so that the shopkeeper alone could see my appearance. I just showed my face together with Leo recently after all. It seems that the shopkeeper immediately noticed who I am. Why, you are. Oh. Stop there. You have something my companion wants. Can you give it to me? If you give it to me, then I can turn a blind eye to your little trick here. Being threatened, the shopkeeper silently nodded several times and awkwardly gave the case to the woman. The woman tilts her head at the shopkeeper's sudden change of attitude and hands the case to Orihime. Here, you can have it. Oh, thank you, kind lady, I love you. Saying so, Orihime joyfully hugged the woman. After a while of hugging, Orihime lets her go and waving at the woman as we part ways with her. Farewell, kind lady, I will never forget this favor. A favor is it? You are exaggerating, Desua. Saying so, the woman disappears into the crowd. Even so, her skill was godly. I doubt that even an imperial knight could pull such a thing off. Moreover, that was only a toybo too. While I was wondering who she is, Orihime tries to put something on my arm. What are you doing? Don't move. Mew mew. This is surprisingly difficult. Saying so, Orihime struggled for a while before she cheerfully announced a task well done. Mew. It's done. This is. The gem in the case is now on my right wrist. Apparently, it was a bracelet. To be honest, it is not something so valuable. However, she seems to like it so much that she put one on her wrist as well. How is it? Now it's a match. Seriously. Satisfied that we are now wearing a matching bracelet, Orihime shows me an innocent smile and runs into the crowd. Thus I began chasing after her once again. Chapter 189. Mouth is the source of disaster. Mew. Around the time that the festival will be over for the day, Orihime suddenly raised her head. Her voice was clearly different than usual. Over there, her. Saying so, Orihime accelerated all at once and ran through the crowd. She was not that fast, but it was a speed that I am unable to catch up with. Your Highness. Don't worry about me. Go after her. I gave the order to the Imperial Knight, Mark, who was stationed nearby. Immediately after that, the nearby Imperial Knights started moving. My protection is now weaker, but Elna is observing us from a distance, so she probably already assessed the situation and remains as my escort. And even though we are far away from each other, this distance is well within Elna's range. No matter what comes at me, she should be able to intercept it. Thinking so, I jog after Orihime. Section. You brat. Don't get in my way. When I caught up with Orihime, I found a crowd of people there. At the center of the crowd are Orihime, the woman who showed her godly bow skill at the store, and a collapsed old lady. Opposite them are two thugs. Both of them are quite big. They are standing in front of a store, but the foodstuffs that should be displayed on the store are scattered around on the floor. I could easily see that something was going on. That's my line here. Apologize to this Obasan immediately. Like hell I would apologize to that old hag. You can't open a stall here without permission. It's the old hag's fault for opening the stall here. I haven't heard about such a thing before. And this Obasan has already obtained the permission, Desua. She didn't get the permission from us. I see. So these thugs are trying to extort the old lady her. This is our territory, so pay up if you want to open a stall, or something like that, I guess. They are looking down on us quite a bit here, her. Normally, they would be immediately arrested. The festival's security is carried out by the Imperial Capital Garrison, and the city guards are in charge of cracking down on these people. The former is an organization under Leo's jurisdiction, and the latter is a unit under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice. However, it seems that even with their combined strength, they are not enough to cover everything in the festival her. Glancing at Mark, I can see that the Imperial Knights on our security details are ready to act. They are probably waiting for my decision. It would be easy to arrest them here, but these guys are just small fries. There must be someone behind them since they are confident enough to act so boldly in the public. It wouldn't be a bad idea to look into that. Thinking so, I make my way through the crowd and stand between Orihime and the thugs. Excuse me. I'd like to apologize on my lady's behalf. Who the hell are you? I am a servant of this lady. My deepest apologies. My lady doesn't have common knowledge for this kind of situation. Servant. What are you trying to do? Please keep quiet for a while, Oju-sama. Turning back, I looked at Orihime, who narrowed her eyes at me. Don't say anything unnecessary, okay? That was what it meant. Understanding that, Orihime hid herself behind the godly skilled woman while her body was trembling. I truly apologize for my lady's action. Would you gentlemen be kind enough to forgive her with this? Saying so, I showed them a bag of gold coins and took one of the coins out to give it to the thugs. Looking at a large number of gold coins in front of them, the thugs' eyes began to shine. Then, the thugs look at each other in the eye and grin. I guess they are planning to extort more money from me here. Oh, we can't just let your Oju-sama off the hook with just that much. It was that old hag who broke our rule, so you guys who are backing her up are guilty too, alright? Yes, that's why I am apologizing. If you are really feeling sorry, then show us more sincerity. Saying so, the thugs demand more money. Seriously, their ego sure got inflated by the festival here. It's convenient for me though. Then how about this much? Saying so, I took out a few more gold coins. However, the thugs are not satisfied with it. So that's how much your sincerity amounts to, right? Oi, listen well. We are being backed by Baron Gamley, all right. If you don't want that person to squeeze you dry, then hand us that whole bag. Baron Gamley here. If I remember correctly, he's one of Jide's entourage. Well, those guys probably have connections with guys like this, so it's no surprise here. Handing you the entire bag is a little. Can we settle this if I add a few more coins? I try showing them a weak attitude. The matter could be settled by arresting these guys and interrogating them about their connection to Baron Gamley, but I would be troubled if my reputation rose in the process. It would also be troublesome for me if the Imperial Knights think that I was tricking them for the name of their backer if I have them arrest him. That will still cause my reputation to rise after all. Without causing a scene, I have to make them think that I am a person who tries to solve everything with money. The best outcome here is to have the city guards arrest them. That's why I have been buying time for them to arrive. With such a plan in mind, I continue to extract information out of these guys for a while. The faces of the onlookers around us are starting to get pale. They are probably taking this as a servant trying to get rid of the thugs that bother his master her. While thinking that it should be about time, the thug's patience has reached its limit. Whatever, just hand it over already. Saying so, the thugs reach out to grab me. They can't wait until the city guards arrive here. While thinking so, I look at the hand of the approaching thug. However, that hand never touched me. The reason is that the undercover Imperial Knights all point their sword at the thug in an instant. Surrounded by the Imperial Knights on four sides, the thugs stood still without moving. Forgive me, Your Highness. Any more than that and the captain would have moved. It's fine. That's your job after all. But still, I will have to report this to Father her. Such a hassle. While I half acting and half serious said so, I removed the hood. At that moment, the thugs gave me a dubious look. They probably don't recognize my face here. I'm Arnold Lakes Adler, 7th Prince of the Empire. Would it be easier for you to recognize me if I say the dull prince? Surrounding you guys are the Imperial Knights. You may try to resist, but it would be useless, you know. A prince? Why is someone like that here? Well, it was due to Oju-sama's wish, you see. Saying so, I turned to Orihime and lowered my head. Please forgive the rudeness of my people, Your Grace. Hearing that, the people around me jumped. After all, there is only one person who would be addressed with Your Grace here. It's fine. I apologize for causing trouble for you as well. Saying so, Orihime removed her hood. At that moment, the people around me all kneel down on the spot. This is the effect of the dull prince her. They didn't kneel since they already knew me. Well, some might actually kneel for me, but most would just lower their heads though. But the moment they find out Orihime's identity, this is the result. Seeing that the people are properly looking down on me, I make a bitter smile. Prince Arnold, what will you do with those people? I will hand them to the city guards, Your Grace. Then, before that, can I have them apologize to this Obasan? Orihime states her wish. In response, I nodded and glanced at the thugs. What do you want? Want to apologize? We will apologize. Please allow us to apologize. I see. When I gave Mark a signal with my eyes, The imperial knights made the thugs kneel in front of the old lady. Seeing that, Orihime tells them, "Don't do it again. If you try to exploit the weak, it will eventually come back to you. Live a proper life from now on." "Why, yes. Thank you very much, Celestial Princess Sama." The thugs repeatedly bowed to Orihime. After all, if they displease Orihime, their heads won't be on their shoulders anymore. In other words, they are glad that they can at least keep their lives. While that was happening, the city guards arrived. They probably saw all the fuss around here. "There's a large crowd around us after all. I will let you handle it from here." "Mark." "Yes, sir. Please leave this to me." I left Mark to hand them over to the city guard and explain the situation to them since it is troublesome. Thus, I decided to take Orihime back to the castle. "See you again, kind lady, Oba-san." "Thank you very much. Thank you very much." The old lady lowers her head while repeatedly offering her gratitude, while the godly skilled woman also bows her head accordingly. However, for a moment, my line of sight intersected with that of the godly skilled woman. At that time, the woman opened her mouth. "Your Highness, what are you planning to do with the people behind them?" My plan was to reveal Orihime's identity so that I can get the spotlight away from myself, but she is looking at me with quite an intensity. It seems like she is not some random person that happens to be skilled with bow handling her. My younger brother will give them the appropriate response. "Why, your brother? Yeah, I won't do anything. That is my brother's job after all. Well, see you again." Saying so, I left the place together with Orihime. After all, since it has already become quite an uproar, we can't continue this incognito outing anymore. Section Night. In the end, after returning to the castle, I have to report the matter to father, so I took the chance and relayed the information Sebas discovered to him. That being said, the information we have on hand is only fragmentary. It was only speculation at best, so father and Franz are making a troubled expression. In the end, the talk concluded that I will tell them more once Sebas discovers more information. That meant this matter will be entrusted to me for the time being. The back alley at night is quite ominous here. It is also perfect for a secret talk, sir. When I was having such a conversation, I felt a presence from behind me. I turned around slowly and found a woman in a vermilion-colored mask standing there. She has a bow in her hand. So this is the chivalrous thief of the Dominion, Vermilion Hair. While I was thinking so, the moment she saw my face, she panicky muttered, "PR, Prince Arnold. Who? So you know about me, her?" As expected of the famous chivalrous thief of the Dominion. "Perhaps I was one of your targets." That is not the case, Desua. Desua. I paused at her way of speaking. After all, I just met a woman who ended her sentence in the same way at the festival. I don't think that many people would end their sentences like that. No matter how I think about it, the only person who would talk like that and know me is, "Are you the godly skill woman I met at the stall earlier today?" That's not me, Sua. I don't even use a bow, Desua. I see. So you don't use a bow, her? Ah. I've done it now, Desua. I've never said anything about a bow. Immediately realized that she just dug her own grave, Vermilion dejectedly dropped her shoulders. Chapter 190. Secret Talk. Despite that, you still did well operating as a masked thief, right? You. I have nothing to say back, Desua. Vermilion hangs her head down at my words. We are currently at an inn Sebas prepared. Originally, I intended to finish the talk at the back alley, but since I accidentally touched on the subject of Vermilion's real identity, I decided to move to this place. After all, it is safer here. I never thought that my expectations would crumble like this. I sat down on a chair and commented on her unexpected carelessness. Sebas muttered from behind that I have no right to comment about such a thing, but I ignored him. He should be talking about the time with Finn, but who would expect that someone would just enter a prince's room without permission? I'd like him to not group that up with Vermilion's failure. That was something I have no way to avoid, alright. Let's start by introducing ourselves then. I'm sure that you already know who I am, but I am Arnold Lakes Adler, this empire's prince. This is Sebastian, my butler. Please feel free to call me Sebas. I am very sorry for what happened yesterday. No, it was my fault as well. After Sebas politely bowed to her, Vermilion also did the same. Seeing her like this, it would be impossible to associate her with the famous masked chivalrous thief, Vermilion. However, she is indeed the chivalrous thief of the Dominion, and it is also true that she possesses information that we don't know about. So I decided to ask her without hiding anything on my part. I told my father about Grimoire, but the information I have is still uncertain, so we cannot move as a country yet. That's why I came out here to determine if Grimoire is really lurking in the imperial capital and find out their objective. Can I recruit your help to do that? I am called a chivalrous thief. If a prince were to cooperate with someone like me, the relation this country has with the Dominion will collapse, you know? I understand that. That's why I came out to meet you secretly like this. Well, the fact that I can confidently come out here is just that I am a prince that the imperial family can easily cut tie with if necessary after all. At the festival, you were quite different from the rumors. Hearing my explanation, Vermilion looked confused. Seeing her like that, I shift my leg up and answer her. You think that I am too decent to be the dull prince you heard from the rumors, right? Yes, it is exactly as you said. The current you are completely different from the incompetent prince I heard in the rumors. Well, I guess so. I am just motivated about this one case though. After all, my brother might be involved in this. I wouldn't mind if this happens somewhere I don't know about, but if my family is affected by it, then that is entirely a different matter. I decided that I will never show any mercy to those who try to harm the people around me after all. When she saw the look in my eyes as I said that, Vermilion took a step back. She probably didn't expect that I would say that. Vermilion herself seems to be surprised at my words. To such Vermilion, Sebas said to her with a troubled smile. It would be great if he is always this motivated though. Normally he is always a slacker after all. Putting him as a slacker would be too cute. I would say that a smart falcon hides its talons, but that would be expected of the descendant of the golden falcon. All of you are highly skilled. Saying so, Vermilion slowly took off her mask. The real face behind that mask was that of a beautiful girl. I didn't notice when she wore the glasses, but her facial features were well arranged. She is different from Finn or Elna, whose beauty attracts people's eyes. If those two are flowers that you can only look at like rose or hydrangea, the girl in front of me is a begonia that you can appreciate up close. My name is Mia. In the Dominion, I am called Vermilion. I came to the Empire because I discovered Grimoire's plan that was hidden in one of their bases that indicates that they are planning something in the Empire. Is it really all right for you to trust me? I do not mind. I do not like nobles and royalty, but I think that you are different. Your reason is, you are a person that doesn't get serious even when people dubbed you the dull prince. Despite that, you get serious immediately for the sake of your family. Surely, your family must be important to you, correct? I have no family that I have blood ties with, but I do have people that I can call family. I understand your feelings. That's why I decided to believe in you. I smile bitterly at Mia's words. She is acting as a chivalrous thief, but her criteria in trusting people are quite something. However, it is convenient that she trusts me. Then let's join hands. I will not abandon you until this case is over. In exchange, I want you to give me your cooperation. Understood? After all, I wouldn't be able to collect information if the Empire sent out pursuers after me. In exchange, I'd like to access the information from your side as well. Mia requests information from our side as well. I see. I thought that she was a muscle brain who only solved her problem through power, but it seems she has a good head on her shoulders. Since she knows that I had Sebas moved out to investigate the capital at night, she probably thinks that I also possess some kind of information as well. I don't mind, but you can't back out now, you know. I have no plan to turn back ever since I donned this mask in the first place. I see. There are dignitaries from various countries inside the imperial capital right now to attend the 25th anniversary of the emperor's coronation. You are aware of that, right? Of course. Oriheim-sama, who was with you earlier, is also one of them, right? Yeah, that's correct. Among the dignitaries is the saintess of the kingdom. The person who was assigned to take care of her is my brother. Are you saying that there is something strange with Saint Sama? She was acting unnaturally. She is not a person that would use the word until the end so carelessly. That was when I felt that something was off. If her life is in danger, then there must be something going on behind the scenes. That's why I had Sebas investigate for anything suspicious he could find. Not because Saint Sama asked you to. You started moving because of a hunch. My bad premonition often hits the mark, you see. I said so while letting out a small sigh. Unfortunately, it seems like my hunch is right again this time. The rest is to see how far that bad feeling will spread, but depending on my effort, I should be able to prevent it. Honestly, if they are planning to do something to the saint, then they would need a collaborator from the inside. But there are a lot of people in the castle, and with the succession war, there are many factions inside the empire. It is difficult to find such a person from the inside, so there is no other choice but to trace them from the connection they have with the organization. You can say that they are our only clue now. It would be no surprise if Grimoire is trying to launch their attack on Saint Sama. That organization is a group of abnormal people who took over the dark side of the Dominion to further their research after all. We have no evidence that they are aiming for her, but it is bad enough that they are here. We should quickly crush them together. I will have Sebas follow after the man who belongs to the organization. Do you mind tagging along with him? Of course. Be sure to follow Sebas's instructions, okay? You are quite careless after all. See, careless. You are careless, all right? Your identity got found out because you didn't ditch that way of talking after all. I was just not used to it. Not used to it, huh? Then what would you do if you meet an enemy? I'd knock them out from afar. I don't usually get close to have a conversation with them, and my shot never misses in the first place. Mia said so as she showed off her bow. I see, so she is so strong that she doesn't have to worry about her identity, huh? It seems I have another seed of worry on my hand. Make sure to be careful, all right? Certainly. What do you mean? I need some pointers to change. Start by fixing that weird speaking habit of yours and come back to me again. Weird speaking habit? It was my Oja-sama that taught me that it is more ladylike to talk like this, you know. A real noble lady doesn't speak like that. Looking at Mia, who was in shock, I had a slight headache. Will she really be all right? While having such anxiety on my mind, the secret talk of that day finally wrapped up. Chapter 191. A break and a game. The next day, I woke up and looked through the documents at my desk as usual when Finn entered my room. I thought that it was Orihime at first, so I was a bit surprised. Finn. Good morning. Ulsama. Yeah, good morning. Do you have business with me? Yes. I brought you a light meal. Thanks. But you are quite unusual today. Finn smiles bitterly at my words. She then points at the clock. Seeing it, the clock hand indicated that it was 10 o'clock. The time is much later than the usual time I get up. I didn't think that I had slept that much, so I didn't check the time, but it seems that I am oversleeping quite a bit. I came to wake you up at the usual time, but Ulsama seemed to be sound sleeping, so I left. Aren't you tired? I see. Well, a lot happened yesterday after all. That's why I asked Orihime-sama to play with Krista-sama today. The elf princess-sama seemed to be interested in the celestial princess as well. I see. Sorry for the trouble. Not at all. This is the only thing I can do after all. By the way, Elna-sama is looking after Orihime-sama, and there is Seek-san there as well, so I don't think that there would be a problem regarding their protection. Orihime-sama said that it is boring, but since she is a person that is good at taking care of others, I asked her to take care of Krista-sama and Elf Princess-sama since they are still awkward around each other. I think they will be okay. Hearing Finn explaining the situation to me, I was impressed. When she first came here, she was only a naive and airhead girl, but after she learned from her experience here, she could deal with many things on her own. And recently her airheadedness also improved. Ayu. It hurts. Never mind. Looking at Finn when she tried to brew the tea and hit her leg on the desk, I affirmed that her airheadedness is still the same. How is it possible for her to hit her leg there? That's a little mystery to solve. The figure of her brewing tea with teary eyes looked somewhat unreliable and worrisome. Well, That little airheadedness is certainly like Finn. Please have some teas. How did you even hit your leg there? I'm really sorry. While looking at such Finn, I picked up the documents on my desk. However, Finn immediately responded to that. You can't. Finn tries to get the documents from me and reaches her hand out to them with all her might. When I evaded her grasp, Finn lost her balance since she put too much strength into it. Hawawa. Seriously. I catch Finn with my free hand and support her so that she doesn't fall. Then, when I confirmed that Finn is properly back on her feet, I pointed at the documents. Alright, can you explain yourself now? Awawa. Ulsama has entered interrogation mode. Finn jumped a little when she saw that I slightly narrowed my eyes. After averting her eyes away for a while, she couldn't bear the pressure and confess. I heard from Elna-sama that Ulsama was tired, so today, I thought that I should keep you away from your work as much as possible. That Elna. She told me to work and now she is telling me to take a break. What a troublesome person she is. Saying so, I returned the documents to the desk. On my desk are various documents regarding the reconstruction of the Empire's southern region. Originally, they were the documents that Leo should read, but since he was busy, I wanted to read through it first and organize them for him. It's an important work after all. It wouldn't do to neglect it. However, the current Leo doesn't have enough leeway to organize them himself. Well, a little delay wouldn't hurt. I'm sorry for the people of the South, but let me take a break for today. It isn't good to have people around me getting worried after all. Is this enough? Yes. I smiled bitterly at Finn, who happily smiled at me and got up from my chair. If I am not going to work, then there's no point staying behind the desk. Moving to the sofa, I plunge my back onto it. But since you told me not to work, then I will have nothing to do. If I leave the guest I am supposed to take care of and go outside, Father will definitely yell at me. Please leave that to me. I've thought that something like this would happen. Finn said so and placed a lot of games in front of me. Basically, these are board games. I haven't played it recently, but I used to play them a lot with Leo. This sure is nostalgic. Let's play this game. Even like this, I am quite good at playing these kinds of games, you know. Cool. That's surprising. I won't lose, all right. Then let's play it together. I won't lose too, you know. Saying so, Finn challenged me to a board game. That's quite a courage. Then you want to make a bet? A bet is it? That is fine with me. What should we bet? Loser will do the winner's chores for a day. Yes. That was what I used to bet with Leo. If I lose, I will be forced to do the chores. I understand. If that's the case, then I don't mind. I will tell you this first, but I have never lost to anyone in my family, you know. Is that so? Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I almost never lost to anyone as well. Yes. Feeling some agitation from my words, Finn made a doubtful expression, but I started setting up the game without minding that. Section. Awawa. My queen is. I have to escape. You can try, but your king will be wide open, you know. Since when? PL. Please wait. How many times is it now? Well, it doesn't matter though. The game was supposed to be over multiple times now, but I allowed her to reverse her moves to the state before she met her doom. That being said, there are two choices here. The queen or the king. There are only a few moves she can try even if her moves were reversed. Finn desperately tries to come up with a plan to reverse the situation, but such recovery is impossible. Whichever she chooses, she will be eventually cornered. Understanding that, Finn dropped her shoulders and admitted her loss. I lost. I couldn't do anything. That will be my third win then. After losing the first game, Finn changed the game and challenged me again. Unfortunately, I am good at board games in general. Alright, with this, you will have to do the chores for me for 3 days, you know. The wound only spread. It was a failure on her part to try to reverse the situation after her first defeat. Well, Finn normally takes care of things here anyway, so it's not much different from how things normally are though. When I thought so, the door suddenly opened. Arnold, are you awake yet? Thanks to you. Oh, so you are already up her. The elf princess said that she was tired, so I came over to play. Did she do something tiring? What are you saying? We were just chatting with Krista. If it's only that, then it should be fine. While I was chatting with her, Krista, Rita, and Elna followed her into the room. I can't see Sieg, but he probably got abandoned somewhere. Well, it's Sieg, so he should be all right. Ulmi-sama. Elf princess fell asleep. Is that so? Thanks for your work. So, Ulmi, let's play. Hey, Rita. You are acting as an escort now, all right? When Elna scolds Rita and catches Rita, who tried to rush over to me. Despite being a knight apprentice, Rita is supposed to be Krista's escort during the ceremony. Well, she mostly serves as Krista's playmate though. Strict as usual her. Ms. Imperial Knight Captain. You just played with me earlier too, right? I didn't. Oriheim jabbed at Elna while Elna fully denied it. As she argues with Elna, Oriheim sits down with Finn on the seat opposite me. Master of Board Games is my title. I will take that as a challenge. Ah, Oriheim-sama. Ulsama is. Say no more. It would be cowardly to know my opponent's tactic beforehand. After she said that, Oriheim started laughing with Wahaha. Seeing that, Elna and Krista looked at her with a delicate expression. Oriheim-sama. Ulmi-sama won't hold back, you know. There's no need. You should give up. It's useless for you to play that kind of game with Ul. Mew Mew. I can see your confidence. That's how my entertainer should be. Come at me. Well, that's what she wants. Will you bet something? How about today's dinner? I see. Then if I win, you will go without dinner today, all right? Saying so, I slowly crack my shoulder. Seeing that, Elna tiredly sighed. Ha. I will tell you this first. Ul is really serious when it comes to nonsensical things, you know. Hearing that, I mercilessly started the game. Then, a while later, Oriheim's crying sound echoes inside the room. You were. Why? Isn't this strange? This is too strange. You cheated, didn't you? Rematch. I want a rematch. This is already the third game, you know. You lost in 3 different games. Just give up. No dinner for you. Don't spout nonsense. You were obviously cheating. How could you roll such a high point in a dice game? I won't give up. I will never give up. Can't you be a little more polite to a national guest? A challenge is a challenge. I grin and choose the next game. No matter what game it is, I don't feel like losing at all. Tonight dinner is settled already, so let's make her goes without dinner for tomorrow and the day after as well. If you win the next game, you can reset all your losses. How about it? Really? Mew. I accept the challenge. However, if you lose, you have to skip tomorrow's dinner and the day after as well. It started. Ul's exploitation. Has he always been like this since he was a child? Yeah. Do you know how many times Leo and I have to suffer? Elna recalls the past and makes an unpleasant expression. A bad memory for Elna is a good memory for me. Ulmi-sama. Didn't even go easy on Krista. From my side, Krista is pouting at me. While patting Krista's head, I enthusiastically started my game with Oriheim. I will take your dinner. Shortly thereafter, Oriheim's screams echoed throughout the room. Chapter 192. Chance. I will run away from home. I am running away from home, all right. After repeatedly losing to me, Oriheim declared so and left the room. Elna chased after her immediately while Krista and Rita followed after them a little afterward. Now, only me and Finn are left in the room. Since the storm had passed, I leaned back on the sofa to relax. However, when I was doing that, someone called out to me, Arnold-sama. When I heard that voice, I lightly snapped my fingers. Seeber's her. What is it? How was your investigation with Mia goes? No good, sir. We discovered another of their agent from following the man who fled the other night, but we are still far away from reaching the bottom of this. It seems that we need a little more time to find someone with important information, sir. Hurry it up. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony. If they want to do something in the imperial capital, then they should start moving soon. Certainly, sir. I will hasten the investigation as much as possible. Saying so, Seebers disappears again. Despite such a conversation taking place, Finn still brews the tea as usual. It seems she has already gotten used to it. Please, here, it's black tea. Sorry, thanks. Is there some kind of problem again? Yeah, this time it is a little troublesome too. The same as always then. After saying that, Finn smiled and looked at the door. I erected the barrier by snapping my fingers to prevent the knights outside from hearing my conversation with Sebas. Understanding that the soundproofing was taken care of, Finn nodded to herself. While thinking that she really gets used to stuff like this, I break the barrier. Finn then continues the conversation about Orihime without even changing her expression. Where did Orihime-sama go, I wonder? She did say that she is going to run away from home too. Who knows? Well, there are only a few places that girl can run off to anyway. It's either my mother's or Leo's place. For running away from home, the locations are extremely close, aren't they? She can't leave the castle without permission in the first place. If that's the case, then she will not go anywhere that can leave trails of her whereabouts. As expected, Orihime wouldn't go ask permission from father for something like this. And considering her personality, it's hard to say that she has already given up. I'm sure that she is recruiting reinforcements to help her take back her dinners. Then, that would eliminate my mother from her possible escape route. That person will just politely dismiss her after all. In other words, couldn't be helped then. Let's go to Leo's place. She must be crying to Letitia or Leo right about now anyway. It would be bad if she disturbs the two of them after all, right? Disturbing them her. I would be happy if they have that kind of relationship, but it would be difficult considering Leo's personality. It would be good if Letitia can say that she gets along well with him though. Finn, from a woman's perspective, how does Leo look like to you? You know, as a man. As a man, is it? I don't think that many would be able to raise a complaint about Leo-sama. He is a cool and kind person after all. Right. Then why doesn't he make full use of that? While I lamenting so, Finn smiles. Are you worried about Letitia-sama and Leo-sama's relationship? You noticed, didn't you? It is the first time I saw Leo-sama like that after all. But I don't think that you have to worry so much about them. They looked like they both wanted to get closer to each other too. I think they are only waiting for a chance. A chance, That is the most difficult thing to create. Thinking so, I and Finn left the room. Section. I don't think that forcefully taking something away from someone is a good thing. That action is certainly evil. The moment I entered Leo's room, Letitia started preaching me. Also, Orihime is hiding behind Letitia while nodding to her words. You conveniently only say your side of the story again, right? I didn't do anything like that. I wonder about that. When I asked if we should bet something, the one who brought up betting our own dinner was you, right? Isn't it a little cheap for you to cry at Letitia when you lost? Gununu. I won't accept such matches. You definitely cheated. I challenge you for another game in front of the saint. Letitia, act as the witness for us. I understand. I will not let any fraudulent act slip past me. After that, Letitia and Orihime enthusiastically set up a game on the table. The game was the one I just played with Finn, where you win once you eliminate your opponent's king. Honestly, it is the game I am best at, but it seems that Orihime thinks that I can't win against her if I don't cheat. That's quite the courage you have there. And you lost so miserably just earlier too. Shut up. In a fair and square challenge, I will win. Leonard, you should monitor your brother as well. Me too. Although Leo was acting as if all of this had nothing to do with him, Orihime arbitrarily dragged him to her side. Letitia is enthusiastic about a fair fight while Orihime is all about winning. When Leo saw them like that, his face cramped up a little bit. Orihime-sama, forgive my rudeness, but Nii-san is not just good at cheating, he is strong even when he does it normally too. There's no way that's true. When I cast the dices, only my result was bad. He must have cheated somehow. No doubt about it. When a person cheats, it means that he lacks the skill to win. He won't be able to cheat in front of the saint. In other words, my victory is assured. Leo tiredly dropped his shoulders. Well, he once saw a childhood friend of ours said the exact same thing after all. And after seeing what is unfolding in front of her, that childhood friend boringly leaves the room. Then I will wait outside. Call me once you are done. What? You are not going to watch? It's not fun to see a game where you already know the results. And I already learned as a kid that I should never approach Earl when he started a game. Saying so, Elna left the room. It seems that Letitia sensed the bad feeling from what is happening around her, but since she can't turn back anymore, so she focuses her eyes on my movements. Well, since I'm not cheating anyway, it doesn't matter how many people are going to keep their eyes on me. Well, let's do this. By the way, if I win without cheating, it won't settle with just your dinner, you know. Mew mew. So my dinner is not enough for you. Obviously. If you can't prove that I am cheating here, then the other 3 games will be valid as well. Considering that, your dinners are already as good as mine. I can't feel motivated if there is nothing new on the table. Alright. Then I will bet Letitia's dinner as well. Why, you are betting my dinner too. It's alright. Believe in me. The Empire's food is delicious, so I have been enjoying it every day. But, I understand. Once I decide to help someone, I must see it through to the end. I will put my dinner today on the line. Alright. You two will go without dinner today then. Saying so, I started arranging the pieces on the board. And soon after, Oriheim's scream echoed throughout the room. No. It's no good anymore. Don't take away any more of my pieces. I will take your king then. No. They are taken away no matter what I do. I only have 2 pieces left now. The match is already decided. Oriheim only has 1 other piece other than her king. Recovery is impossible for her now. At Oriheim's side, Letitia's face also turned blue. That is probably because she didn't spot any cheating at all. Behind them, Leo holds his head and sighs. Just give up. It's your loss. I still haven't lost yet. You don't know when to give up her. Alright. How about changing the player then? What? What do you mean? If Letitia takes your place, we can start from the beginning. Letitia, you don't want to skip dinner too, right? It's not your loss after all. That's right. Oriheim-sama, please let me take it from here. Right. I will leave it to you, Letitia. Accepting my suggestion, Letitia switched places with Oriheim with her eyes shining like she just witnessed God's salvation. She probably thinks that this is the chance to get her dinner back her. That's a fatal mistake. That being said, I would only be at the disadvantage in this deal. The loser will have to do their opponent's chores for a day. How about it? That's all right with me. If you can't get anything from it, then it doesn't make sense to make a bet after all. Letitia-san. Making a promise like that to Nii-san it's fine. Even if I look like this, I have already experienced the battlefield. This game is a reproduction of the battlefield, so my experience will help me. No, I think that probably doesn't help. Leo tries to stop her, but Letitia is focused on taking me on. While being impressed that he can now use San to address her, I grin. Seeing that grin, Leo's body started to shake. Nii-san. Why, you will hold back, right? Dressing the saint and the celestial princess in maid clothes is not a bad idea, right? What? Where did that devilish smile and evil idea come from? Foo. My principle is to do everything thoroughly, especially when it comes to a game. Prepare yourselves. Section. No way. That's the end. Saying so, I immediately took down Letitia's king without worrying that I would upset her. With this, the victor is decided. Maid outfit her. You can wear them when I enjoy my dinner. What a devilish smile. Is there no human emotion left in there at all? Oriheim-sama already froze by the shock, Doesn't matter to me. It's you guys' fault for challenging me. Cool. Leonard-sama, please, help us. He probably didn't think that she would pass the baton to him. Leo screamed out in surprise, but Letitia didn't care about that and quickly set him down in her seat. Please. This is for mine and Oriheim-sama's dinner. I don't mind wearing the maid outfit, but I will cry if I have to watch him eat my dinner. You are exaggerating. Ni-san wouldn't really take your dinner away. I have never backed down from a bet. Right. When I told him so with a straight face, Leo held his forehead. Then, after a while, he lifted his face up as though he had made his resolve. There is no other choice. It's a duel. Ni-san. Temph, have you already forgot the match record between us? It's already in the past. 100 matches, I won 99 of them. Even though I let you off since you said that you don't want to lose 100 matches straight, I never thought that you would forget them when you grew up. Prepare yourself for the consequence, all right? Holding up a piece from the board, I smile at him. While letting out cold sweat, Leo started arranging the pieces on the board to avoid entering into my pace. Then the battle began. As expected of my twin her, Leo was able to read all my moves. In that sense, he proved himself to be a tougher opponent than Orihime and Letitia. However, he cannot go into the offensive. Him being able to read my move means that I can also read his. This hasn't changed since the time we were children. The way to decide the victor is to take him by surprise. In a game like this, Leo can never beat me. Your queen is mine, Ni-san. Leo takes an offensive and takes down my queen. However, that is a trap. He is as serious as always. Just like that, I move my pawn toward his king. You are naive. This is the end. I wonder about that. Saying so, Leo moved another piece to intercept my pawn advance to his king. Although he just launched a full offensive, he left one to defend his king her. I was one step behind him. That was a fatal delay for me since all of Leo's pieces were on an offensive against my king. Then, I won. Leo finally took down my king. Leo murmured that as if he couldn't believe what just happened. Next to Leo, Letitia and Orihime were overjoyed. We did it. As expected of Leonard Salma. You protected my dinner. As expected of you. I have always thought of you as a man that can do it, you know. Being praised by both of them as their hero, Leo's cheeks started to blush. Seeing him like that, I smiled and stood up. Don't get ahead of yourself, all right? That's only your second victory after 100 matches, you know. I am totally stronger than you. I know. Saying so, Leo smiles. Seeing his smile, I left the room looking bitter about my defeat. Did you lose on purpose? Maybe. Finn asked such a question from behind me, but I only shrugged and gave her a vague reply. Seeing me like that, Finn laughs. Foo. You are not honest at all. I didn't hold back, you know. Is that true? Of course, I gave it my all. I gave it my all to think up the best move for the game. Well, I was not serious though. Is there a difference between giving your all and being serious? I did give it my all. But I was not trying to win. That's how it is. While explaining so, I heard laughter coming from the room I just left. It seems my defeat did create the chance for him her. Chapter 193. The Kingdom's Circumstance. Night. I left the castle and headed toward the inn. I had my secret talk with Mia. How is it? Have you been able to gather any more information? Mia immediately nodded in reply. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony. Although the festival will continue afterward, it is still an important day. So they made a move her. I have found one of their leaders. Who? So you know his face? No, it was the first time I saw his face. Then how did you know that he is one of their leaders? Mia nods and takes out a piece of paper. On the paper, a symbol that looks like a black book was drawn. It was not a simple book either. The strange book symbol has a pair of demon wings sprouting from it. My eyes narrowed at the strange book symbol in front of me. It is a symbol that the leaders of Grimoire tattoo on their bodies. I see. So you found someone with this tattoo, right? Yes. Spotting a leader of Grimoire is a huge thing. If we follow his movements, we will be able to understand what their plan here is. A crime organization would be a very troublesome existence to the imperial capital during the ceremony, but the only thing we can do is to increase the security. From what father said, he wouldn't launch an investigation on them either. After all, we don't have enough men to spare, and if their plan is already underway, then it is too late for an investigation anyway. Cancelling the event is also impossible. The thing we can do is limited. How about Leonard-sama, sir? Sebas asks about Leo's side. Leo is the only person who can get the secret the saint is holding out of her. Being curious about him is only natural. For now, I did follow up for him, but it's up to Leo from here on. If Saint Sama only says that she felt something was off, then we could help her out. I can come up with some theories from the fact that she isn't willing to talk about it. Theory: Saint Letitia has fought for the kingdom. The kingdom and its people are what she wants to protect. Even if they are trying to betray her, the kingdom is betraying the saint. I nod to Sebas's question. The fact that Letitia isn't willing to talk about it is because she thinks of it as her own problem. I can't believe it. Saint Sama has only been supporting the kingdom, right? The kingdom is not so united. Currently, there is a faction that supports making peace with the empire centered around Saint Letitia, but there is also an anti-empire faction. They are those who wish to join forces with the United Kingdom and take down the empire. That's why Letitia, who repelled the United Kingdom's invasion and sought peace with the empire, is in their way. For the United Kingdom, Letitia is certainly a nuisance. As long as there is a saint called Letitia, the United Kingdom will not be able to acquire more territory of the kingdom. In the first place, the main members of the United Kingdom will not go to war against the kingdom. No, they can't. That is how much they fear Letitia. Their defeat at her hands might be something close to trauma here. That's why the presence of Letitia is a hindrance to the kingdom's effort to build a closer relationship with the United Kingdom. Even though she is the saint who rescued their country, they still trying to get rid of her when things become inconvenient for them. They are the worst. That's how humans are. When Letitia stepped onto the battlefield, the kingdom was on its last leg. They managed to recover from that, but when they regained a certain amount of power, it's normal for them to want to expand their territory. With that being the case, getting into a close relationship with the empire would be a problem. After all, what they want most is the territory at the center of the continent, the empire's territory. That's quite ironic. Saint Sama was the one who saved them and allowed them to regain their power, but now they want to eliminate her exactly because of that. Indeed. The fact that Letitia was able to come to the empire at this time means that the pro-empire faction is willing to conclude the peace treaty. If they are going to prevent that, then the time to act is now. If that is the intention of the anti-empire faction, then I can understand why Letitia said that. Certainly, this is an internal problem of the kingdom, but their stage will be the empire. The United Kingdom had been seeking to acquire territory on the mainland for ages. A bigger land than the Dominion. That's why they invaded the kingdom in the past, but it doesn't mean that they are obsessed with the kingdom's land. If the saint is assassinated here, war tension will rise between the kingdom and the empire. They only want territory on the mainland. Any land is fine with them. In that case, them joining forces with the kingdom to attack the empire is possible. So-called empire might even be able to join in if they have the justification. If that happens, no matter how strong the empire's military is, it will still be tough. From here on is completely my own speculation, but if the empire fell into a decline, we would have to cede our territory. Also, they would want someone from the empire to take responsibility for the saint's assassination. Leo, who is her entertainer right now, is likely to be the scapegoat here. In other words, it's not a bad deal for other candidates. Is there really a person who will do anything for the throne even though it will bring harm to their own country? That would be an extremely short-sightedness. That is completely true, but with what happened so far, I can't say that there is none who would resort to such a method. Whether it be Grimoire or one of the other candidates, it is the truth that they all have their motives. And having a motive means that there is a possibility. However, as long as they work toward their own objective, I don't think that their laid-out scenario would be able to unfold so smoothly. I nod to Sebas's words. The anti-empire faction will want to destroy the empire, and the other candidates wouldn't want to ally themselves to the kingdom as well. In that case, it is safe to assume that they will each take independent action after or soon before the saint is assassinated. With various agendas mixing together like this, it is very hard to read them accurately. I'm not sure whether Grimoire is involved in the plot to assassinate the saint, but With them deliberately infiltrating the Empire's territory, they surely have some kind of plan in mind. Even if Grimoire wasn't involved, if we manage to stop their plan, then it will be possible to send the dignitaries back to their countries earlier than planned. We might be able to avoid more problems by doing so as well. Search for more information about Grimoire. We need to know what they are planning. Understood. However, in case we cannot find out more about them, what are you planning to do, sir? I will do my best when the time comes. I want to avoid it if possible though. If the saint got assassinated, Leo will surely not be able to recover for a while. If that happens, our faction will be shaken. Most importantly, he will not be able to forgive himself. In the worst-case scenario, I will do something about the situation with my secret plan. But I don't want to use it if possible. You understand that, right? Yes, please leave it to me. Saying so, Sebas and Mia left to search for more information about Grimoire. Now, how will this play out? For the time being, I decided that I should keep my eyes on the other candidates. Anyone who loves the word war will surely think about such a plan. No matter how you used to be, you are already an unsalvageable fool now. Gordon. While muttering so, I returned to the castle. Arc 22. Beginning of the ceremony. Chapter 194. The Blue-Haired Elf. Early morning. The castle appeared to be much busier than usual. This is probably because today is the day of the ceremony. I was woken up by such restlessness, so I took a walk around the castle as a morning exercise. Ulmia-sama. Krista, you are up early today. When I was called from behind, I looked back and found Krista. We are in the center part of the castle, a plaza-like area. Nii-sama is early too. What are you doing? Taking a walk. Then we will join you. Hearing that, Krista quietly nods and turns her eyes to the plaza direction. The blue-haired elf and Rita are happily walking together there. Is that the elf princess? You seem to have gotten quite close with her, right? She's a good person. I see. It's rare for Krista to get attached to someone. Elves are an exclusive race. Many of them look down on humans. However, if she is that kind of person, Krista will never get attached to her and Rita wouldn't look so happy walking with her. There is just one problem. I have a strange feeling when I look at her. I couldn't find the source of that strange feeling when she first came to the castle. There is something wrong with her. I thought so and carefully observed her. Then, I noticed that her line of sight was directed toward me. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the 7th Prince, Arnold. Your Highness. It is embarrassing when Your Highness addresses me like royalty. My name is Wendy. I am from the elf village. I couldn't feel any strangeness from Wendy, who politely returned my greeting. There is no lie in that friendly smile of hers. However, that sense of discomfort I felt still doesn't disappear. Are you a good friend with His Highness Arnold, Your Highness Krista? Ulnia-sama and Krista get along well. Krista said so and hugged me. While stroking Krista's hair with a bitter smile on my face, I do not take my eyes off Wendy. I feel that just a little more and I can grasp it. While I thought so, Rita rushed between me and Wendy. Ulni. We have to go soon. We have to go back soon. It's strange that Rita and Krista are in such a hurry. They both pull on Wendy's hands and try to leave. At that moment, I felt that Wendy's figure blurred for a moment. It's only a slight change that seems like it could just be due to my imagination, but I am used to seeing that kind of phenomenon. Illusion her. Hearing my words, Rita and Krista stopped and their bodies started to tremble. Bingo her. In contrast to the two of them, Wendy herself seemed to be calm. As expected of one of the imperial family. It seems you all have good eyes. Krista noticed it to her. Yes. Can we talk about this in the room? Of course. It seems that you have some kind of circumstances after all. Thus, we moved to Wendy's room with Krista and Rita. Section. First of all, allow me to apologize for my rudeness. Please, I don't mind. What I am curious about is only the reason why you used such an illusion. Wendy nodded to my question and dispelled the illusion on herself. Wendy's body slightly glowed brighter and Wendy's real appearance appeared. Wendy, who had the appearance of a slender adult woman, now has the same height as Krista. In other words, she's a child. I see. You think that being a child would lack the dignity of an adult dignitary, right? Yes. There are not many people in the elf village who want to visit a human nation. Only a few of us have a high enough position to visit the empire as a dignitary. There was also concern that it would be rude if I go, so I was forced to change my appearance with illusion. If you informed us beforehand, we would have shown an appropriate response, but, well, there is no helping it anymore. Since she started this lie, she will have to see it through to the end. Her circumstance is understandable. I don't think father would get angry at her if she gets caught either. But there will be less trouble if she doesn't. Glancing at Krista and Rita, I see them expecting me to get angry. Seeing them like that, I put my hands on the two's heads. You're not angry? I'm not. You are her entertainer. You properly did your job. Rita too. Rita couldn't do anything. Perhaps she is shocked that the lie was exposed. Rita seemed dejected. I'm sure that she already felt the weight of her lack of power as their escort, so she thought that she should at least keep her secret hidden, but it was still exposed. I did something bad her. Princess, please take care of these children. If you have any problems at all, please rely on me. You will not tell His Majesty? My father doesn't have time to listen to me right now. It's better to see this through rather than increasing his work. Well, there is no problem as long as no one finds out, so please cheer up. Hearing my words, Wendy seemed relieved and let out a sigh. She must have been quite nervous about it. Elves' growth stops at some point in their life, but they still have the same growth rate as humans to some extent. In other words, Wendy, who looks like a child, is definitely a real child here. I'm sure that she felt suffocating having to keep up the lie in a foreign land like this. She must have been able to endure it because she became friends with Krista and Rita. Did you tell Finn about her? Ewan? Not yet. Then you should tell her. If you have a problem, she can let either me or Leo know. I will do something about it. If necessary, you can ask Mother to help you too. Dad is sweet on Krista. Of course, he is also sweet on my mother, who is acting in place of Krista's real mother. If Krista relies on Mother, Father will surely forgive her. However, there surely will be someone who will escalate the matter after Father forgave her. After all, there are some people in the Empire that dislike elves in general, and there are some that are strict with courtesy. It would be a pain for Father to keep those guys silent. He will be busy with the ceremony after all. That being said, do try to avoid getting caught as much as possible. Especially when you are around the Imperial family members. If I can notice her illusion, then it is possible that everyone can notice it too. Well, some would feel the same strangeness I felt and try to figure it out. But the biggest problem isn't there. We have a huge pervert in our family that would find this appearance change fascinating. For the time being, don't get close to Trauneson as much as possible, okay? UN, I got it. Krista nods with a serious expression on her face. It seems Krista also thinks that it would be bad to show Wendy's real appearance to him. Wendy is the Lolafu that Trauneson is seeking after. I can't predict what kind of reaction he will have when he sees Wendy like this. That's all the points I think you need to be careful of I can think up right now. Now, excuse me, Princess. Why, Your Highness Arnold. Ah, thank you very much. Please don't mind it. Do enjoy the Empire to your heart content. That is the reason you visit us, correct? Yes. I am interested in humans and I wanted to see the human nations. I also want to see the festival as well. Rita wants to go to the festival too. Me too. Then tell that to Finn. She will surely help you arrange it. Saying so, I left the room. After I closed the door, I found that Sieg was leaning against the wall in front of the room. Did you try to approach the saint's room again? Hell no. I'm just getting sleepy from escorting your sister. I see. Sorry about that. I am always having you taking care of her. I try to station Sieg as close as possible to Krista and Rita. Maybe he was already aware of Wendy's illusion in the process. It seems that he was doing his best as their escort to not let anybody find out her secret. It's all right. This is a job too after all. I will do something about the situation here. How about your side? Can't say that it is going well. At worst, there might be a big incident. Both Krista and Wendy, there's a good chance that they will be targeted. Can I leave them to you? Ha! Who do you think you are talking to? This Sieg is acting as their escort. I won't let them suffer even a single scratch. Ah, it's Sieg. In the middle of making a cool speech, Sieg was held up by Krista and taken into the room. He probably will be used as their toy again. While I was thinking so, I heard a scream from inside the room. That hurt. Please don't pull on me anymore. Despite feeling a little sympathy from him, I leave the place. Today is the day of the ceremony. There are a lot of things left to do. Chapter 195. The Saint Who Gave Up. My reign has reached the 25th year. There surely are hard times for you. I cannot say that it was all good. I know, there are many points that I must reflect on. However, we are still here. It is all because of you people who supported and followed me. Today is the day for everyone. Thank you for supporting your emperor. Celebrate, rejoice, and look forward to the future of the empire that has survived and prospered to this day. Make today a special day with me. The opening ceremony of Emperor Johannes's 25th coronation anniversary began with his speech. Letitia and Leo, who looked at him from their seats, switched their gaze to the people. Long live the emperor! Long live the empire! Empire forever! Seeing the people's wild enthusiasm, Letitia shows a soft smile. This is a good country, isn't it? Yes. His Majesty. No, my father made it so. I'm always hoping to be like him someday. If it's Prince Leonard, then you will surely be able to do it. Saying so, Letitia smiles widely at Leo. It wasn't flattery. She truly believes that Leo would be able to do it. I hope that is the case. Are you not confident? Well, I haven't done anything that would make me confident I could do it after all. Fufu, if you say that, then a lot of people would be in a bind, you know. I am not trying to be humble. I really did nothing so far. People call me a hero, but I am not someone as great as a hero. I have only been desperately trying to fulfill my duty as one of the imperial family. I have only been helped by others. I do think that it is the caliber of a king that makes others want to help him, though. That might be the case. Luckily, everyone around me is excellent. But if that is truly the most important thing, then there is a person who is better suited than me. Saying so, Leo turned his eyes to Ol, who was watching the emperor making his speech in a different place. With him were Oriheim, Wendy, Krista, and Finn. There, Ol is talking to every one of them in a friendly manner. To him who can't even satisfy Letitia's wish, Leo thinks that it is something that he couldn't do. I do think that Prince Arnold is a wonderful person. He surely is a person that has the talent to earn the support of others. I too sometimes think about how fun it would be if I have him as a little brother. Little brother, is it? Yes, little brother. I am older after all. After she emphasized that she is the older one, she turned a soft smile on Leo. Receiving that smile, Leo's face started to blush. Prince Leonard is worrying if you are really suitable to become an emperor, right? You are wondering if you should aim for the throne, that Prince Arnold might be more suitable than you. Yes. Then let me assure you, I think that Prince Leonard is definitely better suited to become an emperor. Prince Arnold truly cares for those around him. However, I am sure that he couldn't care less about others. After all, even now his sight is set on the people around him rather than the people down there. On the other hand, Prince Leonard can think of the citizens of your country as your family. You have always been thinking about what you can do for your people. Isn't it clear which one of you is more suited to become an emperor? Is it really so? Yes. You are indeed better suited than him. Prince Leonard, you are someone befitting of the throne. A king is the symbol of the country, a person who makes the decision and leads. Then it is appropriate to think that someone who always thinks about the betterment of your country is indeed befitting of the throne. Even though Prince Arnold has the caliber of a king, he lacks the will to do it. It is because you are here. As long as you are here, Prince Arnold will never aim for the throne. After all, he is the person who recognizes you the most. Is that still not enough? Letitia asks as she looks at him. As a response, Leo shook his head. He was desperately trying when the faction was still weak. If he didn't do it, only death will be waiting for him after all. However, as the faction grew stronger, his ambition for the throne began to waver. He began to hesitate. He was wondering to himself if he should be the one to do it. He had enough leeway to think about such a thing. However, that hesitation was dispelled. He now realized that it is useless to start hesitating now. I am fine now. Thank you very much. Is that so? I'm glad. As Leo felt that Al is more suitable than him, Al also felt that Leo is more suitable. Then if she says that he is more suitable, his answer is already decided. Being an emperor doesn't mean that he has to stop being Al's brother. They can trust and support each other as they have always done. Such a future was made visible through Letitia's words. He felt that the fog clouding his mind was cleared up. The hesitation that he had for a long time disappeared. While looking at Al, Leo said his thanks again. Al doesn't look at Leo. That's surely because he trusts him. It was Al's silent message. Leo is not an idiot. He has noticed all along. He knew that Letitia was hiding something, but he didn't know what to do. He thought that Al might notice the same thing and come to consult with him, but Al never said anything. There is no way that he didn't notice. They are twins after all. If so, there is only one answer. He is leaving this to me, her. Yes. It's nothing. I just arrived at the answer. Letitia. Without attaching the san, he simply dropped the honorific entirely. Letitia's eyes opened wide in surprise when Leo suddenly changed his way to address her, but Leo continued to speak. Like how you hear me out, I want you to tell me your worry. If you truly trust me then, won't you share it with me? Your worry. Leo said that to Letitia as he looked directly into her eyes. Perhaps she wasn't expecting such a straightforwardness from him. Letitia turned silent. I have noticed it all along. That you were carrying something with you. But I was afraid to ask. That's why I was waiting for Ni-san to bring it up. But he didn't say anything. I'm sure that he trusts me with this. That's why I want to ask you. Can you share your worry with me? Prince Leonard. Without any hesitation, Leo straightly asks her. Letitia was surprised at his straightforwardness at first, but now she started to analyze the differences between the twins. Al will not ask her directly like this. He will try to find out about it using a roundabout method. Leo, on the other hand, asked such a question directly. Which one does she prefer? Letitia doesn't have to think for a second to decide on the latter. Letitia is weak against goodwill. In that regard, Leo is more suitable to persuade Letitia. Letitia shows a troubled smile and lets out a small sigh. That is because she wants to talk about it now. After all, there is something in Leo that made her want to talk to him. If she tells him, he will get involved. She knows that was definitely not a good thing. However, what spilled from Letitia's mouth was something that contradicted her thoughts. His Majesty the King has already grown old. At the moment, much of political affairs are being taken care of by His Highness the First Prince. And His Highness has joined hands with the anti-Empire faction. Maybe that is why he started to see me as a nuisance. Eventually, I think that I will be assassinated. After all, the kingdom no longer needs me. Assassination? You, who have always supported the kingdom. Of course, there are those who support me, but when I picked up the holy staff, I decided to devote my everything to the kingdom. The king is someone who leads the nation. If he wants me to die, then I will accept it. No. Such a thing is. The kingdom has changed. When I stood on the battlefield, the kingdom was terribly weak. But now it is different. The kingdom is regaining its power as one of the 3 superpowers of the continent. The people also regain their self-confidence. They believe that the kingdom is the strongest in the continent. However, in reality, we are considered the weakest and are treated as such. That has become a common complaint of the people. Feeling that discontent from the atmosphere of the kingdom, the first prince, who had never experienced being the strongest or the weakest, started to move. He probably thinks that he could save lives by changing my mind and started a united front against the empire, but I don't think that conflict can lead the kingdom into the future. The empire is a strong country. I think that it is better for the kingdom and the empire to work and develop together rather than fighting. That's right, Letitia, you are not in the wrong. I can help you, Leo says. The popularity of Saint Letitia is on the continental scale. There should be many who support her. If the empire backs her up, the first prince should change his mind. Leo thought so, but Letitia shows him a sad smile. If the empire got involved, it would surely lead to a war between the kingdom and the empire. At worst, the kingdom will be split in two by civil war. That is not something I can allow to happen. Then you will just wait to be killed. I will not trouble the empire. They will surely try to assassinate me during my stay here to use it as a justification to start a war. However, assassinating me during the ceremony would be difficult. They will surely aim for my life on my way back to the kingdom. But I only take the people I can trust along with me. They should only be able to assassinate me after I enter back into the kingdom's territory. So, this will be the last time. That's why I asked for you two to be my entertainer. I think that my last moment should be a happy one after all. The Imperial Knight of the Empire can be said to be the strongest force on the continent. With them as her escort, breaking through is unrealistic. However, she cannot stay inside the empire forever. This is my worry, and it is my own problem. It is not something that Prince Leonard should worry about. So please don't look so sad anymore. When the king die, you will die too. That is how a country is. My staff is certainly powerful. It is the power of this staff that makes the people confident in the power of the kingdom. If I die, they should be able to calm down. That would make it easier for the first prince to change his policy. War is a sad thing. I don't want to die if I don't have to. If I die within the kingdom's territory, war will be easier to avoid. That will be my last service to the kingdom. There was no hesitation on Letitia's face. The holy staff was sealed deep inside the kingdom. Ever since she went there to unlock the seal to save her country, she no longer wished for a decent way to die. This is my last selfishness. Please let me enjoy the rest of my time, Prince Leonard. Saying so, Letitia smiles. How can he change Letitia's mind? That is something Leo doesn't know. Letitia has given up on living. What should he say to persuade such a person? In the end, without exchanging any more words, the opening of the ceremony ended and the imperial capital transformed back into a festival. Chapter 196. Ul's answer. After the opening ceremony ended, Leo came to my room and said that he wanted to talk. Seeing the serious look on his face, I decided to send Oriheim to Finn's place and hear him out. But Leo didn't say anything. No, he couldn't. He probably couldn't organize his thoughts yet. What did Letitia tell you? Ni-san. The moment he heard Letitia's name, Leo's face distorted. His expression looked like he could cry at any moment. When I saw that, I had a rough idea of what kind of conversation he had with her. Someone is really aiming for her life here. You also noticed, Ni-san. I suspect that it might be the case. But she couldn't talk to me. It was you who she decided to talk to. I'm not happy about it at all. She already decided to give up on her own life. As if he had to squeeze those words out, Leo started talking to me about Letitia. Letitia is targeted by the kingdom's anti-empire faction. The anti-empire faction also has the support of the next king. Including its citizens, the kingdom has an anti-empire mindset. Letitia decided to give up on her life because the kingdom will be split by a civil war if she doesn't. She asked for us to be her entertainer because she wanted to enjoy the time she has left. Leo bitterly told me so. So that is her decision here. For Letitia, who devotes herself to the kingdom is all that she has. She thinks that the kingdom is the highest priority in whatever she does. To such Letitia, it is necessary for her to do anything she can to prevent the kingdom from warring with the empire. However, she couldn't do it directly. Then, she chooses to die as the holder of the holy staff and the symbol of the kingdom. That is probably what she is thinking. Everything is for the kingdom. That's like her. Is there nothing we can do at all? I want to save her. It is splendid of you to say that, but this problem is unrelated to us. What? She is a citizen of the kingdom. It is normal for her to put the kingdom as her first priority. Just as we are princes of the empire, we have the obligation to think of the empire first. I agree that we have to protect her life while she is in the empire, but after that, we have no obligation nor enough leeway to get involved any longer. No way. Then are you telling me to let her die? That's right. If she wants to die, then let her. That is what she wants. It's wrong for us to get involved. It will surely trouble us if she dies within the empire, but there is no problem if she dies inside the kingdom. Hearing my cold words, Leo took a step back. I closed my eyes because I don't want to see the despair on his face. Ni-san. She is our friend, you know. She is. But she is not a family. If she is a family, then I will do everything I can to help her, but in the end, she is only our friend. As long as she lives by the kingdom's flag, we are not someone that can help her. How could you say that? She desperately devoted herself to save the kingdom and supported it all this time, you know. What did she do to deserve this? Right. I understand what you are trying to say. However, the ones that should do something about that are those that belong to the kingdom. After all, this is the kingdom's affair. Her parents were from the empire. Moreover, helping her would also benefit the empire's interests. If you get involved with a half-baked resolve, the kingdom will be split in two, as she says. She chose to use her death to avoid that. Are you going to ignore her determination? Even if you don't want her to die, that is only your selfish desire. When I opened my eyes, Leo had an expression with mixed emotions. Anger, sadness, resignation. It seems that he is experiencing a lot of emotions and couldn't organize them all. I once saw a similar expression before. Back then. Do you still remember the dying cat you picked up? I do. At that time, Mother told you that it was your responsibility to look after it until the end. She told you that she will save it. After, you assume all responsibility for its life. This time is the same. If you can't take the responsibility to the end, then don't act at all. She is not a cat. Right. That's why the responsibility you will have to bear will not be light. She is the saint of the kingdom. To save her is to take responsibility for all the problems that will follow. And we are not in a position to take that responsibility. So just make her time here as happy as possible. That is what she wants. After he took that cat in, he took care of it until it died. But this time, even with the two of us working together, it is still too overwhelming. Leo hangs his head and looks down. He probably is well aware of this helplessness. According to Sebas's investigation, a crime organization is infiltrating the imperial capital. I will ask Silva to help us out. You just stay with her. Is there nothing we can do? I wonder. I can only give you my own answer. My answer is what I just told you. Hearing that, Leo shows an awkward smile. After that, he said that he understands and tries to leave the room. At that time, the door was knocked. Come in. Excuse my rudeness. I am a servant of Wendy-sama. Please call me Paula. Saying so, an elf woman in glasses entered the room. The woman, with an atmosphere of a capable woman, politely bowed to us with a smile. Did you need something? Wendy-sama said that she wanted to see the festival and the person on the scene couldn't make the judgment, so I was directed to you, Your Highness Arnold. I see. I understand. I will make an arrangement. Thank you very much. You must be Your Highness Leonard. The rumors about Your Highness have reached even the elf village. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. May I be allowed to shake your hand? Paula asks Leo to shake hands. Leo, who is absolutely in no mood to do that, manages to paste a smile on his face. If you go meet Letitia with that kind of face, she will be sad, you know. I know. I will do it properly. After Paula left, Leo told me so in a whisper. While wondering if he will be okay, I see Leo off. Then a voice came from behind me. Wasn't that a little too tough, sir? Should I have said that I would help her together with him? Sebas, who appeared silently behind me, shook his head. That is not the case, sir. I simply thought that you went too far in cornering him. If he gives up with just that, then that's that. It would be better if he gives up if he isn't willing to go that far. It was as if you don't want him to give up, though. Leonard-sama will surely be able to arrive at a different answer. Is that what you are thinking? Sebas smiles and says so. While I frowned at him, I changed the topic. Have you found the base of that leader guy? Yes. We still haven't got found out either. I see. I will do it myself. Keep Mia on standby. You are quite proactive this time, sir. There is definitely a traitor inside the castle. I have looked around, but I don't know who it is yet. Well, the clue lies with Grimoire. Failure is not an option. I will take them down with all my power. Understood. Saying so, Sebas prepares Silver's clothes for me. Chapter 197. For the people. Their base is located in the basement of an abandoned noble mansion, sir. They are a group of mages, so they should have a strong barrier in place, so I do advise that you avoid using transfer magic. Got it. Just in case, I want you to be on standby near their base. As you wish. Then I will be going. Have a safe trip, sir. Saying so, I transferred away as Silver. I was told the location of the abandoned mansion in advance. It seems that it had been left unused since the owner hadn't used it for a few years prior. Since it is now the base of a crime organization, no one can fault the Empire for their presence there. Well, we can't keep track of each and every abandoned mansion after all. While muttering so, I entered the mansion. Then, I found a door leading to the basement. Of course, it is locked and there is also a barrier protecting it. However, a barrier at this level is the same as nothing. I put my hand on the door and pour in my magic power. The barrier also got destroyed since it can't handle the magic power I poured in, and the door exploded in an instant. Now they should notice my presence here. As I went down the stairs, I increased the concentration of magic power around me. Despite being an organization led by mages, in the end, they should only be on the level of human beings. If they are at that level, then I don't even have to deal with them. While I was thinking so, I arrived at the basement. There is a straight path in front of me. Although it seems to be a normal straight corridor, there are invisible threads of magic power set up there. If I snap them, something might happen here. Thinking so, I proceeded further without minding them. Then, when my body touched the magic threads, an arrow flew out from the wall. A combination of magic and trap her. As expected of a base of Grimoire. I think that it is an interesting mechanism, but in the end, it is just interesting. Considering the time until its activation, this will not work against a skilled person. And in reality, the arrow that flew toward me slowed down and fell to the floor. After I casually walked past the straight corridor, I arrived at a big open space. There, dozens of men are waiting for me with weapons in hands. His here. Throw it. They probably anticipate that arrows would not work on someone who can break through the earlier trap. So, they started throwing javelins at me. The javelins are also magically enhanced. With such quality, it wouldn't be weird for the military to adopt these javelins. Even so. Is that all? No way. Someone muttered. All the javelins stopped in front of me. Seeing the javelins that paused in midair, people with good instincts would start finding a place to hide. Then I will return these. The javelins flip over and point at the men. Guessing what about to happen, many try to flee. But it is already too late. In an instant, the javelins in front of me shot out at them and penetrated their bodies. Those who hid behind a cover were pierced through along with the object they were hiding behind. With the majority of them dead, the rest were left unable to act. However, Whoa, there is one capable enough to move her. The man unsheathes his sword and rushes at me from my left. To be able to survive that rain of javelins, this man should at least be at the class of A-rank adventurer. However, you're kidding me. Sorry. A half-hearted strike will never reach me. The body of the man stopped in front of me. Seeing his sword that couldn't move an inch, the man despair. Do you have anything left to say? It's Silvr. Thanks for the introduction. I blew away the man with my left hand. The man crashed into the wall and died on impact. Well, every one of them should notice my presence now. As far as I can see, this basement is quite large. They must have expanded the original basement here. Well, I guess I will have to look for their leader now. Muttering so, I left the room that has already turned into a sea of blood. Section. Fire, fire. Don't let him advance any further. As I progressed through the basement, the men who seemed to be the members of the organization took the initiative and attacked me. Some used magic, and there's even a squad of crossbowmen. Although the result is still the same and their attack still couldn't reach me, there are several men who are on the same level as the man from the first room. It made me understand how deep this organization goes. Out of my way. Seeing the men trying to construct a barricade by piling up their desks, I swung my right arm and created a wind pressure and blew them off along with their barricade. In such a tight space, there is a limit to what I can do because I have to hold back. It is a disadvantage for me, but seeing the resistance they provided so far, I'm glad that I infiltrate this base myself. Sebas and Mia should be able to manage them, but it will surely take some time, and the possibility that they can hide crucial information will increase. When I was analyzing the situation, a young man came out from deep inside the corridor. He is a crude man with blood-red hair and a large sword on his back. A provocative smile floats on his face. I never thought that there would be an S-rank adventurer who would get himself involved with a crime organization. Ignat. The name of the man who appeared in front of me is Ignat. He is one of the S-rank adventurers the guild gathered to subjugate the spirit turtle. Ha. Adventurers are like a jack of all trades, right? As long as there is a reward, I will do it. And thanks to a certain someone's interruption, I just missed a fat paycheck. I am earning it back here. These guys are the best, you know. They paid me a lot. Unlike this damn empire. Ignat happily laughed after he said that. Acting in exchange of money is basically what adventurers do. That is not wrong. However, Adventurer Guild has declared that it will never allow any of its members to get involved with any crime organization, because that action will violate their one and only iron rule: to act for the people. Have you thrown away your pride as an adventurer? That for the people crap. As expected of SS rank adventurer Sama. Aren't you a good boy? Here is my answer. That damn rule can go eat shit. What can people do for us? All they do is complain after we saved their asses. I fucking hate them. Both them and a stiff like you who support that stupid rule. Ignat pulled out the sword on his back. Then, when he poured magic power into his sword, the blade was wrapped in flames. Magic sword her. That's right. Whether it's a monster or a human, this guy can burn them all away. The best partner I have. Ignat straightly thrusts his sword at me. An S-rank adventurer is strong, and I can't use my full power in a tight space. This is indeed a miscalculation on my part. A big miscalculation. However, Gah, what a coincidence. I also hate it. A guy who broke an adventurer's only rule like you. Ignat was hit by an attack from the side and sent into the wall before he reached me. I further provoke Ignat, who still doesn't know what just happened. Stand up, Ignat. As an SS rank adventurer, I will swat you down for breaking that iron rule. Don't fuck with me, you weak-ass mage. Ignat got up and came to attack me. This time, he used a feint before he tried to approach me. Then, when he swings down his magic sword from above, I take it with my barrier. You think you stopped it? This time it's your turn to disappear. Silver. No, I was just curious about your partner since you boasted about it so much. It doesn't look that special to me though. Damn you. I will fucking kill you, then rip that lame-ass mask off your corpse. Thus, the battle between an S-rank and an SS rank adventurer began without anyone noticing under the Imperial capital. Chapter 198. S-rank and SS rank. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Silver. TSK. Ignat skillfully uses feint and brings the fight to close quarters. On the other hand, I was trying to keep the distance while concentrating my magic power on both hands while parrying Ignat's magic sword. All you do is defend. Is that how much an SS rank adventurer amounts to? Your mouth made it look like you still have leeway left her. Saying so, I swing my hand downward, sending a wind blade toward him. Ignat receives it with his magic sword, but he is pushed back by the impact and retreats a distance away. TSK. Damn mage. So the standard of S-ranker has already fallen so much that a close combatant can get cornered by a mage her. You bastard. I will make you regret that. Ignat adds more magic power into his sword. Then, the flames wrapping around his sword hugely swelled up and immediately settled down with only a thin layer around his sword. That probably isn't a misfire. If that giant flame was compressed around that sword, then its power must be stronger than before. You need a special kind of battle to become SS rank. The only thing I lack is a suitable monster to fight. So you are saying that if you have the chance, you could become SS rank adventurer? That's right. And I will prove that to you now. Ignat rushed at me as he said so. Since he only rushed straight at me, I created the wind blades with my hand again. However, Ignat clashed into the wind blades. He cuts through it and keeps rushing at me. You think you can stop me with something like that? Who? As expected of an S-rank adventurer, he has quite a power. I set up a strong barrier in front of me and stopped the blow from Ignat's sword. The barrier is different from the one I used to test him out earlier. This one is a proper barrier. So you're saying that you still haven't got serious to her? Who knows? I tried to pierce Ignat, whose movement got stopped. Ignat twists his body to avoid my attack, then grabs my arm and performs a throw. I was thrown, but I managed to regain my balance midair and lands. However, using that moment, Ignat rushes at me again. He is aiming to settle this with close combat. He probably doesn't want to give me a distance since he can't break through my defenses from afar, and he knows that I am better at long-range attacks. That strategy, even though he is rotten, he is still an adventurer. Take this. Coup. I used both hands to catch his magic sword that tried to pierce my chest. Normally, your hands would get burned if you catch such a hot sword, but that was why I was collecting magic power in my hands. However, for it to still make me feel its heat like this sword is quite dangerous. What? Can't set up any more barriers now? I guess. I'm bad at close-quarter combat, you see. Saying so, I kicked at Ignat, but he quickly let go of his sword and evaded it and proceeded to strike my abdomen. I was forced to retreat from his attack, so I have to let go of his sword. Ignat then catches his sword back from midair. Goo. A kick strengthened by magic. It may be powerful, but do you really think that you can hit anyone with that technique of yours? No matter how much I can strengthen my body with magic, I don't have even a shred of physical talent after all. I might be able to improve my power, but against a professional combatant like him, I am nothing. I cannot beat Ignat with my physical skills. Well, I already know that. I stood up while holding down my stomach. There is not much damage, but the odds are in his favor. I will have to get in a good blow to offset this. Understanding that, Ignat shows a carefree smile. What's wrong? Just use your big magic. Well, if you use such a magic, the capital above us might crumble down to the ground though, so you understand that, The reason I will not use big magic here. For the people, Fool. If you throw that ideal away, you wouldn't be cornered like this. Do you think their lives are more important than yours? I did not answer his question. It was a question that I did not need to answer. I am the SS rank adventurer who uses ancient magic. Silver was accepted by the people of the Empire because he has acted as their guardian. For the people, I can see what will happen if I break that iron rule. Because he is an ideal adventurer, Silver is allowed to be in the Empire. Therefore, Silver cannot abandon the people of the Empire, even if that will cost him his life. You can live by that ideal all you want, but your life won't be long, you know. Ignat held up his magic sword. He finally decided to deal the finishing blow. I don't usually give a name to the techniques I use, but there is one of them that I gave a name to. A trump card. As expected of an S-rank adventurer. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. That carefreeness. Will you be able to keep it after you take this? His magic sword is wrapped in a big swirling flame. The flame was redder than all the flame Ignat showed so far. That blazing flame grows smaller and smaller as Ignat takes a deep breath. It was as if Ignat himself breathed in the flame. From the look of it, he must be increasing the synchronization with his sword. Eventually, the flame swirling around his sword disappeared. However, it should be close to the calm before the storm. Final cremation. At that moment, Ignat disappeared. Before I knew it, He was already closing in on my chest. Fast. His speed is totally different from before. The speed that was almost at the level of teleporting must come from when he absorbed the flame from his sword. His physical ability explosively increased. As an S-rank adventurer, Ignat's physical ability is already high, but now it has grown even higher. Ignat keeps closing in like that while thrusting his sword at me. I can feel a huge amount of magic power emanating from his sword. With my action limited, I can't avoid his attack. Originally, as a mage, I can't go all out in such a tight space. Ignat already entered the range that I should never have allowed him to in the first place. Normally, I would eliminate him or take a distance away. However, I couldn't do that here. I can use transfer magic, but doing so I would lose the chance to collect the scarce clues we managed to find. But if I attack him with a large-scale magic, the basement will collapse and it will cause damage to the imperial capital above us. That was why I was in a helpless situation. Therefore, good work. I was waiting for you to make such an attack. Ignat's attack was stopped by a barrier before it reached me. And it is not a simple barrier either. My magic is too strong for a tight space like this. It's hard to even hold back. That's why it is easier for me to make use of your own attack. Don't tell me. Don't worry. I was fighting you seriously. I simply didn't give it my all. Trying to figure out what kind of barrier I was using, Ignat tried to get away from me. However, it was too late. In the first place, we are in a closed space. He has nowhere to escape to. The name of the barrier I used is the reflective barrier. As the name implies, it reflects back the opponent's attack. Ignat's thrust released the accumulated energy he gathered up all at once, but it was absorbed into the barrier and released back at him. Ignat, who took the brunt of his own trump card, tried to protect his body with his right arm that was holding his magic sword. Thanks to that, his body was only slightly burned. Even so, since his whole body was burned, his condition could be said to be serious. The right arm he used to protect his body was also carbonized. With his body tattered, and his right arm crumbling away, Ignat collapses as he loses his consciousness. After catching Ignat with a barrier, I turn back. Now, let's continue. As expected, they shouldn't have any guard that is stronger than Ignat. All that left is to capture their leader. Let's end this. This place stresses me up. I might end up shooting out magic to relieve some stress after this. Chapter 199. Hex User. After defeating Ignat, I proceed further underground. As expected, there was no one that was stronger than Ignat among their guards. What left are some sporadic resistances scattered here and there. Then, I arrived at a door. I can feel magic power from it, but I open the door without minding it. Doing so, a bolt of lightning flew towards me. Still, it was blocked by my barrier. As expected of an ancient magic user. People didn't call you the strongest mage in the Empire for nothing. That was a great barrier, said the young man with swept-back blonde hair as he applauded. His irises are in different colors of purple and green. I can see that he possesses a good amount of knowledge of magic. The man sits imposingly on his chair as he looks straight at me. This room is different from the others. It is filled with books, so this must be some kind of a study room, probably the personal quarter of the man in front of me. It somehow feels similar to Gramps' room. They are the same in that they are both fascinated by magic and only live to study it. There is a huge difference in their nature though. So you are their leader? Indeed I am. My name is Ian. One who bears the symbol of the winged book of grimoire. Ian then shows the tattoo on his left hand. The tattoo is one of a book with demonic wings. This is probably the symbol of their executives that Mia was talking about. People with odd eyes have a strong magic power by nature. The fact that he is one means that he must be an excellent mage himself. Crime organization that was born from a group of researchers, grimoire. What exactly are you people doing under the imperial capital? So you paid us a visit without knowing that. I only heard that there are maggots squirming underground. I don't know what such maggots are doing though. Ian's eyebrows moved after my provocation. Then he shows a thin smile. That's cruel. Calling us maggots. Then maybe the people above ground are simple pebbles? Maybe. Compared to you people they are as valuable as gems though. As expected of the sole SS rank adventurer of the Empire. You sure favor them. I wonder about that. I think that you would get the same answer no matter which SS rank adventurer you ask, you know. Even like this, I am still the gentlest of all SS rank adventurers though. Maybe you don't like what I said. Well, I do have the same sensibilities as the next guy you see. Being treated like a maggot hurt me quite a bit. I see. Sorry about that. I will rephrase it then. You trash who are obsessed with magic. What are you doing inside the Empire? Ian doesn't react this time. However, I can see that his magic power is slowly increasing. That being said, his carefree expression still remains the same. He probably has some kind of plan here. I think it is my business to conduct my magic research wherever I want though. Magic research? If you are not guilty, then why bother holding yourself up underground like this? I'm a shy person. Is that right? So you are saying that what you are researching are healthy magics? Of course. As a mage, my interest is piqued. Let's hear it then. What are you studying? I am thinking of challenging a grand magic with cooperation from a certain person. It's a magic that nobody has managed to cast before. Cooperation here. For him to infiltrate the Empire during such a time, there's no way that he would be researching such ordinary magic. And his cooperating probably means becoming his research specimen. No one would willingly give their cooperation to such a thing. In other words, rather than a cooperator, isn't it more accurate to say a research specimen? You could say that, I guess. I see. One more thing. Is it the saint? As expected of Silver, you are fast. That's right. I am intending to have her cooperate with us. Ian grins. There is no malicious intent on his face. His grin seems like that of someone who doesn't think he has done anything wrong. He probably thinks of everyone else beside him as his specimen. He does resemble Xandra, a person that doesn't care about anyone except they serve a purpose. I see. Then I am done asking questions. Have you prepared yourself? You sure are carefree. So you went out of your way to let me finish my preparation, didn't you? It's my interest as a mage. I am wondering how dull your magic would be when it was developed through illegal means and at the expense of others. Chimpage. Then that dull magic will be your downfall. Saying so, Ian snapped his fingers. At that moment, countless barriers that were set up around the room activated, and the place where I am standing was surrounded by magic circles. The magic circles formed a single crest and started to bind me. My specialty is hex. I have been collecting the hex barriers of the East and West, both old and new. Once it all combined, it will completely neutralize the target. This is my new magic. Evil Eye Barrier. You already lost the moment you stepped into my room. It seems that this magic is certainly a combination of various kinds of barriers here. There are more than 20 barriers set up in this room. Each of their powers probably stacks up and creates a powerful hex at the magic circle below me. Certainly, it is powerful. However, this is simply a mishmash combination. I am the strongest hex user. You chose the wrong opponent. Silver. Yeah, seriously. You really chose the wrong opponent. I slightly lift my right leg up and stomp back on the ground. With that alone, the magic circle under me collapses and the barriers that were set up all over the room also collapsed with the sound of glass shattering. Impossible. To be honest, I do think that it was a great barrier. You combined the barrier that normally would repel each other into one barrier that has an exquisite balance. Still, if I break that balance, everything will collapse immediately. That barrier won't help you in actual combat. I know that. That's why I used it as a trap. How could you move inside that barrier? That is probably because my barrier is stronger than your hex. Ian seems to think that he would win if he can trap his opponent inside his barrier, but that idea is too naive. Tentatively, I am the strongest mage of the Empire. Even if I have Oriheim as my opponent, as long as I have time, I can escape her barrier. And she is the strongest barrier user on the continent. Of course, I can move within the hex barrier at Ian's level. And if I can move as normal, It is an easy task to pour my magic power in his barrier to upset the balance of the magic circles. No matter how much you research and combine various kinds of magic, you cannot call it new magic. At best, it is only a modification of its current capability. A new magic is one that you create by overcoming the already existing wall. Don't underestimate magic development. Foo. Foo foo foo. As expected. As expected of you, Silver. I am so lucky. I thought that I drew a bad lottery when I was assigned to lead the Imperial capital operation, but I am now being able to test out my skill with the strongest mage. Saying so, Ian shoots a huge fireball from his right arm. He certainly is skilled. That is not something a normal mage could cast without any chant. However, testing your skill? A hex user like you who already abandoned relying on your hexes? Cool. Then take this. Ian took out a stone from his pocket. It was a jewel that has accumulated magic power inside. Ian threw it at me. The moment the jewel came into contact with my barrier, the jewel shattered with smoke leaked from the inside. Ha ha ha. It's over. Silver. That jewel is a special item I develop. If you breathe in that smoke, you will sleep for 3 days. Is that so? Saying so, I contained the smoke inside a barrier. Seeing the smoke being captured in a moment, Ian opened his eyes wide, but I spoke to him without caring that. Thanks for the explanation. I was thinking that it would be a pain to find a way to knock you out without killing you, you see. Why? No. I throw the barrier containing the smoke at Ian. The moment it reached him, the barrier broke and the smoke leaked out. Ian, who was bathed in it, immediately lost consciousness and fell asleep. Now, the rest is to look for information here. Muttering so, I started looking at the documents on Ian's desk. As I looked through it, I unintentionally clicked my tongue. TSK. This is more troublesome than I thought. Saying so, I started collecting all the necessary documents. Chapter 200. Each of their position. I left the clean-up to Sebas and transferred back to the castle. At the hectic castle where the ceremony is being held, people are looking at me with shock as I walked past them, but I keep on without paying them any attention. My destination is at the top floor, the throne room. As I go up the stairs, I pass by many senior nobles and ministers. Everybody panicked every time they saw me. They are all wondering what I am doing here, but not one of them shows any sign of following me. They probably have an idea of where I am trying to go, but it seems that they have no intention to get between an SS-rank adventurer and the emperor. Then, I reached the throne room. After showing my adventurer card to the Imperial Knights on guarding duty, I opened the door. Looking inside, it seems that there are already several guests in there. Silver, have you also come to celebrate my anniversary? Father sees me and sighs. Instead of father, it was William and Gordon who came to greet him that shouted at me. Silver, there should be a limit on how rude you can be. Certainly, this is discourteous. Following Gordon's shout was Eric. Next to him is the dignitary from Sokol Empire. He should be one of their ministers if I remember correctly. He is certainly a person worthy of being a negotiation partner for Eric, who both has the blood of the imperial family and holding the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs. However, contrary to Gordon, Eric seems to be watching me with the intention to find out my aim. His composure is one step higher than Gordon, who readily shows his anger. I ignored both princes, including their guests. I need to talk with you. Please clear the room. Who? You have something to tell me that you don't want my princes to hear. That's right. Unfortunately, I do not trust your sons. I see. Withdrawn, both of you. Prince William, Minister Martin. I am sorry that I have to interrupt your greeting. Can I have you visit me at another time? Father, are you giving priority to the like of this adventurer than our foreign dignitaries? Gordon explodes in anger, but father's reaction to his outburst was calm. That's what I am saying. Back down already. Cool. Gordon had no choice but to shut up. On the opposite, Eric and the dignitaries don't give their verbal reply and leave after a polite bow. They are certainly more mature than Gordon. Well, that's to be expected. With the Four's withdrawal, the only people left in the throne room are me, father, and Franz besides him. Do you want France to withdraw as well? Unnecessary. I want the Prime Minister to take a look at this. Saying so, I handed the documents I recovered from the base of Grimoire to Franz. This is. I was asked by the dull prince to take control of the base of a crime organization. It was unpleasant to have a criminal organization operating from under the imperial capital, so I accepted the request, but it seems that this matter will be more troublesome than I expected. I see. So it was Grimoire Arnold was talking about her. It must have been hard her. Indeed. If he wanted to investigate them, then he should have added more manpower. That prince has been bringing trouble after trouble to me lately. Hearing that, father made a bitter smile. He then received the documents from Franz and read through them. In doing so, his expression gradually grows sharper. A magic experiment using the Saint Her. That was their plan. That's right. What was left inside their base were documents on how to utilize the Saint. They poured their brains into a study when they still couldn't acquire the specimen yet. That was too unnatural. The security around the Saint is strict. Nevertheless, the plan they have was not how to kidnap her but how to use her once she is in their hands. I am sure that you understand the meaning of this. It doesn't matter how strong her security is. The fact that they have such a plan means that they have the means to get to her. The Saint who is being strictly guarded by the Imperial Knights. Letitia herself is the user of one of the 4 sacred treasures. There is no way for them to capture her through brute force. They didn't have any sign of preparation in regard to that. If you want to abduct the Saint, it will certainly be a huge undertaking. There should be a trace of that somewhere, but so far I haven't seen any. In other words, the one who will be kidnapping the Saint is not Grimoire. Grimoire is a group of researchers who seek to uncover the secret of magic. I understand that their aim is the Saint. If it is true that there is no other plan at their base as you said, then they must have a collaborator. That person will be responsible for the abduction. As we still couldn't identify that collaborator yet, you are saying that this situation is dangerous, right, Silver? That's a good answer. You should send the Saint back to the kingdom immediately. Aren't you quite motivated this time? This is a political issue, you know. A human life is at stake. I see. Then I will tell you my decision. We will not send the Saint back to the kingdom. She will be enjoying the rest of the ceremony and the festival before she heads back as planned. If you wait for something to happen first, it will be too late, you know. Father nodded at my words. There's no way that he didn't understand the risk. He should know full well what will happen if the Saint got kidnapped inside our country. An assassination would be far better. If Grimoire got to her, she would only be treated as an experimental subject, and the Empire will be the one who suffers the result of that experiment. We would have to deal with Grimoire from the inside and the kingdom from the outside. It would be the worst scenario. One question. Are you sure that other documents weren't destroyed before your arrival? I couldn't find any trace of that. And what would change if that is the case? The fact that Grimoire is aiming for the Saint still exists. We still don't know how they would do it. Sending her back to the kingdom because of the danger to her life, what is wrong with that? But you already destroyed their base, no? Isn't it fair to say that the danger has dramatically decreased already? Do you want the Saint to die? Do you wish for a war with the kingdom? Silver. His Majesty's hands are tied in this matter. Franz opened his mouth. His expression looked grim. What do you mean? The kingdom currently wishes for a war with the Empire. This ceremony also has the purpose of appealing to the other countries that we are still staying strong, since they believed that we have weakened by the loss of the Crown Prince and the various incidents that happened. So, if we send her back, the kingdom will be convinced that the Empire is weakened. Then the kingdom will attack. The United Kingdom and the Dominion will move. That is why we can't show any weaknesses. That is putting a cart before a horse. The same would happen if the Saint was abducted inside the Empire. However, the kingdom will be severely weakened. They have both pro-Empire and anti-Empire factions in their country. The Saint belongs to the former. If she was kidnapped, the pro-Empire faction will turn into the opposite. On the contrary, as long as they are not united, there are plenty of opportunities we can exploit. You are saying that if we are going to war anyway, then it would be better to fight the kingdom that already lost the saint. If you move now, there is a life that you can save, you know. Once she returns to the kingdom, her life will not be long. The mainstream opinion of the kingdom is anti-empire. She will be assassinated eventually. She herself told her supporters that she wishes for peace with the empire. That's why they will not run wild in anger after her death. With that in place, the kingdom will never be united. If they are not united, we can divide them up as much as we want. That was what my father was saying. Understanding that, I bite my lips. I understand what he is saying, but if I accept that, then Leo will be deeply scarred. That alone is unacceptable. Silver. We are in a different position. If we save her life just because we can, she will eventually be killed or used in a war. The worst outcome for the empire is the latter. The kingdom is everything for her. If push comes to shove, she will always choose the kingdom. And when she does, she will oppose the empire. What followed would be the loss of our soldiers' lives. I am the emperor. What I must give my priority is the empire. You are saying that it is better for her to die when it benefits the empire? Is that your answer? That's right. Of course, we will protect her. Her security is perfect. I have already asked the celestial princess to set up a barrier around her room. If she doesn't open the door herself, no one can break in. Even for you, that barrier shouldn't be something that you could break in a short time. The celestial princess's barrier is certainly strong. I admit that. But any protection has its drawbacks. We are doing our best. If something were to happen to her in the end, then that's that. I will work with Franz to solve it when the time comes. To that realistic plan, I couldn't say anything back. Both as an adventurer and as a prince, I have nothing left to say. I wanted to help her for Leo's sake. As a prince, I have already accepted her death, but as Silver, I still could not. Saving lives that can be saved. That is Silver's creed. However, this matter is a national problem. If so, then the Emperor's decision is absolute. Is that so? I understand what you are thinking. Are you disappointed? No. I can understand your position. I see. I'm grateful. If she belongs to the Empire, it would be a different matter. That's right. As a prince, that is the conclusion I reached. For those who belong to the Empire, it is impossible to help someone from the kingdom. In the end, that is where she belongs. As an adventurer, I can no longer save her. No matter how great Silver is, I can't ignore a national decision. After all, this is already politics. In other words, I can only put my hope on Leo. I gave up and turned back, but I was stopped and asked Father one last question. Your Majesty, as long as they are aiming for the saint, it is impossible for them to do this from the outside. There will definitely be a collaborator from inside the castle. Do you have anyone in mind? Franz will take care of the investigation. Be careful of the princes. You are saying that any of my sons would betray the Empire? Impossible. If they get the throne will belong to them. What is the point in hurting your own belonging? There are some who think that if they can't have it, no one can. My sons are not that stupid. Confidence can be seen hidden in my father's expression. He is fully convinced that his own flesh and blood will never betray the Empire. Of course, normally that would be the case. However, this succession war is different. Franz should feel it as well. Besides Father, Franz is having a thoughtful expression on his face. It is not so bad for the master to be unconvinced. If his trust was broken, then it is fine as long as his subordinate follows up for him. My father has an excellent subordinate at his side. Thinking that my worry is unnecessary, I left the throne room behind. Chapter 201. Worry. In the end, I tried looking around the castle, but I still couldn't identify the traitor. Night comes. A large party was being held at the castle. The party, where many nobles, as well as influential people from each country, were invited, is currently heated up. Finn. There are some rare foods over there. Oriheim-sama. It is dangerous to run around so much, you know. Oriheim, who is wearing a black dress, runs around without looking, might accidentally tackle other partygoers, so Finn gave her a warning. Together with Finn, who is currently donning a blue dress, they are gathering a lot of attention at the party. Walking behind the two of them, I am also attending the party. Originally, the role of being Oriheim's entertainer was mine, but Finn has been the one who took care of her today. That is why they are getting along so well. Well, I can't use that as an excuse to neglect my duty though. Mew mew. This also has a strange taste. But it sure is spicy. Arnold. I'm thirsty. There's some drink over there, right? I'm thirsty. Oriheim stares at me. You have been neglecting me the entire day and you can't even do that much for me. That was the message her stare was giving. With no other choice, I picked up the juice from a nearby table and gave it to her with a sigh. Here. You mew. Good work. Quite self-important today, aren't you? Moo. Is there a problem? If that's the case, then I don't mind complaining that you have been neglecting me for an entire day, you know. Even if you say that, you were playing with Finn the whole day, right? You mew. Finn did a great job. I went out to see the festival with the elf princess too. Then it's all good, right? No way. I was lonely, you know. Oriheim dejectedly lowers her shoulders. Seeing that, Finn came over to comfort her with a bitter smile. It seems like I have done something bad here though. Well, Oriheim did say that she wanted to see the festival again, so I told her that I would go with her again. I'm sorry that I had to break my promise with her. Sorry, it was my bad. Cheer up. Moo. I will make it up to you. Really? You are not lying? Yeah, really. You mew. Then I will forgive you. Saying so, Oriheim gives me a cheerful smile. It's a quick switch. Well, I'm thankful since the awkward mood went away. Rather, I should be grateful that she was only in a bad mood after I neglect the duty of being her entertainer her. It would be a big trouble if she complains about it to father. Well, I was out investigating grimoire, so it couldn't be helped. Still, it doesn't change that it will be troublesome. Right now I simply don't have the time. No matter what I do, time simply is not enough. I have Sebas look around the castle during the duration of this party, but the question is whether he will be able to find any clue. He probably can't find it her. I look around while muttering so. On the other side of the party venue are Wendy, Krista, and Rita, who are happily having their meal together. A little away from them, the minister from Sokol is talking with Eva and Julio. It is probably some kind of diplomatic talk. Eric and Conrad were nearby and they were talking about something together. Even though it is out of formality, Conrad is still a supporter of Gordon. What is he doing talking with Eric? Well, Conrad is a pretty shrewd guy. He is easygoing and has a good atmosphere around him. If he wanted to get along with Eric, then he would be able to do it. Gordon and Prince William were at the exact opposite side. They are talking with the dignitary from the Dominion with Trauneson beside him. Trauneson's eyes are looking away though. He is focusing his gaze in Krista's direction. I can say nothing but as expected of him. Well, with that said, it seems that he is properly listening to the conversation, and it seems that the Dominion's dignitary is having a hard time. After all, if anyone wants to talk about something with him, Trauneson would be the first to hear it. It will become super troublesome if Trauneson gets serious, and it is hard to pull him away as well. As expected, what I should be worried about is over there. I thought so and moved my eyes to the center of the venue. Letitia is standing there in a white dress. The pure white dress that embodied purity suits her very well, and she is currently gathering gazers at the center of the hall. She is someone suitable for the leading role, as she is attracting the eyes of those around her and fascinates them with her mannerism. Next to her is the stiff Leo. He is also attracting the attention of women around him. I should say that his presence stands out no less than Letitia's her. One could say that both of them suit each other so well that the women around them can't help but sigh in admiration. However, Leo seems to have a sad expression. A noble lady nearby saw the current Leo and exclaims that today's Leo is more wonderful than ever, but from my point of view, I can only worry about him. Then, my eyes suddenly met with Leo. Can't be helped. If possible, I want him to do this by himself though. I moved my neck and signaled him to follow me. Leo, who accurately sensed my intention, excused himself from Letitia and followed me. The location is the balcony. It's perfect since there is no one there at the moment. Ni-san. You sure looked depressed, didn't you? A little. Leo then casts his eyes down. Seriously, he is such a troublesome younger brother. While thinking so, I asked Leo a question. Leo, have you gotten your answer? Not mine, but the answer that you come up yourself. As a prince, abandoning Letitia was my answer. That also matches the wish of Letitia herself. But that was only my answer, not Leo's. That's why I asked him. Because I am sure that it is what he is worried about. However, Leo's response was immediate. I thought about it. I already have my answer. NN. Were you not troubled because you couldn't come up with one? If I can't find my answer after mulling it over for a day, then I wouldn't be suitable to become an emperor. As Nii-san said, I wanted to give her the best memories I can. That's why I spent today thinking only about her. But before I noticed, I want her to keep living on like this. Then what do you want to do? There is only one way to solve everything. I will pull her over to the empire. Defection her. I don't think that she will go along with that though. I know that. That's why I will use my last resort. Last resort? I can predict what he is intending to do to some extent. I thought that if it's Leo he would give me such an answer. I didn't suggest it because I want Leo to notice it himself. After all, there is no meaning unless he does so. Letitia will never be moved if the answer to all this wasn't what Leo himself came up with. We are talking about emotions after all. I want to have Letitia as my wife. Is that so? Isn't that great? I think you two suit each other, you know. I repeatedly nod while being satisfied with Leo's answer. After all, Leo is Leo. While he was mulling over it, he came up with the best answer. Even if you consider the succession war alone, taking Letitia in as his wife brings nothing but merit to him. It's a perfect move both from the personal point of view and the political point of view. As expected of the younger brother I am proud of. I thought that way, but I noticed that Leo has a miserable expression on his face. And you see, Nii-san, I have some trouble. What is it? You see. What? Are you feeling ill or something? Rather than feeling ill, the problem is more emotional. Actually, I'm troubled since I don't know how to propose to her. How should I do it? What should I say to her? Seeing Leo, who is staring at me as though he is pleading, I let out a huge sigh. As I thought, he really is a troublesome younger brother. Chapter 202. The Clan of Golden Eagle. Phoo. That was tiring, wasn't it? Why, yes. Night. Leaving the party venue, Letitia and Leo are walking together in the outer area of the castle. Letitia is in a good mood while Leo was far from it. On the balcony, Leo told Al that he didn't know how to propose, but Al told him that he doesn't have that kind of experience either. Well, Nii-san is not be experienced in that field to her. Leo sighed. He doesn't know what to do since his brother doesn't know what to do in such a situation either. Since they were children, Al was like a consultant to Leo. He would always consult him if he has a problem, and Al would always give him a helpful answer. Al, who has a different perspective than the adults around them, always knows what needs to be done. That's why Leo has been relying on Al. However, this time he did not give him the answer. It's not that he couldn't. Leo knows that he chose not to give it to him. After all, he wanted him to think for himself. After thinking through it, he still doesn't know what to do. In the end, Al gave him advice, but he didn't go into detail about it. Still, Leo wanted him to be more specific here. Thinking that it is too much for him, Leo follows behind Letitia. The place they arrived at is the stable housing the griffins. Foo-foo. Have you been well? Blank. Letitia said as she stroked the head of the white griffin she rode on her way here. From behind, a black griffin, who did not have any rider when she came here, pushed its way out as if to say that it wanted to be patted too. Yes. How are you, moi? Letitia. Yes. What is it? You rode on the white griffin on your way here, didn't you? Why did you also bring the black one along? Rather than bringing this child with me, he simply came along, you know. Saying so, Letitia started stroking the head of the black griffin named Noir with a bitter smile. Hearing that it came along with her, Leo has a puzzling expression on his face. Griffins are phantom beasts that live in the kingdom of Palan. They do not attack humans unless they are provoked. That's why they are being treated as a rare animal rather than a monster. The clever, brave, and proud griffins rarely recognize anyone as their master. That is one of the reasons why there are only a small number of griffin knights. Then how comes a griffin willingly followed her here? The first griffin I rode on was the mother of these children. She died from illness, but after that, I was the one acting in place of their mother. That might be why these two got attached to me. Especially Noir. This child only accepted me, so he followed me everywhere I go. You are acting as their mother. Noir has a rough temper and I didn't want to bring him to other countries, so I left him behind at first, but it seemed like he somehow escaped. I see. The bond you have must be very strong. Yes, this child can find me anywhere I go. In front of me, he is simply a good child though. Saying so, Letitia pats Noir's chin and Noir happily purrs. As far as he can tell, Noir seems to be well behaved. That being said, the idea of touching him never crossed Leo's mind. After all, the gaze that Noir is giving him is like one that he uses on an enemy. There's no way he can propose to her here. If he does that, he might be bitten by this griffin after all. With that prediction in mind, Leo proposes to change places. Letitia. Would you like to take a walk with me? Take a walk, is it? Yes. There is a place where you can see the entire imperial capital. Leo notices his mistake. Letitia, who often rides through the sky on her griffin, should be tired of appreciating such a view. The place he suggested is the one that provides the best view of the imperial capital from the castle. He is not sure whether Letitia would be impressed by such a view. Leo started having a headache mid his sentence. Seeing Leo like that, Letitia lightly smiles at him. I'm fine with appreciating the scenery, but there is a place that I'd like to visit. Would you take me there? Why, yes. Gladly. Then let's go. Saying so, Letitia took Leo's hand and started running. Section. Wow. So there really is a hidden room here. Letitia joyfully said so as she looked at the secret room in the castle. It was a hidden room that was not generally known, and it was located on the lower floor of the castle. The entrance can be opened by pressing the switch hidden behind the portrait of the past emperors. It is a hidden room that you can't usually find. This is where you want to visit. Yes. Do you remember? 5 years ago, when I was talking to Mitsuba-sama, you and Ulsama were talking about finding secret rooms inside the castle. So it was that time. Around 5 years ago. Ul and Leo were obsessed with finding these kinds of hidden rooms in the castle. The Imperial Sword Castle was modified by the emperor of each era, and there were many unknown secret rooms and passages. Finding the secret room that even the emperor does not know about. That was what tickled the boys' sense of adventure. When I heard you two talking about them, I thought that I would like to go find one with you too. I couldn't say that because of my standing back then, but I have always been interested in them. Saying so, Letitia walks into the secret room. The fairly large room had simple but expensive furniture and a large bed at the center. According to Nii-san's research, it seems that this room was built by the emperor of 5 generations ago. We think that he might be using it to meet with his mistress. For an emperor, I think taking in a concubine would be normal though. I don't know the exact details, but when we were researching in the library, Nii-san found a letter you see. Judging from the content, we think that she was a mistress. What was written in the letter? To be short, it was, to my unrequited love, please wait for me inside the secret room. Since it was known that the emperor of 5 generations ago never took in any mistresses, we were surprised, you know. I don't think that it was praiseworthy, but I think that it was wonderful. He must have created this room just because he wanted to meet her. I think, if it was allowed, he would have married that person. But in the end, he chose to live as an emperor for the sake of the empire. As a part of the imperial family, he should be praised. By not taking in any concubine, it can be said that he intended to strengthen the bond with his empress. It must have been important to do so during that time. That was Leo's speculation. However, apart from that, His love must be one that he couldn't give up. That was why he created this room. It means that the emperor as well is a human being. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Yes. Leo replied. After all, he also thinks the same. However, Ul is different. He laughed. At the emperor of 5 generations ago. At how stupid that emperor was. Nisan said that it was the mistress who hid that letter inside the book. The mistress? It was a secret letter from the emperor himself. That is something you would normally get rid of once you received it. However, the mistress chose to hide it inside a book. Nisan thinks that the mistress wanted it to be discovered. The story turned quite muddy, hasn't it? Letitia said with a troubled expression. Leo also had a similar look when he first heard it. According to Ul, the mistress probably wanted the emperor to take her in as a consort when their relationship was discovered. However, the relationship between the two did not appear in any record. Regardless of what happened at that time, Ul judged the emperor of that generation as a fool. How could he protect the empire without being able to protect the one he loved? Is that Prince Arnold's words? Yes. Nisan thoroughly criticizes him since the emperor couldn't even take his loved one in as a concubine. I thought that he went too far when he said that, but right now, I can understand. The emperor of that time was indeed a fool. The emperor must devote everything to the empire. He must always think about the empire first and foremost. That is only natural. However, at the same time, an emperor is also a human being. No matter how hard one tries, there still is a limit. It is the duty of an emperor to protect those who support him. It was a show of magnanimity. He doesn't know what kind of position the mistress was in. Perhaps she was from another country. Perhaps she has a complicated position. However, the one who can do something about that is the emperor. If the emperor loved her, he should have enough capability to take her in as a consort. Sneaking around and meeting up in secret is simply miserable. How much does a whisper of love worth inside a secret room? Leo raises his head up and looks straight at Letitia. Letitia, I have something to tell you. Can you hear me out? Yes. What is it? You are being so formal. Leo took a deep breath. He thought that the emperor of 5 generations ago was a fool, but the current him is even below that. Although it was inside a secret room, that emperor was brave enough to proclaim his love, unlike Leo who has been holding it inside his heart. How much does a word of love worth confining inside your own heart? Perhaps some love can shine through without needing any word. However, Leo is different. He cannot relay it to her without telling it. Leo remembers the conversation he had with Ul. Why, you don't know. Nisan, that's too cruel. It's your problem, right? Don't ask me. But I might get refused, you know. If that's the case, then everything will go to waste. I will not be able to save her. The relationship between our countries, the relationship between me and her, it will all go to waste. I'm scared. If I give it my all and she refuses, on top of the position he is in, the pressure he is carrying is heavy. It is not the same as a commoner proposing to another commoner. However, Ul replied with the same atmosphere as usual. You are being noisy. Give it your all first, then think about that later. If you leap off a cliff and shatter on impact, I will help you pick up the fragments. It's not like this is my matter alone. We are twins, but this matter is yours alone. It's obvious, right? She is the person who will be standing beside you from now on after all. Nisan. With that said, it will trouble me if you fail. So I will give you a piece of advice. Then Ul left him with some advice. With that advice in mind, Leo took a quick breath and said to her, Letitia, will you become my wife? Leo has squeezed out more courage than ever to say that short sentence. While clenching his hands, he thinks that facing a demon is much easier than this. He was so scared that he couldn't help but think so. After all, if she refuses, many things will be lost to him. Even so, if he didn't say anything, he would lose even more. To advance this relationship means that you have to abandon the current relationship he has. The bigger he tries to move forward, the more he has to abandon. That's why it requires courage. After all, People are afraid of throwing away what they have. However, Leo murmured in his heart, "Think about it after you tell her." That was what El said to him. To think about what to do after he moved forward. If he had time, he would have done it little by little. However, Leo had no such luxury. Does he want to stay still, or does he want to move forward? With only 2 choices available to him, Leo's answer was already decided. However, it is to save me, isn't it? If I were to marry a prince of the empire, the kingdom, and the empire would not go to war. Even though there will be problems along the way, the symbol of the strength of the kingdom will disappear. The voices that support the war in the kingdom will diminish. I'm sure that it is a good political move. But you are wrong. Wrong. Letitia opens her eyes in surprise. The last advice I gave him. It was a question. Will you propose to her because you only want to save her, or will you propose to her because you love her? Be clear about that. That was what El said. Leo had a clear answer to that question. He managed to arrive at it. 5 years ago. I've always liked you since the first time we met. I've never forgotten that day. And I understood it today. I love you. 10 years, 20 years, from now on, always, I want you to stay by my side. I am no good without you. I can't think of losing you. If someone were to rob you away, then I will take you back. No matter who it is, I will never hand you over to anyone. The clan of Golden Eagles. The imperial family, the Adler family is sometimes called as such. The Golden Eagle, the emblem of the empire, was originally the family crest of the Adler house. This clan sometimes danced elegantly in the sky and sometimes hiding their talon, and sometimes creating a huge ripple that runs across the continent. Their nature is close to a hunter. The Adler house never missed their prey. With the nature of the imperial family, if there is prey in front of their eyes, they can be very forceful. Even in the age where the Demon King appeared, and the world was thrown into chaos, they remained strong. Their enemies who saw how they strengthened themselves during such times ridicule them with a moniker. The Plunderer. Chapter 203. The Death of the Saint. If someone were to rob you away, then I will take you back. No matter who it is, I will never hand you over to anyone. Letitia was completely overwhelmed by the forceful words that she never expected would come out of Leo's mouth. To that too straightforward of a proposal, Letitia casts her face down. It was within Letitia's expectation for Leo to propose to her in order to save her life. Leo is a gentle person. It wouldn't be weird for him to try to protect her by bringing her into the imperial family. She understands that much. However, she never expected him to propose to her because of love. Feeling embarrassed like never before, Letitia could only look down. Realizing that what she is feeling is shyness, Letitia's face dyed red. Above all, she was so embarrassed that she was so happy that she almost immediately gave her reply. That was too careless and superficial of her. Leo will never say that she causes trouble for him, but if she were to accept his proposal, she is sure that she will cause a lot of problems for him. I must not accept it. I can't. With that determination, Letitia raised her face. However, her eyes met with Leo, who looked at her so seriously. At that moment, Letitia instantly turned her face down again. She couldn't look at him directly. Her face is getting redder and redder as if she has a fever. Gradually, she started to feel suffocated. If she let this keep going, she will definitely collapse. When she thought that way, Leo opened his mouth. You do not have to give the reply immediately. There are 2 days of the festival left. Could you give me your answer before you leave the imperial capital? Why, yes. Letitia was startled by the weakness in her voice that she never thought that it would come out of her. What should she do if she has to stay here longer than planned? If she is going to refuse anyway, then she should just do it right now. She's glad that her inner voice is still there to scold her. However, she is also asking herself what to do at the same time. After all, this is her first time. That's why Letitia is a little panicked. It was not the first time someone proposed to her. Several men have already proposed to Letitia ever since the time she roamed the battlefield with her holy staff. The soldiers who were attracted to her appearance on the battlefield with her holy staff. The nobles who wanted to gain recognition by marrying the saint. her comrades that were there with her since the beginning. Everyone praised Letitia for being beautiful. All of them said that was the way she ought to be and that they wanted to be by her side. However, Leo was the only one who asked her to be on his side. The only one who was different was Leo. There's a part of her that asks, so, what? After all, changing some words around is easy. However, there is a part of her that couldn't refuse him. Leo didn't need her to be with him as the saint. The title of the saint is a stumbling block for him. Even so, Leo still proposed to her. That's why she was so happy. You must have been confused since I brought it up so suddenly, but everything I said was sincere. I am prepared to accept it no matter what your answer is. Don't worry. Yes. Thank you very much. Then I will walk you back to your room. Leo then casually offered her his hand. Letitia raised her hand up, but she was a little hesitant. She felt that the act of holding hands that she has done so casually has become something extremely embarrassing. Seeing Letitia, who slowly raised her hand up and stiffened, Leo gently took her hand. It's dark after all. Please be careful. Why, yes. Prince Leonard. She could only reply to him with a voice that seems to be able to disappear from embarrassment. It was the first time that she got so worked up by the words of others. While pulling on Letitia's hand, Leo suddenly raised his voice. Leo. Yes. Can you call me Leo? There aren't many people who would call me that way. Ah. I want you to call me that. His smile seems coercive. Thinking so, Letitia nodded as she turned her eyes away. That was all that happened, but Leo smiled with satisfaction and continued escorting Letitia. Then, the room of Letitia finally came into view. In front of her room, a blonde-haired female knight is standing guard. Welcome back. Letitia-sama. Catherine. I'm sorry for coming back so late. It's nothing. Please do not mind it. The female knight named Catherine then bowed her head. Letitia then introduces Catherine to Leo. Leo. Ah, I think you have met her several times already, but this is Catherine. She is the commander of my personal guard. I will be in your care, Catherine. Yes, Your Highness. After having such a short conversation, Leo let go of Letitia. He then speaks to her with a refreshing smile. Good night, Letitia. I will be picking you up tomorrow. Why, yes. After that, Letitia continued to gaze at Leo's back until he left her sight. At Letitia's side, Catherine makes a bitter smile. Have you given him your reply? What are you talking about? He proposed, didn't he? How did you know? I can tell just by looking at you. Judging from your response, you still haven't given him your reply yet, correct? He told me that he can wait. It is up to Letitia-sama to decide, but if this can keep you safe, then I don't think that it would be a bad thing. However, you may turn all the women in the empire into your enemies though. He is wasted on me. Do you think so? I think that you two suit each other very much though. Saying so, Catherine opens the door for Letitia with a smile. Then, when Letitia entered the room, Oriheim's barrier was activated. Good night, Letitia-sama. Yes. Good night, Catherine. Thus Letitia fell asleep. Section. Midnight. The time all the people in the castle are asleep. Letitia could hear a knocking sound in her room. Letitia woke up and asked for the identity of the person at her door while rubbing her eyes. Who is it? It's me, Leo. To think that he would visit her at such a time. Letitia's face dyed red thinking about what this visit could mean. However, that idea quickly evaporated. I have something to tell you. Can you open the door for me? His tone was serious. It was easy to guess that something happened. Letitia gets up from her bed and goes to the door while calming her delusion down. She then opened the door. Thank you very much. I am sorry to intrude on you so late at night. It's okay. Did something happen? Yes. Leo said so as he swept his eyes to the surroundings and entered the room, locking the door behind him. Thinking that it must be the matter about her assassination attempt, Letitia cast her eyes down. Is it an assassin? Yes. I am relieved that you are safe. There seems to be no one else in this room, correct? Yes, it is only you and me. Is that so? Leo took out a small jewel from his pocket. He then broke it, letting out purple smoke. What are you doing? Please rest assured. You will only fall asleep. Sleep. Letitia immediately covered her mouth and nose, but she had already breathed some in. Suddenly, drowsiness strikes Letitia. Her sight distorted, her feet lost their balance. Letitia weakly stumbles toward her bed. Her holy staff is there. However, Leo pulls the hand of Letitia and drags her back to the smoke. As expected of the saint. It was modified so that it only works on human women, but normally anyone would immediately fall asleep. Your mental strength is certainly great. You are not. Leo. Well, who cares about that? You are already unrelated to all of this. You will die here after all. Ilu. Scion. Letitia cursed her carelessness. To think that he would disguise himself as Leo. Moreover, it was just after his proposal. If she could properly look him in the face, she would be able to immediately notice. The discomfort from seeing an illusion cannot be felt unless you give a close observation. Feeling the heavy drowsiness weighing down on her more than she ever felt, Letitia bites her lips. Her lips began to bleed from the strong bite, causing Letitia to feel pain. Using that pain to endure the drowsiness, Letitia crawls toward the holy staff. However, a moment later, her body stopped moving. With that final word, Letitia fell asleep. Then the person who disguised himself as Leo muttered while looking down on Letitia. You are not at fault. If you want to blame someone, then blame the kingdom. Saying so, he pulled out the sword he hung at his waist. Section. The next morning, Leo was heading to Letitia's room. There is a festival today. What fun should he have with her today? Where should they go? Leo, who was thinking about such things, almost started skipping. However, when he saw the number of imperial knights in front of Letitia's room, his legs stopped. Letitia. Calling out her name, Leo immediately started running. The imperial knights tried to stop him, but he broke through them and reached the door to her room. Elna was there. Leo. Step aside, Elna. I won't say anything bad. Just go back to your room for now. Move. Furious, Leo tries to enter the room. However, Elna stopped him. Then, a quiet voice reaches the two of them. Let him in. He has the right to see this. Ni-san. Hearing Ul's words, Elna relaxed the hand she used to stop Leo for a moment. Using that moment, Leo stepped into the room. Inside are the emperor, the prime minister, Eric, and Gordon. All of them are looking at the wall. No. On the wall. Letitia's body was pinned to the wall with a sword. There is a lot of blood spread throughout the room. No matter who anyone looks at the scene, she is already dead. That was the situation. When he saw it, something broke inside Leo. AAA. Leo's sorrowful cry echoed throughout the room and the castle. Holding his head, Leo keeps screaming. This can't be. He kept telling himself that this is only a bad dream. Turning to such Leo, Gordon opened his mouth. Going mad from seeing a corpse her. You should already be used to it, right? This kind of corpse. Hearing that, Leo's head instantly turned white. He raised his face and there was Gordon and Eric in his sight. Leto's hand slowly reaches for his sword. So it was you, Elna. Goo. Leo tried to attack Eric and Gordon, but he was knocked out by Elna. Ul, who gave the order, let out a sigh and gave her the next instruction. Lock him inside his room. Ul. Elna had a sad expression for a moment. She looked straight at Ul and gave him a nod before she carried Leo out of the room. Ul then shifts his gaze to Letitia's body. While he was observing the body, a report was sent to the emperor. The sword used to commit the murder belonged to the commander of her personal guard and her whereabouts are currently unknown, Your Majesty. What about the gatekeepers? We are gathering all the guards of last night to get their testimonies, but so far, they didn't spot anyone leaving the castle last night. Then lock down the castle. Once the festival begins, they can take advantage of all the ruckus to escape. Find them. In response to the command from the emperor, the prime minister bowed and excused himself. While listening to the report, Ul's eyes never left Letitia's body. Chapter 204. Discomfort. The castle is on lockdown and the search for the culprit begins. While that is going on, I remain inside Letitia's room. Are you perhaps regretting what happened, sir? Sebas said as he silently appeared behind me. In response, I shook my head. Not really. Why do you think so? I should have taken her away even by force. Were you not mulling over an idea along that line? If this crime scene is not giving me this discomfort, then I would probably feel that way, I guess. Discomfort, sir? Sebas tilts his head. As I thought, I can feel a slight discomfort coming from Letitia's body. But it is subtle. It is questionable at best whether a member of the imperial family can spot it if they pay close attention. Even Sebas, who is quite observant, doesn't notice it. One could say that this is a perfect dead body. But there is something wrong with it. I couldn't tell, sir. Then tell me what you can from what you see. Why do you think she was killed? If the saint died inside the empire, it would be a trigger for the war between the empire and the kingdom. Is that not a desirable development for the anti-empire faction? By that captain of the personal guard that she trusted? That is what the circumstantial evidence indicated, sir. Circumstantial evidence, her. Oriheim's barrier cannot be broken unless Letitia opens the door herself. In other words, the culprit is someone who can get Letitia to open the door for them. The captain is certainly capable of that, and the murder weapon belongs to her as well. Yes, that's why. It's strange, right? To cause a war between the empire and the kingdom, the person that they pin the crime on should not be the captain of Letitia's escort. Rather than the empire's, it would be the kingdom's mistake in selecting their personnel. That is certainly true. Sebas also reached the point where I felt the discomfort. Besides the corpse, the circumstantial evidence that indicates the captain to be the culprit is strange. The evidence that indicates such a thing should be removed if the captain is really the culprit. After all, by leaving such evidence behind, anyone could make the connection. It would be one thing if the culprit did not have enough time to collect the evidence, but if that person has the time to pin Letitia's body to the wall, then there should be enough time to erase the evidence. In case I push the original theory to the extreme, what if the culprit tried to do it but couldn't pull the sword back out, sir? The captain of the saint's personal guard is also a Griffin Knight. Do you think that she could be so incompetent? Moreover, I can't see any sign of struggle in this room. Do you think that the culprit would impale the non-resisting victim with all their power that her body got pinned to the wall? In the first place, someone like the captain should be able to procure other weapons for the task. I completely agree. Then wouldn't it be bad if we recognize the culprit as the captain, sir? It's not necessarily a bad thing. If it wasn't the captain's doing, then the crime would be pinned on someone else. At the moment, Father is searching for the Knight Captain of the Kingdom as a scapegoat for this case. Not to mention that he went as far as sealing the castle. After all, if she escaped, we would miss the chance to pursue her. With the castle on lockdown, no one can go in or out, but our Imperial Knights, the pride of the Empire, are stuck here as well. From the kingdom's perspective, that would be an ideal situation. If we fail to catch the culprit, they will be able to cite it as the Empire's mistake. If they start saying that we deliberately let the culprit escape, then we will not be able to argue against it. Even so, locking down the castle is a protocol. Whenever something happens in the castle, the Emperor would order a lockdown. The question is how our enemy knows of such protocol when it is rarely used in the first place. They wouldn't be able to orchestrate this flow of events otherwise. Our enemy's true aim is to stall us here. We have walked right into their trap. At that time, there is no other method to pursue the culprit besides locking down the castle. After all, there is the possibility that the culprit is still here with us. Regardless of the enemy's aim, Father has no choice but to seal the castle and order a search. In other words, this chain of events was inevitable when Letitia's body was discovered. The culprit managed to stall the Imperial Knights while the kingdom got the chance to continue the war. What are you planning to do, sir? There's no choice but to have someone from the Empire's side find the culprit. Would we be able to? Probably not. The clues we have are too few. But, If my theory is correct, we might be able to find more. Your theory, sir? That's right. The culprit wanted to stall us while the kingdom wanted to continue the war. Both can benefit from this case, but there is an organization that doesn't gain anything in this. Grimoire, is it? I nod to Sebas's words. Grimoire, the organization that was lurking in the imperial capital's underground, has no benefit in this. Their base was destroyed and Letitia, who they planned to use as a test subject, is dead. The organization that is supposed to be deeply involved in all this has nothing to gain from this incident. They are researchers who are obsessed with magic. Those people would never be moved with money. At least to move them you would need something equal to Letitia in research value. If we are talking about the user of the 4 sacred treasures, would Elna-sama fit that description? That would be impossible. It would be like swallowing a blade and getting cut up from inside out. Elna and Letitia are different. Elna is strong even without the holy sword, but it is only because of the holy staff that Letitia could shine in battle. Which one of them is more viable for research purposes? There is no need to compare them. In that case, Grimoire would only move if they can obtain Letitia in exchange. Perhaps the kingdom is unrelated to Grimoire, sir? I don't know the whole truth either. But we only have the documents about Letitia we found at Grimoire's base to go on. If they are going to dispose of the evidence, they should be more thorough about it, and there was no trace that they were destroying the evidence either. So, it means that we already got everything. In other words, Grimoire already has the means to obtain Saint Sama. If they were expecting her to be handed from an outsider, then that would explain it. Since the kingdom is going to fight the empire, they would want us to be weakened as much as possible. A research utilizing one of the 4 sacred treasures, even I don't know how much destruction it will cause. However, if they poorly manage Grimoire, won't the damage spread to the kingdom as well? Grimoire is that much of a troublesome organization after all. If the damage spreads, they probably expect Silver to intervene. In the off chance that Silver starts cooperating with the Imperial Army for the war, then it would be a problem for them after all. Is it not too dangerous for the kingdom to plan such a thing on their own, sir? No matter how much I think about this matter is far too big for the kingdom alone. That may be right. I have something that I must look into before we go to that. Saying so, I point at Letitia's body. That over there is certainly a dead body. No doubt about that. If they are planning to hand Letitia over to Grimoire, then what is that? A fake body? I think so. This discomfort is surely not just my imagination. Something magical in nature must be involved. But I can only feel slight discomfort from it. Why is that? After all, that is unmistakably a dead body. It has both the smell of blood and entrail. It is impossible to completely disguise those things. I see. So you are saying that the missing captain is right in front of us? That way of thinking would be reasonable. So, you know what to do, right? Yes. Even an expert in magic on the level of Arnold-sama couldn't discern it. I am sure that it is something that you are unfamiliar with. And we already know of one group that utilizes such techniques. That's right. There is a certain group that suddenly accepted our invitation to the ceremony. The Great Forest on the west side of the continent is located close to the kingdom. It wouldn't be strange if they are connected. Keep an eye on the elves. They are the only ones capable of disguising Letitia's body. This is an abduction under the guise of murder. If they make a move, I will leave the decision to you. Wendy was disguising herself with an illusion. Using that illusion, the elves should be able to put a show of Letitia's dead body. Still, this illusion is much more advanced than Wendy's. So it's not her. Or is it not just her? In any case, it is important to keep an eye on them. Arnold-sama, where are you going? I'm going to see Leo. What about the matter of solving the illusion, sir? I would do it if I can. I don't know the secret technique of the elves after all. I should be able to do it if I have time, but we do not have that luxury right now. First, we must convince father of this and have the elves solve it themselves. I see. Leonard-sama is necessary for that. His voice holds much more weight than mine. Even if I say it, it will only be treated as a delusion after all. Reasoning coming from the dull prince would not move people. Of course, if I really want to I can do it, but that would require a huge amount of effort. In that case, having Leo explain it would save more time. As long as Letitia is still alive, time is priceless. I see. It seems that the consequences of your lifestyle finally caught up to you, isn't it? Shut up. Oh, and send Linfia out as a messenger for me too. The castle is still under lockdown, sir. If we wait around, then we might not be able to make it in time, right? Just let her out where Elna's unit is guarding. It will cause a big issue if someone found out though. The situation is bad enough already. That's true. To whom do you want to contact, sir? Veen's place. If you are only going to put on a smile and greet the VIPs, then you don't need me. That was what Veen said before he left the imperial capital. Veen is not a strategist who adapts to the situation, but one that acts out his well-thought-out plan. He operates by thinking up patterns for various situations. He should already have something planned in case something bad happened in the imperial capital. That's why Veen must be waiting on standby at a certain place just for that. I see. The Nabi Ritter garrison. However, how do you plan for them to move without any clue, sir? Veen will surely be able to manage that. If we relay the suspicion we have to him, he should be able to figure out the culprit's escape route. Well, if they want to escape by force, then they would head north. The eastern border is being guarded by Anu. We have a lot of soldiers and knights in the south for the reconstruction. The west is the kingdom's border. It is the current front line, and if we are beginning the investigation on the kingdom, then that is where our soldiers will be dispatched to. No matter who the culprit is, the only way for them to escape is the north. With that said, Veen will soon reach the same conclusion as me. The talent the crown prince wanted at his side is not just vainglory. All right. Let's break through our enemy's trap. Understood, sir. Saying so, Sebas left and I headed to Leo's room. Chapter 205. Look up. When I arrived at Leo's room, he was depressedly sitting on his chair. Beside him, Elna is looking at such Leo with a sad expression. Oh, how is he holding up? He has been like that since he woke up. He looked like he lost everything. It was as if his soul already left his body. The upright Leo always has his back straight. However, he is currently facing down as he sits in his small chair. Even I don't know what he is looking at. Leo. Is here, you know. Leo doesn't react to Elna's words. Seeing his appearance, I let out a sigh. He is completely down. It couldn't be helped. Leo just proposed to Letitia. Whatever her reply was, at that point, Letitia was the most important person in Leo's world. He must have vowed to protect her no matter what happens. The moment he resolved himself for that, everything came crashing down before he knew it. It can't be helped. There is nothing he could do. Normally that would be the case. However, there are people that are allowed to think like that and those that are not. Leo is the latter. Snap out of it already. Do you have enough time to be like that? The battle is yet to come. You are fighting for the throne after all. The throne. I don't care about something like that anymore. I see. Leo murmured without looking at me. He doesn't care about anything anymore. That is what he is saying. That's why I clenched my right hand and hit him in the face as hard as I could. Leo falls from his chair and hits the table. The sound of the items on the table fell to the floor, echoing throughout the room. I frown at the pain running through my fist. It was a rare chance that I hit someone without the backup of any magic, so I hit him as hard as my physical ability allowed. I wonder if I got any fracture from it. But that is something I couldn't care less about right now. Can you say that to the people who have died for you? Do you know how many people lost their lives because they believe that you can create a better empire? It can't be helped since the person I love died. It can't be helped since my important person died. There are those who are allowed to say that and those who are not. The imperial family is the latter, especially those who seek the throne. No matter what, we must not give up. No matter how desperate you feel, you have to shake it off and raise up again. However, after he got knocked down, Leo doesn't move. Stop it. I am not strong as Nii-san. I am strong. That's not it. It is you who are weak. The person important to me died. Are you saying that being sad about it is a weakness? Sadness is not a weakness. Giving up is. There is no answer for you down there. A person who fights for the seat of the emperor must be able to say, even so, and stands back up. Something like the throne. I don't care about it anymore. I didn't fight for it for myself. I fought for it because I wanted to protect the people around me. But the person I want to protect the most is already dead. But, even so, do I still have to continue to protect the people around me? The sound of the broken man with his heart broken reached my ears. Right now, even if I tell him that Letitia might still be alive, he wouldn't be able to get up. I know it. After all, Leo is kind. If he stands up, he will be afraid of losing someone again. The more obsessed you are to protect someone, the greater the despair you will feel once you lose them. However, if you do not stand up, you cannot protect anyone. I'm scared of losing someone again. I don't want to feel this sadness anymore. Those are the self-preserving instinct of a human. After all, our heart is not strong enough. But you know, if you stay like that you will not be able to protect anyone. No matter how many times you say that you already have nothing left. A person is never truly alone. Around 13 years ago, it was the first time I learned of my mother's illness. No matter which doctor came to treat her, they all gave up. To find a way to cure that disease, I have read many books. In the process, I learned about my great-grandfather who was obsessed with ancient magic. After my investigation, I discovered a secret room that only those who have the aptitude for ancient magic could open. I searched the secret room and released my great-grandfather who was sealed in a book and learned ancient magic from him. Up until now, I wonder if there is a time I put in so much effort to do something. Approximately 2 years later, I have mastered a certain level of ancient magic and tried to cure my mother with the healing barrier. However, there was no effect. In the face of my mother's disease, ancient magic was useless. There was a barrier in my mother's room that made her condition gradually grow worse. I could destroy it, but the barrier's purpose was only to accelerate the disease that already exists in her body. It was a disease that mother originally carried and there is nothing I can do about it. I wanted to die. It was the time where I poured my utmost effort to save my mother who accepted a good-for-nothing like me. I wanted to die because I realized that all my effort was meaningless. I stopped caring about everything. I thought that my effort was worthless. I despaired because even after I went so far, I still couldn't save my mother. It would be fine as long as I can save my mother. I wanted her to always be there to watch over me. I locked myself in my room and cried while cursing the feeling of helplessness I felt. If I cannot save her, then what meaning does my power have? I have no motivation to keep looking forward. Even so, I still have Leo. He didn't ask me anything when he brought me food and stayed with me. We only had our childish conversation with each other. I allowed my little brother to do that much for me. That's why I thought that I must not give up. I had to look up. That was when I realized that if I decided to stop, I can only sit back and watch as my important family disappears. After that, I searched the continent for legendary medicines. The medicines that I don't know whether if they exist or not couldn't be obtained with a straightforward method. Even if I become the emperor, I'm sure that I cannot obtain them. But there was one possibility. Because of the professional nature of an adventurer who is likely to encounter the unknown, I decided that becoming one would provide me with the highest chance to find it. The ingredients from the monsters of legend and phantom beasts, because of their rarity, many of them were thought to be able to be used to create medicines. Power would be required to subdue them, but fortunately, I possessed that power. In fact, roaming around the world would increase my chance to find them, but at the time, the empire just lost the crown prince and dark clouds were hanging over the empire. Leo was down. The crime rate went up and he said that as a member of the imperial family, he must do something about it. That's why I wore the Dond and became Silver, the SS rank adventurer. While reigning supreme in the imperial capital, I continued to protect the empire while searching for the faint hope of a cure. There is no point in giving up. If you only look up, there are a lot of things for you to see. The light of possibilities might come into view. You would realize that you are not alone. You will be able to see the people you want to protect, the people you want to save, and see the important things around you. You will realize that you can still protect and save those people. I protected the empire because of my love for my mother and the younger brother that I want to save. The ancient magic that I thought was worthless began to shine. Everything I thought was irrelevant became colorful. Look up. Even if it seems like you have lost everything, you are not alone. You decided to become the emperor to protect the things that are mattered to you, right? Are you not trying to become the emperor that thinks of the people? You do not want to deny all the tragedies that happened in the empire, don't you? I am a man that couldn't even protect the person I love. A guy like me can't protect the empire. Someone like me shouldn't become the emperor. I am not good enough to become one. Then you should aim to be good enough from now on. If you don't want to be scared of losing someone, if you don't want to cry anymore, then protect them all. A guy who thought that he lost everything and fell to the depth despair is strong. After all, that person would never want to feel something like that ever again. I'm sure that was how the emperors of the past became so strong. They faced their sadness and overcame it by protecting everything so that they have to feel the same sadness anymore. But no matter what you say, I will keep saying this. Look up. Look at me. You are not alone. We are twins. We've been together since we were born. The thing that you can't protect, I will protect it. Instead, you protect what I can't protect. We will make up for each other and keep moving forward. If you stopped in your tracks, then I cannot move forward either. Ni-san. Leo slowly looked up. The face wet with tears of his is surely the same expression I had on that day. I offered my still aching right hand to Leo. Leo reached out for my hand, but his hand stopped halfway through. However, with a determined look, Leo grabbed my hand. I am suitable to become an emperor. That was what Letitia told me. For her sake, I will become the emperor. That way. As expected of Letitia. She does say something good. You can use those words to thank her later. Saying so, I pulled Leo up. Hearing my words, Leo's eyes opened wide. What? She is still alive. The dead body in her room is a fake. This is an abduction fabricated as murder. No. But if you look closely at it, you should notice it too. Well, I am here to notice what you couldn't write. Saying so, I grin. However, from my side, my ear is being pulled by someone. Do you care to explain? Oucho. Stop that. Elna, you know that Saint Letitia is still alive. You knew that and put up all those act. Give it back. The tears I shed for the brotherly love earlier. It's just a theory, all right. There's no point in saying it while Leo was down anyway, right? Then lead with that. He would recover much earlier, right? Your personality is just rotten, you know. I was only being considerate in my own way. Shut up. That was too roundabout. After she said that, Elna kept on pulling my ear. While I thought that my ear would get ripped off just like that, Leo's mutter reached my ears. I see. She is still alive. If my theory is correct, that is. Even so, you cannot be relieved yet. She is probably in the hands of a criminal organization right now. Actually, she is currently in a big crisis, you know. But she is still alive. If so, I can still save her. Right. Exactly. For the time being, we have to convince father of this. I need your power for that. Sorry, but can I leave that to you? I will go save her. Saying so, Leo grabbed his sword and rushed out of the room. I and Elna ended up staring blankly as he left. What? Has he gone mad? I wonder. Well, he probably has the means to find her. How? You are not saying that it is the power of love or something like that, right? Well, if he can find her with that, then it would be good though. But will it be fine if Leo went out to find Letitia-sama? You need him, right? Well, I will do something about it. I think that I will need to borrow your help for that though. Obviously. It would bring shame to the Imperial Knights if we just let someone get away after doing something like that in the castle. Most importantly, they hurt my childhood friend. That alone is worth all my effort. I will rip them to pieces no matter where they escape to. So scary. Not only Leo's, The culprit this time also touched on Elna's reverse scale her. Well, the ones who are angry are not just them though. They harmed the person my younger brother love. They better prepare to face the consequence. Alright, let's chase after him. Right. If he really went mad, then we would better bring him back after all. Saying so, I and Elna chase after Leo. Chapter 206. Noir. Chasing after Leo, I and Elna arrived near a stable. That stable is housing the griffins that arrived from the kingdom. Around the stable, the griffin knights were in tears. However, in contrast with the knights, a black griffin inside the stable is acting out. Noir. The stable is being covered with a barrier so the griffins cannot break out. However, that barrier seems like it could be broken at any moment as the black griffin keeps hitting it. This child just lost his master. He is currently mourning her, Your Highness. The nearby griffin knight told us with a depressed expression. His expression said that they share that same sadness, but Leo immediately denied his words. That's not it. Right. Noir. Squawk. Noir raises its front legs and kicks the stable door as if to agree with Leo. His violent behavior is closer to anger than sadness. The other griffins seem to be a little upset, but this griffin alone seemed to be clearly different. Leo. Can you find her? I don't know. But if I follow this child, I should be able to go to where Letitia is. If she is still alive, Noir should be able to find her. Should be her. There's no horse that can keep up with a griffin, you know. Griffins are even rarer than flying dragons. Among the creatures that humans can ride, they are at the top of the hierarchy. Their speed in the sky can even surpass the flying dragons. Even if it can find Letitia, it's useless unless Leo can keep up with it. However, it's all right. I will ride him. Ha! No good. He really went mad. Elna holds her head and says so. Well, I understand what she is trying to say. The people who can ride a griffin are rare even inside the kingdom. To be selected as its rider, the griffin must recognize him first. Hey, Leo. I don't think that griffin would let you ride him, you know? Apparently, this child doesn't recognize anyone except Letitia, you see. I see. I inadvertently look away. If I remember correctly, Letitia was riding on a white griffin. From the point where it doesn't let anyone ride it beside Letitia, I can see how hard to use this one is. Well, it should be fine if he manages to straddle on its back, but there's a difference in speed between a griffin with a rider and a griffin without one. Moreover, you never know which direction it will carry you if it is not under your control. So the problem would be solved if he can straddle on and control it. The problem is that it is easier said than done. How about you have the other griffin knight manage it? This child would never recognize other knights that can already ride on another griffin. Anne, you can call me an idiot or a fool, and I might actually get carried away by the situation here, but even if I am dubbed as a selfish, arrogant, or egoistic man, I want to be the first who arrives before Letitia. I want to be the first to tell her that everything will be okay. Is that strange? Pretty much. You are probably the only guy who wants to ride a griffin with that kind of reason. Well, it's only once in a while, so there's no problem, I guess. You doing something stupid, that is. His words didn't sound like Leo, who is always serious about everything. Leo has always prioritized others over himself. For the Empire, for the people. This time one could say that he wants to do it for Letitia, but in the process, I can see his selfishness as well. Some might say that it is not a good thing, but I think that it is fine. Being a little greedy is more like a human. Moreover, this is for the person he loves. Much should be allowed for him. The problem would be whether it will allow an idiot like you riding on its back though. I think it will be over with you getting kicked in the face though. I wonder about that. An idiot can be strong from times to times too, you know. Saying so, Leo smiled and opened the door to the table and headed to the black griffin. Squawk. The moment the black griffin sees Leo, it glares at him and raises its front legs to kick Leo. Leo could avoid it if he wanted to, but if he does that, he would have to leave the stable. Hating that idea, Leo took the kick head-on with his sword still sheathed. I understand your anger. You lost your beloved master. This much is only natural. Leo's body is gradually pushed back. Weight difference. In the first place, it is a difference in their basic physical strength. Competing in raw power, there is no way that Leo would win. Still, Leo never steps back. I couldn't protect her. It was all my fault. But if I can still make it, then I will have you lend me your power. Squawk. It's not a bad deal for you, right? We are going to save Letitia together after all. Leo is being pushed back more and more. Elna couldn't bear it and put her hand on her sword, but I stopped her. If someone were to help him, that griffin would never accept Leo. This one is between Leo and the black griffin alone. Oh. It's all right. He is my proud younger brother. Seeing that it made no progress, the black griffin retreats once. Then, it took a little distance and charged at Leo again. It is trying to blow him away together with the stable. Leo took even that attack head on. Then he clenched his teeth, endured its struggle, and shouted, I am going to save the person I love. Lend me your power, Noir. Saying so, Leo headbutt the black griffin with all his strength. To think that he would use a headbutt. That way of attack is so unlike him. However, it seems to work. The black griffin retreats a few steps and glares at Leo. However, Leo took that glare head on and glared straight back at it. It was the gaze of a king who doesn't allow anyone to go against him. Seeing the resolute light in his eyes, the black griffin slowly lowers its head. It can't be. That Noir. He is lowering his head. He never recognized anyone before. The griffin knights around me are raising their voices in surprise. Ignoring the knights, Leo takes Noir out from the stable and gets up on its back. Then, knights, get ready. We are heading out to rescue your master. You have been making no sense since a while ago. Letitia-sama is all ready. The saint is still alive. Noir's behavior is proof. However, are you going to pursue this faint hope, or are you going to lie down here in despair? You have two choices. Decide now. There is no time to hesitate. For a moment, everyone was silent. The figure of Leo who straddles the black griffin made them feel something. It is not his ability. It is the feeling like he will accomplish something. The feeling that if they follow this person nothing could go wrong. That was the reliability they see in the current Leo. Allow me to accompany you. One griffin knight muttered so, and immediately ran to his griffin to begin his preparation. Seeing that, all the griffin knights started to move. They don't know all the details, but they decided to move because Leo's words hold that much worth. Ni-san. Go. She is a saint who has saved countless people. Still, she didn't have anyone to save her. After all, there are only a few who have enough power to do that. She's all right because she is strong. She will be fine because she is a great person. Those things are just excuses. If anyone can save her, then they would do it. So go. Not as the Empire's hero, become the hero just for her. You can do that, right? Of course. The moment Leo said that, a lot of footsteps could be heard from behind us. So they found us her. Currently, the castle is on lockdown. The Emperor's order is absolute. And getting out of here means that you are going against it. Even if you are a prince, such a thing is not allowed. Go. I will take care of this. Sorry. I have done nothing but trouble you, Ni-san. It's all right. An elder brother is there to look out for his younger brother, right? Thanks. I'm going. Saying so, Leo and the Griffin Knights fly up. Seeing that, the Imperial Knights started shouting. Please wait. Prince Leonard. You are violating His Majesty's order. Elna. Can you get scolded together with me later? Seriously. You two are such a troublesome sibling. Sorry for being such a troublesome childhood friend. Right, you two always cause troubles and I have to clean it up, but I don't hate that recklessness of yours, you know. Then my bad, but could you stop her for me? Leave her to me. Saying so, Elna immediately disappeared. She then stood in front of the Imperial Knights who were trying to stop Leo. Do you know the meaning of standing in my way? Elna. Of course. Knight Commander Whiteling. Saying so, Elna stared at a beautiful woman with long straight honey-colored hair. Her name is Alida von Whiteling, Laurent's elder sister and the younger sister of Turi Sanyu. Captain captain of the 1st Imperial Knight Corps, and the Knight Commander of the Imperial Knight Order. Let this go, Knight Commander. I will take all the responsibility. This is not a responsibility that you can shoulder alone, Your Highness Arnold. This action is equal to declaring a rebellion against His Majesty the Emperor. I guess so. Well, can you let me stall you here for a while? It would be tough to start pursuing them now, right? Have you made up your resolve? Of course. The moment I said that, 2 Imperial Knights appeared at my side. There are some at Elna's side as well. Without resisting, we were taken to Father for questioning. This is rather convenient. The rest is whether Father will believe in my story. Well, it will depend on my words, Her. Now, let's start my battle. Arc 23. The Saint Rescue Battle. Chapter 207. Explanation time. Alright, do you have any excuses? Arnold. Inside the throne room, Father coldly speaks to me. Franz is standing beside him and Conrad, Henrik, Eric, and Gordon are also here. All the entertainers of the main guests were assembled. The only one I couldn't see here is Trauneson. Seriously, even though he is the one I have the best relation with, where is he in a time like this? I don't have any. Father. It's Your Majesty, Arnold. It's useless. Your Majesty. This guy assisted Leonard to violate the castle lockdown. Moreover, Leonard just raised his sword at Aniu. They both clearly already gone mad. We still couldn't find the knight captain who is the criminal in this case, but he helped his younger brother escape the castle together with the Griffin Knights who might be in cahoot with the criminal. We must apprehend him immediately. The lockdown wasn't broken, you know? Henrik. I told Henrik, who strongly wanted to incriminate me. Hearing that, Henrik glared at me. What did you say? Stop spouting nonsense. Leonard just left the castle, right? No one opened the gate for him to go out. He flew out on top of a griffin. The castle lockdown was untouched. You think that kind of sophism will help you? It's not a sophism. It was the duty of the Imperial Knights to prevent anyone from leaving through the castle gates. Nothing was said about preventing someone from leaving through the sky, and in fact, no one was blocking the sky above the castle either. That's why I sent Leo out for a walk. If there is a problem, then it would be the carelessness of the Imperial Knights here. Don't fuck with me. Henrik's face grew red as he couldn't control his anger. However, Father only has an astounded expression on his face while Franz, who is standing beside him, starts laughing. Franz. What is so funny? Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. I haven't seen such a skilled blame-shifting for a long time. It's not something to be praised. Arnold. From the report, I heard that you used Elna to stall the other knights from pursuing Leonard, right? That is only a misunderstanding. The Knight Commander was being scary. Also, it was Leo who killed her brother, so I thought that she might start attacking him back then. Unable to endure it any longer, Conrad started laughing. Seeing that, Gordon started glaring at Conrad. That's imprudence. Conrad. I would be troubled if you tell that to me, Aniu. Please use those words on Arnold instead. Chemph. Arnold. Just answer the question seriously. I have been serious, you know. I said so with a straight face. Hearing that, I can see blue veins appearing on Gordon's face. They look like they are about to burst. Well, I don't care even if it bursts though. However, unlike Gordon, Eric calmly stared at me. Arnold. You rarely do anything without a reason. You know that it will cause a ruckus if you send Leonard out. You must have some kind of reason for doing that. I see. That might really be the case. Then I will ask, just why did you send Leonard out of the castle? Are you saying that you are going to take my words seriously? I looked at Father as I replied so. In a situation where they are trying to punish me for the problem I caused, they will never take me seriously no matter what I say. I would be troubled if my story got swept aside as my delusion after all. It's no good unless they have the reason to listen to me. I can't make any excuses or try to justify my action. To make them listen to me, I have to avoid telling my story in a situation where I am in a weaker position. After all, what I want to do is a proper explanation. However, there is no ally I can rely on here. Truthfully speaking, My position is that of a prince who often causes problems. A weak standing. That's why I was playing a fool. Perhaps thinking that this is going nowhere, father silently gives me a nod. He is showing his willingness to compromise. I will. You had some kind of reason, right? Say it. Then allow me to tell you what I think happened. I will be jumping to the conclusion, but Saint Letitia is probably still alive. What? Father squinted his eyes and the other princes sharply gaze at me. After all, if that is true, the matter we have at hand is much bigger than the problem we originally have. However, father didn't interrupt me and continued to listen. That's why I keep explaining my reasoning. I will give you the grounds that made me think so. First, judging from the circumstantial evidence, it would seem like the captain of the Saint's personal guard is the culprit, but if she truly belonged to the anti-empire faction, she would never leave any evidence that would lead to her at the crime scene. After all, if the culprit is a knight captain of the kingdom, the blame will not fall to the empire. He seems to have the same opinion as you, Franz. I have only reached the point where the culprit is not the captain, Your Majesty. I couldn't find anything that would indicate that Saint Letitia is still alive. Please continue, Your Highness. As expected of the Prime Minister. So he also noticed the strangeness in that room. Even so, that must be the only thing he knows. The Empire's imperial family has been adding the blood of highly skilled people for generations and is one of the most prestigious bloodlines in the continent. A person with that bloodline should be able to notice the discomfort I felt if he closely observes it. The secret lies in Letitia's body. No matter how excellent he is, Franz, who hails from the commoners, won't be able to notice it. If he did notice something strange, he would have opposed sealing up the castle. The culprit was faking this as the work of the captain of the Saint's personal guard. With that said, it is entirely possible that the culprit still remains in the castle. However, that was not the truth. The second reason is Grimoire. Silver destroyed their base in the imperial capital, but he also discovered the documents regarding their plan to use Saint Letitia in a magical experiment. Father should already have seen those, no? Yeah, I've seen it. Then have you noticed how unnatural it is? Grimoire is a group of people obsessed with magical research. Their only purpose is to pursue the extremity of magic. However, Grimoire did not plan anything about how they would capture Saint Letitia. They only have planned out how to use her after they captured her. Don't you think that it was as if they think that Saint Letitia is already in their hands? So someone abducted the saint and handed her over to Grimoire. Is that your theory? Eric asks. His expression is sharper than before. The more realistic my theory gets, the worse it is for the Empire. That line of thinking would be natural. But Saint Letitia's dead body certainly exists. If that was really the body of Saint Letitia, Grimoire has nothing to gain here. The only ones who benefit are the kingdom and the real culprit. The kingdom would treat the captain as the culprit and blame the empire for failing to capture her, while the true culprit would have the time to escape. With such an elaborate plan, it is likely that the real culprit has already left the castle after all. Silver already destroyed Grimoire's base. Don't you think that it would cause them to adjust their plan? There is a possibility of that, but from the fact that Grimoire has infiltrated the imperial capital, it is almost certain that the culprit and Grimoire have some kind of cooperative relationship. And if they are cooperating with each other, it would be natural for them to hand them their compensation. Besides, Grimoire's base might not only be in the imperial capital. It would be one thing if Grimoire was destroyed entirely as an organization, but the only thing I destroyed was only their base in the capital. They are a criminal organization that has existed for a long time. They should have their members spread out in many places. Even if they can't deliver her to them in the capital, they can still hand her over at another place, and it is possible that the one who will receive her is not the one in the capital in the first place. There is no end to the possibilities if you start to think about it. Then, you will explain what is wrong with that body, right? Yes. The reason I think that Saint Letitia was kidnapped was exactly because of her dead body. Did Father and Aniu feel any discomfort from it? I can't say that I have a hobby of looking at dead bodies. Did you notice something from it? Yes. I was observing it. Very carefully. For a moment, Father frowns. Eric is also the same while Gordon snorts and doesn't take me seriously. Their expressions say that they think that it was just a theory after all. So Arnold, what is so strange about that body? Isn't it just because you are just unfamiliar with dead bodies? Then let me ask this in return. Even though you are used to seeing dead bodies, you still don't feel anything strange from it. Gordon you. Gordon's eyes looked like they are about to bleed after he heard me. He took a step forward and tried to grab me, but Father stopped him. Gordon, calm down. Father, my pride won't allow a failure like him to ridicule me. I don't care about your pride. If it was as Arnold said, it will be true that you didn't notice the thing that he did. Of course, he would make fun of you. Are you going to believe Arnold's words? It is worth checking out. Bring Saint Letitia's body here. But you know what will happen if no one shares that same discomfort as yours, right? Arnold. Yes, do with me as you please. Saying so, I slightly lower my head. I managed to reach this point. Just one more push. If I can prove my story, the people here will change how they see me. That is not a desirable development, but this is for my brother. There is no other choice. In the end, having people look down on me is but one of the means. My goal is only to make Leo the emperor. This time, I will do it seriously. Chapter 208. Trow's seriousness. Letitia's body that was carried into the throne room was cleaned up. It seems that they thought that if they are going to bring it before the emperor, they should at least make it presentable. However, the discomfort still persists. She's a beauty, so it makes me sad just by seeing her like this. The one who did this must be a woman. No doubt about it. Quiet, Conrad. I couldn't care less about that right now. Eric warns Conrad, who lightly commented so. Henrik seems like he doesn't want to look at the body, and the only one who pays close attention to it was Father, Eric, and Gordon. Gordon, do you feel anything? No, I couldn't feel anything strange about it. Eric, what about you? It is only slightly, but I do feel something strange. The feeling is ambiguous at first, but when I look closely I can certainly feel something strange from it. Me too. As Arnold says, there is something strange about this dead body. For a moment, Gordon's face distorted as he stared at me. I usually avert my eyes away in a case like this, but today I already decided that I will do things seriously. That's why I mockingly smile at him. What is so funny, Arnold? It's nothing. I thought that it was something that any of us could notice. It seems that I am the only incompetent here after all. Seem like you want to die, huh? I felt like I heard the sound of something snapped. Gordon came at me with a bright red face. He doesn't stop even after Father or Eric tries to stop him. The one who stopped Gordon was Alida, who was standing guard inside the throne room. She immediately gets between me and Gordon and quietly speaks. You are in front of His Majesty. Please calm down, Your Highness Gordon. Shut up. I can't calm down unless I can smack that damn little shit. If Your Highness plans to use violence, I have no choice but to stop you by force. It was a warning. The Imperial Knights are the most elite of the Empire. The captains of each of their corps have the strength to reflect that. However, the captains of the top 3 corps are the real deal. Alida is one of the few people who can boast that even Elna cannot defeat her without using the Holy Sword. At least that evaluation was given to her by Elna's father, the Brave. Naturally, Gordon has no chance of winning against her. Elna is said to be the strongest of the Empire with her Holy Sword, but if we are talking about the strongest swordsman in the Empire, then that title would belong to Alida. Of course, that might change in a few years, but at the moment, in terms of sword techniques alone, Alida is superior to Elna. Since she is the daughter of Elder Whiteling, there are some that say that my father only keeps her at his side because of that. However, such a person should try witnessing her sword skill once. Even while practicing, her sword was so fast that I couldn't follow with my eyes. Coup. Please withdraw. Your Highness Gordon. Your Highness Arnold as well, please keep your provocation in moderation. I will be careful. As she also gave me a warning, I shrugged my shoulders as I gave her my reply. Well, there is no need to provoke him any more than this. Gordon and Henrik never tried to listen to my story and only brought up charges to punish me with. In the unlikely event that father takes them seriously, I will lose the opportunity to explain. That's why I made him angry. With this, Gordon's opinion should be taken lightly from now on. Forgive my rudeness. Your Majesty. Mew. Gordon apologized and father urged me to continue my explanation. What is wrong with this dead body? That is what it comes to. A fake body that only the members of the imperial family could feel the strangeness from. That is something clearly abnormal. Father wants the answer to explain that. This corpse was probably disguised using illusion. We would notice if they use a doll to substitute a dead body, so I am sure that this is a body of someone else. What? Is that true? Arnold. This is only mine and Leo's theory. There is no evidence to back it up. If you don't have the evidence, then your story so far is worthless. Imperial Knights. Hurry up and take that corpse away. Your Majesty. There is no need to play along with Arnold's delusion any long. What are you doing spouting commands to my knights? When did you become the Emperor? Henrik. Hi. My deepest apologies. Henrik's face distorted as he quickly kneeled down after he was glared at by father. Seeing that, father snorts and turns his eyes toward me. There is no evidence. What you said so far is only a theory. There is no reason for me to believe you. However, it is certainly true that there is something strange about this body. What do you need to eliminate this strangeness? Arnold. The second stage is clear. Now this will not only be my request alone. If I try to summon them here, they can dismiss it as just a foolish prince's nonsense. However, if the emperor himself demands the answer from them, they have no way to refuse. Could you summon the elves here? The only one who can dispel this level of illusion is probably them. With how they suddenly accepted our invitation to the ceremony and the fact that we couldn't find out their whereabouts on their way here, those women have too many mysteries. Please look into them, Your Majesty. All right. Summon the elves here. Section. 7 elves arrived at the throne room. It is the same number as when they arrived, not one of them is missing. At the center is Wendy, who is disguising her body with illusion. As her entertainer, Krista was also summoned here. This time, Finn is waiting outside because this meeting is only for the imperial family. Anxious at the sudden audience, Krista worriedly looked at me, but I smiled gently back at her. Alnia-sama. It's all right. Krista listens to me and quietly nods. Then, father's inquiry started. Now, Wendidono. I called you here because I have some questions for you. What is it? Your Majesty. First of all, please take a look at this. You don't have to see it, Krista. Yes. She is probably wondering what is going on. Krista's face turned blue and only looked to the front. Meanwhile, Wendy and the other elves looked at Letitia's body. For a moment, Wendy's expression turned sad. There is no change in the surrounding elves. Saint Letitia was. My condolence. There's no need. Actually, I heard that body might be something disguised by an illusion. What do you think about it? Your Majesty. Do you think that we, elves, are the culprit? I am only talking about the possibilities. For you people, is it possible to disguise a dead body as someone else? That is. The moment Wendy said that, she glances at the woman standing next to her. If I recall correctly, it is the elf servant who visited my room when I was talking with Leo. Her name was Paula, if I recall correctly. Wendy is constantly observing the expression on Paula's face. It was as if they were in a relationship of master and slave. Is it possible? Is it impossible? Which is it? It is possible. But there is no one who is that skilled among us here. Saying so, Wendy averted her eyes. It is a typical reaction of someone who is lying. Moreover, I can see her fear when she is looking at Paula. With that exchange, father should be able to discern the true nature of their relationship. At father's side, Franz is making a sharp expression and uses his eyes to give the order to the imperial knights who are standing by in the throne room. The knights started taking a distance from the elves in a natural way. The imperial knights here are all the captain class and elites which a leader leads. Even if they try to escape, they won't be able to. Meanwhile, I started talking to Wendy. Princess. Is that true? It's true. Your Highness Arnold. Wendy's eyes shake. Her line of sight is moving between me and Paula. I want to tell her to stop shifting her eyes like that, but I cannot do that. Moreover, I can't neglect the relationship between Wendy and Paula. Let's solve all the problems in one go. You yourself are disguising your appearance with an illusion. Disguising a body should be possible for you, no? That is. What does that mean? When did Ono? Being questioned by father, Wendy solved the illusion on herself with an expression that says she has no other choice. I apologize for deceiving you, Your Majesty. That was surprising. Because my appearance is that of a child, my grandfather told me to disguise myself using illusion magic so that it will not be rude as our representative. Please forgive me. That is fine. The problem is that even though you have been displaying that illusion right in front of us and we still couldn't discern it. My words might not have any worth in this situation, but this is truly not the work of the elves. Your Majesty. Saying so, Wendy kneels down with the other elves follow suit. Father folds his arms and squints his eyes at the sight. Wendy's lie must be transparent to father who has judged so many people before. The question he has would be, why is she lying? Father probably couldn't come up with any reason why the elves would be involved in all of this. If I say that I believe in your words, can you dispel the illusion that was applied on this body? I do not know. If you ask, I will try. She is buying time. It would be bad to keep up with this any longer. That's why I proposed the last resort. Father, I have a suggestion. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Your Majesty. Seriously, whatever. Just do as you please. My apology, but may I borrow something from the treasure vault? I don't think that you would bring it up, but are you going to use the imperial flag? Yes. There is a barrier inside the throne room that prevents the activation of magic, but that doesn't apply to the magic that has already been activated. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your permission to use the imperial flag to invalidate all magic here. The barrier that covers the throne room is of the highest class. It would be difficult even for me to infiltrate this room with transfer magic. Moreover, it is impossible to activate magic here. However, the magic that has already been activated doesn't include in that. That was what the barrier was designed to do. If you use a barrier that invalidates all kinds of magic, the Emperor would not be able to use magic tools to defend himself. That's why it doesn't affect the magic that has already been cast. After all, the magic on that level would be able to be handled by the Imperial Knights standing guard here. However, there are magic tools that are more powerful than this barrier in the treasure vault. At first glance, it would look like our national flag, a normal elaborate flag with the symbol of golden eagle. However, by giving it the blood of the imperial family, all magic within a certain range will be nullified. Despite its strength, it is a magic tool that is rarely used. This is because the Empire is usually at advantage in battle, so invalidating magic would unnecessarily cause disadvantages for us. Moreover, the blood of the imperial family is needed in order to activate it. It is not something that can be used so readily. It will require a significant amount of blood to activate it. Are you going to provide that? That is my intention. In exchange, if this body proves not to be that of Saint Letitia, please admit that Leo's action is correct. Also, I would like to request the 3rd Imperial Knight Corps to be dispatched as his reinforcement as well. You are willing to go that far for your younger brother her. It is exactly because he is my younger brother that I have to go that far. Leo is doing the right thing. It is my job as his elder brother to prove that. Well said. I allow you to use the imperial flag. The moment my father said that, the door to the throne room was opened. When I turned around, I found Traunison entering the room. His hand is holding a flag with a symbol of golden eagle on it. You gave the permission, as expected of father, to think that you would read the intention of this Traugott so far ahead. In response to your trust, I shall personally provide my blood to activate this flag. What? Wait. Traugott. Wait. Traunison. Arnold. It is the duty of an elder brother to prove his younger brother's innocence. Leave this to this Traugott. No, listen to me first. He completely got carried away by the atmosphere. A thread extends from the flag and starts sucking Traunison's blood. When the Imperial Knight approached Traunison, it was already too late. The Imperial flag activated and all the magic within the throne room was invalidated. The illusion of what first appeared to be Letitia's body was nullified and the body of the captain of her personal guard appeared. However, the body looked like it had already been a few days after her death. So they have switched places with her for a while now. I thought so and turned my eyes to the elves. Then, I could see Wendy pushed Krista toward me. Run! Wendy screamed. The appearance of the elves around her are now completely different. Their skin is all black. Once there were elves that turned to the Demon King for power and were given the power of demons to their race. Before us are the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves pulled out their hidden dagger and turned it toward Wendy. I thought that she was threatened, but this is far surpassed my expectation. Although I managed to move in to protect Krista who was pushed my way, I couldn't reach Wendy in time. When I thought so, the Imperial flag directly hit the Dark Elf who was turning her dagger toward Wendy. What are you doing to a Lolifu? Naturally, it was Trau who threw the Imperial flag at them. After using a lot of his blood to activate the flag, for him to be able to do that, I can say nothing but as expected of him. Well, the reason he did that was questionable though. This is the Empire. Don't think that I will let you do as you please. The one who is doing as he likes here is you. Who would activate that kind of thing here? You fool. Why are you getting angry at me? The battle between the Dark Elves and the Imperial Knights began with the conversation between a father and his son with no sense of tension whatsoever. With that said, this probably couldn't be called a battle. After all, no magic can be used here. To the Dark Elves, this would be the worst kind of situation for them. Chapter 209. Achievement. The Dark Elves looked visibly impatient. They probably didn't expect their identity to be discovered here. In addition, all magic that they might have prepared in advance was nullified by the Imperial flag. After all, they should have taken some measures when they were summoned to the throne room. All of that was crushed by Traunison though. My plan included. Well, as a result, we managed to reach the outcome that is close to the best one possible. The Dark Elves were elves that were empowered by the power of the Demon King and carry a more powerful power than regular elves. However, their power is not hereditary. In other words, the Dark Elves here are the survivors from the age of Demon King 500 years ago. Their wit, magic, and combat skill are something to be feared. Though, in this situation, they are far weaker than the Imperial Knights. They were all apprehended without being able to put up a resistance. Please get away from me. Wendy, who was hiding behind me, shouted so and tried to run to the balcony. I grabbed her shoulder and stopped her. What are you trying to do? This necklace is a magic tool. It will explode. Please rest assured. No magic tools will be able to exhibit its effect here. But, is that not only temporary? This necklace will explode if it is forcibly removed. Everything will be all right. Knight Commander. I have already cut it, Your Highness. When I called out, a response came from behind me. Wendy's necklace was brilliantly cut off. I pick it up and throw it to a leader. She should be able to handle the rest. But the problem here is not that. I once again hid Wendy behind my back. Father, she was being threatened, right? We will talk about that later. There is something that I must ask her now. Wendidono, what happened? I cannot ask for forgiveness. We left the elf village and were traveling here on a planned route. However, we were ambushed. All of the elves other than me were murdered. After that, they put that magic necklace on me, so I have no other choice but to obey their order. It was probably designed to explode if she talked to others about it. If that is the case, then it is no wonder that Wendy couldn't come to us about it. But we couldn't locate the whereabouts of your envoy either. Was it because they were dark elves that they managed to set up an ambush on your way here? No. My planned route was only known among the people of the elf village. Someone from inside the village may have leaked it. The elf village has been under pressure from the kingdom for a long time, so it would be no surprise that some of us may decide to comply with their plan out of fear. I see. Then do you know of the kingdom's plan? I'd like you to tell me everything you know. I simply overheard them, so I don't know how accurate it is, but it seems that the saint abduction was a proposal from the kingdom side. The Dark Elves were simply the ones who executed it. And there is also one problem. A problem? Yes. Among the Dark Elves here, the one who abducted Saint Letitia is missing. She is the current matriarch of the Dark Elves. It was her who killed and impersonated the captain of the Saint's Guard. She is probably already on her way to the north by now. The matriarch of the Dark Elves. Father frowns. The Dark Elves are a troublesome opponent. Although the elves themselves already are superior to humans as individuals, these Dark Elves are those who were given power by the Demon King. Moreover, they are those who managed to survive the war 500 years ago. How troublesome an enemy would their matriarch be? About the matriarch of the Dark Elves. I have heard it from the person herself, so there is no mistake about her identity, but she also said that she is one of the leaders of Grimoire. I have asked her many times why she would do something like this, but she only smiled and told me that it was for a magical experiment. I think that she was probably telling the truth. So that is how they are connected her. I have no place to say this, however. Please immediately dispatch a rescue unit. They were constantly talking about the Demon King when I was with them. In the worst case, they might use her to summon another Demon King. If it's the Dark Elves, then that is certainly possible. Your Majesty, the Demon King was certainly subjugated. However, there are still many demons in the demon world. If they are planning to summon the demons, then it is possible that they would summon something of comparable power to the Demon King. After all, their specimen this time is the saint. So she was brought in as a sacrifice her. No matter what their goal is, it is certain that it will only bring harm to the Empire. A leader. Sir. I appoint Elna von Umsberg, the captain of the 3rd Imperial Night Corps, as the captain of the Saint Rescue Unit. Have her bring the 4th and the 5th Corps and assist the 8th Prince Leonard. By your command. After finishing giving a leader his instructions, Father tiredly leans back on the throne. Wendy's words alone cannot be used as proof. No matter how much Wendy says that it was the kingdom who planned this incident, the kingdom will never admit it. The other nations will not challenge that either. After all, the fact that Wendy has worked with the Dark Elves still remains. With that being the case, if we can't rescue Letitia, the war with the kingdom cannot be avoided. If we fail to rescue her, we will have to deal with the demons from the inside and an invasion from the outside at the same time. That would exhaust the Empire. Franz. Send the Imperial Knights to watch the western and northern borders. Dispatch the 2nd Corps to the west and the 6th Corps to the north. That should be appropriate. Will that be all right, Your Majesty? If we move the army or the station army of other local lords, it will stand out. We have not been invaded yet. If we stimulate them, we might have to deal with unnecessary problems. As you wish. I will arrange it immediately. Eric. I will be counting on your skill as our Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please leave this to me. However, I can only focus my effort on one country. I can prevent the so-called Empire, our most troublesome opponent, from entering the war, but please forgive me as I cannot guarantee that for the other countries. I simply do not have enough men. There is no helping it. The Kingdom, the United Kingdom, and the Dominion. I already expected an invasion from those 3 countries. It is within one of the worst patterns in my expectations after all. Gordon. Can I leave the military responding in your hand? The defense of the northern border is perfect. I think that the Dominion will not be able to break through our defense there. The problem is the western border. I think that right now we would have a hard time defending against a full-scale assault from the Kingdom Army. However, if I am allowed to command the Central Army, I will be able to move out immediately. All right. I will rely on you if they truly start their invasion. For now, you must entertain Prince William to the best of your ability. You and he are close personally. You must try to prevent the United Kingdom from joining the war through him. Please leave that to me. After giving his instructions to Eric and Gordon, Father turns his eyes toward Trauneson. Since he gave a large amount of blood, he is unstable on his feet and has to be supported by an Imperial Knight. Trow. Can you speak? Yes, somehow. Then explain. Why did you bring the imperial flag here? I heard that Leonard had left the castle and Arnold was detained, so I thought that I had to do something and went to Saint Letitia's room. When I observed her body, I noticed something strange, and since I thought that it was of some magical nature. So you took the imperial flag out from the vault, right? Yes, I thought that if it is something of magical nature, maybe the flag will be able to nullify it. That's why I went to the vault. I lied to the guards that father needed to use it. Please forgive me. Something like that. It doesn't matter. So, you heard that Saint Letitia's body was brought here, so you brought the flag here to dispel it, right? Yes, it is exactly as you said. I don't know whether I should be getting angry or praise you here. Father tiredly holds his head. Well, it was certainly like something Trauneson would do. He noticed the discomfort and tried to dispel it without thinking too deeply about it. Well, I will say that you did well. The only ones who noticed it was you and Arnold. In the end, the activation of the imperial flag brought us a good result. Still, the barrier inside the throne room will have to be re-established. My deepest apologies, however. I think that it would be fine as we can have Celestial Princess Dono erect a new barrier. According to my observation, I am sure of her ability. I have been watching after all. It is kinda sad that I don't want to ask him what he was watching. Since a while ago, Trauneson's line of sight was nailed to Wendy. Gently hiding her from that sight, I started speaking to my father. Father, I'd like to request a room for her. Right. Wendy Dono. I'm sorry, but I will have to limit your actions. However, you will be under our strict protection. Please forgive me with that. I have no complaints. It would not be strange if I am executed after what I have done. Please accept my gratitude for your generous treatment, Your Majesty. Saying so, Wendy politely lowered her head. After that, I along with Wendy and the worriedly looking Krista leave the throne room. However, Father called me before I left. Arnold. Yes. Good work. This is your achievement. Please. This achievement is Leo's, you know. Right. It belongs to both of you. Bitterly smiling at Father who insisted on giving me credit, I bowed and left the throne room. After all, nothing has been solved yet. Section. Seems like it went well, somehow. After I joined up with Elna, who was detained in another room inside the castle, I spread the map of the Empire's northern region on the table and marked all the suspicious places in it. The real culprit is the matriarch of the Dark Elves. She is one of the leaders of Grimoire. Such a person should have secured a large-scale hideout somewhere. Don't you think that she might have already crossed the border? If that is the case, then we can leave that to the Border Defense Force. But that is unlikely. They are executing the kingdom's plan. As long as they want to cause trouble inside the Empire, they shouldn't be getting close to the border. I see. So the places you marked are the points of interest, right? Tentatively, yes. These are abandoned castles, old military facilities, mines, and similar locations. You did well finding out about all these places, didn't you? It was Vying. He told me that if something happened at the imperial capital, these are the places that the enemy would escape to. So it was within that poison-tongue strategist's expectations. I wonder about that. Vying was probably studying these places for other purposes though. Well, I already sent Linfia to him. He will probably start moving on his own now. When I finished explaining so, Sebas and Sieg entered the room. I summoned them earlier. You need something, kid. I want you two to accompany Elna. I want all the force that we can move to head to Leo's side. Oi, the Emperor already dispatched 3 Imperial Knight Corps that way, you know. Even so, I want to do what I can. Is that so? Can't be helped then. Understood, sir. After receiving consent from Sieg and Sebas, I look at Elna. On her face is a smile full of confidence. Take care of Leo for me. Leave him to me. I will take good care of him. Together with everyone here. You really are reliable in a time like this, But can you make it in time? Well, it would certainly be difficult to catch up with the Griffins. I prepared fast horses for the time being, but I do have another plan. A plan? There's a person in the capital that can easily use magic to travel far distances, right? I will fully make use of him this time. Elna smiled as she said so. I see. Even as Silver, it seems I really can't escape her. Well, it saves me the trouble of butting in later, so this is convenient for me. As usual, let's call for the secret maneuver. Chapter 210. Confusion at the Imperial Capital Guild, again. After seeing Elna off, I hurried back to my room. There, Finn was waiting for me inside. Hey, Finn. Sorry, but I will be heading out soon. Yes. Have a safe trip. I quickly change into Silver's clothes and put on my mask. Then, when I was about to head out using transfer magic, I remembered that I have something I forgot to tell Finn. That's right. Finn. Yes. I might bring a maid back with me. She will be your escort. My escort. Was it not because it is safe that Ulsama sent Sebasan and the others out? Well, I will explain later. With that said, I transferred to the Adventurer Guild. If I conveniently show up at the guild at the right time, some might get suspicious, so I hide and observe the situation from nearby. Then, I saw Elna enter the guild. There are only a few knights waiting for her outside. The rest are probably preparing their horses and food supply right now. So Elna alone will negotiate with Silver. Silver, if you are here then come out. I, Elna von Umsberg, have arrived. Sure, she came to pick a fight. The child prodigy of the Umsberg house came to challenge him. Damn it. Even though she is a knight, she resorts to a surprise attack her. Where's Silver? If we sacrifice him she should calm down. So the day finally comes her. I thought that masked man would be able to do it someday. Oi, don't give up yet. If we stay at the guild we will die alright. For the time being let's escape. Don't stay near her alright. You might get a holy sword flying your way if you met eyes with her, you know. If I offer this meat, will she let me off? You idiot. That's the hero, you know. Like hell she would let you off with that tiny piece of meat. What she wants is Silver's meat. I'm sure he touched her reverse scale or something. Why the hell does a hero have a reverse scale? Like hell I know. That guy always has a foul mouth, so he probably mentioned her small breasts or something. That damn guy. He should have known that something is better off not saying out loud. That's right. If you badmouthed her then at least give her a few praises for a change. Like that's a wonderful holy sword, or hey, your eyes are so sharp or something. It was the picture of hell inside. The adventurers who had been drinking alcohol since morning sobered up at the sight of Elna. They knock down the table in a hurry and use it as a barricade so that they can escape Elna's line of sight. It seems they are completely treating her like a monster here. For them to casually pour oil into the fire like this, as expected of the adventurers her. Seriously, adventurers are really odd in the head her. Hey, she suddenly got angry. Praise her. Quick. Why, your hair is nice and long, isn't it? Right. It's super pink. It will surely stand out no matter where you go. I think that your personality is better than Silver. That's right. I especially like the fact that you don't wear a mask. You could even change the terrain when you beat that spirit turtle too. As expected of you who can't even adjust your own power. I heard that she has been something like an attendant of a prince, you know. That surely can't be imitated. I like how you casually beat 10 knights in Rondine. I also like how you can't read the mood as well. I also, there's nothing left. Think of something. We can use Silver's rude actions as our cover too. I wonder when they will notice that their praises are no better than badmouthing her. Elna's shoulders are quivering. In this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if the guild building is reduced to rubble. Then, the usual receptionist calls out to Elna apologetically. My deepest apologies. Captain Umsberg. What kind of business do you have with the guild today? I am looking for Silver, but it seems he's not here right now. I wonder if I can do some clean up while waiting for him. Saying so, Elna slowly reaches for her sword. The adventurers screamed at that sight and some of them even started foaming and collapsed. Silver is like a phantom, you know. He's a shady guy who can show up out of nowhere, you know. He is not here. Please forgive us. That's right. If I have to bet who will win if you and Silver fight, I will readily bet on you. You. Didn't you say that the hero couldn't possibly catch up with Silver's transfer magic just the other day? That's old news. Thus, an ugly infighting begins. Seriously, I can't feel the sense of tension from these guys as always. They love fooling around without caring about any form of etiquette. They really live as they like. Well, I like them exactly because that is how they are though. With that in mind, I transferred to the guild's entrance and slowly walked in from the front. It looks like you are looking for me. Female hero. Yeah, there is a place I have to get to in a hurry. I will have you transfer us. Starting giving me orders out of the blue her. What is in it for me? This much is fine with you, right? Saying so, Elna tossed 3 coins at me. They were rainbow-colored coins. Rainbow coin. It is the highest grade of imperial currency, and 3 of them are the standard fee to hire an SS-rank adventurer for a quest. There are not many who can pay such a fee so readily though. Rainbow coins. This my first time seeing one. And there's 3 of them. This is like Elna. These coins probably came from her personal money. Still, this is not the amount of money that anyone can easily produce even for Elna. She probably determined that she absolutely needed Silver's cooperation this time. That's why I simply tossed them back to Elna. I don't mind transferring you, but I don't want your money. I don't want people to start thinking that I will do anything as long as I am given the fee, you see. He returned it. Is that guy crazy after all? Wasn't it because he couldn't properly see the color of the coins because of the mask? Ignoring the adventurers who are saying whatever they want, I extend my hand out for Elna. Elna, who knew what I was asking for, immediately gave me a map. Can you transfer me and my knights to the marked places on this map? I can do that. Do you want me to open the gates to all of these places? Just 3 is fine. The 3 corps under my command will search it one by one. Saying so, Elna heads out of the guild. The Imperial Knights are lining up outside waiting for her. She straddled the horse that was prepared for her. Since the festival is still ongoing, people are starting to make noises. In front of the knights and the crowding people, I opened 3 transfer gates. You have my thanks. Tentatively. I see. I will accept it then. Tentatively. You already know our objective anyway, right? Won't you come with us? I am busy too, you see. I will leave that side to you. As long as you are there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Hearing that, Elna quietly muttered right, and led her men through the transfer gate. As long as the opponent's strength is unknown, it is wise to not disperse your troops more than necessary. Time is certainly of the essence, but it doesn't mean that she should allow her men to be defeated one by one. So the minimum number she would disperse her men would be 1 corps each. She is being quite careful. There should be nothing to worry about if I leave this to Elna. Accompanying her is one of the viable plans, but in the off chance that something happens in the capital while I am away, I will not be able to deal with it. All right then. I muttered so and transferred away. The destination is the castle. However, it is not my room. I walk down the corridor and head toward my destination. In front of the room, the person I wanted to meet and Orihime were chatting. The barrier in the throne room was made up of multiple barriers through delicate and exquisite balance. It seems that the Empire really doesn't understand the value of such a barrier. Her Prime Minister? My deepest apology. It was due to an emergency. Is it possible to repair it? Repairing it is impossible. I will have to reconfigure everything from scratch. It will cost you, you know. We have already prepared the appropriate compensation. Saying so, Franz lowered his head to Orihime, the best barrier user on the continent. Many countries desire a barrier made personally by the Celestial Princess. However, the Celestial Princess does not often offer such a service. The fact that she is willing to do it for the Empire is not because she can obtain the appropriate reward for her work, but because Orihime personally likes the Empire. It is easy to forget, but Orihime is a super VIP on the continental scale. Then, Orihime noticed my presence and visibly frowned. Mumu, isn't that Silver? How dare you leave me alone back then? Forgive me. I thought that you wanted to sightsee around the Empire. What? So that's how it is. Certainly, I had fun on my trip back. Yumu, you are forgiven. So easy. While thinking so inside, I turned my eyes to Franz. Franz seemed to understand my intention and politely bid farewell to Oriheim and opened the door to his room. Do you have business with me? Of course. I just used my transfer magic for the Imperial Knights earlier. You have my gratitude. As expected of the SS rank adventurer. Allow me to thank you as the Prime Minister of the Empire. I don't want your gratitude. If you are the Prime Minister, then I want you to do something appropriate to your position. Who? You are saying that I haven't been doing my job. I will not let you say that you have already forgotten what happened in the East. The Emperor was targeted when the Imperial Knights were away from the Emperor's side. If I haven't intervened there, who knows what could happen? Certainly. I was careless back then. However, afterward, we have recalled the Imperial Knights to His Majesty's side at the capital. But right now, those Imperial Knights are now away from the capital again. The Imperial Knight Order consists of 13 Knight Corps. 3 of them headed out as Leo's reinforcement and 2 headed for the border. In terms of numbers, that was only 5 corps. However, right now almost none of the upper corps remain in the capital. You are anxious about the remaining Imperial Knights. What could you possibly be afraid of, Silver? I am not afraid. I am worried. Unfortunately, I have no trust in the Imperial Army ever since the summon of the demons in the south. There was someone in the army who tried to use the kidnapped children as a weapon of war. And now, there is a turmoil rising from inside the castle. Do you really think that there is no traitor in your ranks? I will refrain from commenting on that. I see. Then let me be clear. In the case that Gordon Lake's Adler betrays the Empire out of the desire for the throne, what would you do? Why did you specifically bring up His Highness Gordon? He has a strong influence over the army and is familiar with the internal working of the castle. Moreover, I witnessed it firsthand how he joyfully tried to start a civil war. He is the most suspicious man in the imperial family. You must have been on guard against him as well. There is no need for an outsider like you to remind me of that. This is our problem. However, it would be rude of me to turn you away. One thing that I can say is that His Majesty the Emperor doesn't think that any of his children would betray him. After all, that esteemed person thinks that his children know full well the worth of the Empire. The fact that Franz emphasized father would mean that he himself has a different idea. That's fine. There is no problem if father decided to believe in us, his children. It is not strange both as a parent and as an emperor. It is exactly because of that that he has his subordinates by his side. If Franz is with him, he should be able to manage. That is all I wanted to say. I will excuse myself now. Silver, I have a question for you as well. If a civil war truly occurs, which side will you be on? That's a stupid question. I am always on the side of the people. I see. That was indeed a stupid question. Forgive me. Thus, I left Franz's room. After that, I transferred to my room and removed Silver's clothes. Ulsama, where is Maid-san you talked about? Ah, I will go fetch her now. Well, I will have to persuade her first though. Persuade? Yeah, she has no reason to get involved with the Empire anymore after all. Well, she is in a position where she can only wait to be recruited though. You have a bad smile on your face, you know. Really? I will be careful. Alright, let's start the preparation for this side, shall we? If the abduction of the saint ended up as only a smokescreen, something truly terrible will surely follow after all. Chapter 211. Securing an escort. I refuse. Mia declined my offer. The place is the usual inn we use as the meeting place. Well, of course, she would refuse. She was originally tracking Grimoire to the Empire. Right now, she already finished what she set out to do. The rest is up to Leo after all. That's why there is neither reason for Mia to stay in the Empire nor to cooperate with me anymore. So it's no good, huh? If Grimoire is not involved, then I have no reason to get involved either. Moreover, if I have to act as an escort for someone at the castle, then I will have to disguise my identity. I will be in trouble if I get caught. Even if you are the chivalrous thief, you are still a thief, her. It's true that it might be dangerous, but as long as you stay in the imperial capital, the danger will come to you anyway, you know? I am leaving tomorrow. Mia said so and showed me her small amount of luggage. However, Mia still doesn't know. How do you intend to head back to the Dominion? I will just ride back on a carriage like usual. The carriage service will be closed. At the moment, there is a dispute in the north, so you have no way to leave the imperial capital, you know? Then, I will head back on foot. There is a criminal organization who just abducted the saint. The border patrol will be considerably stricter than usual. How do you plan to sneak past them? That is, if a prince writes me a letter of safe passage, I have no reason to go that far for you. It's too risky for me to get involved with a thief after all. I crushed Mia's hopeful thinking immediately. Hearing that, Mia turned visibly panicked. I got done in by my own words. I won't stop you if you choose to remain here in the capital, but if you get discovered I will not cover for you. The world of men is so ruthless. I bitterly smiled at Mia, who dejected dropped her shoulders. After all, Mia has no choice but to cooperate with me. This situation leaves her no other choice. All right. I will ask you again. Will you be willing to act as an escort at the castle? I refuse. The succession war is the Empire's internal affair. It should be someone from the Empire to do something about it. That is correct. But what would you do if I tell you that the Dominion is also involved? I don't understand what you mean. I am recruiting your help because in the worst-case scenario there is a possibility of a rebellion. Moreover, it will happen along with invasion from other countries as well. Would someone really cause a rebellion in conjunction with other countries' invasion? It's true. The abduction of the saint might be a diversion. Thanks to that, the defense of the Empire has become considerably weakened. Taking control of the imperial capital, breaking through the borders. Those things are quite possible now. This is no longer the issue of the Empire alone. A civil war and outside invasion. At worst, the Empire will collapse. That's how it is. I want your help to prevent that. I am not saying that you should help me for free. I will give you an appropriate reward for the task. Saying so, I put a coin on the table. Seeing that, Mia frowned. I would be troubled if you think that I am someone who would act on money alone. Even like this, I am the chivalrous thief, you know. Money is. Isn't that a rainbow coin? Surprised, Mia picked up the rainbow coin I placed on the table. The rainbow coin, the highest grade of the imperial currency, is a rare coin that is used only by the uppermost class of the Empire. It has considerable creditworthiness on the continental scale, so their value doesn't change much in other countries. Mia has been robbing various villainous nobles of the Dominion as the chivalrous thief, but it seems that she had never seen a rainbow coin before. I want you to be an escort for Finn von Kleinet. Unfortunately, there is currently a shortage of manpower. I need someone who can protect her in the event of a rebellion. The Blaumo. I am to be the escort of the most beautiful woman in the Empire. I cannot allow the Emperor's favorite to be taken hostage. Of course, if nothing happens, you can just stay by her side until the end of the festival. If they don't make a move during the festival, they will not move for a while. How about it? If you have no choice but to stay inside the capital anyway, it is not a bad thing to earn some money, right? But rainbow coin. With only one of this, I can buy anything for the children at the orphanage. If you accept my request, I shall guarantee your passage back to the Dominion as well. Well, if a rebellion occurs, it won't be so easy, but I think that this option would be more reliable than trying to head back on your own, right? If Gordon started a rebellion, he must think that he has a good chance of winning. Considering what happened so far, the Kingdom and the United Kingdom will also be involved. If that happens, the Dominion will start to move as well. There is no doubt that the border's defenses will tighten. No matter how skilled Mia is, it would be difficult for someone to break through it alone. Safe passage back, exceptional rewards, guaranteed identity. That should be a good deal for you, no? I will not force you if you say that as Vermilion, you cannot get yourself involved in the succession war of the Empire, but I think that if you cooperate with me, it will greatly benefit the people of the Dominion, you know. I have one condition. Let's hear it then. Other nations would invade the empire if the rebellion is successful. In other words, if the rebellion doesn't go well, the empire might turn the tide and start a counter-invasion. If you think on the national scale, then yes, that is the case. At that time, if the empire decided to launch an attack on the Dominion, please promise to ensure the safety of the citizens. All right. I will protect the people of the Dominion as much as I can. Do you need me to make an oath? No, I am fine with only a verbal promise. I am sure that if it is only a verbal promise, you will work harder for it. Saying so, Mia knelt down and presented me her bow. Receiving her bow, I put it back on Mia's hand. I am not a formal knight, but this vermilion will serve you to the best of my ability. I shall dedicate this bow and my power to you, Your Highness. Kanji for vermilion is Knight of the Scarlet Moon. Yeah, I'm glad to have you on board. Although it will only be a short time, I will be relying on you. Hearing that, Mia stood up. She then glanced at the rainbow coin on the table. It's an advance payment. You can use it however you want. What an enviable line. Princes really are rich after all. I only give you the appropriate compensation. You are confident in your bow hand, right? Are you saying that the rainbow coin's worth is greater than your skill? The fee for hiring an SS rank adventurer is 3 rainbow coins. I cannot say that my skill is on par with them, but I am confident in my skill. Then it's all right. This is not a bad investment after all. Now then, let's go. I'd like to request some time. I grew up in an orphanage, so there are a lot of children who are like younger brothers and sisters to me. If a rebellion happens, I don't think I can go out shopping with peace of mind. So, I'd like some time to buy souvenirs for them. Seeing she put so much effort to ask for my permission, I let out a sigh. Actually, I want her to enter the castle as soon as possible though. Well, whatever. Send your luggage to the castle first. If you tell them that you are a servant of Prince Arnold, they should let you in. Also, if you want to buy souvenirs for the children back home, you can't buy them with rainbow coins, you know. There's no shop that has the changes for that after all. If you are going shopping, then use this. Saying so, I hand over the bag I had on my waist to Mia. Receiving that, Mia slowly opens the bag. Inside is a large amount of gold coins. It's shining. You can use as much as you like. If you are buying souvenirs for children, then make sure you buy something good for them. It seems that you have no attachment to money at all. Money is good as long as you have a need for it. Of course, you can save it up, but it would be stupid to spare it when you have to use it. Buying your goodwill with only this much money is a cheap price. That is how much your bow is worth to me. I am honored. Saying so, Mia lowered her head to me. With this, Finn's escort is secured. Oh, that's right. Your cover at the castle will be that of a maid, all right. Yes. I don't want her escort to be easily spotted after all. I understand that, but why a maid? Can I be a female butler instead? It's impossible for you to be a butler. It would look too unnatural and they would suspect you. If that happens, then there is no point dispatching my omnipotent butler out of the capital, right? That's right. I was curious about that too. If you expected a rebellion, then you should have gathered all the people you can move at your side, right? There is no meaning in that. They are moderately being cautious of the people around me. With Sebas at my side, they would appropriately raise their caution. I have to send him away so that they let their guard down. Why, you sent all your escorts away just to make your opponent lower their guard? Not entirely. In the unlikely event that the imperial capital is on lockdown, we need someone at Leo's side who is capable of a covert operation. If he can't control the gate to the imperial capital, then he can't open it after all. I expected Sebas and Sieg to be more active in that kind of area. The Imperial Knights and the Nabi Ritter under Elna's command should be able to crush a force several times larger than them with ease in a frontal battle. However, there is no meaning unless they can fight. That's why I sent someone easy to use to Leo's side. It is as if everything is dancing on your palm, isn't it? It would be good if that is the case, but unfortunately, a succession war is not like that. Well, if they are people who can only act according to my expectations, then there is no need for me to come out in the first place. Leo alone is enough. It is exactly because everything won't go according to plans that we are working together. Leo has been working to protect the empire, and I have been working to protect the things that he can't protect. But this time it is the opposite. This time Leo went out there to protect only one person. That's why I have to protect the empire in his place. We are not working together by doing the same thing. We are working together so that we can compensate for the other's shortcomings. That is what we have been doing all this time. That is our strength, something that the other candidates don't have. So this is the black twin prince of the empire. I heard Mia mutter so as I left the room. Chapter 212. That which support the heart. Letitia woke up in a dimly lit prison. Both of her hands were bound by the chain that hung from the ceiling and she couldn't move her body. In her hazy mind, she realized that she was captured and deep despair covers her heart. I was kidnapped. What she is despairing at is not the fact that she was kidnapped. It was at the fact that it happened inside the empire. She never intended to cause any trouble for the empire. That's why she has made many preparations. She was supposed to establish a friendly relationship with the empire and then die in the kingdom. However, she currently faced the worst possible result. This would surely lead to war between the empire and the kingdom. The man she loves and the country she holds dear will have to fight against each other. A sharp pain runs through her heart. Then, someone called out to such Letitia. "Are you awake?" The prison was lit up at the arrival of the owner of that voice. Letitia averts her eyes from the sudden brightness, but when her eyes get used to it, she turns her eyes to the owner of the voice. Then, when she saw the appearance of the person who called out to her, Letitia made a steep expression. There stands a bewitching beauty. The woman wears clothes that highly advertise her skin while showing a soft smile. The woman possesses the characteristic black skin with the purplish silver hair of the dark elves. Why is a dark elf? Don't look so disgusted. I have been with you several days already after all. Several days? Don't tell me. Catherine was. I killed her. I extracted her memory out as well. It was a hassle, but thanks to that I managed to get close without you noticing. Cool. Well, don't blame yourself. When you are in the empire, the imperial family who was assigned as your entertainer will always be by your side. Even if she was the captain of your escort, she only stands outside of your room. Without a lengthy conversation, noticing an illusion like that is impossible. Especially when you have me as your opponent. Saying so, the dark elf snaps her fingers and changes her appearance into that of Leo. The fake Leo has a frivolous smile that the real Leo would never have on his face. I can copy the appearance of the person I touched with illusion magic. Well, the only one among the elves who can imitate others' appearance so perfectly is only me though. Stop talking to me with that voice and appearance. Oops, scary. So you don't like seeing the appearance of the man who loves you? Saying so, the dark elf reverted back to her original appearance. Letitia glares at the dark elf, but she also noticed the tattoo on her shoulder. The tattoo looked like a book with a pair of devil wings sprouting from it. Letitia recognized that symbol. Grimoire. Good answer. I am Babette, one of the leaders of Grimoire, the matriarch of the Dark Elves. So foolish. To think that they would have me kidnapped by Grimoire, as expected of Saint Sama. You have a keen mind. I told you right. You are not at fault. The one who is to blame is the kingdom. I will not allow a fanatic who doesn't mind sacrificing people for their own research to blemish the name of the kingdom. So you still care about the kingdom? They told us that they wouldn't mind handing you over as our research material to earn our cooperation, you know. In other words, you got sold out by them. Even so, it is still the country I loved. Babette snorted at Letitia's words. However, dry applause can be heard from behind Babette. Appearing from behind her is a wrinkled petite old man. The robe-wearing old man's appearance exudes a gloomy feeling, as expected of the saint. Your spirit is truly innocent. It was like I am looking at a pure white canvas. You took your time, didn't you? August. It took a while to finish the preparation. Alright, the saint is already awake, so let's start right away. There are some sharp people inside the empire. It wouldn't do if we take our time. I know that. Saying so, the old man called August took out a bottle. He muttered something at the bottle and brought the bottle to Letitia. Then, countless black chunks of smoke began to circulate around Letitia. This is dead spirits. I freshly picked them up for you. They are my dear pawns that will dye the saint with blackness. Just, what on earth are you trying to do? We are thinking about using you to summon a demon, you see. Quite a high-ranking one too. Normally, when summoning something like that, the vessel wouldn't be able to hold. Well, with the user of the holy staff herself as a vessel, this should go well. Are you sane? If you think that a demon can use someone like me as a vessel, then I recommend you redo your study. I know. Normally, a demon's vessel is a fresh corpse of someone who mentally close to the demons. If not, then the demon will be forced out due to rejection. Someone whose mentality is close to that of a demon would undoubtedly be evil. You are certainly on the other end of that spectrum. However, it would be fine if I just turned you evil, right? What? The dead spirits I collected will show you their horrific death and their unreasonable life. If you can't endure it and despair at the world, you will be the perfect vessel for the demon. Moreover, you can use the holy staff as well. This is quite a unique experiment, don't you think? I will not give in. Do your best to resist then. Saying so, Babette and Auguste leave the prison. Then, one of the dead spirits that was circling around Letitia jumped into her body. Before she noticed it, Letitia was standing in the middle of a village. In front of her is a mother who is holding her child to protect him from Auguste. Auguste used magic and strangled the child right inside the woman's arms while laughing at them. Seeing that, the woman screamed in despair. After thoroughly enjoying their cry of despair, Auguste murmurs to himself, "This is all for the sake of dyeing the saint black. If you are going to hold a grudge, then you can hold it against the saint." Wait. Letitia tried to stop him, but this is only something like an illusion. It is the image of the past that already happened. A bystander like Letitia cannot stop it. Auguste then proceeds to strangle the woman. After the woman is dead, Auguste disappeared, leaving behind a pair of a woman and a child that has already turned into skeletons. Letitia was mourning their dead, but a grudge-filled voice was directed toward her. "It's your fault. This is the voice of the spirit. You are just a false saint. If you are a saint, then bring my child back to life. Why does he have to die? I'm sorry. I don't need your apology. Why did you get caught? It's all your fault. Return him to me. Return me back to my humble life. I don't care about anything as long as he lives." Each word pierces Letitia's heart. It was easy for her to refute it. It was easy for her to tell them that she is also a victim. After all, that is the truth. However, Letitia did not choose that. She can't bring herself to refute them as she is the cause of their death. Therefore, Letitia continued to accept all their never-ending grudges. "You die too. I won't allow you alone to survive. That is right. If you want my life, I will gladly offer it to you. However, before that, can you wait? You are still holding on to your life, you hypocrite." "Yes, I am a hypocrite. I am called the saint simply because I can use the holy staff, but I have never done anything like a saint at all. All I did was kill soldiers from another country for my homeland. I am no different from a murderer. Even so, I don't want to cause any more dead than I already have. I will offer my life if you want me to, but if I lose myself now, I am sure that many lives will be at risk. There will be another mother who loses their children again. No, that is not good. Yes, that's why I must endure this. For that sake, can you help me, so that no one else has to suffer the same regret you have? Please give me your strength." Saying so, Letitia gently embraces the black smoke that floats in front of her. Then, the black smoke shines white in an instant. "Please have a peaceful sleep. After I get through this, I will head over to your side as well. No, if you can have a life, then live. And give birth to a child. Connect more lives in my place. That will be your atonement. That will be difficult. So you are the saint. You are very warm. After saying that, the smoke scattered away. Letitia managed to purify it with a conversation and send it to the afterlife. Letitia did not fight against the dead spirit. She simply comforts them. The only thing she can do is to talk with them. However, to do that, she has to accept their hellish grudges. An ordinary person might get their heart broken immediately. After all, this is all happening inside her mind. The plane where there is no concept of time. Still, Letitia did not stop facing the dead spirits. It is not good for dead spirits to wander close to Letitia's noble heart. However, this also chipped her heart away as well. Just because she can endure it doesn't mean that she is not hurt. Resisting or fighting against it would be better, as Letitia's heart was gradually getting exhausted. Nevertheless, Letitia did not give up, no matter what kind of grudge she has to face or how nightmarish death she has to witness. It was not the love she has for her homeland that supports her heart. Letitia loved her country. She still loves it even now. She obtained the staff in the hope to save everyone who lives in her country. But right now, that country is of no concern to her. It is something else that supports Letitia today. She is not being supported by the love she has for most of her life, but by the unwillingness to harm the empire. And at the bottom of her heart was the existence of the man who loved her. She can't bear getting consumed by a demon and laying waste to the homeland of the man she loves without replying to his proposal. If she turns into a demon vessel here, it will be a curse that binds him for his entire life. She doesn't want to give him such a thing. That's why Letitia continued to endure. No matter how painful it was, the thought of his face gave her the strength to bear it. She thought that seeing him cry would be more painful than this. Then, after she sent the last dead spirit to the afterlife, Letitia's consciousness returned to the prison. She was sweating all over. Her throat is parched. Her head is aching. In the midst of her hazy consciousness, she muttered one name. Leo. He told her that he needed her not as a saint, but as herself. When was the first time she felt it? 5 years ago, when she first met him, she only saw him as a prince of another country. But now it is different. His smile, his words, the memory of the last few days she has with him strongly supported Letitia. She cannot allow everything to end here. I have to protect this land, I must protect Leo. Her determination renewed, Letitia raised her gaze. Babette and Auguste had just returned. Hey, how is she doing? My, all the dead spirit disappeared. What do you mean? I can't believe this. The freshly collected grudge-filled spirits of the dead. You purified all of them. I will not give in. Ha ha ha. This is good. You are above my imagination. Auguste, let's get serious. With this, we might be able to summon something of the demon lord class, you know. I know. Seriously. It seems like it is time for me to unleash my prided dead spirits. Saying so, Auguste takes out more bottles. The sinister feeling she got from them is incomparable to before. All right, I'm heading off to oversee the other unit. I will leave the rest to you, all right? Such a busy lasser. Don't you want to witness the moment the saint got dyed black? I am interested. But even in the off chance, I don't want the empire to get in our way. No matter how much they hurried, they will not be here for a while though. Still, I need to make preparations. Saying so, Babette left the prison. Auguste then joyfully deploys his dead spirits on Letitia. Goo. Q. The scene she witnessed before pale in comparison to what is being shown to her right now. They are the dead spirits that were killed in a way that makes them leave behind their regret and hatred in this world as much as possible. They are Auguste's prided possessions. Such grudges cannot be solved only through conversation. Letitia could only endure it. Then after who knows how long the time has passed. Doesn't knowing where herself is anymore, Letitia's heart has become so weak that she wants to cover her ears to escape the voices of the dead spirit. Still, Letitia desperately kept her ego intact. She simply thinks about Leo. That she is not alone. As Letitia's mind is hanging on the last thread, Auguste tries to add even more dead spirits to her torture. However, at that moment, loud noises can be heard in the prison. NN. What is happening? It's a raid. A raid. Don't be stupid. We remodeled this hideout from an empire's village. There's no way that they could find us so easily. August yells at his subordinate. If they use a place that stands out as their base, then the empire will notice them. Therefore, August remodeled a village and used it as their hideout. The first dead spirit that was sent to corrupt Letitia was the inhabitant of that village. They have a camouflage that no one should be able to see through. Having confidence in that, August denied the possibility that they got discovered. However, at the next moment, he had to admit the fact that they have been discovered after seeing the person who barged into the prison. Prince Leonard, I will have you return Letitia to me. Saying so, Leo cut down August's subordinate without any hesitation and headed for August. Chapter 213. Plunderer. The night Letitia was abducted. Leo and the Griffin Knight rely on the starlight as they keep running through the night sky. Without taking any break, they continue pursuing Letitia with Noir leading them. Letitia was abducted around midnight. It has been almost a full day since Letitia was kidnapped. Leo and the Griffin Knights are currently traveling on the sky above the north of the imperial capital. It is a distance where you normally have to change horses many times already to cover. Moreover, Noir wasn't just flying in a straight path. He has been making tight turns and switching directions many times to search for the faint traces of Letitia. The color of fatigue started to appear on the faces of the Griffins and the Griffin Knights. Fatigue, weariness, anxiety. Many feelings assault them, giving them the reason to stop their pursuit. Still, no one stopped. This is because Noir, who leads them at the front, and Leo, who rides on his back, never stopped. Many of the anti-empire factions in the kingdom were the civil officials working at the royal castle. On the other hand, it was the soldiers who fought on the front line who were in the pro-empire faction. That is because they are those who yearn for the saint, as she ran through the battlefield together with them. The people who were selected to be her escort this time are those who accompanied Letitia from the very beginning. They were those who always stayed close to Letitia's side and had enough confidence in their ability to protect her. Their loyalty to the saint is second to none. That's why if Leo doesn't give up, they can't allow themselves to stop. They don't want to lose to a prince of another country. And there is one more reason. Another reason for them to not stop moving. Riding on the back a griffin is no easy task. The griffins are indeed the ones who do the running, but riding it also causes them fatigue. That fatigue should affect Leo the most as he is but a beginner. However, Leo sat straight on Noir's back and continued to lead them. His back continued to inspire the Griffin Knights behind him. That being said, Leo himself doesn't have any leeway regarding that either. Noir did not fly while considering Leo on his back. Riding on him is much more difficult than any rampaging horses Leo has ridden. Still, Leo never complained. He thinks that it is fine. Noir, please, do your best just a little longer. There was no reply. However, the speed of Noir increased a little. It was a heavy burden for a griffin to fly around with a human on its back for a whole day. Still, Noir continued to fly, following only on faint trace of his master. Speaking of miscalculations on Grimoire's side, there would be three. One is that there are more people who are smart enough to notice their trick than they expected. Another is that Leo took the Griffin Knights along with him in his pursuit. And the last one is the existence of Noir. Noir was not chasing the scent of Letitia herself. He didn't rely on such uncertainty. What Noir is chasing after is the trace of the holy staff. It is a faint trace that humans couldn't detect. However, Noir understood since his childhood that he would be able to find Letitia if he followed it. And because of its rarity, Grimoire did not leave the staff behind. That's why their hiding place has been discovered. Noir. Leo shouts when he sees that Noir suddenly starts descending. He didn't show any sign that he is so fatigued that he needs a rest. That's why Leo put his hand on the handle of his sword. He knows that Noir finally found them. Descend. Following Leo's command, the Griffin Knights descend one after another. Noir keeps descending until he reaches what seems to be an ordinary village. It is a village you can find anywhere in the Empire. When they arrived, the villagers came out of their homes to see what's happening. Why, Your Highness. Is this really the place? Because it was such an ordinary village, one Griffin Knight asked Leo. Without answering that question, Leo shouts, "Where is the village chief?" After he yelled out, an old man appeared from among the villagers. I am the village chief, my lord. I am the 8th prince of the empire, Leonard. I am chasing after a criminal organization. Have you seen anything unusual around here? Why, Your Highness, forgive my rudeness. Saying so, the village chief and other villagers immediately kneel. Their surprise is natural. Seeing that, the Griffin Knight's expressions clouded. No matter how they look at them, this is an ordinary village. Answer my question. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary? I have not. Please forgive me. It's all right. I didn't expect any good answer anyway. Saying so, Leo pulled out his sword and approached the village chief. He then hit the village chief with intense murder intent. The village chief's body shakes at the strong murder intent, but Leo unhesitantly keeps getting closer and closer to him. Why, Your Highness, I apologize for my disrespect. As I said, it's okay. By the way, village chief, it seems that your people stay up quite late today, right? They came out immediately after I arrived too. What were you doing? Saying so, Leo brandishes his sword. Then, the village chief stands up with a ball of fire in his right hand. The fire magic struck Leo. For a moment, Leo was wrapped in flame and the Griffin Knights forgot to breathe. However, I tried imitating Ni-san from time to time, you see. To be honest, I was only planning to bluff. But thank you. Now I can kill you with a peace of mind. Hi. Waving the flame off with his sword, Leo decapitated the village chief. At that moment, more than 10 attack magics were cast toward Leo. However, Leo already started running with his posture lowered. Attack. There must be some kind of hidden mechanism here. Search every house. Leo gives his instructions as he parries the approaching magic attacks with his sword. He then approaches one of the mages and cuts off their head without any hesitation. Leo has always been bad at cutting down living beings. We might understand each other if we talk it out. If I cut my opponent down immediately, then I will lose the chance to do that. Hearing that typical Leo's words, the masters who taught Leo swordsmanship held their heads. The prince has talent, but he will never be truly strong. Every single one of them tells this to the emperor. A sword imbued with hesitation will never be strong. That was the absolute truth that the masters understood. As a swordsman, Leo is too sweet. However, Leo was getting stronger and stronger. Whether in the monster subjugation or battles he had with bandits, his results exceeded the expectations of his masters. However, that did not mean Leo overcame his weakness. Leo's swordsmanship was so good that he could defeat them even though he hesitated. While feeling sorry for them, while regretting that it has come to this kind of result, while begging for their forgiveness. Leo has fought against his enemies up until now with his weakness as a swordsman exposed. Even the recent incidents didn't change that part of him. He keeps swinging his sword while enduring those feelings, all the while telling himself that it is the thing that must be done. However, he was still carrying those unnecessary thoughts. Normally, you would only think about how to defeat the enemy in front of you. After all, that is how a swordsman should think in front of his enemy. But Leo was unable to do that. Leo's mind is rarely clear in battle. The only time Leo experienced such a thing was the turmoil in the south where his opponents were lifeless monsters or demons. Even if he was using all of his power, he can't get serious. That was how Leo has been up until now. However, for the first time, by concentrating his mind only on the idea of rescuing Letitia, he is able to get serious against human opponents. He no longer cares about the country or other people. The brilliance of Leo's sword technique as he focuses himself on cutting down his enemy, despair the mages. If they release their magic at him, their magic will be cut down. If they try to start a chant, they will be approached with unbelievable speed. And once he gets to them, his speed is so fast that their barrier couldn't protect them and their neck will part from their body with a single slash. How can this be? Even if he's called the hero prince, it was as if It was as if they were facing against the hero himself. While muttering such words, the mage's head flew off. Leo, on the other hand, murmurs a reply. "I'd like you to not lump me together with Elna. That would be rude to her." Saying so, Leo uses magic and creates a flame on his right hand. On the other side, 5 maids were also chanting fire attack magic as they aimed at him. 5 against 1. Although it is not a difference in power that could not be covered normally, Leo uses the large amount of magic power he inherited from the imperial bloodline and throws an enormous ball of flame at the mages. The flames collide midair. However, the power of 5 mages couldn't compete with his, as their flames were swallowed by Leo's flame, and the mages themselves soon follow the same fate. With Leo's lead, the mages who disguised themselves as villagers were mostly suppressed. Seeing that, Leo looks for Noir. He spots Noir smashing the wall of a certain house as he constantly raises a cry. Leo, who judged that there must be something there, immediately head to the half-destroyed house. As far as he can see, there is nothing out of the ordinary. However, Leo did not overlook the slight discomfort he felt. Under the broken bed, feeling that there is something there, Leo put magic power into his sword and slashed at it. Then, the barrier surrounding it collapsed and a hidden door leading to the basement appeared. "So this is the place. Your Highness. We are heading in. Let's go." After giving his short command, Leo, with the help of the Griffin Knights, opens the hidden door and infiltrates the basement. Section. The basement was larger than its outer appearance suggested. However, Leo keeps swinging his sword and gradually takes control over it. He then breached into a certain room. Stop. There was a barrier at the center of the room. Inside that barrier, a staff was enshrined in the middle. The moment Leo saw that, he felt relief. He is now certain that she is here. The mages inside the room did not miss that chance. They tried to perform a pincer attack on Leo by casting attack magic at him from a close distance. However, Leo relies on his body reflex and intercepts them. "Don't get in my way." With a flow-like movement, Leo decapitated the mages without looking at them and slashed at the barrier. He then grabbed the staff from inside it. For Leo, who is not its true master, it is only a simple staff. Still, it was the driving force for Leo to move forward. After that, Leo went straight to the stairs on the other side of the room. For some reason, he was convinced. Letitia is just ahead. That's why Leo never stopped his legs as he ran down the stairs. On his way, he slashed at the man standing in front of him and reached the place that seems to be the prison. There, he found an old man wearing a robe, August, and in front of him was a closed cage. Letitia is inside. He can't see her, but he knows it. Joy and anger sprout in Leo's heart at the same time. "Prince Leonard, I will have you return Letitia to me." Leo rushes at the last enemy in front of him, but his advance is blocked by August. August has deployed a wall of dead spirits in front of him. That's a shame. It's impossible to physically break my dead spirit wall. Leo noticed its danger before August spoke. It is a sinister wall created by layers of black smoke. The smoke constantly changes shape into that of human faces. It is a black wall with numerous human faces protruding from it. Its horror was something Leo had never seen before. "I am a mage who utilizes the grudges-filled souls of the dead. A dead spirit mage. Hear their voices of grudges and be driven mad." Saying so, August advances the dead spirit wall toward Leo. On the other hand, Leo takes a breath and stands his ground. Then, flame descended from heaven. "Save the virtuous. O supreme holy flame, nobly burn, and destroy the evil before me. Holy blaze." He chanted the holy flame magic. August is amazed at the advanced holy magic. However, his carefree attitude did not collapse. As expected of the hero prince, "You truly are blessed with talent. However, with that level of magic, you cannot purify my army of the dead. The holy flame doesn't have enough power to purify the wall of concentrated dead spirits." August is fully aware of that. "You told me to return her, but unfortunately Saint Letitia already belongs to Grimoire. You cannot have her back. If Leo dies here, he will be able to acquire an even more powerful dead spirit. Regret, grudges." The stronger those are, the stronger the dead spirit will become. In front of the woman he loves, to have your life ended without being able to save her. August laughs to himself at the powerful dead spirit he is about to acquire, but in response, Leo raises a voice full of anger. I see. Then, I only have one thing to do. Saying so, Leo put the holy flame on his left hand on the sword in his right hand. Magic sword. It is a fusion of magic and sword techniques. This is a technique to create a pseudo-magic sword. However, the higher the level of magic is, the higher the difficulty to actually accomplish. When it came to a magic sword that utilized holy magic, it could be said that it is the most difficult technique to pull off. After all, among modern magic, holy magic itself is considered as the most difficult one. However, Leo accomplished that on the spot. Even August opened his eyes wide to what is happening in front of him. What? This is the first time. I've never felt that I want to kill someone so clearly before. Saying so, Leo vertically cuts through the wall of dead spirits. The wall itself did not disappear, however. The sword wreathing in holy flame created a path for him. Before it could close up, Leo rushes toward August. Coup. After the wall of dead spirits he has absolute confidence in was broken through, August hurriedly releases more dead spirits toward Leo. However, Leo quickly cuts them down and closes his distance. Wait. If you want the saint, then I will return her. No need. If you say that she already belongs to you guys, then as suitable for someone of the Adler house, I will just plunder and steal her back from you. Saying so, Leo stabbed his sword into August's chest. Perhaps it judges August, who is stained with dead spirit, to be evil. The holy flame burns his body from the inside. Gr. With that death throw, August turned to dust. Then, after seeing August completely turned into dust, Leo looked towards the prison. Chapter 214. Predicament. Inside Letitia's hazy mind, she heard the voice of Leo. At first, she thought that it was only a hallucination, but his voice was too clear to be one. Moreover, the person who he is talking to sounded like August. Thus she opened her eyes. Inside her distorted sight, she saw Leo and August. Leo is closing in on the old man. Wait. If you want the saint, then I will return her. No need. If you say that she already belongs to you guys, then as suitable for someone of the Adler house, I will just plunder and steal her back from you. Saying so, Leo stabbed his sword into August's chest. Just like that, August let out a scream and turned into dust. Then, Leo turns his eyes toward Letitia. When their eyes met, Leo gently smiled at her. Ah, he's the real Leo. Letitia thought to herself. The only one who can show her such a smile is him. The moment she convinced herself of that, her consciousness started to fade. The thread of tension was snapped with her peace of mind. Oh, it's okay now. Letitia. Leo enters the prison cell and slashes the chain that binds Letitia's hands, then moves in to hug her. Letitia's relief is further deepened by the warmth of his body. Still, Letitia manages to hold on to her consciousness. After all, she thought that she had to say something to him. Still, she couldn't say what she wanted as she doesn't have enough strength to think properly. That's why she simply put her thoughts into words. Thank you. For the miracle. I wanted to meet you. Me too. I wanted to meet you. From the bottom of my heart. I have to give you my reply. Don't worry about that. I am not in a hurry. Even if it is an eternity, I will wait for you. After all, if someone were to rob you away from me, then I will just have to steal you back. Foo-foo. So you can be this forceful sometimes too. You don't know? Remember this. The Adlers never miss their prey. Well, that's scary. With a small smile, Letitia slowly exhales. Then, her consciousness began to fade away again. This time, she didn't resist it. Thus, Letitia slowly closed her eyes while feeling the warmth from Leo's body. Letitia. Leo's face distorted as he saw Letitia fainted. There is no visible injury on her body, but there is no doubt that something was done to her. Considering the dead spirit mage he just faced, he could guess that it has something to do with him. Glaring at the ashes of August, Leo clicked his tongue at the ill feeling he felt toward the old mage. For Leo, who could count how many times he clicked his tongue in his entire life, this ill feeling is new to him. He realized that even after he killed the man out of irritation, he still wanted to kill him all over again. So Leo takes a deep breath and calms himself down. He managed to rescue Letitia. All he is to do now is get away from this place. Telling himself so, Leo carries Letitia and escapes the basement with the holy staff in hand. Section. The Griffin Knights who infiltrated the basement together with Leo were delighted to the point of tears when they learned that Letitia was safe. They offered to carry her, but Leo refused and led them out of the basement. Letitia-sama, is she safe? It's okay. She just fainted. Saying so, Leo carried Letitia to Noir. Letitia's ride, is also with them, but Leo decided that it would be dangerous to leave the fainted Letitia to so he chose to ride on Noir together with her. Your Highness, is that not too dangerous? It's all right. Forgive me. It's not like I do not trust you. It's just that we have to be careful. The Griffin Knights then realize that they have to be wary of the possibility of an imposter replacing them, like what happened back in the castle. Leo did not let his guard down even after he managed to get Letitia back. He can't be relieved until he can get her to safety. The Griffin Knights who felt his intention did not get angry at Leo's suspicion and apologized for their carelessness. That was thoughtless of me. My deepest apology. We shall escort you, Your Highness. Please do. Saying so, Leo straddles Noir's back with the unconscious Letitia. Then, when Noir flapped his wings, the other griffins began to rise. That was when it happened. Magic. A barrage of fireballs was fired at them from afar. The fireball itself is not so difficult to evade, but their number is unusually large. They can count at least 100 fireballs flying toward them. The number of fireballs simply overwhelmed Leo's group that only had 10 people in it. They could have avoided it if they are flying, but they are currently gaining altitude. Moreover, the griffins are already exhausted from the long journey. They cannot possibly avoid it. Leo warded off the oncoming fireballs, but with their number, he couldn't defend against all of them, and some griffins raised screams of pain as they were hit. Raise the altitude. If this keeps up, they will all be shot down. Leo, who judged so, ordered the Griffin Knights to forcibly raise their altitude. Thus, although the griffins suffered some damage, they managed to rise up to a safe altitude. However, Leo's eyes caught an army approaching the fake village. Their number exceeded 1,000 and many of them seemed to be mages. Leading them is a black-skinned elf woman. With a single glance, he can tell that she holds tremendous power. So the dark elves were connected to Grimoire her. As the situation grew worse, Leo frowned. It is impossible not to notice an army of this scale. There must be some kind of trick, as they couldn't spot them until now. The griffins they are relying on were injured, so traveling a long distance is already impossible. However, if they have to fight, he has to do something about that dark elf. Moreover, with the force he has at hand, it is impossible to deal with them. Judging so, Leo immediately gave his order. Escape to the east. There should be an old castle just a little ahead. That is our destination. After giving his command, Leo set the course toward the east. He then took a deep breath and glanced at Letitia, who is still unconscious. I will definitely protect you. Muttering to himself, Leo headed for an old castle to the east. Section. The old castle was only a small abandoned castle in the east. It was tattered and looked like it was about to collapse. After he landed there, Leo let the griffins rest and lie Letitia down. What about the enemy? I can see their horsemen. Their main force will arrive soon, Your Highness. How did they prepare an army of that scale inside the imperial capital's territory? A griffin knight raised his complaint while kicking away a pebble. It was the thought that everyone there shares. With the festival going on, a crime organization shouldn't be able to conduct a large-scale operation like this. I know. There must be a traitor among the upper echelons of the empire. This must be one of their hands. Leo indifferently told them so. It is nothing surprising. It was expected that there would be a traitor inside the castle when Letitia was abducted. After all, the kingdom and Grimoire wouldn't be so stupid to start something without any cooperation from the empire's side. Where is? At that timing, Letitia wakes up. The Griffin Knights rushed to Letitia's side. Leo wanted to talk to her, but he remained silent. Leo, we are at one of the Empire's abandoned castles. The enemy prepared 1,000 troops and ambushed us on our way out. I ordered us to stop here to rest, but before the Griffins could fully recover, we would be completely surrounded. Their target is me. Please leave me and go. You wouldn't be able to escape while taking care of me. Please stop joking. If I would leave you here and run away by myself, I wouldn't be here in the first place. But, at this rate, you will. I am a prince of the Empire. Right now an army of criminals is marching on my land. I can't overlook it. Moreover, I must have told you this before. The Adlers never miss their prey. We would never tolerate our prey being stolen. I have no intention to give you up. Leo, you still have a future. It is foolish to hold a castle while you can't expect any reinforcement. I am here because I wanted you to be in that future with me. And holding this castle is not so foolish of an idea either. I am not alone after all. Saying so, Leo started preparing for battle. Chapter 215. The Oath of Adler. Around the time when the sky began to light up, the enemy army arrived at the castle. Alone, Leo climbed up the castle wall that seemed like it was about to collapse. In response, Babette also stepped forward. Good job on running away so far. Hero Prince. Let's do some self-introduction. I am Babette, the matriarch of the Dark Elves. 8th Prince Leonard Lakes Adler. Should I say nice to meet you here? It's not our first meeting. I replaced that escort captain for a few days, you see. I have been watching, you know. You and the Saint playing house. I see. So you were the one who kidnapped Letitia. The root of all evil. The moment he discovered it, Leo's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Babette doesn't budge. It was so easy, you know. Thanks to your face that I borrowed, that is. Do you remember? There was an elf who shook hands with you, right? That was also me. Your face seems to be convenient, so I thought that I should collect it, but it was even more useful than I expected. I guess I will have to thank you for that. How about I let you go if you leave the Saint here? Leo was having a hard time suppressing his swelling anger. His was not normal anger, but something close to a pitch-black hatred. He doesn't know how to control it. Even so, he didn't show it on the surface. After all, Letitia is watching him. He wouldn't want to show her such an unsightly figure. That one reason is the thing that pulled Leo back. Otherwise, he would have rushed down and slashed Babette already. Why did you aim for Letitia? It was a request from the kingdom. They want us to experiment on her inside the Empire, you see. They did a lot of preparations too, you know. Placing pressure on the elf village, acquiring the elves' traveling route, finding a collaborator in the Empire. They even surprised me with how far they are willing to go, you know. That is Grimoire's reason. I am asking you. My personal reason? It's oblivious, right? I want the return of the Demon King. That's why I joined up with Grimoire. I can't summon a Demon King class demon without a good vessel, you see. I understood firsthand how uncontrollable a Demon King would be in a direct summon. That's why I need a vessel. What would you gain from bringing the Demon King back? Are you trying to wrap the continent in war again? You people might not know this, but in the old days, it was us, the elves, who ruled over the continent. Humans are simply usurpers. That's why we Dark Elves cooperated with the Demon King. We were pissed at the humans who treat this land like it is their own. It was convenient, you know. We get more power and we can destroy your pathetic race in the process. Well, the Demon King was far more dangerous than we imagined, so it was a relief when he was put down though. If he was left alone, he might end up destroying everything after all. Babette said so as she reminisced. 500 years ago, the Demon King appeared and the entire continent was put in crisis. Back then, all living beings of the continent cooperated and confronted the Demon King. The hero certainly was the one who defeated the Demon King, but he did not defeat the Demon King and his subordinates all by himself. The army of the Demon King, who had many demons under his control, was powerful. There is no doubt that it was the strongest army in at least the last 500 years. Their defeat could be said to be a miracle. A veteran who survived that battle 500 years ago like Babette would be more experienced than the word experienced could describe. If he fights her, he will definitely lose. That was a gap that Leo felt between their strength. He doesn't know whether he has any chance of defeating her or not. He cannot say that she is on the same level as Silver or Elna, but there is no doubt that she is much stronger than him. A normal elf is already more powerful than a normal human in the first place, but the person standing in front of him is the matriarch of the Dark Elves who were empowered by the Demon King. It is only natural. Even so, returning the elves' glory, revenge against the humans. What nonsense. The ruler of the continent always changes. It is only natural that the elves would someday lose to humans. It is simply because humans as a race are more diverse. You have tried to change that by cooperating with the Demon King, but you still failed. Why can you still not understand that? Such arrogance. As expected of the sinful Adler clan. Your clan of thieves won't satisfy unless you can plunder everything that exists in the world. Humans only have a superior reproductive ability than the elves. Don't you dare talk big about the race that can't even protect themselves without relying on some occasional freaks of nature. If there are the weak among us, then there are some that are strong. That is humans' diversity. We used that diversity as a weapon and evolved. That's why we managed to prosper on this continent. Because we humans are immature, we are full of possibilities. On the other hand, the elves were already completed. They are indeed a noble race, but you could say that they have already reached their limit. The proof is that the majority of the elves do not seek to unify the continent. They do not seek hegemony. Babette, your dream is one that will never come true. Paige, thanks for sharing that. But unfortunately, I couldn't care less about the elves regaining the continent right now. I just want to destroy the humans because they pissed me off. Especially your dear imperial family. I want to just slaughter you right this moment, you know. Is that so? What a coincidence. I want to kill you too. Saying so, the two's eyes locked. Then, Babette suddenly appeared on the wall where Leo was standing without any sound. I want to just blow you away with magic, but that might collapse the castle, you see. It would trouble me a lot if the saint got buried in rubble after all. That leaves only hand-to-hand combat. You chose this place because of that, right? I hate that damn cunningness of you Adlers. I am cunning. It seems like you still don't know the real Adler. I am not someone that great, you know. Is that right? Well, I can agree that you are no big deal at all. In my long life, I have seen many so-called heroes. Certainly, you are quite good. However, you are not on my level. If you think that you stand a chance against me in close combat, then I will crush you. Saying so, Babette pulled out a sword from her waist. In response, Leo also unsheathed his sword. Then, the battle of the two began. Leo was focusing on facing Babette like never before in any battle. It was his first time that he has concentrated to this extent. However, Leo was pushed back. What's wrong? Hero Prince. Leo managed to stop a heavy blow, but he couldn't stop the momentum and was blown backward. When Leo managed to catch his breath, Babette's kick was already approaching Leo's chest. Taking Babette's kick directly, Leo was blown away along with the castle wall. Keiji, you are certainly strong, but you can't beat me. Why don't you just give up and hand over the saint? I will never give her up. Saying so, Leo stood up while bleeding all over. Seeing from Leo's eyes that he still hasn't given up yet, Babette clicked her tongue. You Adlers are damn annoying. I have seen your kind expanding this empire over the past 500 years. Clan of sinners that took everything from me. That's the Adlers. Know the feeling of the one being plundered for once. The plunder of Adlers has a meaning. You hypocrite. What meaning plundering could hold? Yours is the greediest clan of the humans who robbed this continent from us elves. Your clan of golden eagles that took away everything from us are the worst of your miserable humankind. Saying so, Babette approaches the tattered Leo and tries to stab his chest. Leo wards off the sword trajectory with his sword. Still, Babette's sword managed to scratch Leo's shoulder. You can't just lie down and accept your death. That is also a characteristic of your kind, isn't it? Saying so, Babette swings her sword down from above. Leo receives it, but that was all his tattered body could do. The blade gradually approaches Leo's neck. As your last word, why don't you tell me the so-called meaning of the Adler's plundering then? Without answering that question, Leo focuses himself. This is a life and death crisis. Still, Leo did not lose his calm. He can't allow himself to lose focus. Slowly inhaling, Leo pushed back Babette's sword with all his strength. What? A payback? Saying so, Leo kicks at Babette. However, Babette only blew away lightly. It was incomparable to the damage Leo received. Impudent. That's the ugliness of you Adlers. Yeah, that's right. We Adlers are ugly, but we still choose to plunder. When Leo was young, he was resenting that his house was called the Clan of Plunderers. It was the Crown Prince Wilhelm that remonstrated him. Wilhelm said to him as he placed his hand on the young Leo's head, "There are two kinds of people in this world. Those who are robbed and those who rob. We are the ones who rob. That's why they called us the plunderers." Leo was even more resentful at what he said, but Wilhelm only smiled as he patted Leo's head. "That's right. That anger is the origin of us, the Adlers. Even if you manage to stop a tragedy after it happened, tears will still be shed. The only way to stop that was to take them all away and put them all under our protection. That is the Adler's creed. It is not a good thing. It is nothing to be praised. Even so, we continue to plunder while having only one oath inside our heart." Leo slowly put his left hand on his chest. Those words still remain in his heart. Even so, he was not fully convinced of it until now. However, right now, he understands well its meaning. The Adler's plunder is an oath. We will not hand over anything we have within our grasp. The plundering of Adler is an oath to protect everything. This country is the product of that oath. There is no place for you in this empire. Until our blood runs dry and our oath disappears, the Adlers are the guardian of everything that we have plundered. Leo slowly took up his stance. It was to unleash an attack with all he has. Babette, who felt the danger from his eyes, braces herself. However, albeit small, she took a step back. "What?" "I took a step back. I was scared of that brat." Unable to believe her instinct, Babette turned her eyes toward Leo again. Then, a shining circle of light started floating around Leo. Babette immediately understands the identity of that circle of light. No way. She can use the staff in that state. Heed my voice. Staff of the sacred star. O staff that rules over the sacred heaven, give color to this sad and colorless earth. The bestowed color is gold. The power of the holy staff is to add color. The effect varies depending on the color selected by the user. Among them, gold is a special color. It represents possibility, which allows the target to unleash their potential. It has almost no effect on those with no potential, but Letitia chooses that color. Using the staff requires both physical and mental strength. Letitia is currently exhausted, so she cannot use it for long. She could manage if all it took was physical strength, but she doesn't have enough mental strength required for it. That's why she had no choice but to choose the color with the most impact. A color that could give Leo enough strength to defeat a strong foe like Babette. A normal enhancement would not be able to do that. That's why Letitia bet on Leo's potential. And it was a success. Just who are you? The 8th Prince of the Empire. Leonard. Like hell, something ridiculous like this can be allowed to exist. With that kind of power, you are still unsatisfied. Are you planning to be on par with those monsters? The Adlers also plundered various kinds of blood. After all, we can't continue to plunder if we are not strong enough. Without strength we cannot protect anything. This bloodline is the proof of Adler's determination. Saying so, Leo approached Babette at the speed she couldn't react to and slashed at her with a flowing motion. Babette was cut diagonally from chest to the torso. As blood spilled from her mouth, Leo kicks her off the wall of the castle. He then turned his left hand toward Babette, who was still in midair. A golden circle of light emerged from the sky and light began to leak from it. It was the magic that is most incompatible with Babette who was strengthened by the Demon King. Damn you. Holy glitter. Abandoned the chant, Leo activated the highest level of holy magic with only the magic name alone. Then, the golden light of purification swallows and burns Babette. Soon the golden light faded, and what remained was Babette, whose body was half burned. Thanks to the barrier she managed to erect, she escaped instant death. However, she is at death's door. At that time, Letitia lost her consciousness again as she couldn't stand the power of the staff. Naturally, Leo returns to his normal state as well. Cool. To think that I would be defeated by two brats playing house. But that victory will not come for free. Saying so, Babette raised her remaining hand up. With that as a signal, the troops that had been on standby started to move. Numerous lights started to glow from their side until it covered the entire army. Every single one of them is the light from magic. They might be able to capture her now, but after I died, that doesn't matter to me anymore. A blow from more than 1,000 magic. I will have you disappear with me. Now die, Adler brat. Saying so, Babette swung her arm down with a grin on her face. Leo immediately holds his sword up and the Griffin Knights try to get Letitia on Noir's back. However, they will not be able to make it. Innumerable magics fly toward the castle. It has more than enough power to destroy the whole castle. However, all the oncoming magic was knocked down before it could reach the castle. White cloak fluttered in front of Leo. You can shoot thousands or tens of thousands more, but know that it is but a foolish dream to think that you can shoot down the golden eagle with only that much power. We are here after all. Hero. That name is already outdated. Right now the brave house of Amsberg is the shield and the sword of the empire. We are the guardian of the empire and its imperial family. Again, I will never forgive you. How many times do you want to stand in our way? As many times as it takes. Saying so, Elna appears in front of Babette and raises her sword high. Her death is already just a matter of time. Still, Elna put a lot of strength into her sword. You damn monster. Call me whatever you want. I also have something to say to you as well. Because of you, my prince had to hit his younger brother. That is punishable by death. Die and atone for your sin. Saying so, Elna swung down her sword and Babette's existence was eradicated. Then, Elna slowly returns her sight to the wall. It seems that you are safe. Leo. I'm glad. Elna. How did you? You already know the answer, right? I'll manage to convince His Majesty the Emperor. That's why I could make it in time. Elna smiled after she said so. Then, following Elna, the 3rd Imperial Knight Corps and Sebers also arrived at the castle. Chapter 216. Annihilation Battle. Sebers. I see. So Ni-san wants to keep our force outside of the capital her. That appears to be the case, sir. Well, perhaps he was only worried about your well-being, Leonard-sama. Saying so, Sebers sweeps his eyes on the army surrounding the castle. Although their commander is gone, they are an army of more than 1,000 strong. Moreover, they mostly consisted of mages. Their destructive capability should be several times that of a normal army of the same size. Now, what do you want us to do, sir? If Leo gives the order, then I don't mind wiping them out, you know. Captain. Please refrain from fanning the flame. There are many villages and roads in this area, so you cannot use your holy sword, no? Without the holy sword, dealing with this number of enemies will be difficult. Mark cautions Elna. Their purpose of rescuing Letitia and retrieving Leonard was completed. All they have to do now is withdraw. Mark judged so from his common sense. However, even so, we cannot leave that kind of army alone. We have to annihilate them here. Yes. Why, Your Highness? Are you sane? We were in a hurry, so we brought around 10 people with us, you know. The 3rd Night Corps was divided into 2 as one division had to hurry and follow after Elna, who rushed ahead by herself. As they can't afford to abandon their horse and food supply, only Mark and 6 other knights along with Sebers and Seek followed after Elna. Including Leo, they would have 11 people. It was too reckless to challenge an army with 100 times their number. Aren't you quite belligerent today, Leo? With civilian villages nearby, we can't leave that army alone. Once they lose their commander, they will turn into groups of outlaws after all. We have to wipe them out here while they are still one single group like this. That is certainly correct, but we do not have enough men for this, Your Highness. I know. But the reinforcements I can expect is probably not your group alone. Isn't that right? Sebas. Yes. Linfiadono already headed to Vindono's side to relay the situation. By this time, the Nabi Ritter should already be nearby, sir. Then we only have to fight them as flashy as possible to let them know our location. Well, Vin would come here eventually anyway. It was him who told me about this castle after all. Saying so, Leo takes a deep breath and puts strength into his body. His condition is far from perfect. If he can lie down right now he would. The desire to just lie down and rest floats up in his mind. Even so, Leo continues to put more strength into his body. Retreating here would be easier, and it is also common sense. He doesn't have to bother fighting them now, as he can wait to join up with the Nabi Ritter to hunt them down later. However, that flow of events will cause problems for what comes after. That army is in our way. With their existence, we cannot move our force as we please. If we miss this chance, we will have to chase them down later. We cannot afford to do that. Why can't we do that? Your Highness. Sebas is Ni-san's trump card. By sending him out, Ni-san is now defenseless. He is exposing his weakness to lure out the enemy. That's Ni-san's specialty. Right now, I'm sure that he is trying to smoke out the traitor in the capital. What he expects us to do is to crush that traitor from the outside. Right now we are Ni-san's commando unit. For us, his pieces, to move freely, that army is in our way. Even with small numbers, we are going to charge in and stall them here. Cut each and every one of them down. We will annihilate that army here. Saying so, Leo raises his sword. Seeing that figure, Mark remembered Ul's words. Back at the Principality of Albitro, when Ul decided to command their ship to enter the port, Mark told him that it was a decision that Leo couldn't take. In response, Ul's reply was, "He's my little brother. There's nothing I can do that he can't." What's wrong? Sir Mark? Are you still not convinced? No. Please allow me to accompany you. The current figure of Leo overlapped Ul's appearance on that day. Their actions are unreasonable and forceful, but they do have the chance of victory. The ideal image of the younger brother that Ul showed him that day. He thought that it was only an image of an ideal, but right now the appearance of Leo is that of the ideal he witnessed. I see. Muttering to himself, Mark pulled out his sword. How terrifying. Your Highnesses. When I saw you two as children, I've never thought that both of you would grow up to be such reckless princes, you know. Sorry that you have to go along with me. Still, you once saved Ni-san's life, didn't you? It's unfair, isn't it? I'd love to have you save my life once too. Not a thank you for saving your brother's life, but treating it as unfair instead, is it? If possible, I wouldn't want to see a prince's life in crisis twice though. Mark shrugs as he said so. With a grin on his face, he turns his eyes toward the enemy. The other Imperial Knights also did the same. Seeing that, Leo nodded and turned his eyes to Sebas and Sieg. Will you lend me your power? Of course, sir. My service isn't cheap, you know. It was so bumpy on my way here after all. If you want me to work, then you can bow and call me Seeksama though. You were just riding on Sebas's shoulder, weren't you? Get to work already. If you don't, then I don't mind throwing you in first as a decoy, you know. Timpate. Can't be helped then. I am an honorable man after all. A true man of honor wouldn't refuse a request from another. I accept your request. With that said, Sieg holds up his spear and shakes his legs. Leo bitterly smiles at Sieg's action. You sure are interesting, Sieg. I like it, you know, that part of yours. Stop that. I can't get happy when a man says he likes me with a straight face. Well, it looks like you have grown a little though. I will lend you a hand. Grown? Me? So you are not aware of it. I will tell you then. A man gets stronger when he knows what he wants to protect. You looked a whole lot more refined, you know. Leo opened his eyes as if he found Sieg's words surprising. He then turned his eyes toward Sebas. As usual, Sebas calmly answers him. Certainly. I do think that you have changed a little. Really? How do you think that I've changed? How is it? That is a difficult question. Well, to put it simply, you have become a little similar to Arnold Salma. Whether that is a compliment or not, that would be depending on the person though. Sebas said so and smiled. At that moment, the enemies shot their magic again. Elna stepped forward and swatted most of them down while charging at them. After that, Leo and the others also charge at the enemy while parrying off the remaining magic. Under that situation, Leo's eyes turned to Sebas. What you said earlier, did you mean it? Yes, coming from me, there is no mistake. However, you seem very happy, sir. Of course, that is the best compliment I could ask for after all. You are as strange as usual, sir. Maybe. I'm sure that I am a weirdo. That's why I need everyone's help. Can I leave my back to you? Glady, sir. Saying so, following Elna, Leo rushed into the enemy. Section. 10 odd people charge against 1,000 odd army. For an army that already lost their leader, that was an incomprehensible act. However, if they are charging at them, then what they only need to do is simply intercept. Thus they decided to meet Leo's group head-on. However, their line of defense was brilliantly broken. Elna, who was leading the charge, immediately cut all the enemy soldiers that got in her way. She did not utilize any special technique. After all, her opponent's head can be easily parted from their body with only a simple swing of her sword. Behind her, Leo continues his charge together with the Imperial Knights. Even if they are not on Elna's level, their opponents are still scared of their superior power. Their heads will fly if they can get close to them. Furthermore, they hesitate to retreat since there are only a few enemies. It is clear that they will eventually exhaust themselves. Those who died simply had bad luck since they had to deal with them when they are still full of power. As that is their consensus, Leo and the others were able to rampage even more. After all, these weak opponents don't stand a chance against them. Sieg. Can you go and support Elna? I don't think that's necessary though. A dragon would be more tamed in comparison, you know. Please. No choice then. All right, old man. Give me a little hand. Certainly. Please have a safe trip. Saying so, Sebas picked up a fallen spear from the ground and Sieg jumped on it. Then, Sebas swung the spear as hard as he could, sending Sieg flying toward Elna. Sieg, who was easily sent flying due to his body's lightness, adjusted his course and planted his feet on the enemy soldier's face as the soldier was aiming his bow at Elna. Oops, my bad. Your face looked easy to land, you see. A bear. What the hell is this? Who the heck is this guy? I'm cute, right? I am very popular with children too, you know. After all, I'm not only cute, I'm strong too. Saying so, Sieg swings his spear and blows away the soldiers that were aiming at Elna from a distance. Just like that, Sieg continues to use the enemy soldiers as his foothold as he heads toward Elna. Of course, the enemy soldiers who served as his foothold became the prey for his spear. Then after catching up to Elna, he landed on her shoulder. Phew. See, I properly did my job right. You are in the way. Get off already. Oi oi, isn't that too cruel? I came over to help, you know. You already lack the appeal in the chest area, so act a little cuter, will you? Saying so, Sieg looks down at Elna's chest from her shoulder. At that moment, Elna's hand grabbed Sieg's head and threw him into the air. I told you. What? Wait. That you are in the way. Overcome by her anger, Elna blew away Sieg, who was still in midair with the handle of her sword. Sieg, who was blown away to a place where he was surrounded by enemies and no ally nearby, screamed as he collided with the enemy soldier's face. Ah. That's hurt, damn it. After he collided with the enemy soldier's head and crashed into even more soldiers on the way, he finally slid on the ground and managed to stop. That woman. She slashed at me just because I said the truth. My fur is ruined. Soaked in mud like this. I can't enter the castle now, can I? Sieg murmured while looking at his body. As he is doing that, the soldiers surround Sieg. Noticing that, Sieg glares at the soldiers around him. What? You wanna go? Just because I am cute do you think that you can win? Saying so, Sieg looks for his spear that should be nearby. However, the spear he had with him before he got blown away was gone. Thinking that he must have let go of it midway, Sieg starts letting out cold sweat. Even as skilled as he is, Sieg's body is only that of a small bear. Fighting without any weapon would be harsh for him. Wait a minute. I'm looking for my spear. Like hell we would wait for you. The enemy soldiers tried to attack Sieg, but one of the soldiers was immediately skewed by a spear. It was Sieg's. Oh, my spear. If you think it's yours, then don't let it go in the middle of a battle, please. A cold voice echoed. It was then followed by a mysterious sound that invited the listeners to sleep. The enemy soldiers who were in the range to hear that sound began to feel drowsy. Then a moment later, their consciousnesses were cut off. All of their heads were sent flying. Seriously, I have to take care of you every time. ZZZZ. Wake up. Ouch. That's terrible. Miss Linfia, I was enjoying a harem, you know. It might be better if you never wake up again. Linfia said so with a little bitterness in her voice and handed the spear to Sieg. Sieg, who was spoken to with such a horrifyingly cold voice, immediately changed the subject as he felt the cold sweat running down his back. How did you get here? Come to think of it, that question would be obvious, isn't it? The situation was read so thoroughly after all. As expected of Vinfried-sama. It's not a big deal. I just trust that Leo would be able to remember this place. Saying so, Vin appeared from behind Linfia. Beside him is Lars, the commander of the Nabi Ritter. With the sudden arrival of reinforcement, the enemy started to retreat. May we begin our assault? Strategist Dono. Yeah, I will leave it to you. Oi, if you start chasing them they might run off, right? The prince gave the other to annihilate every single one of them, you know. Don't worry. We have them surrounded already. Saying so, Vin swung his hand down. Accordingly, Lars led his subordinates and charged at the enemy. Not only there, multiple units are also charging at them from different directions as the enemy was surrounded in a semicircle. The only way they can escape to is the direction of the castle, but Elna and her subordinates are charging at them from that direction as well. Thus, the enemy's escape routes were completely cut off. Furthermore, in order to prevent their enemy who turned into disorderly mobs from escaping, Vin quickly sent out runners to complete the encirclement. Being locked inside a formation with Elna, the enemy had no choice but to wait for their turn to be massacred like prey. Section. Hey, Vin. You saved me there. There's no next time, alright? If you are going to be reckless like this, then tell me in advance. I almost fainted when I heard the report. Vin Grumpy says so with an equally grumpy voice. The enemy was completely annihilated and Leo and the others returned to the old castle. When all the main casts assembled at the old castle, Letitia woke up. Letitia-sama, have you regained consciousness? We won, right? It was all thanks to you. Letitia. No. I am the one who caused all this trouble after all. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Saying so, Letitia bowed her head to everyone there. On the other hand, Leo shakes his head. What I want to hear from you is not an apology, Letitia. Yes. Thank you. Leo, and Knights of the Empire. Thank you very much for saving my life. Together with Letitia's words of gratitude, all the Griffin's knights bowed. After seeing that, Leo smiled and headed to Letitia's side. It would be great if we can say that this is the end. But this is not. I am sure that the Empire will be wrapped in turmoil soon. Leo, you are a citizen of the kingdom. There is a way for you to go back to the kingdom without returning to the imperial capital. I will leave the choice to you. But I'd love it if you come back to the imperial capital, together with me. Saying so, Leo held Letitia's hand. Letitia has the choice to solve this matter as the saintess of the kingdom. Before the Empire and the kingdom collide, she might be able to suppress the flame of war inside the kingdom. However, if that happens, the kingdom will be divided in two. With this muddy international problem, the kingdom could become the stage of a proxy war. After all, whether live or die, the existence of the saint is like a flame. Then, There is a young man who wants to take that flame as his own. After a short moment of silence, Letitia gave her reply. Yes. I will stay by your side. I might be a woman that only causes you troubles, but please take care of me. Please rest assured. No matter what kind of trouble it is, I will face it head on. Leo said so with a smile. The people then stare at each other. Then, there was a person who spoke out without reading the mood at all. Then we will head back to the capital, right? It is only a speculation, but these guys are probably just a decoy, you know. Unbelievable. Can't you at least read the air? Veen. Air is not something to read, it's something you breathe. Oh really? Your previous life must be some kind of strange creature that doesn't need to breathe then. You can speak out in that kind of situation after all. Just say whatever you like. I am a strategist. My job is to plan for what comes next. Also, the next problem will be in the capital. Yeah, I know. The capital's defense has become thin. In case of an emergency, we are a valuable force that can move freely. Let's head back to the capital. We will take all the dispatched Imperial Knights with us too. I'm sure that Nui-san is waiting for us. Right. Right now there is no one at Ul's side after all. I wonder about that. I don't think that Nui-san would ever leave Fin-san defenseless though. Isn't that right? Sebas. Well, I do have some idea, sir. However, it is a fact that there is very little force that he can move inside the capital. The thing Arnold-sama can do will be very limited. Leo nods at Sebas's words. Ul's strength is how he can skillfully utilize a small amount of force to the fullest. However, that will not be enough to defeat their opponent this time. Someone must be there to stop them. We ride to the capital. Get ready. Thus Leo issued his command. Chapter 217. The thing I always do. The evening of the day Letitia was abducted. After she finished her shopping, Mia was dressed in a maid outfit. I wish I could wear a cloth that is easier to move in than this, Desua. Even if it looks like that, the outfit was designed for ease of movement though. Well, there is no use complaining about this anymore. I will make do with this, Desua. Yeah, do your best. Also, you should learn to fix your speaking habit already. Note, she ended every of her sentences with Desua or Desuno. My speaking habit. Seeing Mia's expression, which tells me that she is completely clueless of what I am talking about, I sighed. It seems that even now she still believes that how she talks is normal for a noble lady. Fin doesn't speak like you, all right. There is no way that is the case, Desua. I'm sure that it is only the tone that is different, Desua. This is so troublesome. Well, you will see once you meet her. Hearing so, Mia said that she will be looking forward to it. It would be great if she doesn't receive any great shock. She trusts that grandfather of hers a lot after all. While thinking so, I opened the door to my room. Inside, Fin was waiting for me. Welcome back. Ulsama. Yeah, I'm back. Awa Wawa, the real one, Desua. Such divine beauty, Desua. She's so dazzling that I can't look at her directly, Desua. For the record, my status is higher than her, you know? You are different, Prince. How should I say it? You lack the aura. Ah, that hurt. Please don't pull on my ear. I felt like I was being made fun of, so I pulled Mia's ear. From now on she will be acting as a maid serving inside the castle after all. I have to properly teach her the hierarchy here. Remember this well. Now that you are a maid, you have to make your conversation partner happy even if you have to lie. I understand. You are really tall, Desua, Prince. Is that you trying to compliment me? You are a little taller than me, Desua. It's not a lie, Desua. When I tried to pull her ear again, Mia promptly took a distance. The heights of me and Mia are not that different. Even if such a person tells me that I am tall, it only sounds sarcastic to me. Seriously, if she keeps this up, anyone can tell that she is not a normal maid with a single glance. When I thought that way, Fin started to giggle behind me. Is it that funny? Yes, very. Pleased to meet you. I am Fin von Kleinet. May I ask for your name? Da. She doesn't use Desua at all, Desua. Mia, who received a huge shock, had her mouth hanging open like her soul was trying to leave through it. Ah, so she's shocked after all. Well, the thing she has been believing in up until now just collapsed in front of her eyes after all. Did I perhaps say something rude earlier? No, she just noticed that she has been misunderstanding something until now, that's all. Misunderstanding? It seems that the old man who raised her up told her that it is normal for a lady to finish her sentence with "Desua," you see. Desua, is it? I don't use that at all though. Gan. Mia, who was cornered even further, collapsed on the spot. She then muttered something as though her spirit was crushed. Even though he told me that it is how a true lady speaks. Oja-sama is a liar, Desua. Well, everyone can make a mistake. You can take this opportunity to fix it. Ha! You are going to have her fix it. I think that it is a very cute way to speak though. That would be regrettable. Cute, Desua? You don't think that it is annoying, Desua? Is that so? I don't mind it at all, you know. Saying so, Finn grins. She is not trying to lift the mood. It seems she really thinks so. As expected of Finn her. Hearing Finn's words, Mia stood up. She then went in front of Finn and kneeled to her as she took her hand. My name is Mia. I will follow you for the rest of my life, Desua. Finn-sama. It would be exaggerating to follow me for your entire life, but thank you, Mia-san. I will be in your care. Yes. I will definitely protect you with my bow, Desua. She just said that she would dedicate her bow for my sake just earlier, but it seems that her target of loyalty already changed. Well, since I am going to leave her at Finn's side, it should be fine. As long as she has loyalty toward us, then it would be fine. That being said, Mia will act as your escort from now on. Finn. Yes. Thank you. But what about your escort, Ulsama? Well, I have some ideas about that. For the time being, I want to guarantee your safety first. Mia, you have to stay by Finn's side as much as possible. In the worst case, there might even be a dark elf left in the castle after all. The possibility is certainly low. Dark elves is a race that participated in the war 500 years ago. Their ability cannot be inherited by blood. In other words, the current members of their race are those who survived for the past 500 years. Moreover, because of the danger they posed, they are being hunted by every country including the Adventurer Guild. In other words, their number is small. In this incident, one can say that the Dark Elves appeared in quite a large number. Furthermore, it is hard to think that they can still remain undetected in the castle. However, we have to be cautious. After all, they have infiltrated us once already. Roger that. Finn. Use Mia properly for me, okay? What do you mean by that, Desua? Literally what I said. This time you can't rely on distance alone. You need to use your head too. I am not so confident in that regard as well though. Finn appeared to have shrunk for a moment. Well, compared to Sebas and Linfia, this is certainly anxiety-inducing, but this will also serve to have our enemy let down their guard even further. That is what is important right now. I will follow up for you as much as possible. When I said so, the door was suddenly knocked. When I gave a reply, the door opened. Standing there was Aloys. Your Highness Arnold. I heard that you wanted to see me. Yeah, sorry for this. Aloys. Aloys has been staying at the castle to study under various people working at the castle. He showed results, and one of the Imperial Knights even praised his sword skill. It was a sword skill that is so serene that it was unthinkable that it belonged to a child. Forgive me for bothering you. It has been a while. Finn-sama, and my name is Mia. It is an honor to meet with the hero of Zhuz who repelled 10,000 Imperial soldiers. Thank you. I haven't done anything to earn such praise. However, I am trying my best so that I will not be ashamed to have such rumors attached to me. Is this an opportunity for me to show the result of my effort? Your Highness Arnold. Well, something like that. Sorry, but there are not that many people that I can trust. The castle is currently haunted. I have no clue of who is working behind the scenes. I can predict the actions of some of them, but there are some enemies that I can't read at all. Enemies, is it? Do you mean your competitors in the succession war? Aloys asks for my confirmation. Aloys is not a fool. I'm sure that he already knows. However, he wants to hear it from my mouth. No, it's the enemies of the Empire. It was clear from when the saint was abducted that there is a traitor inside the castle. And, this is bitter to say, but we cannot completely identify them yet. There is no evidence either. I'm sure that they are waiting for a chance to launch their attack. So we have to prepare ourselves for that. Yeah, that's right. As far as I am concerned, only the people in this room are the ones that I trust enough to make a move for me. Of course, there are some that I trust outside the castle too, but I can't move them right now. Only the people in this room will have to prepare in advance for what is coming. Leo's aides can be trusted as well, but it is doubtful if they will fully obey my order. With their complete loyalty to Leo, many of them are finding me unpleasant. In that case, there is no choice but to rely on the people I can personally trust. I am honored. To receive your trust is the pride of the House of Simmel, Your Highness. Even if you don't take pride in something like that, you will have more chances to acquire the thing that you can be proud of in the future. That's why we can't allow the Empire to be ruined first. The Prime Minister and many talented vassals are at Father's side, but there are places that even they can't reach. We need someone who can act with a certain degree of freedom that is not tied to a position. As long as there is no one like that on our side, I have no choice but to do it myself. Well, in the end, it is what I always do though. Certainly. So everyone here is to do what Ulsama always does. Is that correct? That's right. Sorry, but I will have to put you to work now. We are short on hands, you see. When I told them so, both Finn and Aloys nodded at the same time. However, only Mia was tilting her head. Ah, the thing that you always do, what is it? I make a bitter smile at Mia's question. Certainly, Mia will not understand. Even if she has seen it, I have never explained it to her after all. That's why I grin and tell her. Secret maneuver. Hearing my words, Mia had an expression like I see now on her face. Tomorrow is the last day of the festival. If they are going to move, then it will either be tomorrow or the time that the VIPs will be heading back. Well, either way, we only need to stop them from behind the scenes. Don't think that you can get away scot-free after you betrayed the Empire. I will serve the consequence of their actions right at their faces. With such determination, I started explaining to them our future course of action. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 24. Arrangements. Chapter 218. The one who pulled the strings. After Leo left the castle, the night of the day Letitia was abducted. I was visiting the inner palace by myself. That's how it is. In case of emergency, please be prepared to evacuate together with Krista. Even if you told me that, I don't know what to think though. When I told my mother, the sixth consort, Mitsuba, I received a vague reply. You don't believe me? I do believe you. It's not that I don't think Gordon would ever start a revolt. If he is going to do that, it would be on the last day of the festival. In other words, it's tomorrow, right? Yes, tomorrow we will have a fighting tournament in the arena. Including Father, many people will leave the castle for it. He must be aiming for that timing to start the revolt. He can greatly limit Father's options if he can occupy the castle after all. The Imperial Sword Castle is the cornerstone of the capital defense. Firstly, it is a strong and fortified castle. If he can seize control of this castle that can easily withstand a siege battle for several months, Father will not be able to engage in a long-term battle. Gordon has much control over the Imperial army, but it doesn't mean that he has complete control of them. In a prolonged battle, reinforcements will eventually arrive at the Emperor's aid. And secondly, the Imperial Sword Castle is also the key to activate the huge barrier that can cover the entire Imperial capital. Firmament. Kugel. The Great Celestial Sphere. It is a magic that covers the entire Imperial capital with a huge spherical barrier centered on the Imperial Sword Castle. In terms of category, it is something similar to ancient magic. This is because it was reproduced from a spell found in ancient magic tomes. With that said, it is only a deteriorated form since originally it is a spell that has to be cast by a person but that was replaced by a certain mechanism. The barrier can be activated by placing high-purity jewels to supply it with magic power. Even so, once it is activated, nothing can enter the barrier from the outside. Well, that is only in the case that it was activated at full power though. A large number of ancient magic tomes were collected in the process to create this barrier. Gramp and I studied ancient magic from those tomes. Of course, some of them were collected personally by Gramp, but most of the tomes were collected during that time. If the celestial sphere is activated, I will not be able to enter the capital from the outside. That's why I stay back in the imperial capital. Will it really go that well? Considering the current turmoil, it is possible. Right. I agree with you on that point. But what I am wondering is if can Gordon really pull it off? What do you mean? I don't know about how he was in the past, but right now he doesn't listen to any of his followers' advice. He prefers brute forcing his obstacles while ignoring the detailed planning, right? With that child acting alone, I can't see him pulling this off at all. Someone is working with him? I don't know. But I don't think that Gordon alone would be able to successfully launch such an attack. He is not the type that can accomplish such a detailed plan after all. By that line of reasoning, it is possible that there is someone who is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Her evaluation of Gordon could be said to be terribly harsh, but she is entirely correct. My mother also knew Gordon since he was a child. She wouldn't misread his personality either. This plan probably involves the kingdom and the United Kingdom. Gordon is a friend with the Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom. Perhaps they are in cahoot. Or maybe it is someone from the kingdom side. Either way, there is no use thinking about it now. The possibility of that is certainly high, but I think that it is someone from the Empire side. Someone other than Gordon? Please don't say that it is Eric, okay? That child is different. He would never give away his possession to anyone. That's right. For Eric, the Empire is his. He has full confidence that the throne will be his, and he has already started thinking about what will happen after he ascended the throne. That Eric will never go out of his way to invite outsiders to intervene with his own empire's affairs. If that's the case then, don't tell me. It is those two? The possibility is not entirely non-existence, right? I frown at Mother's words. It is true that those two would feel rejoice from such a crisis. However, they are in a situation where they shouldn't be able to move freely. Susan and Xandra are currently under house arrest by Father's order. No one can visit them as they are under guard. I don't think that they would be able to be involved with Gordon's plan. Normally it is certainly impossible since they cannot make contact with each other. But one of Susan's maids is still never caught, no? It is not uncommon for Susan's maid to disappear, so it was something that they overlooked her. All of Susan's maids were captured, except for one. However, it did not become a big problem. Susan and Xandra often violently abuse their maids. It is not unusual for those maids to disappear inside the inner palace. The officials probably think that the maid either escaped or was already killed by Susan. It was an oversight, but at the time the priority was given to find out how Susan and Xandra were involved in the Southern Rebellion. Are you thinking that Susan's maid is working from behind the scenes, Mother? I think so. And what is your basis on that? I want to call it a woman's intuition, but that will not make sense to you, right? That's obvious. Yeah, then I will give you my reasoning. Gordon has launched a military campaign on the kingdom before. It's hard to imagine Gordon and the kingdom joining hands unless someone is acting as their middleman. Moreover, Susan is Duke Kruger's younger sister who started the rebellion in the south. Do you think that Duke Kruger would simply start a rebellion without expecting any kind of reinforcements? I see. So Duke Kruger and Susan originally have a connection with the kingdom. If the rebellion was prolonged, the kingdom would have moved. However, they failed. That's right. They are commencing the plan that they originally expected launch in conjunction with Duke Kruger's rebellion as the centerpiece. With that line of thinking, it is natural to arrive at this conclusion. After all, with Susan's aid as their middleman, it is not strange of a conclusion at all. The maid who escaped is Susan's pawn that moves at her command. So she is someone like Sebas to me her. That person connected Gordon with the kingdom. A joint effort with multiple countries on such a scale is difficult. Gordon doesn't have the skill nor anyone on his side that can pull that off. However, that would be possible for Susan's aide, who is proficient in moving behind the scenes. In that case, this situation would be much more troublesome than I thought. That would be like both Susan and Xandra joining hands with Gordon though. That would be impossible considering their characters, but Susan no longer has any choice. If Gordon understands that, then it is possible for them to try to use each other. Of course, either of them will surely betray one another along the line though. Two candidates for the throne are joining hands. The kingdom, the United Kingdom, and the Dominion might even be involved. Their cooperation can explain why so many countries are willing to lend them a hand. Because they have a chance at winning, they decided to cooperate. Even if it benefits them, I thought that the other countries are overestimating Gordon's value for quite a bit, but with an added value like Susan and Xandra, I am convinced. Back to the original topic, with Susan and Xandra involved, I think that the inner palace will become the front line. Moreover, they will probably try to target me too. I am your and Leo's mother after all. That is certainly so. It could be said that it was because of Leo and me that Susan and Xandra lost their positions. The two are currently being confined deep inside the inner palace, but if they are cooperating with Gordon, then they will soon be freed. Right now, the inner palace is dangerous. Krista is Liz's little sister. Susan's first move will surely be capturing her as a hostage. It would not be a good plan to leave her with me. Then you have to evacuate too, Mother. I cannot leave the inner palace without permission. The Empress will attend tomorrow's fighting tournament, and the other consorts have already decided to stay back in the inner palace. Only the Empress will sit next to the Emperor tomorrow. If another consort appeared beside him, there might be some unnecessary rumor floating around about the succession war. In that respect, the Empress has nothing to worry about. It is a well-known fact that the Crown Prince has already passed away and Trauneson has no intention to succeed the throne. I can understand that they want to dispel unwanted rumors in this time of instability. However, right now I am resenting Father for making that decision. It is exactly because of that Mother has to stay behind in such a dangerous place. Then I will strengthen your escort. Nothing good will come from that. You must focus on protecting Krista. I will manage by myself. But I will be fine. I am your and Leo's mother after all. Besides, I am not the one who you need to save. Saying so, my mother looks at the door leading to the room next door. You can come in now. Yes. You are. A brown-haired woman came out from the room next door. That woman is the 7th consort and the mother of the 10th prince. Gianna-sama. Your Highness Arnold. Please save my son. Saying so, she bowed to me. Chapter 219. The 7th consort, Gianna. The 7th consort, Gianna, is the youngest of all the Emperor's consorts. She is currently 28 years old. She got married to Father 11 years ago when she was 17. Father did welcome a wife the same age as Eric, but it was not because Father sought her out himself. The marriage between the two was a political one. Gianna was originally the daughter of a duke of the Sokol Empire. 11 years ago, Sokol Empire, who was angry with the empire over the matter with the dwarfs, offered the daughter of a duke, a distant relative to their royal family, to Father. That duke's daughter is Gianna. She was sent in the pretext of a peace offering and to form a friendly relationship between the two countries. With her being a distant relative to their royal family, it is certainly pleasant to the ears, but it also means that she can be cut off at any time. As evidence, the Sokol Empire has tried to cross our border even after Gianna's marriage was concluded. Although Father did not do it, Gianna's position was one that it would not be strange if she got executed as a show of political power. A sacrifice for a temporary truce. That is Gianna. She was sacrificed by her homeland to be the 7th consort of a man who has a son the same age as her. However, being wary of deteriorating the relationship between the Empire and the Sokol Empire, Father accepted the marriage and cherished Gianna as much as he could. My youngest brother, the 10th prince, Rupert, is the proof. Rupert, who is only 10 years old, was an unnecessary child for Father. Considering the age of his oldest son, Rupert will still be a child when the time calls for the succession war to commence. He is different from Krista, who is the daughter of his most beloved consort. Still, my father had a child with Diana, someone abandoned by the so-called empire, and an unneeded consort of the empire. He thought that she would be too pitiful to be treated like that. However, this also led to creating a new worry for Diana. Diana has no ally inside the empire. As long as the fact that she hailed from the so-called empire still stands, she will forever be under suspicion. The same goes for her son, Rupert. Rupert himself is an existence that posts the possibility of the so-called empire interfering with the empire's working. Naturally, Diana is aware of the suspicion placed upon her and her son, so she made sure that she doesn't do anything extra until now. Of course, they are not in any way involved in the succession war. That Diana is now relying on my mother to ask for my help. That move would not be looked upon kindly by the other candidates for the throne. Diana-sama, do you know what it means to be asking for my help? Of course, Your Highness. Can I assume that you decided to join Leo's faction? Yes. Diana is not stupid. Just because I am the one that she asked for help from, it doesn't mean that she is trying to rely on me. Leaving her son to the like of the dull prince is the same as sending him to his grave. That's why Diana's request cannot be taken at face value. She is trying to rely on Leo through me. Gordon's movements are suspicious, so it is reasonable to get under other factions' protection. However, since you originally came from the Empire, isn't Eric a more viable option for you? Eric is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and has close ties with the so-called Empire. For Diana, who came from the so-called Empire, Eric should be a more reliable choice. I have thought about it at first, but I am scared. The people from my empire, especially those who belong to the royal family, are all black-hearted. His Highness Eric, who can negotiate with them without batting an eye, he is terrifying for me. Isn't it because he is just that excellent? It might be exactly as you say. However, His Highness Eric looks as if he doesn't feel anything even when he negotiates with them. It was as if he had no emotions at all. No matter how talented that person is, I cannot leave my son with him. I see. I can understand her reason. It does make sense. If she can't trust Eric as a mother, she only has one other faction to rely on. Currently, Leo's faction is approaching Eric's in power. It is no wonder that she chooses to rely on him. The sooner the better. This simply means that the future where Leo becomes an emperor is getting more realistic. However, I am sorry, even if you want to rely on us, we currently can't afford to protect you. I would recommend you to bring this matter to Ericaniu instead. No way. At least Rupert alone. Protecting Krista alone is all I can do. Are you aware? Almost all of our faction's strength is currently outside the capital. Elna is currently away from the capital. As long as she doesn't put in a word, the Brave House cannot be moved. There is little I can do. Please give up. Diana, who lost her words, looked at my mother. I also take my eyes away from her and look at mother. Oh, don't you want to help your little brother? I want to help him if I can, but right now I have neither Sebas nor Leo to rely on. With our fighting force extremely limited, if I add more people that I have to protect, the people that I absolutely must protect will also be at risk. Adding a person is no big deal, right? It is. Rupert is not just any child. He's a prince. If I want to protect him, I would need a certain amount of strength. If I can think of someone who can lend me that strength, I would consider it though. We have no ally. I am aware. I and Leo were like that at first. If you are someone who offered us your help when we were still at a disadvantage, then I would consider it, but would it not be too selfish to ask for our help now that we gained power? A person who sided with us when we were weak can be trusted, and I will obviously feel gratitude to such a person. However, even if someone told us that they would become our ally when we already gained power, I cannot trust such a person, and I don't feel any gratitude toward them either. Not to mention that Diana has no allies. The only thing she has is enemies. She will only bring more burden to us. I'll protect her. If it's Leo, he will never abandon the weak. Unfortunately, I am not Leo. I prefer reality rather than an ideal. You cannot force this on me, mother. If Gordon moves, he will surely set out to occupy the castle and activate the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere can be activated by setting multiple keystone jewels on the pedestals. Once it is activated, it can only be taken down from the inside. That's why I remain inside its area of effect. The forces that were called to the castle are there to protect those pedestals. They can't afford to escort anyone else. If the celestial sphere was activated, it would be impossible for Leo and the other to get in. That's why the most important thing is to take down the celestial sphere. As long as I have to clear that absolute condition, I cannot afford to make this choice. Ara, is that so? Then I will protect them myself. Mother, please do not force me like that. I cannot do the impossible. We simply don't have enough. If it's the forces you need, then you can just borrow it. Who would be willing to lend me their force? Your elder brother. Saying so, my mother looked at the entrance of the room. With a bad feeling, I slowly look back. Standing there was Trounison, whose face is still blue from blood loss. I heard the story. I shall lend you my strength. Why is Trounison here? In case you refused, I called him as insurance. A normal person wouldn't call on someone who was asleep because he just lost a lot of blood, right? It's an emergency. And I did not force him or anything. He offered to come here after he heard the situation, you know. I will ask first then, what did my mother tell you, Trounison? I will only move for little girls. Miss Mitsuba told me that she wants me to protect Miss Krista, so I staggeringly walked here, you know. Ara, so strange. It seems like we suddenly have a surplus now, haven't we? I pulled my face at my mother's words. So he pulled Trounison in by feeding him Krista? Certainly, that way he can also protect Rupert while protecting Krista. However, there is one problem here. Trounison, how do you plan to protect them in that kind of condition? Arnold, don't look down on your elder brother, all right? I have already summoned strong helpers for us, you know. Strong helpers? My brother's aides. Come again. The helpers that he summoned have far surpassed my expectations. Chapter 220. For my younger brothers. The deceased crown prince had many talented subordinates. This especially applies to his close aides. Veen was a candidate to be included in that category. In other words, as talented as Veen is, he was at a level where he was not counted among the crown prince's aides. That was the faction of the crown prince Wilhelm. After the death of the crown prince whom they entrusted their dream to, they were all scattered. Some went to serve others, while many are like Veen who retired after they lost their dream. The crown prince was simply that brilliant and dazzling to them. A human cannot live without the sun. For many of the crown prince's subordinates, his death equated to the death of their son. However, there was a possibility that they might find themselves a new son. The one and only person who can succeed the crown prince. His younger brother, who was born of the same mother as their lord and was raised in the same way. The fourth Prince Traugott Lakes Adler. My brother, who holds no interest in anything besides arts. Despite being full of talent, he focuses on art, the one thing he has no talent in. An unbalanced person. Did you reach out for elder brother's aides? Of course. I did it in secret, but they are already here in the capital. Have you summoned them to have them fight in the succession war? It wouldn't be strange for anyone to take his action that way. Anyone would think that he is finally motivated to succeed the late crown prince. At the very least, his standing will not be the same. Just as how Leo was viewed as an enemy by Eric when he gathered more subordinates into his faction, Trau will also be viewed as his enemy. Do you think so? I do not. However, it wouldn't be unthinkable for others to take it that way. Then I am fine with that. I no longer care what other people think of me. I called on my brother's aides because I don't have enough power to stop the Dominion in case they make a suspicious movement. My brother's aides who feel that they are indebted to him are quite sweet on me, his younger brother. So, I asked them to lend me a hand this one time. Have you resolved yourself? If you do something that stands out too much, you will be regarded by all the candidates as the most troublesome hindrance, you know. Certainly, I might not be able to focus on my art for a while. Saying so, Trau murmured about how unfortunate it is. That is something that matters to Trounison even more than his life. After all, that is his life purpose. Even if he doesn't have talent in it, no matter how anyone ridicules him because of it. That is something he wants to pursue. Trounison is a person who would go any length for his hobby, and he has never compromised anything when it comes to his hobby until now. That Trounison is now putting aside his hobby to take action. This is unbelievable. Why did you go so far? Is it for Leo's sake? Is it because you see his potential to become an even better emperor than our eldest brother? There is also that. Leonard will surely become a good emperor. That is what I desire him to be. That's why I decided to support him. But I am standing right here for another reason. Another reason? I don't want to see my brother abandoning one another. If I have to sacrifice myself to open a new path of my brother's, then so be it. Saying so, Trounison smiled. His smile was somewhat similar to our eldest brother. I'm sure that I have a terrible expression on my face right now. There is a limit to what I can do. If I can save everyone, then I want to, but since that is not an option, I have to choose who I will save. But now, Trounison has extended his hand for us, even if it will cost his way of life. Please protect Krista. I will protect Rupert without fail. You can leave her to me. Using this opportunity, I'd love to be called Oni-sama by Krista. Du fu fu fu. After making that dubious laughter, Trounison turned back. It seems that his business here is over. His legs are still shaking. He really came here while pushing himself. Trounison. Thank you very much. Don't worry. This is the Empire, and we are the imperial family. It is only natural for us to work hard for our country. Don't look down on your brother too much, okay? I will do what I can without pushing myself. There will always be someone who could reach their hand out to the place you can't, Arnold. After saying so, Trounison left the room. After I saw him off, I turned my eyes to Diana. It is as you heard. Please entrust Rupert to me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Highness Arnold. If you want to thank someone, please thank Trounison. Saying so, I bowed to Diana and Mother and turned back. With Trounison's cooperation, I have to change the force allocation on our side. Normally, I would leave the details to Sebas, but unfortunately, right now I am the only one who can do it. Guess I will have to stay up all night today. Such a shame, isn't it? If he is motivated, I think Traugott would be a great emperor, commented Mother. That was probably her real thought. However, her words were conditional. If he's motivated. Gramp also said the same thing. No matter how talented they are, those who are not willing to become an emperor cannot and must not become one. Trounison has everything needed to become an emperor. Son of the Empress, younger brother of the Crown Prince. With a single word, even the Crown Prince's former aides can be gathered at his side. He is raised in the same way as the Crown Prince, and his real abilities are high and well balanced. Still, he has no intention of becoming an emperor. His reason is that he cannot become an emperor that can surpass his elder brother. That's why he entrusted that hope to Leo. What he meant is that he thinks Leo will become the new sun for the empire. Please rest assured. Leo will definitely be able to become an even better emperor. What is the basis for that, I wonder? Call it a brother's intuition. Saying so, I smiled and left my mother's room behind. Then, when I arrived back at my room, Finn was waiting for me inside. Thank you for your hard work. I will prepare you some tea. Thanks. But I have to do something before that. Saying so, I took out Silver's mask. If the celestial sphere is activated, I will no longer be able to leave the capital. Tonight is my last chance to go out. I have to do what I can before the time is up. Trounison reminded me that I don't have to do everything by myself. There are many people I can rely on. I understand. Please leave this place to me. Yeah. Finn. Do you think Leo can save Letitia? The sky is starry tonight. It was said that in the past there were people who can read the future and the weather from the stars, but unfortunately, I do not have such talents. I have sent over as much force as I could to Leo. If that still doesn't work, then there was no choice but to give up. However, if he couldn't save Letitia, Leo wouldn't be able to return for a while. Considering the worst-case scenario, I sent out Elna. If it's her, she will be able to stop Leo. But if possible, I want everything to go well. When I was having such a thought, Finn smiled. It will be okay. Leo-sama is Ulsama's brother after all. I don't think that makes anything reassuring though. It does. Ulsama has helped many people before. Leo-sama will be fine. That's what I believe. Her answer was so optimistic that I can sigh. However, now her words are ingrained in my heart. Honestly, I was hesitating whether I should send you out of the capital as well. That's too much. Yeah, I think so too. I am glad that I didn't. You helped me a lot just by being here. It was a good decision. Saying so, I put on Silver's mask and change my clothes with illusion magic. After I am done putting on Silver's guise, I speak to Finn. Just a short while, I will leave this place to you. Yes. Please leave it to me. Saying so, I used transfer magic and left. Chapter 221. East and West Borders. The Empire's eastern region. There is one territory there that is not being ruled by an imperial noble. The Dwarven Autonomous Dominion. It is an autonomous territory given by father to the dwarfs who immigrated to the Empire after their homeland was destroyed by Sokol. There are multiple mines in this vast territory of the dwarfs that produce many precious stones that can be turned into jewelry. With those precious stones circulate into the Empire's market, those who are fascinated by their beauty pay a hefty price for them, while the craftsmen who witness their skill increase their effort in order not to lose against the dwarfs. With the dwarfs' pocket enriched, the Empire also reaped many benefits. Father did a great job incorporating the dwarfs into the Empire. That is my destination. The place is being protected by the mighty elite of the dwarfs. Even inside the Empire, this territory is one of the safest places. Another thing is that the law that governs this place is different from the Empire. I know that Igor would be here to keep Sonia and her family safe. The place I transferred to is a plain house. When I took a step forward, I heard a voice from behind me. What, it's you. If you are coming then at least say hello. I don't want to hear that from someone who took my back before I could even say my greeting, Elder Igor. Even like this, I am guarding someone after all. I see. But since you are already in the Dwarven Dominion, isn't this a little too overkill? This place is being protected by the Dwarven warriors. The fearless Dwarven warriors that strengthened themselves using the precious stones they mined are several times stronger than a normal human knight in terms of power. The reason why the Sokol Empire chose to sacrifice Gianna as a temporary peace offering to the Empire is that they are afraid of the Dwarven army's revenge with the Empire at its back. For an SS-rank adventurer like Igor to be so alert like this inside such a territory is an overkill. However, I wouldn't be this careful normally, you know. The circumstances are a little special now. Special? Saying so, I probed the surrounding area with my barrier. Doing so, I found out that the number of dwarfs here was clearly smaller than usual. Moreover, there are almost none of the Dwarven warriors here. What happened? The Dwarven king has decided to invade Sokol. He is now leading his army to the eastern border. Why did he choose this timing? Apparently, it was because the Empire welcomed the big shot from Sokol to the ceremony at the capital. The king said that he cannot rely on the current Empire to retake our homeland. I tried to stop him, but he didn't listen to me. Igor sighed after he said so. It is a long-cherished wish for the dwarfs to take back their homeland. That's why their action is not that strange. However, the timing is simply too bad. Do you think that the dwarfs will really manage to start a war? I don't think so. The marshal of the eastern border should be able to stop him. The first princess her. Then it is in safe hands. Right. I heard that she summoned a nearby noble to help persuade the Dwarven king too. A nearby noble? Was it Duke of Rainfeld? I think that's the name. I only heard the hisses, so I am not that confident though. Igor said so and laughed. However, I frowned at the strangeness. Would that Lizaranyu really summon Jürgen to the eastern front? Jürgen is certainly an excellent individual. Since Lizaranyu is not that good at persuasion, he would be a good pick to persuade the Dwarven king. However, would Lizaranyu do that? This is quite suspicious. The likely scenario would be that Jürgen heard about the situation and immediately rushed to her side. Actually, That might be the case here. However, something is still off. You worried about something? Yes, something along that line. Something will happen in the imperial capital soon. No, it is already happening. My hands are full. I want to borrow your help. I owe you after all. Of course, I will help. Saying so, Igor waited for my words. I can only ask one favor from Igor. It is something that I have to use carefully, where I will direct him to. That decision will be very important. Should I ask him to come to the imperial capital? Or should I have him keeping his eyes on something else? After thinking for a while, I opened my mouth. All right. I want you to head to the eastern border. If push comes to shove, I want you to forcefully stop the Dwarven King. I don't mind, but I think that the Marshal would be able to stop him even without my help though. If he clashed with the Marshal, the relationship between the Empire and the dwarfs would worsen. The adventurers will be forced to dispatch if the security in the Empire deteriorates. The Empire's adventurers are not that free. When problems are happening in the Empire, the adventurers will be relied on. Whether it be escorting the merchant or subjugating the monsters that came out of the forest, right now, the adventurers are having their hands full. They cannot have any more problems on their plate. Igor nodded to my words. Yumiu, that is certainly true. Then I will go. With me at the fort, it would be harder for Sokol to make a move after all. I am thankful for your understanding. Igor did not participate in the war between the Dwarven Kingdom and Sokol Empire. It was both because he was an adventurer and the fact that he simply was not there when it happened. However, this time he will be present. Even if the Sokol Empire thinks that there is a gap in the eastern border defense, they will not be able to make a move so easily because of Igor. If Igor chooses to be a dwarf first rather than an adventurer, no matter how strong their army is, it would be meaningless. In the worst case, the Empire might just begin a counter-invasion. With that line of thinking, it would make sense to have Igor keep his eyes on the eastern border. Well then, I will leave this to you. Yumiu, I accepted your request. But, you really are a busy man, huh? Don't you want to say hello to her? There's no need. You are taking good care of her, right? Of course. Without relying on that child to guide me, I wouldn't be able to get to the border after all. Wahaha, Igor happily laughed. After smiling at such Igor, I transferred away. Unfortunately, I have no time to relax. I stopped the capital once and immediately transferred to the west. My destination is the Duchy of Kleinet. I transferred in front of the mansion and quietly walked up to the gate. Who are you? SS rank adventurer, Silver. I have business with the Duke of Kleinet. Silver. The gatekeeper jumped back in surprise. He seemed to conflict a while, but soon after he opened the gate and let me in. Excuse my rudeness. The Duke has given an order to let you pass unconditionally. Thanks. Saying so, I went through the gate and entered the mansion. Even though it is late at night, the mansion is noisy. People are constantly coming and going. Each of them makes a startled expression once they see me. Why is this place so noisy today? While wondering so, I opened the door to Duke Kleinet's room. We have recalled the knights from the eastern part of the territory, sir. Hurry up. I need at least 5,000 knights here by the morning. Inside the room was Duke Kleinet in a suit of armor. When Duke Kleinet noticed my arrival, he told his men to leave us. Welcome, Silver. Unfortunately, I don't have time to properly welcome you. Can you briefly state your business? That's more convenient for me as well. I don't have much time either. But before that, I need to ask you a question. What is all this fuss? That's simple. The western border has contacted me that the Kingdom Army is making a suspicious movement. With the ceremony going on at the capital, their army's movement is unusual. The Western Border Defense Force judged so and contacted me. They are asking for reinforcement in case of emergency. I see, as expected of the Border Defense Force. They really are excellent. I do have a question as well. Why does the Kingdom Army move even though Saint Letitia is still with us? I have to ask you to keep what I am about to say as a secret. Of course. Assassination, their target was the saint. The culprit was the Dark Elves. They infiltrated the castle by disguising themselves as the elves' representatives. The saint was assassinated. Duke Kleinet's face turned blue as he stood up from his chair. I raised both of my hands to signal him to calm down. That is not the case. Tell me that sooner. The assassination of the saint was a diversion. The saint was abducted. Prince Leonard is now pursuing them. The kingdom is probably in the know. The fact that the kingdom army started to move is good proof of that. I think I am about to faint. Duke Kleinet looks up at the ceiling and puts his hand on his forehead. Well, even if the saint is still alive, the point that she was abducted didn't make anything better after all. If Leo fails, the Empire will have to take the blame. The relationship with the kingdom will never be repaired. I know that you are exhausted, but we need to move to the matter at hand now. If I ask you to give me a break, would you? That would be impossible. There is a sign of revolt in the imperial capital. Prince Gordon. Good answer. It is still only a possibility, but the defense of the imperial capital is thin. If they planned on doing it, then it will be tomorrow. I hope nothing happens, but if it is going to happen, there are only a few people who can protect the emperor. I understand. If a revolt should occur, I will head to the capital. I'm glad that you are quick to understand. However, in the case of a full-blown revolt, I cannot interfere. Be prepared. If I can move, I will open a portal for you to the capital. No problem. I need to prepare my army for the kingdom's possible invasion anyway. If time allows, I will talk to the other lords as well. After all, if we all head to the imperial capital, there will be no reinforcement for western border. Duke Kleinet quickly decided on his future course of action, as expected of the duke who earned the trust of the emperor. Then I will excuse myself now. Silver. I do have one final question. What is it? Was it Prince Arnold who sent you? Even if it is you, there is no way that you can know so much about the castle's internal affairs. Can I take it as that prince started to move? What if he did? Well, I only want you to give him my message. Please take care of my daughter. His face is smiling while his words are overflowing with trust. You seem to trust him a lot, don't you? That dull prince. I do not care how others see him. I simply trust in the prince that my daughter believes in. I see. Then I will tell him so. Saying so, I let out a small smile and opened the transfer gate. Like father, like daughter. With that thought in mind, I returned to the capital. Chapter 222. Wings of the Crown Prince. Finn greeted me when I returned to the imperial capital. Continuous use of transfer magic. Considering that I don't know how the situation will develop, it was a necessary expense despite how costly it was. With this, even if Sokol moves, there should be no problem, and I also managed to secure a force that can move to our aid in case of emergency. Welcome back. Ulsama. Yeah, I'm back. That being said, I still can't rest yet. Saying so, I picked up a brush and spread a piece of paper on the table. Even if we have more force to move at our disposal from Traunison's help, we must protect Rupert. If it's my eldest brother's aides, then it should be those two. Krista should be in safe hands. Those two. Yeah, Traunison summoned my eldest brother's aides to protect Krista. My eldest brother did have many subordinates that he could call his close aides, but there are only a few people who swear their loyalty to Traunison as well. Truthfully speaking, the subordinates of the Crown Prince Wilhelm were fascinated by the Crown Prince himself. They didn't care about his blood or his family. That thought was shared among many of his subordinates. That was why many of them chose to retire. Among them, there were two that swore their loyalty not only to the Crown Prince but to Traunison as well. The two were brothers, the sons of the Empress's cousin. That makes them the Crown Prince and Traunison's second cousins. As the Empress's cousin, their mother, passed away earlier on in her life, the Empress summoned the two to the castle to act as the Crown Prince's playmates. Thus, the two who grew up together like a family with the Empress, the Crown Prince, and Traunison became the Crown Prince's first subordinates and have never left his side. Except for the time the Crown Prince headed out for his last campaign. The two who were in service of the Crown Prince for many years heard the news of his passing together with the Empress. Before the Crown Prince left for the north, The empress had fallen ill and he left the two with the empress to look after her. The two who regretted not being able to protect the crown prince, their important lord and brother, refused to serve under father and disappeared. The only ones who knew where they went were probably the empress and Trauneson. Their name was the Raiffeisen brothers. They are the crown prince's second cousins, his closest aides. The older brother was a brave general while the younger brother was a brilliant staff officer. The crown prince had many military exploits in his days, but every single one of them involved these two. For the crown prince and Trauneson, they are more like a family rather than a subordinate. They are kind of like stepbrothers to them. I have heard their names before. They were called the wings of the crown prince, right? Yeah, if those two were by his side, the crown prince would still be alive. They were both loyal and clever after all. If those people come to help us, then we can rest easy, right? It is certainly encouraging, but we cannot be at ease yet. The two have once refused to serve under father. I don't think that they can immediately come running to Trauneson's aid whenever he asked them to. Trauneson is probably thinking the same thing. I'm sure that they just happened to be in the capital for the festival, so they lent Trauneson their help. That should be how it went. But in that case, their actions will be a step behind. If they can make it, Krista's safety can be guaranteed, but until they arrive, we have to count on Trauneson alone. Will that really be all right? Even if he looks like that, he is pretty good with the sword and is very quick-witted. He has the same education as my eldest brother after all. I'm sure that he can keep up with your average soldiers. The problem is, when will Gordon start to move and how many generals will be on his side? The Imperial Army is being led by 3 marshals. 2 are stationed at the east and the west border respectively, while the last one is in charge of assisting the emperor and acts as the commanding general at the imperial capital. Below them are the generals who act as field commanders. There are various types of generals, such as honorary generals who don't have their own army and generals who lead elite troops, but basically speaking, there is always one army under each general that will mobilize at their order. In other words, the more generals participating in Gordon's plot, the greater the power Gordon has. It would be too much to ask your average soldiers to judge whether their action is right or wrong. After all, they were trained to treat their superior's command as absolute. If the generals order them to attack the imperial capital, albeit confused, most of them will obey. Moreover, many generals are participating in the ceremony. As a matter of course, those who manage to climb up to the rank of general all have strong subordinates at their side. Trauneson would have a hard time facing such opponents. How many generals does Ulsama think will cooperate with His Highness Gordon? In the worst case, all the generals in the capital will turn into our enemy. All of them. It's a matter of possibility. The Imperial Army is a gathering of low-ranking people who can't become heir to the noble houses. Their wish is to be successful in their career, so they want the Emperor to give them preferential treatment. Are they saying that His Majesty has been neglecting the army? It's not that he has been neglecting them. It's just that they want to be treated better. Currently, the job of the Imperial Army is to guard the border. Nobles' territories have their own knights to take care of their business, while the adventurers are taking care of what's left. That being the case, war is needed for them to achieve something. However, in recent years, my father is reluctant to go to war. It's nothing strange. He did lose his eldest son in a war with another country after all. Father is also a human being. If it was due to the succession war, he would have made peace with it. After all, it is a tradition of the empire. That was how father became the emperor in the first place. Even so, losing his son in a war with another country is a different matter. An emperor is not allowed to wage war in anger. My father has spent the last few years trapping his anger and sadness inside his heart. He would look soft in the eyes of the extremists in the Imperial Army. He isn't even allowed to be sad. His Majesty. He is. It is just difficult to keep everyone satisfied. Civilians who think that war is only a waste of money would appreciate father's recent stance, but the Imperial Army is on the opposite end. An emperor is someone who can balance those with different ideas to coexist. Ever since the death of my eldest brother, father has been acting off balance. It was necessary to find some way to resolve the dissatisfaction of the army. In the vampire case in the east, it was possible for him to mobilize the army instead of the Imperial Knights. However, Father found the Imperial Knights more useful. It is only natural in terms of ability, but from the army's perspective, that only caused them to be more dissatisfied. That's why it is possible that all of the generals might turn into our enemy. I can hardly trust anyone from the Imperial army anymore. But if all the generals inside the capital turned into our enemy, then we will be outnumbered. The Imperial capital garrison under Leo's jurisdiction and the Imperial Knights. Together with them, a small number of forces will be on Father's side. The Imperial capital garrison's duty is to maintain the security in the Imperial capital during peacetime. Even then, that jurisdiction is shared with the city guards under the Minister of Justice. That's why there are quite a few divisions of the army stationed inside the capital. They were gathered in the case of an emergency. The swords that are supposed to point toward our enemy are pointing at ourselves. That's right. But their eyes will surely be focused on Father. They are probably ordered to capture him at any cost. And Father will resist. We are the force that moves behind the scene in their conflict. If the other side devotes their all to crush us, we wouldn't have enough power to deal with them. But that development is impossible. After all, their first and foremost goal is Father. Ulsama. Somehow, it sounds like you are using His Majesty as a decoy though. Obviously. That's exactly what I am saying. Won't His Majesty be angry at you? He won't complain as long as I can save his life in the end. It is not my job to protect Father in the first place. The Prime Minister is by His Majesty's side, so I think it will be okay, but... Finn worriedly whispered, so it can't be helped. The scale of the problem this time is different than before. This is not a matter of our faction alone, but the fate of the entire empire. The Emperor's life is betting on it after all. Still, there's no use worrying. We will move from inside the castle while Father will deal with the problems outside. As long as that is all we can do, we only need to do what we can. When Gordon starts his revolt, he will try to seal the Imperial capital. Our role is to break that seal. Then what will happen after the seal is broken? I am counting on Leo for that. If I can move freely as Silver, I can bring Duke Kleinet's army to the capital, but Leo's force will be important in this. You are expecting Leo-sama to rescue Letitia-sama and come back to help us at the Imperial capital? I do not doubt his success, but would the problems on his end be resolved so quickly? I don't know that. But we can do nothing but believe and wait for him. We are already surrounded by our enemy after all. Even if we can manage to break their encirclement, nothing will change. Our ultimate solution is to wait for outside help. While saying so, I write down my future plans on paper. There is nothing I can do but to think up as many patterns as possible. While I was doing so, Finn offered me tea. Let's do our best together. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Saying so, I continue moving my pen. Chapter 223. Dawn. Before dawn. I gathered Mia, Aloys, and Finn in my room. Sorry for summoning you so early in the morning. You. I'm finally free from the maid job. Good work. Mia-san. That was really tiring. That head maid. She was as strict as a demon, you know. Mia was half crying in her maid outfit. She clings to Finn for comfort and starts complaining about the head maid. The bedsheets are unkempt. The room is not well cleaned. Who cares about those tiny details? You are a castle maid right now after all. It's normal for the head maid to care about those small details. You knew that and still sent me in. My heart is in tatters even before the fight starts. You know, even if it's in tatters, a contract is a contract. I am giving you appropriate compensation, right? Just work harder. There's a demon here too. The head maid is one, and now the prince too. Wah. Finn-sam, eh? Saying so, Mia started crying on Finn's chest. Seeing her like that, Finn comforts her with a bitter smile. Seriously, I can't advance the talk at all. When I was thinking so, Aloys opened his mouth. Your Highness, should I act as your escort today? Even though he is only in his early teens, Aloys is so much more mature than Mia. The fact that he is confirming what he should do means that he already anticipates the future to some extent. I thought about that, but I'd like you to escort the 10th Prince Rupert instead. I am to escort the 10th Prince. I have not acquainted myself with His Highness before though. Krista and Rupert will not be acting as entertainers today and they are still young. Father will not show them the fighting tournament in the arena. That being the case, the two will stay back in the castle, but if Gordon starts his revolt, he will aim to seize the castle first. If we can't ensure their safety, the two will be taken hostages. I see. I understand your reason. Will Your Highness Arnold be escorting Her Highness Krista personally? No, Krista's escort will be handled by the 4th Prince Traugott. When I told him so, Aloys showed a slightly uneasy expression. Will she be all right leaving him in Traunison's care? That was what kind of expression he was making. Well, it is probably inevitable given his reputation. When I thought so, Mia raised her voice as though she just remembered something. The 4th Prince. That big prince. NN. You met him before? No. That prince. When we passed by each other, he said that I was too old, you know. I am still bursting with youth, okay? That person's hobbies and taste are a little particular, you see. Well, he does have the ability, so you don't have to worry about him. I have nothing to say if Your Highness says so, but what are you going to do about your escort, Your Highness? Aloys's words made me smile. It's natural for him to ask so her. What would I do if the castle became a battlefield? Finn is being escorted by Mia. Krista is in Traunison's care. Rupert will be protected by Aloys. Each of them has someone assigned to protect. I can take care of 2 people by myself. I don't expect that much from you. Gan, Desua. I immediately turned down Mia, who made her offer triumphantly. Mia, who was turned down in an instant, is having a shocked expression on her face. Seeing her like that, Finn starts to comfort Mia. He meant that you don't have to overdo it by yourself, you know. It didn't sound like that at all. Ulsama's vocabulary is limited, you see. It will be okay. Ulsama already has an escort after all. Isn't that right? Finn guides the talk. I nodded at her. Then, a person appeared at the front of the door. No need to worry. The prince's escort, I will take care of it. Saying so, a mysterious person wearing a grey robe that covers himself from head to toes appeared. With the hood over his head, no one can see his face. No matter how you look at him, he looks suspicious. However, the moment he saw that person, Aloys's face brightened up. Grau. I am glad that you are well. Aloys. Who is this? A wandering strategist, Grau. The man who defeated 10,000 Imperial troops together with Aloys. I heard that there was a strategist appeared in the Battle of Juz, but it was you? Indeed. I cannot trust someone like you. Especially when you use illusion magic in broad daylight like this. As expected of Mia her. She immediately saw through the illusion of Grau that I created. I do apologize for my rudeness. But the Imperial army is quite hostile toward me. I need to be cautious when I appear like this. I am not even a noble after all. Can we really trust such a suspicious person? That's quite a harsh evaluation. I am confident in seeing through people. I'm sure that this person has a twisted character. Mia said so as she pointed at Grau. Naturally, her words were, in a way, directed to me, so I can't help but make a bitter smile. Mia-san. Grau is a trustworthy person. I guarantee it. Aloy-sama is being deceived. I know this by instinct. This man is the type that can laugh at others' misfortunes. Why? Mia-san. Aloys, who knows that Grau's identity is Silver, panicked. On the other hand, Finn, who knows that Silver is me, is giggling at the situation. Mia doesn't seem to trust Grau, but that doesn't matter right now. Mia, you don't have to trust Grau. Each of you has a role to play, so you only need to focus on your task. You are saying that you trust him? At the very least, I am sure that he is not on Gordon's side. Right now, that is enough for me. We are shorthand. We have a lot to protect after all. I understand. But I do not trust him, okay? Yes, that's fine. Saying so, I started summarizing the situation. Today is the last day of the festival. A large-scale fighting tournament will be held at the arena. It is where all the eyes of the imperial capital will be focused on. Gordon will use that timing to seize the castle. We will first take control of the castle, ensuring its safety. That is the first stage of our plan. Aloys will take care of Rupert, Trauneson will protect Krista, and Mia will look after Finn. I am counting on you. As you command. I got it. If that stage is clear, we will move on to the second stage. Gordon will activate the Celestial Sphere, the strongest defense mechanism of the imperial capital. The heart of that barrier is this castle. They need to set up the jewels first, then have a member of the imperial family activate it. Once activated, we will be completely cut off from the outside world. That's right. That's why those who can move here will be the ones who secure those jewels. Mia frowned at Grau's words. However, she didn't complain because she knows that it was not her place to speak. Exactly. I and Grau will be hiding in the castle to give you instructions. You can use up to 5 highest purity jewels to activate the Celestial Sphere, but you can activate it with 3. I'm sure that Gordon can prepare that much. At most he probably prepared 3 or 4 of them. If he manages to activate it, he can completely cut us out from outside aids after all. In other words, if we can take 1 or 2 of them away, he cannot activate it. Correct. Well, considering the force we have outside, taking 1 would already be enough. Elna's holy sword should be able to destroy the celestial sphere that is being supplied with only 3 jewels. If the celestial sphere is destroyed, the jewels used to supply it with magic power will be decimated along with it, but there's no use being frugal here. Gordon would be wary of that, so he probably didn't only prepare 3. If it is activated with 4, it would be tough even for the holy sword. This is why we need to work from the inside. After the castle is seized, it would be very difficult to snatch those jewels as they will be under strict guard. I am well aware of the impossibility of this job. You will probably have to risk your life for it. There are only a few people I can rely on while we have so many enemies to face. Even so, this must be done. Sorry, but I want you to give your lives for me. What a convenient thing for me to say. Even so, I can do nothing but ask this of them. Everyone nods to my selfish request. Then, the sun starts to illuminate the castle and the morning ray shines into the room. All right, we are commencing the secret maneuver. Thus, we started moving in the shadows. Chapter 224. Instead of the hero. The fighting tournament will be held from noon. Until then, events will be held in the festival, which will be the liveliest at its climax, the fighting tournament. Originally, with the free time before the tournament, VIPs and the princes and princesses assigned to them would go out to enjoy the festival. However, each of the dignitaries is not so lively today. This is probably due to the saint's abduction that happened the day before. After all, it would not be strange if they themselves become the 2nd or 3rd victim. Meanwhile, there is a certain VIP that is lazily rolling around in my room. SOTIRED. Yes, yes. Thank you for your hard work. Saying so, I turned my eyes at Oriheim, who was lying on the sofa. Oriheim finished repairing the barrier in the throne room, which was destroyed by the imperial flag. In exchange, she had to stay up all night, so she seemed to be quite tired. Originally, there was supposed to be an official thank you from the Empire's side, but Oriheim turned it down and chose to laze around in my room instead. According to the person herself, she can't feel at ease when she is staying somewhere she is not used to. I have to keep it a secret from her that the thought of asking her what about your own room did cross my mind. I don't feel any gratitude from you at all. I am grateful, you know. Very much so. I can't feel anything like that from your words at all. Normally she would make a fuss by now, but she stayed lying on the sofa this time. She is probably really tired. The throne room is where the emperor is. It was urgent to rebuild the barrier that played a big role in his security. That's why Oriheim pushed herself to finish it. For Oriheim, it seems that fine-tuning a number of barriers is more mentally tiring than creating a big one. It seems the Empire really is in her debt this time. Then how would you like me to convey my gratitude? Yumu. You must worship me more. In other words, praise me. Even if you told me to praise you though. The current Oriheim is exhausted and is not as energetic as her usual self. It is no exaggeration to say that Oriheim's difficult personality is compensated by how energetic she is. Oriheim, who isn't energetic, is just a self-important girl. While thinking that there is nothing to compliment her about, I focused my eyes on her tail. Oriheim's tail usually expresses her emotions in interesting ways, but perhaps because she is tired right now, it is only limping down. This has been on my mind for a while, but I think you have a good tail there. Mew mew. As expected of you, Arnold. So you have eyes for the good stuff after all. This tail is one of my charm points, you know. Yeah, yup. Right. She is much happier about it than I thought. What should I do? I blurted out a compliment on a whim, so it would trouble me if she asks what is so good about it. What do you think is good about it? For me, I think that it feels very good to touch, but some people praise me for its shape, you know. Ah. The shape, I guess. It is kinda plump and nice after all. Mew. You are pretty good at complimenting me, aren't you? If this makes me good at complimenting others, then this world would be full of compliments by now though. Maybe it's just Oriheim who tends to take things at her own convenience. She probably took my random compliment and converted it to some wonderful praise in her brain. Well, if that's what she thinks, then it's fine. It's better than having her in a bad mood after all. Excuse me. Ulsama, Oriheim-sama. Oh, Finn. Seeing Finn entering the room, Oriheim jumped up. She then hugged Finn and dragged her toward the sofa. On Finn's hands was a tray of sweets. When you are tired, sweets will always cheer you up after all. Saying so, Oriheim sits on the sofa with Finn and begins eating the sweets. She is eating them so fast that I thought that she would choke on it. And of course, she does. Goo. Yes, here. Please drink some water. Finn, who had prepared the water in advance, promptly handed it to Oriheim, who received it and vigorously poured it down her throat. When she finally got her breathing in order, Oriheim started eating the sweets again. Slow down a little, will you? I won't. If I can use this chance to recover a little, then I have to make full use of it. Are you planning to participate in the tournament or something? While I was astounded, Finn looked at Oriheim with a smile. Then just like that, time goes by. I thought it would be good if this peaceful time continued, but that is not the reality. As noon approached, the entire imperial capital, not to mention the castle, began to get busy. Excuse me. Your Highness Arnold, Your Grace, Finn-sama. May I ask for your plan in the afternoon? The imperial knight who was on our escort duty asked so. Finn will of course remain in the castle. Her excuse is that she is worrying about Krista. Krista was in danger due to the Dark Elves' attack. No one can complain if she wants to stay at Krista's side. The problem is me and Oriheim. I thought that Oriheim would quietly stay in her room, but now that she has become a little more energetic, she is getting ready to head to the arena. I would like to stay in the castle if possible, but if Oriheim heads out, I have to follow her as I am her entertainer. Well, if I am inside the imperial capital, even if the celestial sphere is activated, I can freely use transfer magic inside it, and I do have ways to move around too. Still, it is easier for me to execute my plan here, and if I am with her, I will have to find a suitable excuse to slip away naturally. With Sebas away from my side, it would be difficult to deceive her. If possible, I want her to say that she doesn't want to go. Of course, I will go see the tournament. I will be visiting Her Highness Krista. Understood. We will prepare a carriage, so please let us know when your grace is ready to go. Saying so, the imperial knight withdrew. Well, there's no other choice, I guess. Well, shall we? I am planning to go alone though. Ha! There's no way that's happening, right? I am your entertainer after all. You can save the sleep talk when you are actually asleep. Before being my entertainer, you are this empire's prince, right? Her words took me by surprise. Oriheim stared straight at me and quietly smiled. There's a disturbing scent lingering around this city. It's an unpleasant smell. Even when your younger brother left to rescue the saint, instead of disappearing, the scent is getting stronger. You are planning to deal with it, right? Oriheim, your face clearly says that you want to be in the castle. If you have to stay in the castle to deal with it, then even though it will be lonely, I will go alone. The current me can't provide much help if something happens in the castle after all. To be honest, it's already hard to stand up like this. I can't move well and it would take my all to erect a barrier right now. I would only be a nuisance, right? Indeed. I don't know what would happen if she is in perfect condition, but right now Orihime is exhausted. This is Orihime, who holds the title of the Celestial Princess. She can create as many barriers as she pleases, but physical fatigue is not something she can ignore. If her strength runs out when she is deploying a barrier, then the number of hostages will increase. This incident will not last only a short time. In the first place, unlike the hero, the Celestial Princess is not a warrior. She can't push herself too much. You don't have to push yourself. If it's hard, then you can just stay here. I am not pushing myself. If you have something that you must do here, then I also have something I must do at the arena. But you are exhausted, right? You just repaired the barrier in the throne room in a single night. You can rest. This is a problem of the Empire. Oh yeah? Was I under a misunderstanding? I thought that Mizuho and the Empire are on friendly terms though. The problem of our ally is our problem as well. Rest assured, helping the Empire once or twice is no big deal. This is just my selfishness. I simply want to help you. I don't want to see you making such a sad expression. If I cannot help you here, then I will go to where I can. Unfortunately, the hero is away. Instead of that hero, I will protect the thing that you can't. I won't let anyone lay even a single finger on your father and the citizens. She's putting up a strong front. There is no way that the current her can create such a powerful barrier. Even so, I have no choice but to accept Orihime's help. Someday, I will definitely return this debt. Yumu. I will count on it. Saying so, Orihime waved her hand and left the room with a smile. If nothing happened, I would be an insolent prince who sent a VIP to attend the event alone. But Orihime also felt that something was off. Something will definitely happen. She is kind, isn't she? Orihime-sama. Yeah, that's right. If someone from another country is willing to go so far for us, I cannot afford to let this end in failure. We will definitely prevent it. Absolutely. Yes. Chapter 224.5. Character Introductions. Main Characters. Arnold Lakes Adler. Title: The Dull Prince. Or, people close to me call me Ul. Ardraxia Empire's 7th Prince. 18 years old with black hair and black eyes. The only twins in the imperial family. He is the elder brother. His appearance is the same as Leonard but not so uptight. A fearless prince. He is inelegant and is evaluated lowly. Being called the prince that got every good part sucked out of him by his younger brother, he is seen as incompetent and lethargic. With his lack of ambition, it is said that his standing is the lowest in the succession war. In truth, he is certainly lethargic, but he is not incompetent. He can wield powerful ancient magic. However, he hid this fact because ancient magic and the imperial family together does not look well in the eyes of the empire's citizens. His great-grandfather devoted himself entirely to ancient magic and once caused destruction to the imperial capital. If another leading candidate in the succession war takes the throne, he and his mother will be killed. That's why he decided to conduct secret maneuvers to make his younger brother, Leonard, become the emperor. Silver. Title: The Strongest Adventurer of the Empire. One of the only 5 SS rank adventurers on the continent. He earned that rank by defeating an ancient dragon. His appearance is that of a man wearing a black robe and a silver mask. An adventurer who does not move away from the imperial capital. Unless he receives a request from the Imperial Capital Adventurer Guild, he will only accept the requests around the imperial capital. His real identity is Arnold, who uses ancient magic to protect the empire from the shadows. His mentor is the spiritual body of his great-grandfather, the Mad Emperor, who taught him ancient magic and various tactics. Leonard Lakes Adler. Title: Banner. Boku. People close to him call him Leo. The Adraxia Empire's 8th Prince. 18 years old with black hair and black eyes. Although his appearance is the same as his brother, he is evaluated highly from his fearless yet graceful appearance. He is flooded with marriage proposals. Excels in swordsmanship, magic, and politics. He is one of the leading candidates for the next emperor. With his gentle personality, he has doubts about being in the bloodshed conflict of his family. Arnold thinks that he is too kind and naive to win the succession war. He often chooses to look at the positive side of a person rather than their negative side. It is a rare trait that is hard to find, but it also serves as a disadvantage. He trusts in Arnold, his elder brother, more than anyone else. Sebastian. Title: The Omnipotent Butler. The butler Allah called Sebas, an assassin who was once feared as a god of death. With various circumstances, he became a butler. Ul's follower who understands him. His specialty lies in his ability to stay alive. His information collecting skill is also outstanding. For that reason, he provides a valuable advantage for the weak Leonard's faction. Finn von Kleinet. 16 years old. Title: The Blue Seagull Princess, Sharer of Secret. The unrivaled beauty with the title of the Blue Seagull Princess, Blau Mo. A petite girl with beautiful wavy blonde hair and deep blue eyes, the color of the sea. Despite her small body, she is quite glamorous. 2 years ago, Emperor Johannes ordered the nation's craftsmen to make hair ornaments in the shape of birds. Among them, the beauty of a blue seagull-shaped hair ornament caught the eyes of the emperor. Taking a liking to it, the emperor held a beauty contest, saying that only the most beautiful woman in the empire is suitable for it. At that time, Finn, who was known as a beautiful woman, won the competition when she was only 14 years old. She is the only one who knows Silver's identity other than Sebas. Elna von Umsberg. 17 years old. Title: Prodigy of the Brave House, the strongest childhood friend. Ul and Leo's childhood friend. A beautiful girl with cherry-colored hair and jade-colored eyes. She has a modest chest. Reputed as a perfect superwoman, she was excellent in everything she has done ever since she was a child. Boasting the highest class of ability, together with the holy sword handed down by the Brave House, she is almost invincible. The heiress of the Brave House of Umsberg, the descendant of the hero who defeated the Demon King. She always helps Ul when he is bullied. She is both his savior and natural enemy at the same time. A genius who became an imperial knight at the age of 11 and became a knight captain at 14. She is a candidate for the next knight commander. Being the strongest among the Brave House bloodline, she is said to be the return of the first generation. Linfia. Title: Competent Adventurer. A rank adventurer who saved Ul. Her brown hair is tied up into a short ponytail. With her hat, she looks like a boy. She was born in an immigrant village at the southern frontier. She requested Ul to help her village and cooperate with him in return. She also possesses a magic sword that can change shape. Candidates for the throne: Eric Lakes Adler, the second prince. Blue-haired with glasses. The most influential prince who serves as the empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Cold and realist, his power base is the civil officers. Gordon Lakes Adler, the third prince. The prince who holds the position of a general. A simple-minded and warlike prince, his power base is the military. Xandra Lakes Adler, the second princess. A green-haired beauty with a scary face. A mage studying forbidden arts. The cruelest of the imperial family, her power base is the mages. The Empire. Johannes Lakes Adler, Emperor of the Adraxia Empire. Blonde hair, blue eyes. He is an emperor with 13 children. He thinks that his children should fight for the throne so that the strongest one may rule the empire. He also became an emperor through such methods. He has many wives and possesses the ability to love them equally. The ruler of the vast Adraxia Empire who continues to expand it if the chance presents itself. He is the one who judges whether his children are suited for the throne. He is aware of the pride and the duty of the imperial family who believe that it is their duty to create a successor who can rule the vast territory of the empire. Gustav Lakes Adler, the great-grandfather of Ul, one of the past emperors. After handing over the throne to his son, he devoted himself to ancient magic and eventually went mad and laid waste to the capital. Since then, ancient magic has become taboo among the imperial family. However, in reality, his consciousness was sealed inside a magic tome inside the hidden room in the castle as his body was taken over by a demon that was sealed inside it previously. Ul's mentor in ancient magic. Franz Seebeck. The Empire's Prime Minister. A rare genius who climbed up the social ladder from a son of a small inn owner to the most powerful position of the empire. It is said that Johannes's greatest achievement was the discovery of Franz. Mitsuba. The Emperor's sixth consort. Ul and Leo's mother. A black-haired dancer who enchanted the Emperor with only a single glance. She raised Ul and Leo without intervening with their growth and turned them into who they are today. Krista Lakes Adler. 12 years old. The third princess with blonde hair and purple eyes. After she lost her mother, she is being raised by Mitsuba, Ul and Leo's mother. She has a precognition ability that very few people know about. Torgut Lakes Adler. 25 years old. Brown hair and blue eyes. He is wearing signature lame glasses. A fat prince whose aim is to be an author despite having no talent for it. A hobbyist. Jide von Horsfarth. 18 years old. Bob brown hair. Bad sense of fashion. He is the son of Duke Horsfarth, the house with the second most longest history in the empire. A childhood friend of Ul and Leo and the bully who has always bullied Ul. Mark Tiber. A middle-aged man. A knight who belongs to the Imperial Knight Order serving as deputy captain to Elna's unit. He is a knight who originally served under the Brave House. He became an Imperial Knight after Elna joined the Order. He once saved Ul from a life-threatening crisis. The Principalities. Evangelina di Albitro. First princess of the Principality of Albitro. Elder sister of the twin. She is a girl with light brown hair with green eyes. Her hair is trimmed at shoulder length. Together with her twin younger brother Julio, they can use innate sound magic. She is very active compared to the quiet Julio. Julio di Albitro. The first prince of the Principality of Albitro. The younger brother of the twin. A young boy who looks exactly like Eva. His worry is that his personality is often viewed as more feminine than Eva. Longing to be more masculine, he longs to be a hero like Leo. Additional characters after the third arc. Gari. 19 years old. An adventurer who takes care of the children at the outermost layer of the imperial capital. He is a B-rank adventurer, but he is soon to be promoted to A rank. He always has some kind of injuries on him, but he is extremely bright. Ul's amiable friend. Rita. 11 years old. A girl who was taught swordsmanship under Gari. She has dirty blonde hair done into a side ponytail. Lively and always smiling. She met Krista and became her close friend. Sonia Lespade. Short-cut light purple hair and reddish-purple eyes. She is a half-elf with slightly pointed ears. She was banished from the elven village together with her mother 11 years ago. Getting caught up in the battle between the Empire and the Kingdom, she got separated from her mother. She was picked up by a strategist of the Imperial Army and raised up to become an excellent strategist herself. Like a normal elf, she excels in various kinds of magic and can fight to defend herself. In response to Gordon's request for cooperation, she headed to the Imperial capital to act as his strategist. On her way, she met Rebecca, who she helped evading her ruthless pursuers to get to the Imperial capital. Nabi Ritter. The only independent knight order of the Imperial Army. They are dubbed the Scarred Knights. Although they are currently soldiers, they were all formerly knights who were stripped of their rank when they chose to act against their lords. Through intense training, they are known as one of the forces with the greatest fighting power in the Imperial Army. However, they are regarded to be difficult to handle. Oriheim Kuan. A beautiful girl with black hair and golden eyes. She looks like she is 15 to 16 years old. Always talk in a self-important manner. The guardian Miko of Mizuho, called the Celestial Princess. The nine-tailed Miko. She is of the Celestial Fox tribe that has high magical power and specializes in barrier magic. Due to the barrier that the Celestial Princess of each generation deploys, the celestial country of Mizuho is impregnable, escaping the hand of the Sokol Empire. Compared to the Adraxia Empire, they are the equivalent to the Brave House that receives equal treatment to their royalty. She has long black hair, short stature, and small ears. In contrast, her chest is big. She also has a tail. Cheerful and open-minded, she doesn't think too deeply about anything. Although she always seems like she is looking down on others, due to her friendliness, she is not unpleasant to be around. Bruce Tarrant. S-rank adventurer. The United Kingdom. A mage who mainly acts solo, being called the freezing noble. Handsome man with light blue hair. Sydney and August. The Kingdom. A couple in their 30s. A team of two that together considered an S-rank party. The husband August is in charge of defense while the wife, Sydney, is in charge of the offense. Ignat. An S-rank adventurer from the Sokol Empire. He has a rough and radical personality. He is a problem child among the S-ranks, but his ability is certain. Grom Soldat. An S-rank party with 5 members that active in the Sokol Empire. Continent overview. The continent has the shape of a bird spreading its wings. The Adraxia Empire, modeled after Germany, is located in the central part of the continent, which corresponds to the body of the bird. The west wing is the Kingdom of Palan, modeled after France, and the east wing is the Sokol Empire, modeled after Russia. These 3 countries are the top 3 superpowers of the continent. At the south is the Principality of Albatro and the Principality of Rondine, located at the peninsula, imagine Italy, that protrudes like a tail. On the head is the Cornix Dominion, and above them is the island nation, the United Kingdom of Egret. Imperial family overview. The Empress Crown Prince, deceased, 4th Prince. 2nd Consort, deceased, 1st Princess, 3rd Princess. 3rd Consort, 2nd Prince, 5th Prince. 4th Consort, 3rd Prince, 6th Prince. 5th Consort, 2nd Princess, 9th Prince. 6th Consort, Mitsuba, 7th Prince, 8th Prince. 7th Consort, 10th Prince. 1st Prince, Wilhelm, 27 years old, at the time of his death. 1st Princess, Liselot, 25 years old. 2nd Prince, Eric, 28 years old. 2nd Princess, Zandra, 22 years old. 3rd Prince, Gordon, 26 years old. 4th Prince, Traugott, 25 years old. 5th Prince, Carlos, 23 years old. 6th Prince, Conrad, 21 years old. 7th Prince, Arnold, 18 years old. 8th Prince, Leonard, 18 years old. 9th Prince, Henrik, 16 years old. 3rd Princess, Krista, 12 years old. 10th Prince, Rupert, 10 years old. 1st Prince Wilhelm Lakes Adler, 27 years old at the time of his death. The Crown Prince who died 3 years ago. During his lifetime, he has received great expectations from all of the Empire as the ideal Crown Prince. Due to his popularity and ability, the Succession War did not occur. His death is the trigger for the start of the Succession War. His mother is the Empress. 1st Princess Liselot Lakes Adler, 25 years old. An imperial marshal who leads the Eastern Border Defense Forces. Feared by the neighboring countries as the strongest princess general of the imperial family. She does not participate in the Succession War and declared that she will serve as an imperial marshal no matter who becomes the emperor. Her mother is the 2nd Consort. 5th Prince Carlos Lakes Adler, 23 years old. An ordinary prince who has never been described as incompetent nor excellent. However, contrary to his ability, he has a dream to become a hero. In the Succession War, officially, he gives his support to his brother of the same mother, Eric. His mother is the 3rd Consort. 6th Prince Conrad Lakes Adler, 21 years old. Gordon's younger brother of the same mother. However, unlike Gordon, he has a light personality and holds no interest in the Succession War. Officially, he gives his support to Gordon. His mother is the 4th Consort. 9th Prince Henrik Lakes Adler, 16 years old. Zandra's younger brother of the same mother. He looks down on Ul and considers Leo as his rival. In the Succession War, he gives his official support for his sister, Zandra. He is also on good terms with Jide von Horsvarth. His mother is the 5th Consort. 10th Prince Rupert Lakes Adler, 10 years old. The only child of the 7th Consort. He is still young and has not participated in the Succession War. He has no support, and he lives his life according to the 7th Consort's instructions. He has a timid personality. His mother is the 7th Consort. End of Volume 6.